As the sea level rose, the continents were gradually submerged, and Earth became an endless sphere of water. From then on, humanity's prosperous civilization slowly faded away, and mankind was nearly wiped out. At that time, the foundations of human civilization had completely collapsed. It looked like an ancient ruin lying deep beneath the ocean. The surroundings were now filled only with aquatic creatures. Large and small, they swam through the buildings, streetlights, and abandoned cars. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed. It was Boda and his father, wearing old rusty diving suits and carrying guns as they searched the area for something. As they walked, Boda's father warned, "There are too many broken glass shards, so be careful, Boda." "I know, Dad," Boda replied with an annoyed look. "I can see them." The two stopped in front of a ruined little shop. After checking inside for a while and deciding it was safe enough, they went inside. They used a flashlight to inspect the surroundings. Suddenly, something caught Boda's attention. He shouted excitedly, "Dad, look at all this canned food." Boda's father pushed the cart inside. "There are still a few other things. Take everything we can use." Boda picked up a box and asked, "What's this?" "It might be powdered milk," his father explained. Then he turned and scolded Boda. "You haven't been studying how to read again, have you?" "What's the point?" Boda stubbornly replied. "No one uses it anymore." His father's expression turned serious. "Even if you don't see its value now, you'll need it someday. You need to study harder," he reminded him. Boda pouted in annoyance. "Dad, you're always nagging." Then he saw his father put a few more plates into the basket. He immediately complained, "Dad, we've already got too many plates. I don't think we need any more." Boda's father smiled gently. "Like I said, there will come a day when we'll need them." Then he called Boda over. They both grabbed the cart tightly. "This should be enough. Hold on tight, Boda." Boda's father pulled a cord. A loud boom suddenly echoed around them. Air bubbles surrounded the cart and lifted the father and son upward. Boda looked down without saying a word, staring into the emptiness. He remembered his father calling this place the ruins. It had clearly once been a bustling city, but now it was dark and terrifying. After a while, Boda and his father finally reached the surface. They slowly made their way toward a patched-up boat ahead. Standing on top of the boat was a little girl, Boda's younger sister, Lita. Father Boda looked up and asked Lita, "Did you see anything interesting?" "No, father," the little girl replied with a disappointed look. "There was nothing." Father Boda took off his diving helmet and sat down. "I guess no birds stopped to rest near here." "It's been over a month since we've seen a single bird," Boda sighed beside him. "Father, do you think anyone else is still alive out there?" Lita's eyes filled with confusion. "Father, is everyone in heaven with Mother?" Hearing those questions, the children's father stayed silent. He simply called their names. Then he patted Boda and Lita on the shoulders. "I'm sure everyone is living somewhere around us. We just haven't met because the ocean is too vast. And no matter what happens, I will protect you both with my life. But you two must always help each other," and the children felt a little better after hearing that. They smiled happily as if agreeing with their father. Yet the children's father had worries of his own. Everyone on the boat worked together. They assigned tasks to each person. Father handled hunting and maintaining the boat. Boda dried fish in search for fresh water. Lita washed clothes and cleaned. Exploring ruins was always Father and Boda's job. At the start of this year, Father Boda made him a pair of diving goggles. Recently, he had begun taking him to explore ruins. That was how the three of them survived in this brutal world as the cart was lifted. Inside was a pile of old junk. Checking the items recovered from the ruins was one of Boda and Luta's favorite activities. But there was one special moment they always had to remember. As the sunlight slowly faded behind the clouds, when the clocks hanging from the boat's mast began to ring, Father Boda opened the hatch. He hurried everyone inside with great urgency. Nighttime was when they all had to be especially careful. Before going inside, Boda still seemed reluctant to leave something behind. He looked toward the fish in front of him. Rows of dried fish hung on racks. "I forgot to bring in the fish." Boda tried to go out, but his father stopped him. "Leave them, Boda." He pushed him into the hold and urged him to get inside. Then the children's father pulled the hatch shut and climbed down. Just as the last rays of sunlight disappeared behind the clouds, beneath the star-filled night sky, the boat was so silent that only the steady ticking of the clocks could be heard. Sitting in the hold, Boda and his father and sister held each other tightly. Lita looked at the goldfish tank beside her. Innocently, she asked, "Dad, should I hold the fish bowl tight?" But before she could finish, Dad and Boda signaled her to stay quiet. It made her shiver in fear. Suddenly, a violent tremor struck. Wave after wave of shaking rocked the family's old boat as Boda's father nervously pulled both children into his arms. "It's here," Boda panicked. Something seemed to be approaching from beneath the water. It drew closer and closer to their boat, and they were the nocturnal monsters. They surrounded the boat as if ready to devour it alive. Once they reached it, they repeatedly slammed into the hull, making the boat shake violently. It rocked so hard Boda had to cover his mouth to keep from screaming. He shut his eyes tight and silently begged, "I'm so scared, please go away." Suddenly, Boda's father gripped his shoulder. He flinched and turned around. He saw his father's gentle face. "Everything will be all right, Boda." Their father comforted them. "They only bumped the boat a few times out of curiosity. Then they'll leave." Looking up, Boda heard cracks echoing across the ceiling. Amid the ticking clock and violent shaking, the three of them could only hold each other. Boda's father kept hugging the two children until the monsters were gone. In his father's arms, he finally felt a little safer. Time passed and the shaking finally stopped. The two children fell asleep on the floor. Half asleep, Boda asked his father, "Were there many sea monsters where you used to live, Dad?" "Yes," he nodded, "because they live everywhere beneath the water. But we had spear throwers," and those words caught Boda's attention. He turned around, wondering what spear throwers were. His father explained that spear throwers were warriors who fought sea monsters to protect their village. He had been one of them. The tattoo on his shoulder was the mark of a spear thrower. Looking at the tattoo, Boda curiously asked, "What's that, and why are there 6 strange dots beneath it?" Looking at the tattoo, Boda curiously asked, "What's that, and why are there 6 strange dots beneath it?" "What are stars?" Boda asked like a child who had never heard of them. "I forgot." Boda's father's eyes softened. "You've never seen the stars because we're always below deck at night." He looked upward and slowly explained, "A star is something so bright you can see it at night. Long ago, people used the stars to avoid getting lost and to cross the ocean. They look like thousands of jewels scattered across the dark sky." As soon as he finished speaking, the two children drifted off to sleep. He looked at them and let out a sigh. "I wish I could show you how beautiful they are." The next morning, the fish hanging on the rack from yesterday were reduced to nothing but heads. As soon as he climbed out of the cabin, Boda frowned. "That's all our food for the week." Looking around the boat, Boda's father saw it had become a complete mess. But instead of being upset, he happily patted the two children on the head. "We're safe, that's lucky." "Are you sure we're lucky, Dad?" Boda asked gloomily, looking behind them. He pointed toward the edge of the boats. "Look." The rail was covered with countless claw marks that had caused serious damage, as if they were saying, "Get out of our territory." Boda sighed. "No." Boda's father patted his shoulder with a bitter smile. "It means I'll be repairing the boat for a week and we might already be out of spare parts." Boda came up with an idea and turned to his father. "Dad, do you want me to dive into the ruins?" "What?" As soon as he heard that, Boda's father turned deadly serious. Boda kept trying to persuade him. "You'll be busy repairing the boat, so let me dive down and get what we need." Boda, no matter what he said, his father firmly refused and wanted him to understand. "Hidden in those ruins are things humans cannot fight. You must never go down there, even in daylight." "But I want to help, Dad. We went down there yesterday, didn't we? I can go alone too." But his father held his head in thought. He felt he had no other choice. Pointing at the children, he said, "Boda, Lita, you're forbidden from going into the ruins until you're 17. Boda frowned in confusion, unable to believe his ears. He pounded his chest and shouted, "How can you decide where we can and can't go? I'm old enough to go wherever I want, whenever I want." Even so, Boda's father remained stern. "These rules keep our family safe." Facing his unyielding father, Boda asked, "How long will you keep treating us like children?" "I'm not like that stupid goldfish. I'm only forbidding you from going into the ruins." Boda's father forced a smile and pointed at the sea. "I'll take you anywhere else you want." No, Boda had completely lost interest. To him, it didn't change the fact that they were trapped on this boat. Everywhere they looked was nothing but water. They were trapped on this boat, just like that goldfish. Boda's eyes were now filled with resentment. He stared straight at his father with that look. Suddenly, Lutta burst into laughter and cheerfully interrupted. "Dad, Boda, stop arguing, look." The innocent girl pointed ahead, where a flock of birds was soaring through the sky. Both Boda and his father were stunned to realize they were seagulls. Boda's father urged him, "Raise the sail, Boda." Their boat followed the flock of seagulls. The family soon reached a large ruined building. It was enormous. Curious, Boda had never seen a building rising above the sea before. The seagulls circled the old building in flocks. Then he noticed something. Boda shouted, "Dad, there are people. I can see people." The two siblings shouted toward the building. "Is anyone there? Hello?" Suddenly, Boda's father covered his mouth. Slinging his weapon over his shoulder, he instructed the children, "Boda, stay on the boat. If anything happens to me, I want you to turn the boat around and leave." Boda asked anxiously, "Dad, are you going to fight them?" Boda's father gave no reply. He strapped his weapon onto his back. "That depends on whether they're good people or bad." With that, he jumped into the sea. He swam toward that old building. Boda stood on the boat, watching helplessly with worry. Father Boda quickly swam to the old ruin. Step by step, he walked inside. From Father Boda's view, the ruined building looked even larger and more dilapidated. "Is anyone here?" Father Boda shouted into the building. "We need help." No matter how loudly he called, the vast old ruin answered only with eerie silence. He looked up, cold sweat running down his face. Though he knew the danger, Father Boda carefully climbed the fragile stairs. At the top of the ancient ruin was a room. He slowly pushed the door open. Father Boda was shocked to see a dried corpse with only hair and a few scraps left. He stood frozen. He silently stared at the messy, horrifying room. Back on the boat, Lita and Bota were still chatting happily, eager to meet other people. Suddenly, a sound caught Bota's attention. He turned around and saw what looked like someone's figure nearby. It drifted like a drowned body. "There's someone," Bota shouted, searching through the room inside the old ruin. Father Bota found a box. He opened it and found 2 explosive canisters inside. They were also extremely old. There was also a huge hole in the room. What happened to this hole? Father Boda's eyes widened. Looking closely, he saw the steel bars were bent inward. Were they attacked from outside? He wondered. Then Father Boda noticed something strange. Enormous claw marks covered the outside of the building. He recalled what Boda had said and the claw marks on the boat, as if they were warning us to leave their territory. Father Boda's heart skipped a beat. A second later, he heard his daughter's scream and instantly turned toward the boat. "Lita, are you all right?" Without hesitation, Father Boda left the building and swam back as Lita urgently tried to explain. Before Lita could finish, Father Boda climbed aboard and asked Boda, "What are you doing, Boda? We must leave now." But Boda, holding a rope and a lifebuoy, urgently shouted, "There's someone in the water." What? Father Boda was stunned. He looked where Boda was pointing. But to his horror, it wasn't a person, only a terrifying, deformed mannequin. Father Boda screamed in panic, "That's not a human." The moment he finished speaking, the mannequin was suddenly dragged beneath the water and vanished. Boda's eyes widened as he stammered, it disappeared. The water was now left with only strangely calm ripples. Boda's father froze for a moment. Then he rushed over and tightly hugged the 2 children. Beneath the water, beyond the ruined remains, something seemed to be lurking and watching their family. A hideous beast of terrifying size stared at the boat with its glowing eyes. As if it had spotted fat prey, it opened its massive mouth and charged straight at the boat. The monster burst from the water and easily crushed Bota's family's old boat with one bite. The battered boat tilted violently, and facing such a huge, terrifying creature, they could only cling together and scream, "Sea monster." The monster continued tearing the little boat apart. As the boat nearly overturned, Bota's father clung to it with one hand while holding the 2 children with the other. The waves grew even more violent. The sea monster slammed the boat into the water. Boda and his father were thrown off as well. Luckily, they managed to cling to the other half of the broken boat. They coughed painfully. Before they could calm down, their faces turned even paler as they saw the sea monster's tail approaching. It struck the broken boat with tremendous force. A loud crash echoed across the water, leaving only shattered wooden pieces. Boda and his father were flung away while clinging to each other. Wave after wave crashed against the old ruined building. When the water finally calmed, a creaking sound came from the roof of the old ruined building. Boda slowly regained consciousness. He let out a few weak cries. Seeing that, Boda's father anxiously asked, "Are you all right, Boda?" The moment he woke, Boda hurriedly hugged Lita and called her name. Boda's father reassured him, "I think she just fainted from the shock. She'll be all right," he sighed. But Boda grew even more anxious and tremblingly asked, "Dad, are you okay?" It turned out an iron bar had pierced through his father's abdomen when they were thrown in. Blood kept pouring out. He still endured and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." But Boda became even more frantic. "Dad, you're bleeding so much." Before Boda could finish, his father interrupted, "There's no time, Boda. If you stay here, we'll all die. Carry Lita and run. I'll follow right behind you, okay?" He gently patted Boda's head. Swallowing his grief, Boda closed his eyes, carried Lita, and left. Watching his son disappear into the distance, Boda's father finally felt relieved. He slowly began pulling the iron bar from his body. The iron bar tore through his flesh, causing him relentless agony. Blood sprayed everywhere, a heartbreaking sight. Suddenly, the sea monster seemed to return and targeted Bota's father. From beneath the water, it emerged with a massive body and a grotesque appearance. Bota's father's eyes darkened and his face turned pale. He was now standing face to face with the sea monster. Its strange skin looked as if it were burning. Bota's father found it strange and wondered what had made it stop, as it kept rising despite the sunlight burning it. The sea monster's eyes suddenly widened. Blood vessels bulged as it stared at the wound on Bota's father's body. Just as he was about to draw his weapon, ready to risk his life, the monster suddenly changed direction. It turned its attention to Bota, who was struggling nearby. Its face twisted into a sinister grin full of hunger. In the next instant, it hurled itself at the 2 children with all its strength. Bota's father never expected this and could only shout, "Bota, run." Hearing the shout, Bota quickly turned around. The moment he saw what was charging at him, his face turned deathly pale with terror. Boda desperately sprinted toward a small opening with all his strength. Behind him, the monster climbed fully onto the structure, opening its huge mouth as it chased after them. Wherever it stepped, bricks shattered and loud crashes echoed beneath its heavy footsteps. As it closed the gap, the sea monster let out a roar. Then it lunged at Boda with its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Just then, Boda quickly leaped into the small doorway. Those huge long teeth pierced straight through the rotten wall. Facing it, Boda gasped heavily for breath. Suddenly, the monster reached in with a tentacle as if searching. It repeatedly slammed against the floor. Lita was still unconscious. The monster's tentacles seemed to have senses, tracking the sounds and scent coming from Boda. Cold sweat ran down Boda's forehead as he fought his fear, covering both his own mouth and Lita's to keep them from screaming. Failing to find its prey, the tentacle shifted. It twisted itself into the shape of a drill. Then it stabbed straight down beside Boda. It kept driving powerful strikes into the floor, and Boda knew he couldn't just stay still, so he desperately dodged. Rolling across the floor full of holes, he luckily managed to hide Lita inside a narrow crevice. Hidden in the crack, he nervously looked outside, thinking to himself, has it left yet? Through the thick dust filling the old building, footsteps seemed to echo. Boda flinched and stepped back. He saw someone who looked just like his father. Thinking he had been saved, Boda shouted happily, "Dad." Hearing the sound, the figure opened its eyes wide. They slowly turned lifeless as it faced Boda. Standing before him, the figure that looked like his father suddenly moved in a grotesque way. Its body parts began separating one by one. Watching the entire transformation, Boda trembled all over as he realized he had been wrong. The thing that looked like his father was actually that disgusting tentacle in disguise. It swelled up and wrapped around Boda as his eyes turned blank, almost giving up. He told himself he was about to die. The tentacle quickly tightened around Boda and pulled him out of the gap. Even while being dragged away, Boda desperately clung to the floor, searching for a shred of hope. But it was useless. The monster had already lifted him up. It dragged him out of the building. The moment he got outside, Boda saw the sea monster's grotesque mouth wide open, eagerly waiting to devour him. At that moment, it only had to put Boda into its mouth to eat him. Boda's whole body trembled instinctively as he kept calling for his father. In the end, he cried out desperately, "Father." A miracle truly happened. Father Boda leaped down from above and slashed the sea monster's tentacle with tremendous force, sending blood everywhere. The hideous monster was struck. It let out a piercing scream. Without giving it time to react, Father Boda held his son with one hand and carved a deep slash across the monster's back with the other. Then he landed on the ground. Boda finally came to his senses and hurried behind his father. Father's eyes were fixed intently on the monster before him. He roared in fury, "Don't touch my son, you filthy monster." The monster thrashed about and faced Father Boda with furious eyes. It clenched its sharp teeth and growled as if it wanted to swallow both father and son alive. "Boda, hide behind those rocks," Father Boda urgently warned him. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the monster and thought, "It's enormous. I've never seen a sea monster this big. It's far larger than the squid." Sweat poured down Father Boda's face as he reminded himself to stay focused. "I can't fail. If I fail, the children will die." Father Boda glanced at Lita watching anxiously from a corner and vowed Boda and Lita must not die. With that thought, he drew his sword. He charged at the monster like lightning. "I have to kill this filthy monster." Father Boda raised his sword and struck while the monster opened its grotesque mouth wide. It also raised its huge clawed hand and lunged at Father Boda with blinding speed. Fortunately, Father Boda dodged it and suffered only a light cut. He spun around and slashed a long wound across the sea monster's arm. He shouted fiercely as he attacked. Then he unleashed another series of slashes. He repeatedly cut the monster's arm, sending blood flying everywhere. The monster let out a thunderous scream of pain. It stubbornly tried to crush Father Boda with its injured arm, but its speed had slowed, allowing him to dodge and leap upward. He sprinted across the monster's massive body. Then Father Boda leaped above its head. Gripping his sword, he gathered all his strength for a killing blow. He knew this huge sea monster moved very slowly. Father Boda drove his sword straight into the monster's body. Then he tore a long, deep wound through it, as if filleting the sea monster. "If it stays on land, I'll win," he thought. After wounding the monster, Boda's father kicked it away. He spun around, then leaped back, while the sea monster kept roaring endlessly. As soon as Boda's father landed, the monster attacked again, and he was struck before he could counter. It sent him flying into an old wall. He coughed and blood kept pouring from his mouth. Unable to keep watching, Boda rushed over with a terrified face. After injuring Boda's father, the monster growled and moved in to finish him. But he refused to let it harm him so easily and quickly rose into a fighting stance. He grabbed a rope ahead of him, then swung his sword and cut it. The snapped rope pulled him into the air, making the monster miss and crash into the wall, reducing the lower part to rubble. Boda's father was pulled higher by the rope. He reached a protruding red iron bar, let go of the rope, and grabbed it. But the monster wouldn't stop, opening its huge mouth and leaping up to devour him. Buddha's father used all his strength to pull the red iron bar. After a great struggle, it finally broke free, and he drove it straight into the monster's mouth. Before the monster could react, the iron bar had already pierced its mouth. It burst out the back, spraying blood everywhere. Watching below, Buddha admired his father in awe. "Dad, you're amazing. You can win, Dad, you can do it." Buddha's father wielded the massive iron bar like a weapon, stabbing all around inside the monster's mouth. Finally, he wedged the iron bar between its jaws so it couldn't close them. After restraining the monster, he raised his sword and repeatedly stabbed the monster's face. Every strike made the monster shriek in agony. Buddha's father had only one goal now, to kill this monster. But things did not go as planned. The iron bar holding the monster's jaws finally gave way and slowly snapped in two. Buddha's father turned around in panic. Before he could react, the monster's sharp fangs pierced straight through his body. Cough, Buddha's father went still as blood streamed from his mouth. Buddha could only watch his father's death in despair. Tears filled his eyes as he called out one last time, "Dad." Buddha's father looked at him sadly. Memories flooded back like a film, from when Buddha and Lutta were little to all the dangerous adventures they shared. "Buddha, I've always worried about you too. Every time you dove underwater, my heart felt like it would burst from my chest. Even at night, I always wanted to protect you both. I could smile and comfort you, but I was always afraid. The fear of losing you never left me because I feared I couldn't protect you." Father and son could only look at each other through tears. Before dying, Buddha's father struggled to say his final words. "I love you, Buddha." Then he slowly went limp, and his arm dropped lifelessly. The sword slipped from his hand and fell to the ground before Buddha. "Take care of Lita in my place." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a mine. Then he activated it. Before Buddha's shocked eyes, the activated mine exploded instantly. The blast threw Buddha into the wall, unable to keep his footing. The monster's head was blown to pieces, smoking like a volcano. Before dying, it let out one last cry and slowly sank into the deep sea. Buddha weakly sat up. He struggled to look toward the monster's corpse. He saw his father's glasses drifting across the sea. Unable to hold back, he sobbed, "Dad, Dad." Then he wiped away his tears, strapped on his father's sword, and stared into the distance with hatred in his eyes. On the battered boat drifting across the sea, "Buddha, where's Dad? Where is everyone?" The eerie silence made him anxiously search for everyone. Breaking the silence was the sound of Lita sniffling. Buddha quickly ran to her. "Lita, what's wrong? Where's Dad?" Lita curled up, covering her face as she cried, saying nothing as she pointed ahead. Buddha looked where she pointed. He saw his father's body torn into pieces. He was overwhelmed with shock. He rushed to the side of the boat with a sliver of hope, shouting, "Dad, Dad." He wanted to jump in and save him, but Lita grabbed his shirt from behind. "Don't go, Lita, let go of me, Dad." Suddenly, Lita fell silent, making Buddha turn around. "Damn it, don't leave me alone." Standing before Buddha was no longer Lita, but a grotesque monster with sharp fangs and hollow eyes. Buddha couldn't help screaming. Buddha jolted awake, gasping for breath. It had all been just a dream. Lita was still peacefully sleeping beside him. Seeing her safe reassured him, but looking at Lita brought tears to his eyes as he thought of his father. Happy memories of when his father was alive came flooding back. "I only thought Dad was treating me like a child. Why didn't I realize he was protecting us from the sea monsters and the ocean, doing it every single day?" His final memory of his father was his smile as he said, "Buddha, take care of Lita for me." Now that Dad is gone, Buddha hugged his little sister tightly and quietly cried. "From now on, we have to rely on ourselves." The waves continued rising and falling. The morning low tide exposed the boat. "Our boat, everything's still here. Lita, stop sleeping and help me find anything useful." In front of his sister, Buddha still acted optimistic. But Lita had noticed their father's absence and sadly stared out at the sea. "Buddha, where's Dad?" Buddha froze. How should I tell her? Can she handle the truth now? "Lita," Buddha turned to say something to his sister but stopped himself. Tears streamed down the little girl's face. "Why isn't Father here? Is Father dead? Has he gone to be with Mother now?" The little girl burst into tears. Seeing that, Buddha also began to cry. He ran over, hugged her tightly, and comforted her. After that, the siblings regained their spirits and searched the ruins for anything useful. After searching all day, they found many things, but they were mostly junk and scrap. Buddha sighed helplessly. "This is all we managed to recover." Then Lita noticed a clock still ticking. Buddha pointed at the clock and explained that monster attacked us in daylight, so we can no longer rely on the clocks. As the tension grew, Lita's stomach growled, leaving them both silent. Buddha gently rubbed his sister's head. "Are you hungry?" "No, I'm not hungry." Lita lied so her brother wouldn't worry. But a moment later, her stomach growled again. Buddha smiled. "Let's try to catch something to eat," but Lita didn't want him to struggle. "I can endure it." Looking at the boxes around them, Bota realized how dangerous their situation was. Our harpoon gun is gone. This is bad. Bota picked up each wooden box and shook it. Then from an old box, several silver spoons suddenly fell out. Memories of father came flooding back as Bota recalled diving with him and seeing him carry plates. Father, come on, we already have plenty of plates, we don't need to bring more. Father Bota looked at him. Bota, when you think you won't need them, that's when you will. Holding the spoon, tears filled Bota's eyes again. But he quickly wiped them away, regained his spirit, and invented something new. He tied the spoon to a stick, making a homemade spear. We can use this instead of the harpoon, yeah. He looked down at the water. The rolling waves filled Bota with fear. Should I go down? What if that monster is still alive? The water that once felt familiar now seemed terrifying. Seeing Bota standing still, Lita ran over and tugged on his shirt. Bota, don't go. What if the monster comes back? Bota was frightened too, so he listened to his sister. Not going into the sea didn't mean no food, and the siblings soon caught crabs crawling through the ruins. Night had fallen. Bota and Lita sat together by the fire roasting crabs. Once they were cooked, Bota quietly placed a crab before Lita. Aren't you eating, brother? I'm not hungry. You can have them all. The little girl happily satisfied her hungry stomach. Seeing Lita smile, Bota couldn't help smiling too. Then his stomach growled as he realized he was hungry. There's nothing to eat or drink. I need a plan. Drops of water dripped from the cloth into the bottle. Bota watched the rain anxiously. It's enough for us today, but not enough for tomorrow. Bota recalled a lesson his father once taught him. Bota, do you want me to teach you how to drink seawater? Bota widened his eyes. That's impossible, Dad. Bota's father patiently explained, cut off the bottom of a bottle and fold it inward, then place it over a cup of seawater. The sun's heat will make the water evaporate and condense on the folded part of the bottle. That's all. Now it was time to use his father's lesson. It worked. The two siblings finally had drinking water. It's not salty at all. We did it, sis. We won't have to worry about water anymore. His father's lesson helped Bota survive this harsh situation. Dad taught me so much. We can get through this. I don't know how long we'll stay here, so I need to remember the layout of these ruins. I'm coming too. The two siblings walked around the island together. Inside the building, Bota climbed the stairs first, reminding her, be careful, Lita. The two siblings reached the top. Before them was nothing but wreckage, along with several dead bodies. Maggots crawled out of the corpses, terrifying the two children. Lita tightly hugged Bota. Bota, I'm scared. Who are they? I think they once lived in these ruins. Lita still wondered why they died, but Bota said nothing and pulled her away. Let's see if there's anything useful, then we'll leave. He pulled the cloth aside. Bota found a red can. Curious, he opened it to see if it contained water. After smelling it, he realized it was gasoline. Lita found something too. Opening the container, they discovered bombs, the same kind their father had used against the monster. The bombs my father used. Bota remembered that moment, when his father risked his life to protect him. Then he wondered, can I fight sea monsters? Like Dad? Bota returned to reality. He glanced at the two bodies embracing each other. They were probably a family too. A new fear rose in his heart. Can I protect Lita, so she won't end up like them? Can we survive here? By nightfall, the two siblings lit a fire. Right inside this building, Lita helped her brother catch crabs. Meanwhile, Bota repaired his homemade spear, thinking, if we're going to keep living here, I'll have to dive underwater and hunt. If that thing appears again, I'll use this sword to protect Lita. After all, that was Dad's final wish. Bota picked up the sword and examined it. He noticed a small button on it and pressed it. As soon as he pressed it, the sword shook violently and its parts unfolded. With a hiss, the sword released smoke and shot forward. Bota lost his balance and was dragged along by the sword. He slammed hard into the wall. Blood streamed from his nose. Lita innocently asked why he was crying, and Bota covered his bloody face, trying to hide the pain. I'm not. Come here, I found something strange. Lita pulled Bota to a rusty door. It was just an ordinary door. But Bota noticed something too. He stepped closer and looked through a hole in it. A basement. Lita added that the crabs had hidden inside. Bota told her to stay upstairs while he went down to see if there was anything useful below. Be careful, Lita anxiously watched as Bota carried his spear into the basement. The deeper he went, the darker it became. It filled Bota with fear. Worse still, the strange noises from below kept growing louder. Bota bravely kept moving forward. Reaching the bottom, he saw something astonishing as a huge fish leaped out. Looking closely, he realized there was an entire pond down there, like a small lake. Fish, I found fish, Bota shouted excitedly to tell Lita. He immediately grabbed his spear and jumped into the water. These fish are huge, and there are so many of them. He thrust his homemade spear straight through one fish. Got one. Now we have water and we won't have to worry about food anymore. We can do this. We can live here. Everything will be all right. A new light seemed to brighten his life and fill him with hope. Bota happily looked around. Suddenly, he spotted a strange round object. What's this? Bota reached out and pressed it, then realized it was a sea monster egg. Not just one, but countless. There had to be thousands of them here. Suddenly, the egg beside Bota slowly cracked open. Boda flinched and turned around. A grotesque hand began reaching out. Boda was horrified to realize that not one but hundreds of sea monster eggs were hatching at the same time. Crack, crack, the newborn creatures already looked vicious and instantly recognized the human before them as prey. Boda quickly fled because this was their nest and staying meant certain death. As Boda swam toward the surface, a hand suddenly grabbed his leg. It opened its mouth and slowly pulled his leg inside to feast on it. Boda reacted instantly, turned around, and drove his homemade spear into its eye, causing it so much pain that it released him. Then it fled into the deep sea. Boda kept swimming toward shore, constantly looking back for danger. Countless unhatched eggs still lay beneath him. The monster wasn't dead. It tried to pull the spear from its eye but couldn't. That made it roar in fury. Boda finally climbed out of the water. He stepped back in fear. They're all eggs. Before he could recover, a monstrous hand emerged. Splash! It was the same sea monster. Stay back! Boda slashed at it repeatedly with his sword, but the monster knew no fear. It kept charging, trying to attack Boda with its bloated body and razor-sharp teeth. Boda reacted quickly and dodged, sending the monster crashing into the wall. After shaking off the sea monster, Boda ran with all his strength out of the underground chamber, then slammed the door shut. But the monster refused to give up and forced the door open, determined to eat Boda. Boda's small strength couldn't stop it. The door burst open and nearly knocked him over. In that critical moment, Boda drove his sword hard through the door, piercing the monster's head. Then everything fell silent. It seemed the monster had escaped. Is it dead? Boda worried that even if it was, others could still come ashore and attack them anytime. He then walked around collecting broken bricks. He piled them against the door until the stack was high and no space remained. Boda was exhausted. He lay down to rest for a while, then realized Lita wasn't there. He jumped up in panic and searched for her. As he ran, he shouted, "Lutta, Lutta, where are you?" Fearing the worst, Boda rushed toward the opening ahead, Lita, Lita. But all his fear vanished when he saw little Lita standing safely, staring at the sea. He quickly warned her, "Lita, come here, stay away from the water." Lita stayed silent, and as Boda approached, she kept staring ahead without blinking. Boda looked. She pointed toward the distance. Boda looked where Lita pointed. Far away stood a man holding a sword, looking just like their father. Instead of joy, Boda's face turned pale with terror. It's still here, it's still alive. Is that thing? It's still alive. In Boda's mind, the distant figure came closer, revealing a mud-like humanoid with long tentacle-like arms. It had hollow pupil-less eyes and a mouth almost sealed at both corners. Before Boda could react, Lita climbed onto the boat and rowed toward it as he screamed, "Lita." The innocent girl beamed with joy. "Father has come back." Boda desperately shouted, "Come back now, that's not father." The clock struck 12:30. Every clock began shaking violently. Boda realized night was about to fall. It meant the monster's hunting time had arrived. It was here. He didn't hesitate for a second. He immediately dived into the water to bring his sister back. The clock grew louder and louder. While diving, Boda sensed movement and turned around. The sea monsters poured out from a cave within the ruins. They swam out in a massive swarm. They quickly caught the scent of humans. They charged straight at Boda, and he desperately swam toward the surface. Lita realized the danger and climbed onto Boda, but he despaired, "There are too many, I can't go back." This way, he pulled the boat toward a protruding section of the ruins. "Hurry, climb up," and he helped Lita up first. As he was about to climb up, a sea monster lunged from below, trying to bite his leg. But he pulled himself up just in time and escaped, while Lita screamed in terror, "Over there." The two siblings hugged each other in fear. It didn't stop there. Dozens of sea monsters surrounded them, waiting for a chance to attack. Boda felt almost helpless. The island is right there, but we can't reach it. They'll attack the moment we swim over. What do we do now? The impatient sea monsters slammed into the ruined outcrop with all their strength. The outcrop shook violently until the siblings could barely hold on. "It's about to collapse. They'll tear us apart." "It's over," Boda despaired, holding his sister tightly because there was nothing else he could do. Boda remembered his father's words, "Boda, I'll protect you both with my life. Take care of Lita for me." It was as if new strength filled him. Boda stood up with determination. "Dad risked his life to save us, so why am I giving up so easily? I have to protect Lita just like Dad did." Boda drew his sword. He waited for a sea monster to come close, then slashed it. The wounded sea monster fell back into the sea. "I did it." Boda had killed his first sea monster. But it wasn't that simple. Dozens more were still waiting behind them to devour them. Boda swiftly slashed at every sea monster that came near the two siblings. Every swing of his blade wounded them, but they wouldn't give up so easily. They rammed the rock the siblings stood on, knocking them off balance and sending them falling backward. Oh no. Just when death seemed certain, Boda regained his balance and leaped high, landing on a small nearby boat. While moving, Boda swung his sword and split a sea monster's head in two. The nearby sea monsters smelled the blood and changed targets. They no longer paid attention to the siblings. They tore apart the wounded sea monster until not a single bone remained. Boda and Lita were horrified by such brutality. They're eating each other, don't they care at all? Now Lita, Boda urged her onto the boat, and they both paddled with all their strength back toward the island. As he paddled, Boda kept looking back to check the situation. They're coming. After devouring their own kind, the monsters continued chasing Boda and Lita. After great effort, the two finally reached the shore. Boda quickly pulled Lita onto land. Boda and Lita ran deep into the building, but the monsters kept chasing them. Boda, they're coming, they're here already. Boda and Lita were terrified. Boda looked around for an escape route, then spotted a staircase leading upward. He pushed Lita up first while staying behind to hold off the sea monsters. Go, I'll destroy the stairs. Boda struck the stairs with all his strength using the sword, but every attempt to break the staircase was useless. No matter how much Boda slashed, the stairs remained intact because they were too thick. The sea monsters arrived. They followed the noise and found Boda's location. Then they charged straight at him. Boda panicked. He swung his sword even harder at the stairs. Break! Only a crack appeared before the monsters reached him. They grabbed onto the stairs and started climbing. Boda fearfully ran upward while Lutta reached out to help him. Hurry! Boda stretched toward Lutta. Suddenly, a sea monster lashed out and slashed Boda's back with its claws. Blood poured from the wound. At last, the wooden staircase could no longer bear the monster's weight and collapsed all at once. The sea monsters fell to the ground. They could only look up in frustration. Boda and Lita stood frozen with fear as they looked down at the monsters. But the monsters refused to give up. They all got up and clawed furiously at the wall, trying to climb up and reach their plump prey. They can't get up here. We made it. Boda lowered his head and silently thanked heaven. You're bleeding. Seeing blood on Boda's back, Lutta became worried, but he reassured her. I'm still okay. Then Boda opened the iron door and told Lita, stay here until sunrise. The iron door slowly opened. Standing before them was the same monster Boda had stabbed in the eye before, now twice its previous size, drooling greedily at the two siblings. Boda and Lita trembled, almost unable to move. Before they could react, the sea monster pinned Boda to the ground, sending his sword flying away. It opened its huge mouth, ready to swallow Boda whole. Boda could only lie there and scream. He could no longer save himself. Suddenly, the monster stopped eating him because Lita had picked up an iron rod and driven it into its eye without hesitation. Let go of my brother! The iron rod in Lita's hand was covered in the monster's blood, and she looked incredibly brave. Boda couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at Lita. With both eyes bleeding from the wounds, the sea monster flew into a rage. It wildly smashed everything around it. It even flung Boda aside. Terrified, Lita pressed herself against the wall. The sea monster's vision kept fading until all it could see was a thick blur. But its sense of smell was still extremely sharp, so it quickly tracked down Lita's location. It only sniffed twice. Then it found the little girl. The sea monster's sharp teeth came close to Lita's face as she trembled and called for her brother. Meanwhile, Boda shook a gasoline can to draw the monster's attention. Hearing the sound, Lita fearfully looked toward her brother. He banged loudly on the gasoline can and shouted without hesitation, I'm over here. The monster charged at him like lightning. Boda didn't dodge and shouted, then quickly threw the gasoline can into the monster's mouth. He swiftly kicked off and leaped aside. The monster lost control and crashed into the wall, shattering it. Boda was also thrown far away, but luckily he landed near the sword his father had left behind. Meanwhile, gasoline had spilled all around the monster. Boda grabbed the sword, charged forward, and shouted, die. Then he swung the sword with all his strength. The blade struck the broken iron bars, sending sparks flying. The sparks fell into the pools of gasoline. Then flames erupted and surrounded the sea monster. It let out agonizing screams. Boda quickly grabbed his sister, then ran to a ladder and said, Lita, see that ladder? We're almost there. As the siblings climbed, the burning monster accidentally struck a wooden crate, knocking a bomb into the blazing fire. Boda stared at the burning bomb in horror. After Lita climbed up, Boda hurried after her and shouted, Lita, get down, the bomb is about to explode. The bomb began burning and smoking. Covered in blood, Boda gritted his teeth and held his sister tightly as he ran. At last the bomb exploded. The monster let out its final scream as rocks shattered and the building collapsed. Boda held his sister tightly and leaped away. The building behind them crashed into the sea, sending huge waves upward. The surrounding monsters were crushed to death beneath the falling rubble. Suddenly, Lita slipped from her brother's arms. The deep sea swallowed everything as the boat and the building sank beneath layers of heavy debris. The blast knocked Boda off balance and heavy rocks slammed into him. The sea monster eggs beneath the building were crushed and damaged by the rubble. Countless eggs bled, turning the sea red as the monsters screamed in agony. Boda immediately grabbed his sister and hurriedly swam away from the monsters. At last the siblings surfaced and gasped for air. Reaching the shore, Boda thanked God that all those eggs had been destroyed. But then he wondered, what do we do now? The island had sunk because of the explosion. Suddenly a sound came from behind, making him spin around in shock. A monster's head emerged. Then another monster crawled toward the siblings. They thought the explosion had killed them all, but countless monsters were still rushing in from the sea. As they drew closer, the two siblings trembled and clung to each other in fear. One monster staggered forward. It slashed with its claws and leaped up. The monsters climbed onto the boat beside them, and Buddha swung his sword, shouting, "Stay back." They showed no fear and instead bit onto his blade. Their sharp fangs came inches from his face as they growled. The ones behind kept swarming up. Boda shouted, "Get back, this can't be happening." His fierce face was streaked with tears. "Help, I still want to live, I really don't want to die." Just as death seemed certain, a figure appeared in the distance. It was a white-haired girl with one eye covered, carrying a sword on her back as she approached. The two siblings stared wide-eyed. "Is that a human?" Her expression remained calm as she slowly approached. They finally saw her clearly and were certain she was truly human. Hearing Boda's voice, the monsters turned toward her, though one still stared at him and Lita. She activated her weapon, producing a loud sound. The sea monsters heard it and immediately rushed toward her. Fearless, she raised her weapon and kept activating it, and her arm bore the same tattoo as their father's. The two siblings stared in shock. A loud blast rang out as she raised her hand and fired at the monsters. A barrage of arrows shot out, wounding every sea monster charging at her. Some arrows also flew toward the two siblings. Boda hugged his sister and dodged, shielding her with his body so she wouldn't suffer even the slightest injury. He shouted spears. Staring at the girl, he couldn't help wondering who she was. Though wounded, the monsters still wouldn't stop. They kept advancing toward the girl. Some were smarter, swimming underwater instead of attacking from the surface. Buddha and his sister watched with wide eyes as the girl dealt with the monsters, unaware that another monster was charging from behind her. When they turned, its mouth was already right beside them. In a flash, Boda leaped aside to avoid its claws. Gritting his teeth, he gripped his father's sword with all his strength, pressed the activation switch, and slashed at the sea monster's mouth. Its eyes turned blood red with rage. Then its huge hand grabbed his sword, while its other hand rose to strike. Boda gasped in terror, "I'm done for this time." Suddenly, a volley of arrows shot in from afar and struck the monster. It collapsed before him, and he narrowly escaped death. Boda turned to look at the girl. She stood proudly, having already wiped out the monsters. She then made a quick move, causing her sword to slip free. Standing opposite her, Boda saw something behind her and shouted, "Behind you." The monster was enormous and had charged right up to her. Its claws slashed toward her. To dodge those claws, she dropped her weapon into the water. Though she avoided the attack, her arm was wounded. Blood poured from the injury. She raised her arm and saw the monster's claw marks. The monster smelled her blood and immediately surged up from below. Countless monsters rushed toward her. Without hesitation, she gripped the two blades on her back. She smoothly drew them and stood firm with confidence. Pushing off a broken plank with one foot, she leaped forward. She charged straight at the monsters with a slash. One fell. Then another had its head split in two by her swift strike. With so many monsters, she was forced into a dangerous situation. As she flipped upward, a sea monster's huge jaws nearly snapped at her head. She quickly spun and glided away. Her slash was so fast and powerful that only after she had slid several steps did blood burst from its body. Its body split into pieces. After killing one, she moved on to the rest. She rushed forward with a relentless flurry of slashes. The fearless sea monsters charged at her with their horrifying fangs. Boda stared in amazement as she fought. "She's incredible, she's killing the sea monsters." Her whole body moved gracefully as she glided through them, cutting them down with ease. She swiftly dashed toward the remaining sea monsters, determined to wipe them all out. She wasn't just killing them. She chopped them into pieces. Legs, necks, arms, and every other body part were severed. Chunks of flesh flew through the air. Blood sprayed everywhere, staining the sky red. Then they fell straight into the sea. The last remaining monster looked terrified after seeing its companions butchered, but she showed no mercy and immediately rushed in to finish it off. Boda and his sister hid behind the boat. They peeked over and watched the scene. Then they looked behind them. One of the slain monsters suddenly opened its huge mouth as they stepped closer to inspect it. The young woman immediately leaped up with a forward flip. Her blade pierced straight into the sea monster's head. Blood splattered across her face. Boda and Lita watched in complete astonishment. Clinging tightly to each other, they stared at her standing atop those monsters. When it was over, she looked back at the sea. Their corpses floated everywhere across the water. She raised a hand and wiped the blood from her face. Then she immediately sheathed her blades across her back. She stood firmly on the sea monster's back, looking toward the siblings. Although she had killed the monsters and saved them, her gaze still filled the siblings with fear. Who is she? Is she a bad person? Remembering how she had sliced the sea monster into pieces, she saved us so she might be a good person. But when she fired the harpoon gun, her face showed no emotion. Those harpoons are so dangerous, they could have hit Lita and me. He couldn't stop thinking, is she really a good person? Who is she? Is she an enemy or a friend? The girl said, these two children are lucky to meet a harpooner in this vast ocean. Though she was far away, he still heard the words harpooner, a harpooner. He remembered what his father had once told him. There are harpooners out there. Harpooners. Harpooners are warriors who fight sea monsters to protect their village. He suddenly understood, warriors who fight sea monsters. Holding his sister tightly, he looked at the weapon on her back, so she's a harpooner. With an expressionless face, she introduced herself as Kana and said she came from the Busan Union. Boda widened his eyes, the Busan Union. Suddenly, from far away, a horn sounded. As the sun slowly set, a ship appeared in the distance. Boda hugged his sister and looked that way, and Kana immediately turned to look too. What is that enormous thing? One shock after another left the siblings unable to understand what was happening. The ship slowly approached, with the word Busan written on its bow. Its bow cut through the waves as it surged forward. On top stood glowing structures that looked magnificent. The ship drew closer little by little, until it finally arrived. Right beside the siblings, they both looked up. Is that an island? But it was filled with modern equipment and the sounds of machines operating. It wasn't an island, it was a ship as huge as an island. The ship had now reached the monsters. Suddenly, bubbles rose from beneath the water, and the siblings hugged each other in fear. Then suddenly, a small submersible surfaced. The siblings could only stare with wide eyes. Kana let out a soft sigh. It finally arrived. The hatch opened and a hand reached out. A serious-looking young man raised his hand and said, "Hello, Kana." Kana replied, "You're too slow." Brune looked at her helplessly and said, "We're not slow, you're just too fast." The siblings stared in amazement. There was another person, as if they had never seen people before. The man slowly stepped out of the hatch. Then many more people climbed out, all bearing harpooner tattoos on their shoulders. Are they all human? They turned to look toward the ship. There were also many people on deck looking down at them. There were elderly people and young people, men, women, and even children. Boda still held Lita tightly, staring without blinking. He pointed upward, "Look, Lita." The two of them looked at Kana, then at Brune, then at everyone standing on the ship and exclaimed, "Look at all those people, that means we're finally safe." Tears welled up in Lita's eyes. Right, Boda? Unable to hold back his tears, he tightly hugged his sister. Choking up, he called out, "Dad, after everything we've been through, we finally found other people." Tears streamed down his face. "We've been saved, we made it through." Seeing the siblings crying, Kana couldn't help glancing at them. Suddenly, two people on the ship switched on powerful floodlights. They shone down on the pile of dead monsters and the three people below. Their eyes sparkled in the bright light. The spear throwers also approached Kana and the dead monsters. Kana shouted and pointed, "Make sure we can see every corner, don't let a single one escape." She raised her hand to her communicator and asked, "How is it, Dr. Foyd?" The person she called was diving below to inspect the area, and he replied, "There are no monsters left, they've all been eliminated." Below the water lay scattered rubble, concrete, and monster corpses. He continued, "The only things left are severed body parts." His eyes filled with tears. "You're so selfish, Kana. You should have left me at least one alive." The young man beside Kana smiled. "Kana never leaves a single sea monster alive." The man underwater replied, escaping the spear throwers only to face Kana instead. Looking at the ruins, he said, "If the building hadn't collapsed, we'd have been in trouble. Was it you who brought it down?" Kana lowered her gaze and denied it. "No, it wasn't me." Brune stepped forward to inspect one and said, "I've never seen such a terrifying sea monster. What is it?" "It's enormous, at least 50 meters long." Among those diving below, someone suddenly shouted, "Dr. Foyd, look at this." The people above received the signal as well. Then a voice from below said, "Is this Kentrasi?" Everyone underwater gathered around and examined the monster. It was the very monster Butta's father had killed. Brune was stunned. "You mean one of the 7 most terrifying sea monsters in these waters?" From below came the reply, "Definitely, I'm certain this is Kentrasi's corpse. It's far larger than the legend said. Did you kill it by yourself?" Kana silently gazed into the distance. Then she answered, "No, I didn't kill it." The man below was even more shocked than who did. Kana looked toward another monster. It still had Boda's father's sword lodged in its body. She examined the sword carefully, then turned back toward everyone, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Boda and Lita were overjoyed to have survived. Someone carrying a notebook and pen came over to question Boda and Lita. "So how long have you two been drifting?" Resting his hand on his hip, he looked at them and said, "Judging by your condition, maybe a year or even longer." With a pitiful expression, Boda replied, "I think, about 10 years." The man was shocked. 10 years? You survived in the sea for 10 years. Incredible. Then he smacked his own head with the notebook. "Do you think I'd actually write that down? Kids these days really look down on low-ranking officials. Boda's head throbbed from being hit repeatedly, and seeing her brother struck, Lita clenched her teeth in anger as the man continued, "Come on, tell the truth. I can't write false information here." Lutta had finally had enough and shoved the man away. "It's the truth, we're not lying." Pushed back, the man shouted, "How dare you yell at me? Do you even know who I am?" Kahali raised a finger and innocently replied, "I'm a low-ranking official." The chubby man was so angry he nearly burned with rage, gripping his pen so hard it pierced the stack of papers. Boda suddenly spoke up, "Our dad was with us." Hearing that, the man turned to look at him, but Bota immediately lowered his head, holding back tears. But not anymore. Tears kept falling as he continued, "The sea monsters took our dad away." Boda's words made the man believe him somewhat. He asked, "Really? So it's just the two of you now?" Looking at the two pitiful children, he said, "I'm Kiho Lee. I work at the refugee center. I'll watch over." He quickly corrected himself. "I mean, I'll take care of you too." He looked down at Lita, who was making silly faces, and said, "Ask me if you have any questions." Boda held his sister back to stop her fooling around, then pointed at the people standing near the monster and asked, "Who are they?" The man replied, "I guess this is your first time seeing spear bearers, isn't it?" Boda widened his eyes, "So they're all spear bearers." Looking at everyone working diligently, the man explained, "They protect humanity from the vicious sea monsters." Boda remembered the tattoo on his father's arm. Dad was one of them too. The tattoo on his arm was the symbol of the spear bearers. He gasped, so Dad was telling the truth. Looking at Kana, he realized it wasn't just a story, because Kana had the same tattoo on her arm as his father. The man said, "Kana, the one who saved you from those monsters, is someone truly special. Do you see the tattoos on her arm? She's one of the people with 3 stars." Boda asked, "What do 3 stars mean?" The man raised a finger and gently explained, "Spear bearers mark the number of sea monsters they've killed on their bodies. Each star represents 100 sea monsters. Countless spear bearers died before even earning a single star. That's why 3 stars are so remarkable. It means she has killed at least 300 sea monsters." Buddha looked up at him in confusion. Then would 6 stars mean at least 600 sea monsters? The man burst into laughter and waved his hand. 6 stars? Impossible. 4 stars is the highest anyone in the Busan spear bearers has ever reached. Boda couldn't believe it. If someone had 6 stars, wouldn't they be a legend? He remembered the tattoo on his father's arm. His father clearly had 6 stars. Kana and the scouting team walked past where the man and the 2 siblings were standing. The man waved and shouted, "They've been cleared to board. We can move the ships now." Understood, Kana. Kana looked at the 2 children in surprise. They stared back at her with wide eyes. She quietly turned away. The siblings looked at the blades on her back. Boda shouted loudly to call Kana. The scene shifted as a teammate wondered what kind of monster it had been, then recalled hearing about a monster that all the Busan spear bearer heroes had gone out to kill, only for every one of them to die. That monster was called Scudum. Brune said thoughtfully, "I heard all the Busan spear bearer heroes went out to kill it." Kana turned to him and said, "That Scudum crab still hasn't been killed." She remembered the monster crushing and devouring people one by one before returning after it had eaten its fill. Brune smirked, "Oh Kana, don't tell me you actually believed those refugee fairy tales." Kana replied with an expressionless face, "Those aren't fairy tales." Kana recalled memories from her childhood. She could only curl up in a corner as her mother shouted, "Kana, run." By then, her mother was already in the sea monster's mouth. Blood splattered everywhere, even onto the little girl's face. Her eye was injured as well. That's why she now wears an eye patch. But before that, she had witnessed it with both eyes. To them, humans were nothing but snacks to eat whenever they wished. The man beside her listened as she recalled her childhood. He remained silent. Brune thought to himself, maybe that's why Kana hates sea monsters so much. The sky grew darker. Then the older man called out, "Hey kids, we've arrived," and the 2 turned around with wide eyes. A gangway was lowered from the giant ship. The older man explained, "This is the main entrance and the gate of the Busan Union," as the small boat pulled alongside the giant ship. Seeing the brother helping his little sister, the older man reminded them, "Watch your step, kids." An elderly man handed them a box. "I packed the things you had left on the ship," and Boda smiled as he accepted it. "Thank you." The older man slowly led the children up and said, "We'll provide you with temporary housing for now." Boda's eyes widened. "A house? Does that mean we can live here?" He looked down at them. "If you want to live here peacefully, don't cause trouble. Otherwise, you'll be expelled during your trial stay." Lita excitedly called out, "Brother," he said, "we can stay here," and Boda smiled at her. "Thank goodness." Then the older man stroked his chin with a troubled look. He said, "Wait a bit, the area around here is very dangerous." After speaking, he looked at his hand and frowned. "My shift is almost over. I can't just leave without helping. Come with me to the market," and the siblings widened their eyes. The market. What's that? The older man froze for a moment, then smiled slyly. You'll find out when we get there, kid. The three walked deeper into the ship, where people below were inspecting it. Boda and Lita stared in amazement. It's so huge. His little sister smiled at him. Look, Boda, the ship isn't rocking at all. Boda looked at a crane lifting cargo. It kept lifting and lowering things. Under human control. Below, people were sorting through the scrap. Boda asked, do the people here also recover things from the ruins? He could smell metal in the air. The siblings looked everywhere as the older man warned, stay close or you'll get lost. Unable to contain his curiosity, Boda looked down. Engineers were operating machinery, inspecting the recovered items. The older man opened a door and said, we're here, and the two stepped out in astonishment. They were speechless. The place was packed with people. Having never seen such a crowd, the siblings stared wide-eyed. So many people. The market buzzed with voices, fresh fish, freshly caught fish. In another corner, an old man played his instrument with passion. Passing a food stall, the siblings began drooling. It looked so delicious. The older man ahead reminded them, what are you doing? Hurry up. Then he pointed to a shoemaker sitting before a pile of shoes. Here we are, and the shoemaker smiled, welcome. He pointed at the shoes and introduced them, 30 knots for 2 pairs of shoes. The old man frowned, 30 buttons, why are shoes so expensive? They're refugees, can't you lower the price? The shoe seller arrogantly turned away, do you think shoes grow on trees? You know I can't do that. The old man turned to Boda, do you have anything to trade? Boda immediately searched through his box. After rummaging for a while, he excitedly pulled out a watch. Here, a watch. The shopkeeper lazily pointed at the pile of watches behind him. Kid, look at all those discounted watches back there. Boda kept digging and pulled out plates and bottles of liquor. Suddenly, the shoe seller exclaimed, what's that? Is that a bottle of liquor? Boda looked at the bottle. The shopkeeper covered his mouth and said, fine, I'll trade it for 2 pairs of shoes. Boda's face instantly lit up. The old man beside him raised a hand to stop him. Wait, 1 bottle of liquor for 2 pairs of shoes? Damn it, and the shoe seller nervously asked, is there a problem? Then the old man suddenly shouted, hey, we've got liquor here. The shoe seller panicked. Hearing the shout, everyone turned around. Real liquor? No way, did he just say liquor? Then he held up the bottle. It's real liquor. How long has it been since we've seen genuine liquor? It's even got the original label. The crowd rushed over. I'll pay 300. Sell it to me for 500. The shoe seller shook his head helplessly. Boda was shocked when someone offered 1,000. Then everyone kept bidding. Move aside, I was here first. 1,200, 1,600. In the end, the siblings sold the bottle of liquor and bought 2 pairs of shoes, along with a pile of supplies. Later, as they walked along the ship's corridor, Boda looked at Lita. These people are so kind. They gave us so many things for 1 bottle of liquor. Looking at the food in her hands, she added, if we'd known, we shouldn't have poured the liquor into the sea. Boda smiled at her. We had no choice. Back then we needed rainwater more than liquor. The old man looked at them. The value of something changes with the situation. Never forget that. Then he stared at them seriously. The only thing you can trust here is money. Pointing at a room, he said, all right, this is where you'll stay. The 2 siblings peeked inside. Everything in the room was old and worn out. There were spider webs everywhere. Even the old man was startled. Isn't it a bit dirty? Hearing that, the 2 kids both exclaimed, then burst into laughter. Amazing, leaving the old man stunned. The 2 happily jumped onto a bed, shouting, it's a bed. Then they looked outside. There's even a window. Boda. The siblings curiously looked outside together. Lutta pointed outside in amazement. Look, the sky is glowing with sparkling lights. The old man frowned. What do you mean glowing? Then he told her, those are stars, and Lita curiously asked, what are stars? Boda gazed into the distance. So these are stars. The 2 siblings looked up at the sky, pitch black with countless sparkling lights. The stars reminded Boda of his father. When he once asked Dad, what are stars? His father gently explained, I forgot you've never seen stars because we're always below deck at night. A star is something so bright you can see it at night. I wish I could show you both how beautiful they are. As he looked at the sky, tears filled his eyes. They truly were beautiful. The night covered everything while the ship's lights sparkled beneath the stars. Outside the ship, 2 cranes were lifting something. It was being lifted from the sea. A man with glasses gasped, that's it, bring it up slowly. The crane cables strained as they pulled something upward. And it was the monster the 2 children's father had killed. The people below stared wide-eyed. It's enormous. Its entire body was covered in wounds. Brune gritted his teeth. It's definitely ugly. The long-haired man with glasses wiped away sweat. What a valuable specimen. My son, this is what the apex monsters of today's world look like. So this is Kentrasi, one of the 7 demons of the sea. He gazed into the distance. I wonder if I could fight this sea monster and still come back alive. The older man beside him said, Brune, is fighting sea monsters all you can think about right now? Humanity has ignored these sea monsters until now. We must uncover this sea monster's mysteries. He let out a laugh. And right now, all I want is to dissect it for the sake of humanity. His savage laughter made Brune beside him mutter, "Doctor." Then he turned away and wondered, where did Kana go? Inside a ship's cabin. Kana walked forward slowly. She stopped outside a room. She spoke up, "Professor, have you found anything?" He replied at once, "Kana, I've been waiting for you. I'll get straight to the point. This is a huge discovery." Kana nodded. "Are you sure?" He answered, "I'm certain." It turned out he was examining Bota's father's sword. "This is a spear-bearer's sword." Kana frowned. How could something this valuable end up here? She picked up the sword. She gently ran her hand over it. If this truly was a spear-bearer's sword, then its owner had to be that man. The man who killed the sea monster, the legendary 6-star spear-bearer, Manhwa. The man looked at her and asked, "What are you planning to do?" She turned and replied, "A brutal battle is coming soon." Then she thought of the 2 children. They can't stay here. The scene shifted to Bota, who was tucking a blanket around his sister. Then he looked out the window. For the first time in his life, he lay in a bed and looked at the stars. Everyone said he didn't need to worry because the spear-bearers with stars on their arms would protect this place, yet his eyes were filled with sadness. "But for some reason, I just can't fall asleep." At that moment, Kana was bathing in her room. She sat by the window, looked at her weapon, then gazed into the distant sky. Contrasi, one of the 7 strongest sea monsters, was dead. The wounds from its battle were clearly visible across its body. They showed just how brutal that battle had been. And then there was the owner of this sword. Did Tian really kill Kentrasi? Her eyes grew dim, but why and what was he protecting? Could it have been those 2 children? "Tian, were you protecting your family?" She quietly sniffled. Then she picked up her snow globe and gently shook it. The snowflakes inside drifted down as she thought. "Family, father, mother, and me. We were refugees living on the vast ocean." She and her family searched the seabed just to survive. Back then, 14-year-old Kana watched her parents rummage through the scrap. Father said, "This isn't junk, think of it as a treasure hunt." Suddenly he shouted, "Look." Then he pulled out a glass globe. He said, "It's almost brand new," and handed it to Kana. Kana looked at the globe and remembered the past. "I saw a whole new world inside that glass globe. It was beautiful. I think my ancestors once lived in a world like this." But she handed it back to her father. "I don't need it," and her parents asked, "Why not?" She turned away and said, "We can sell it to the Busan Union and earn money." Seeing how thoughtful she was, her mother comforted her. "Don't worry, this is a gift from father and me. Take good care of it." Hearing that, she happily accepted the gift. She wished she could live in a place like the one inside the globe. The refugees sold scrap metal to the Busan Union in exchange for daily necessities. "The giant ship I saw from afar was the object of longing for a young girl like me." Back then, she stood on her boat watching it, and there was even music. The people living there never had to worry about sea monsters or raging waves. Standing on her small boat, she gazed at the fleet and wished, "I want to live there." Every refugee dreamed of becoming an official citizen of the Busan Union. Meanwhile, her father pointed at a map inside the boat and told everyone, "We'll search here tomorrow." Life as a refugee was exhausting. There were countless accidents and injuries. People searching for relics were attacked by monsters. Many people died. One after another, they kept dying. Mother held father and cried, and the others did the same. Refugee life was truly cruel. She looked at everyone and wondered, why do we have to live like this? Father said, "We need to find a treasure." Holding his face, he said, "They promised to grant us citizenship if we found it." Mother sadly hugged her clothes. After hearing her parents talk, she wondered, will the Busan Union really buy it? But how could such a pile of wreckage ever contain a treasure? Led by her father, the group descended to the seabed and searched every corner. Someone suddenly shouted, "I found it. It's an ancient relic. We finally found it." Before them stood a huge round door marked with the letter M. This was the logo of Manhwa Industries. When they opened the door, all the items they had been searching for appeared inside. But they were covered in mud and rust. Everyone was overjoyed. "We found it." Then they slowly used equipment to lift the items out. Everyone embraced in celebration. "We did it." Kana looked at the pile of iron and asked, "This pile of metal is the treasure?" Her father slowly said, "This isn't just scrap metal. It's a deep-sea exploration unit invented by the ancient civilization to prepare for the world's submersion." He hugged Kana. "We're going to join the Busan Federation." Her mother happily added, "We can become citizens of the Busan Federation," and Kana stared in surprise. "We're going to live in the Busan Federation." She hugged both of her parents. "Does that mean we won't have to drift anymore?" Everyone around them was overjoyed because they would no longer have to fear the sea monsters. But life was never that easy. That was when the nightmare truly began. The sea monster arrived, taking everyone's lives in one of her eyes. It climbed onto the ship and tore people apart. The helpless people below could only scream for help. Mom couldn't escape it either. She could only scream, "Run, Kana." Then it ripped everyone there apart. Blood splattered everywhere. It sprayed all over her. Everyone fought back with all they had. Some attacked while others supported them, striking its legs, but it did nothing. It casually lifted one leg, then easily stomped down, crushing everyone beneath it. The survivors trembled in terror at the sight. The people farther away saw the monster climb onto the large ship and ordered, "Turn the boat around." The boatman refused. "My friends are still fighting there." But the man behind grabbed his shirt and shouted, "Idiot, once it kills them, we'll be next." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea monster aimed its claw at the small boat. The man who had tried to stop him stammered, "What is it doing?" The sea monster raised its claw and snapped it down, then fired a volley of spikes at the two men's small boat. The boat was riddled with holes and drifted helplessly at sea. "Come here." Father rushed to Kana, hugged her and said, "Come with me, Kana." They ran into a room and slammed the door shut. A crewman was inside too, but he was so terrified that he curled up in a corner. The emergency system announced, "Emergency, emergency." Father immediately called the Busan Federation. "Please respond. This is a refugee fleet. We're under attack by a giant sea monster. Please respond, Busan Federation," he pleaded desperately. "Please say something." The sea surface was surging violently. Far away on a small rock, a man was calmly fishing, chewing on an octopus tentacle. He turned to look, and it was none other than Bota and Lita's father. Seeing the distant ship, Bota's father looked utterly shocked. Back with Kana, her father kept trying to contact the Busan Federation. "Busan Federation, please come. We need help. We're under attack by sea monsters. Please send support." The man from earlier still sat there, hugging his head and trembling. As for the other two men's boat, both had already died from the sharp spikes fired by the sea monster. Seeing this, Butta's father wondered, sea monster. That monster was still relentlessly attacking the ship. Meanwhile, Kana's father refused to give up trying to reach the Busan Federation. Suddenly, a signal tone sounded. It shocked Kana and her father. A voice answered from the other end, "Busan Federation speaking, go ahead." Hearing the answer, the man beside him instinctively looked up. Then he rushed over, grabbed the radio from Kana's father, and shouted, "Please save us. We're under attack by a sea monster." "We need help," he cried as he begged. But the voice on the other end replied, "We are not responsible for protecting refugees." Hearing that, both Kana's father and the man were stunned. Kana's father quickly snatched back the radio and pleaded, "Please, there are children on board. Please at least save this little girl." He kept begging the person on the other end. But the only reply to his desperate plea was a cold, "We refuse." Those words struck Kana's mind hard. Refuse. Before cutting the signal, the operator added, "Good luck. This is Busan signing off." Hearing that, Kana's father shouted, "Don't hang up. We found the ruins from the Masuda factory." The moment he finished speaking, the sea monster's claw pierced the ship and struck inside. Watching her father get carried away, Kana could only scream, "Dad." She ran after him all the way outside. Seeing this, her father immediately shouted, "Kana, stay there." Kana was horrified but couldn't say another word. Seeing that, her father yelled again, "Stay there, Kana." Tears filled her eyes as she cried no. But nothing could stop the monster from crushing her father to death. Her father's blood splattered all over Kana's face. Kana remembered her parents again. Not long ago, they had held her close and played with her. Why did everything end up like this? Just as the monster turned its attention to Kana and attacked, she stood frozen, wondering, why did this happen to us? Just as the sea monster's massive claw came crashing down, it seemed Kana would surely die this time. But when she opened her eyes, she saw someone's arm wrapped around her. It was Bota's father, who looked at her and said, "Hey kid, don't give up on life so easily." Then he turned to the nearby man clutching his head and said, "Sir, I'm leaving the girl in your care. Please watch over her." Seeing Bota's father, the man stared in shock, trembling as he hugged his head and stammered, "Who are you?" Bota's father gripped the sword on his back, faced forward, and replied, "I'm Tian Ma, a harpooner from the Busan Federation." Looking at the polished sword carried by Tian Ma, the trademark weapon of a harpooner, the man finally realized, a harpooner's sword, while Kana beside him stared blankly at Tian Ma. She silently engraved his name in her mind, Tian Ma, a harpooner from the Busan Federation. "So you're the famous Tian." The man brightened as if he had escaped hell. "I thought you were going to leave us here to die." "Where are the other harpooners?" he asked while desperately looking around for hope. Tian Ma only answered him with a silent glance before quickly warning them, "This ship is about to sink. Escape on the lifeboats while I distract the monster." Hearing that, the man panicked again and widened his eyes. "No way. Did you come here alone?" Tian Ma gave no reply and calmly walked toward the gigantic sea monster. Sword in hand, he frowned as he faced the beast. Seeing its prey approach, the sea monster immediately raised its spiked claw to attack Tian Ma. Knowing its move, he raised his sword into a guard stance, thinking, "This won't be easy. I wonder if my sword can pierce its shell." The sea monster's claw came crashing down. At the same moment, Tian Ma's sword collided with it. The sword seemed unable to withstand the blow, yet it still cracked the monster's claw. Fragments shattered apart with sharp cracking sounds. The monster felt its flesh being pierced. It let out a painful scream. Then it pulled its massive body backward. Watching from behind, Kana was stunned, wondering if the sea monster was retreating. Tianma glared at the wounded beast and growled, "You've never faced prey like me before, have you?" At the same time, he looked around. Corpses were scattered across the rotten ship. Some were torn apart, while others died with their eyes still open, a truly cruel sight. Facing that scene, Tianma burned with rage. He thought, "Did you enjoy devouring everyone on this ship, you filthy bug?" Tianma's sword suddenly released powerful bursts of compressed gas. He charged forward in fury, shouting, "I'll crush you." With that, Tianma unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes across the sea monster's huge body. The sharp clangs of steel striking its flesh echoed through the air. A miracle was unfolding before the man and Kana. They couldn't believe one man could fight such a giant sea monster on equal footing, and Kana looked at Tianma with admiration. He wasn't injured, and he wasn't afraid at all. Piece by piece, the monster's armor shattered under Tianma's blade. Tianma frowned slightly and thought, "Good, it's working. I'll break its armor." Thinking that, Tianma gathered his strength again. He charged forward with overwhelming momentum, raising his sword. Then he struck the sea monster's body repeatedly. Watching the brave young man face that giant creature, Kana etched his image deep into her heart. She silently remembered his name, a monster hunter named Tianma. After unleashing countless storm-like slashes, Tianma finally hacked one of the sea monster's arms into pieces. Chunks of the monster's flesh crashed onto the old ship with loud thuds. Agonized by losing part of its body, the sea monster roared in pain. He cut off one of its legs, and the man and Kana rejoiced as hope returned. Tianma pulled a small canister from his sword. The small canister fell to the ground and bounced a few times. Then Tianma took out another similar canister and thought, "This is my last compressed gas canister. I have to end this fight quickly." The monster had completely lost control. It wildly swung its remaining legs, smashing them against the ship for no apparent reason. Tianma froze briefly as he watched the huge legs rise and fall. Then a large piece of the ship broke loose. The monster lifted it and slammed it onto the deck. Only then did Tianma realize it was trying to sink the ship. A second later, the sea monster hurled another piece of wreckage straight toward the man and Kana. The debris crashed down with a thunderous impact. Thick smoke billowed everywhere. Tianma was instantly enraged, gritting his teeth as he cursed, "Bastard, I'll kill you." Then he rushed at the hideous monster with all his speed. Near the man and Kana, the man was lucky to suffer only minor injuries and lay there gasping for breath. But Kana was different. She reached toward the man and weakly pleaded, "Uncle, save me, my leg hurts so much," because half her body was pinned beneath the wreckage and she couldn't escape. The man was still in shock, trembling all over and staring at her in fear. Then he turned and ran for his life. Behind him, Kana could only call out hopelessly as tears streamed down her face. Meanwhile, Tianma was still locked in battle with the sea monster. Blow after blow slashed through the air like a raging storm. Mixed with the rain pounding the old ship, the monster suddenly paused. Tianma stopped as well and let out a sigh of relief. He watched the monster without the slightest movement. Its body was covered in sword wounds. Tianma wondered why it had stopped attacking. Suddenly, the man rushed out from behind, shouting loudly and drawing Tianma's attention. He kept screaming, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Tianma suddenly realized what was happening. He stared at the monster with deep suspicion. The sea monster began moving step by step toward the man. Seeing this, Tianma could only shout helplessly, "Get down." The sea monster lunged with its sud-scud body and fired countless sharp spikes at the fleeing man. Even Tianma had to use his sword to block part of the deadly barrage. Then he crashed into a piece of the wrecked ship. But the other man was not so lucky, as spikes pierced all four of his limbs in an instant. Then he collapsed before Tianma's helpless eyes. Watching the man he had tried so hard to protect die before him, Tianma could only angrily pull the spike from his hand. "Damn it, it's my hand." Not only his hand, but his leg was badly injured as well. Seeing its prey unable to move, the monster seized the chance to attack Tianma. It raised one claw and struck at him. Knowing death was near, Tianma's survival instinct awakened. He sprang up and dodged the monster's attack. At the same time, he pulled out the spike from his leg and stabbed it into the monster's claw. But the spike in his hand sank even deeper. With no other choice, Tianma let it pierce completely through his hand. Then he spun through the air to evade the fatal blow. While airborne, Tianma gathered all his strength and turned, delivering a powerful slash into the sea monster with all his might. Its flesh burst open instantly, spraying horrifying streams of blue blood. But the massive monster gave Tianma no chance to continue. It whipped him with its tail, sending him tumbling across the deck as blood sprayed from his wounds. Tianma cried out in agony, then collapsed in exhaustion. Gasping for breath, he feared he could no longer stand. His stamina was completely drained. In the middle of his thoughts, the monster suddenly froze. Its entire body bled from the thousands of wounds Tianma had inflicted. It let out a weary roar. Foam kept pouring from its mouth. Tian Ma was no better, yet he still taunted it. You don't look so good yourself. Beneath the crimson sunset over the sea, blood still streamed down Tian Ma's face. At that moment, he and the sea monster were like evenly matched rivals, with only one allowed to survive. Suddenly, the sea monster began moving strangely. It let out a piercing scream and reared up. While Tian Ma still couldn't figure out what it was doing, it slowly began retreating. Then it leaped back into the sea, causing a massive splash. Tian Ma stared in confusion as the monster dove into the ocean. What? It left. Tian Ma looked down at the sea and let out a sigh of relief. Perhaps sea monsters hated sunlight so much that it spared his life. He walked into the cabin and asked Kana, "Are you all right?" Seeing her trapped, he helped her get free. Dawn had arrived over the open sea. Kana asked, "Did you kill it?" He replied, "No, it just left because it was full and the sun came up. I didn't kill it." Kana asked again, "It'll come back, won't it?" He couldn't answer for sure. He told her, "At least we lived to see a new day, didn't we?" Unlike the bright sunrise, she quietly replied, "I don't know. My parents were both killed by that thing." She broke down crying, filling the air with sorrow. Tian Ma felt no better because he knew how painful it was. As the sun rose, the Busan Federation harpooners arrived. "They didn't come to save us. They came to take the ruins." The old man said, "In exchange for the ruins, we'll give you a stable life. Sign here and you'll become a citizen of the Busan Federation." She had no choice but to sign and was welcomed into the Busan Federation as the only survivor who had lost her entire family. Yet she was also the only one welcomed for surviving. The harpooners were hailed as heroes of Busan, and the sea monster's claw was brought back by ship. The people admired its enormous size, praising the harpooners as Busan's heroes. They didn't care about those who had died. Refugees were never their concern. While walking, she overheard soldiers saying the refugees searched freely for citizenship, and who'd stuff thought they would find the Masada ruins. One soldier said the refugees killed yesterday had sent us a distress signal. "You know what I said? Of course I refused. Once they were all dead, we just came and took the ruins. Simple." The cruel truth struck her like lightning. The soldiers noticed her. She walked up to them, holding a shattered glass shell in her hand. She asked, "You waited for us to be slaughtered by that sea monster?" The old soldier stepped close and asked, "So you're the girl who survived that attack? How does it feel to trade your parents' lives for citizenship?" His words pierced her heart and shattered it. She screamed, "Die," and stabbed at him with the broken shell. He slapped her hard, sending her head crashing into the wall. He grabbed her by the throat and coldly said, "Refugees like you are nothing but savages. Remember this, resisting a harpooner is a crime." He pulled out a pair of handcuffs and shackled her hands. "I can execute you right here if I want. Let me teach you what our military law is. Spear enforcers are justice." Even kneeling before the spear enforcers, she still smiled with contempt. "You turned your backs when we begged for help, yet you call yourselves justice," and her words struck their conscience. They faced her. A spear enforcer kicked her in the stomach. She coughed up blood. All three of them repeatedly kicked her. One of them raised his fist to beat her, but a hand stopped him, making the other two stop and look. It was Tian Ma. Tian Ma stopped the spear enforcer, then beat them far worse than they had beaten Kana. "What the hell is this? You're beating an injured girl, you idiots." The spear enforcer stubbornly replied, "Tian Ma, you're obstructing officers on duty." "Officers, you call this duty?" The three loudly insisted it was. He crushed the iron rod in his hand. "Let me show you what happens when you break the law." Tian Ma's overwhelming presence terrified the three spear enforcers. "Let's go." Dohu were no match for him. As he turned away, he warned Tian Ma, "Don't cross the line. You're strong but still just a civilian. Keep that attitude and you'll end up as fish food." Tian Ma, though furious, he said nothing back. Instead, he turned and asked, "Are you all right, miss?" The two walked into the corridor for some air, and he told her this place was little different from the refugee ship, where the strong still oppressed the weak. The only difference was that here they fought people instead of sea monsters. To survive, you have to become stronger. She asked him, "How can I become a spear enforcer?" "You want to become a spear enforcer? It won't be easy because most applicants fail." She answered seriously, "I'll do it even if it kills me. I will become a spear enforcer no matter what. Then I'll kill every sea monster in this world." Her determined eyes and fierce smile left Tian Ma stunned, and in the end, she finally became a spear enforcer. From then on, they no longer distinguished between civilians and the upper class. Just as she had wanted to become a spear enforcer like Tian Ma, there was still a promise between them that I owe him. She wondered, did he send his children here? "Tian Ma, did you send those children here?" She vowed to protect them. Dawn slowly rose above the sea once again. The loudspeaker announced that the Busan Union was now safe from storms and sea monsters. "We chose to fulfill our duty to carry out the great plan of reviving the Busan Federation and lead us toward a brighter future." The crowd followed the foreman's orders. At the scrapyard, the noise was deafening, so the old driver couldn't hear what Boda was saying. Boda shouted that he wanted a job. The old man got out, looked him over, and said he was too young to give him work. "I'm sorry, this job is hard even for adults." Those words crushed Boda's hope. Maybe no one would hire him for heavy labor, so he crossed several names off his list. Maybe he should look for work that didn't require much strength. He tried several places, but all he got were rejections. Feeling discouraged, he suddenly heard someone cry, "Help me." It was a poor old beggar woman. "I haven't eaten all day, please help me." His compassion made him take out his last 2 coins and give them to her. He sat down and told her, "I haven't found a job yet, so this is all I can give. Once I get a job, I'll give you more." The old woman smiled kindly and said he was a good boy. "Take this as a token of my gratitude." Seeds symbolize hope, so they belong to a child like you rather than an old woman like me. He thanked her, then accepted the seeds and felt much better. Inside a small room, Lita and Boda counted their money. "We've spent half our money in just 1 week," Lita worried. "Does that mean we won't have grilled sardines anymore?" So Boda said he had to find a job immediately. Boda remembered the old man saying everyone here had to work and pay taxes. "If you can't pay, you'll be kicked out, so you'd better find a job soon." "I know, but no one will hire me, and we can't keep living like this." He told his little sister they could only eat grilled sardines once a day. She gloomily said it was because he wasted money on those strange seeds. She panicked because she couldn't give up grilled sardines and asked the low-ranking worker for help. As soon as they mentioned him, the old man arrived and asked Bota if he had found a job. Hearing that no one would hire him, the old man decided he had no choice but to step in. He asked Bota, "The job is a bit dangerous, do you still want it?" And Bota gladly agreed at once. At the lowest pumping level, the low-ranking worker brought Bota before a muscular old man. The old man was annoyed that he had brought a kid. "Since when do I hire children for this job? Bring me some other refugees." "Come on, boss, you'll eventually need workers his size too." Bota puffed himself up to look a little bigger. The worker defended him. "Look at those arms, they were made to be a pipe repairman." The muscular old man looked unimpressed, but he still decided to give Bota a chance. "Fine, I'll let you try," and Bota happily replied, "Thank you, sir." The low-ranking worker reminded him to work hard. He asked Bota what was most important here, and Bota answered immediately, "Money." Sea monsters may be the scariest thing underwater, but aboard the ship, poverty is even scarier. The Federation can protect people from storms and sea monsters, but not from poverty and disease, so never forget that. Bota wiped away his sweat and replied, "Yes, sir." The tough old man told him to get to work immediately, and Bota hurried off. Everyone in the workshop was working hard. While Bota was replacing a pipe, a sewage pipe suddenly burst, splashing foul-smelling waste all over Bota. The blueprint clearly never showed any sewage pipe here. The young worker told the boss these pipes were a mess and none of them fit. The boss only said, "Then make one fit, you idiot." Though he looked cold, he still took Bota to wash up. "We can't find matching parts for a ship over 100 years old anymore." Uncle Hwarong is a veteran who has done this job for over 40 years. So he knew a lot about the ship's history, and when Bota asked who built this giant ship, he replied, "Humans, back when they still lived on land. They could build ships far larger than this when the world was once a wonderful place. Then they failed to stop the comets from crashing down. Ice fragments kept falling after the comets struck the moon, and the sea level rose dramatically. As a result of 70 years of non-stop rain, the water kept rising higher and higher. So people decided to link their ships together, and they named it the Busan Federation, hoping to return to Busan someday. A worker joked this ship was older than Hwarong, and if they couldn't maintain it, it would eventually sink, but Hwarong replied he wasn't old and was still full of strength. Bota looked at the people around him, and realized it was thanks to their hard work, day after day, that he and Lita could keep living in the Busan Federation. He decided he would do his part too. Hwarong watched Bota working so diligently. As if lost in thought, Bota vowed the Busan Federation would never sink, because he would be part of it. Then he and Lita could stay here forever. Suddenly he noticed water reaching his feet. A pipe burst open, flooding the entire compartment. A mechanic reported to Hwarong that the third pipe had ruptured, causing the flooding. "What are you waiting for? Seal it now." "But it's too deep below, we'd have to remove all the pipes above first, and if we do that, even more water will pour out." Hwarong cursed in fury, "Idiot, who would fix it like that?" The man replied he was only following the instructions. The iron pipes began to rumble. Then, a pipe cracked and blasted everyone into the wall. The pipe split open even wider, making the situation worse. Meanwhile, Lita was happily heading home. She was excited because Bota would surely be surprised to see the place completely cleaned up. There was a knock at the door, and she thought it was her brother. She quickly ran to open it, but it turned out to be the 3 harpooners, the same ones who had beaten Kana that day. One of them bent down, patted her head, and said she looked just like her mother. Hearing that, she asked if he knew her mother. He replied that he knew her very well. Then he he revealed he was an old friend of her father, and his name was Dohu. Below the ship's deck, water kept pouring in. Everyone struggled to help each other escape. It would all be over if the water reached the engine room. I'll go into the pipe, hand me the tools. The mechanic told Hwarong that it was impossible, sir. You can't fit in there with a body that size, but he insisted on going. Boda suddenly had an idea. He grabbed the flashlight from Hwarong's hand, then firmly said, I can do it. The two stared at him as if it were a joke. Hwarong looked at him seriously and said, this isn't a job for a rookie like you. But besides me, who else can fit through that pipe? Ignoring Hwarong, he put on the diving goggles, then climbed down, following the pipe all the way. He finally reached a place full of pipes. He wondered which pipe to take when they weren't even connected. Above the deck, everyone panicked because they couldn't dive after him, but otherwise he would die. Hwarong gripped a wrench and told everyone to follow him inside the pipe, but still didn't know what to do. He only blamed himself for being useless. Suddenly he saw one pipe shaking violently. Above the deck, the repair crew pounded hard on the pipe to signal Boda. He realized they were guiding him, so he followed that pipe. Along the way, he paused to catch his breath. At the end, he found a metal grate completely blocked by debris. Boda pried it open, letting the debris wash away. Through the pipe, suddenly a boot slammed into his face, leaving him unable to breathe through his mouth and making him lose balance. Boda let go of the metal bar. The current swept him away with the debris. Boda was carried away by the floating debris. Above the deck, thanks to Boda clearing the pipe, the water finally receded. Hwarong grew worried because Boda was still missing after 12 minutes. Below the pipes, Boda had been swept far from the entrance. He could no longer hold his breath. His consciousness slowly faded. 18 minutes passed and Boda still hadn't appeared. Hwarong slammed the wrench against the pipe, shouting Boda's name. After 26 minutes, everyone knew something had gone wrong and tried to stop Hwarong, telling him to give up. Filled with guilt, he blamed himself for the boy's fate. The water in the pipe rippled as a head slowly emerged, leaving everyone staring in shock. Boda panted, his eyes bloodshot. He had been underwater for a full 30 minutes, but Hwarong only cared that he was alive and hugged him tightly. He pressed Boda's chest to force the water out of his lungs, then pinched his cheek, overjoyed that he had survived. How did you survive? You found an air pocket, didn't you? Yes, I would have died without it. Everyone gathered to congratulate him and thanked heaven he was alive. Hwarong told him that was exactly what he needed to join the team. Boda excitedly asked, so that means I got the job right? The old man answered, exactly. A worker sighed, what a relief. We've been helpless ever since Mickey died. The workers immediately smacked the loose-tongued guy for saying that. Hwarong told everyone to celebrate. Let's welcome our new teammate. Everyone was happy, especially Boda, who felt wonderful. Everyone was happy, especially Boda, who felt wonderful. As he walked, he thought Lita would be thrilled because he had found a job. Entering the rooms, he happily called out, Lita, I'm home. But Lita was sitting in a chair, staring at him lifelessly. Boda asked, are you hurt? And hurried toward his sister. She screamed, run, Boda. But it was too late as Daha stepped out of the shadows and punched him in the face. Holding a report with his father's name, the officer sneered, my heart skipped a beat when I saw your name. I'd never forget the eldest son of Tian Ma. Then he looked at Boda and kicked him as he lay on the floor, making him cry out in pain. The officer crouched, grabbed his hair, looked at his youthful face that resembled his father, and smiled. Your father died fighting monsters, didn't he? Pretending to regret it, he gave a chilling smile. Too bad, I wanted to kill him myself. Those words left Boda shocked and terrified. Before he could recover, the officer continued. Your father betrayed the Busan Federation, making Boda doubt everything, my father. Seeing Boda's expression, Lita screamed his name in fear. Wearing the face of a demon, the officer looked at the siblings and said, welcome back, child of a traitor. Boda was still too stunned to believe it. While he was distracted, a foot suddenly slammed into his face, pinning him against the wall. The officer looked down coldly and said, you dared come back on those legs, don't you think that's an insult? Seeing him beaten, Lita tried to run over, but the soldiers held her back. Boda struggled furiously and shouted, my father wasn't that kind of man. He was a true spearman who protected everyone. Protected everyone, ha ha ha, the officer laughed coldly. He slowly lowered his foot, stood over Boda and said, Leviathanan, the Purger, a legendary 6-star master spearman. I suppose he went out there and played the hero while wandering with you too. But listen carefully, there's one truth your father never wanted to mention. For 10 years, you never met another person and stayed at sea the entire time. Hearing that, Boda was shocked because he had once asked his father whether anyone else had survived. And his father had answered yes, but a vast ocean separates us from them. Remembering that now, Boda stared at the officer in shock and thought, it can't be. The officer grinned at Boda's expression and answered in a cold voice. He's been hiding from us, that's why you've all been living at sea. Hearing that, Boda found it even harder to believe that's impossible. The officer took off his glove, revealing a metal hand, then said, did he think we'd forget after 10 years? Looking at it, he recalled Tian Ma standing alone in a rain of blood with a single sword, slaughtering Busan Federation harpooners, and this hand had been severed in that battle, so he slowly told Boda about that day. That day, your father betrayed us, killed many Federation harpooners, and incited a riot that caused us heavy losses. Boda was stunned to learn his father had been a murderer. Held down by a soldier, Boda trembled as the officer slowly aimed his sharp metal hand at him and said, "Someone has to pay for your father's crimes." Boda couldn't think anymore, because that metal hand had grabbed his face. Its sharp claws dug into his flesh, tearing his skin until blood flowed. He trembled in fear, believing he might truly die here, as Lita screamed, "Stop." The officer froze. Before he could understand why, a piercing alarm sounded, "Sea monsters, sea monsters. All harpooners, report to your positions. We are under attack." Outside, chaos erupted as the warning sent people fleeing in every direction for shelter. One of the officer's subordinates rushed out and confirmed it was truly a sea monster attack, then hurried back to report. Offshore, 3 scout ships were racing forward at full speed. Massive waves rocked the ships under thunder and lightning, while a gigantic swarm of sea monsters surged forward like a raging tide. One man shouted, "Get ready. They'll reach the Busan Federation any minute now." The moment he finished, a huge wave slammed into the ship. 2 blue sea eels burst out of the water. A soldier gripped his weapon and roared, "They're here. Fight, fight, die!" The soldiers unleashed a storm of bullets at the sea eels, risking everything because they knew losing the initiative meant certain death. A violent impact shook the ship as a sea eel pierced straight through the hull from below, blasting the fighting soldiers away. A terrified scream rang out as a soldier was bitten and swallowed alive by the sea eel, his cries echoing across the stormy sea. Seeing this, every soldier trembled in fear, unable to move forward, for they were only human, and their enemies were not just sea eels but the endless ocean itself. On the upper deck, a soldier desperately fired a machine gun at the sea eel. He roared in fury, "Die," while pouring out bullets to save his comrades. Suddenly, thunder exploded overhead as a brilliant bolt of lightning split the sky, and another sea eel burst from the sea. It opened its huge mouth filled with razor-sharp fangs and bit the soldier to death, leaving everyone in despair because humans were far too small against these monsters, and the sea eels charged together once they sensed no threat. Their massive bodies easily punched through the ship's hull. One smashed into the bridge and attacked the helmsman and his crew. Below deck, countless civilians huddled together in terror. The screams and monstrous roars echoed everywhere, leaving everyone too frightened to even breathe loudly. Boom, boom, boom. At last, the ceiling above was smashed open with a huge hole. The people below looked up in horror. The hole was like a giant black pit ready to swallow everything. Suddenly, a gigantic blood-red eye peered inside, its deep, terrifying gaze sweeping across the crowd and making everyone shiver. Roaring, countless sea eel heads thrust through the hole as the people panicked and desperately searched for somewhere to hide. But there was nowhere left to escape, as their fate was sealed when the sea eels opened their blood-stained jaws and slaughtered everyone. The ship was dragged beneath the sea by dozens of sea eels, taking countless lives with it. Beside it were the other 2 ships. Everyone aboard trembled in terror, losing all will to fight because they knew they could never defeat these sea monsters, whispering, "The ship is sinking, oh no, we're going to die." They immediately turned their ships and fled. "Run, stay behind and you're dead." The fleeing ships drew the sea eels' attention, and after devouring the first ship, the entire swarm gave chase, churning the sea while the dark sky grew even darker because they were heading for the Busan Federation. On the Federation's side, warning alarms kept blaring as everyone prepared for battle. Back where Boda was, a soldier heard the non-stop alarms and said, "Captain Doohoo, we have to move now." The officer snorted and cursed, "Why now?" then put his gloves back on, furious that he couldn't kill his enemy despite standing right before him, but had to leave because of his mission. Before leaving, he gave the Boda siblings a cold stare and said, "I'll see you again soon, kid. I'll turn your life here into hell." After saying that, he laughed loudly and slammed the iron door shut, trapping the Boda siblings inside. Only after the iron door was firmly locked did Boda finally relax a little, while Lita hugged her brother tightly, trembling as she cried, "I'm so scared, Boda." He comforted his sister by patting her head, though he was just as frightened, thinking that man was far too dangerous and they had to escape quickly. Meanwhile, beneath the Busan Union, a scantily dressed woman carrying 2 swords on her back shouted, the scout ship is under attack by sea eels, everyone get into position. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers rushed to prepare while the Union's spear enforcers also took their position. Except for the two driving electric boats, everyone else rode motorized surfboards, and once the woman and her squad were ready, a soldier waved a flag after a 3-second countdown to signal departure. The launch system immediately activated and propelled the squad forward. The team consisted of 6 people under the woman's command. They quickly sped out into the open sea. As soon as they landed on the water, the woman gave her orders. "Brune, cover the ship while the rest flank with me." Everyone answered together, loud and clear, then charged ahead at full speed. "Move!" the woman shouted as she led the charge toward the sea eels, which looked like a massive tidal wave from afar. Yet they felt no fear because they were spear enforcers protecting humanity. Meanwhile, the 2 fleeing ships desperately fired back, but the sea eels had almost reached them. The people aboard had nearly lost hope when one man turned around. Seeing hope, he shouted, "Hold on a little longer, the spear enforcers are coming." The squad quickly closed in on the ship. One of the 2 electric boat pilots was a young man who reached into both sides of his boat and pulled out a pair of steel gauntlets. He stared at the sea eels without the slightest fear. He ignited the engine and leaped into the air. Like a god of war soaring from the boat, he charged straight at the sea eels as one giant eel roared and lunged at him. Boom! One devastating punch shook the sea and thundered across the sky. The giant sea eel was blasted clean through and exploded into countless pieces as blood sprayed everywhere. The young man landed on the ship beneath a rain of blood. Like a god of war, he looked at the sea eels and sneered, "First one." Several sea eels roared in fury and charged at him, but all they received was his scornful gaze. One of his hands trembled as 5 clawed spikes emerged. Each carried overwhelming destructive power as he punched toward the charging sea eels. Boom! The earth-shattering strike instantly smashed 4 sea eels apart. The sea roared violently as waves spread in every direction. Blood and flesh rained everywhere, dyeing the sea red as silence fell, leaving only the sound of wind and waves. After wiping out the sea eels, he calmly said, "5 now," and put away his weapon. Everyone stood speechless in shock before crying out, "My God, that's Brune team, and Kana is here too." The surviving civilians and soldiers rushed over to hug Brune, thanking him for saving them, but he pushed them back and shouted, "This place still isn't safe, everyone retreat now." As he spoke, his eyes fell on the green liquid on his hand, thinking it was monster fluid splashed from the dead creature. But strangely, the liquid was moving, and more of it was beneath the deck. It was spreading everywhere, seeming less like dead monster fluid and more like a living organism. Outside, Kana's squad desperately fired at the sea eels, but it was useless because they were too huge and too numerous. Worse still, their bodies secreted a strange slime that prevented the spears from reaching their flesh. Boom! A deafening crash rang out as Kana's squad panicked when the sea eels climbed onto one end of the ship, clearly trying to overturn it with their weight. Seeing the sea eels covered in green slime approaching, Brune turned and shouted, "Run, everyone, this place isn't safe anymore," and the others immediately retreated. Suddenly, a standing soldier noticed blue slime splattered all over him. Before he could react, a sea eel lunged out of the water. It opened its huge mouth full of fangs and its disgusting tongue, trying to swallow the soldier whole. 2 more eels charged in after it, making the soldier scream in terror. Just as death seemed certain, squad leader Kana appeared above, gliding over the monsters without changing her expression. She drew her twin swords as sharp flashes gleamed. She spun like a whirlwind, effortlessly slicing the 3 sea eels apart as their heads fell, then landed on the water and frowned at the blue slime spreading across the ship. On the ship, the soldier who had narrowly survived sat trembling on the deck, staring at the terrifying severed eel head with its eyes still open, gasping and backing away while repeating, "I'm safe. I'm safe." Brune rushed over to check on him and realized the sea eels were multiplying, protected by blue slime that made normal attacks nearly useless, and staying here any longer would endanger everyone else, so Kana said, "I'll lure them away. Keep everyone safe, Brune." She activated her board and sped away from the ship, reached into her side pouch and took out a glass vial containing a purple liquid, the serum Dr. Foyd had made for her. It stimulated monsters, drawing them toward its scent, though she wondered if it would work. After a few seconds of thought, she crushed the vial, letting the liquid flow over her hand and drip into the sea. A strange scent spread immediately, catching the sea eel's attention. Just as Kana had hoped, one eel turned around. Then the whole swarm followed, leaving the blue slime and charging straight at her. Seeing that they had taken the bait, she activated her wave board and sped away. Kana raced across the waves while the bloodthirsty sea eels roared behind her in pursuit. heading straight toward the distant Busan Federation. On the massive ship, faint clanking noises echoed from a pipe outside. A few seconds later, the pipe hatch burst open. Boda and Lita crawled out while trying to escape, and Lita screamed when she realized they were standing on a pipe hundreds of meters above the sea as Boda calmly told her not to look down. Using their small bodies, the two children slowly inched across the pipe, trembling because a single wrong step would send them plunging hundreds of meters into the sea. Boda reached the other side first and reassured his sister, "Reach out your hand just a little farther, give me your hand." Lita was so frightened that her face had turned pale, but she forced herself forward a few more steps, reached out, and threw herself into her brother's arms. Boda pulled her over safely, and Lita hugged his neck with relief as he smiled and said, "You can let go now." While they were celebrating their escape, loud cheers nearby caught their attention as a crowd by the railing shouted Kana's name. Lita immediately recognized it as the name of the person who had saved them before, so the siblings ran over to watch. Cheers for Kana echoed nonstop. Looking down, Boda was shocked to see her being chased by monsters and watched anxiously, unaware that everything was part of her plan. Below, Kana led the sea eels close to the ship, circled it, glanced around, and thought, "Not yet," before continuing. Suddenly, one sea eel leaped up to attack her. Kana was startled and quickly swerved aside. It was truly a close call, as another second slower would have cost her life. After accelerating for a while, Kana shouted, "Now do it!" Click, heavy guns immediately emerged from openings in the ship's hull. They unleashed streams of fire at the sea eel swarm. The blazing flames, burning at extreme temperatures, quickly set the sea ablaze. The sea eel's agonized screams echoed across the sky and sea. The sea eel's corpses gradually sank into the deep sea. The horrifying scene left everyone who witnessed it speechless. Boda stared wide-eyed at the three-star harpooner Kana. A blazing pillar of fire burned across the sea, and after a few seconds of silence, everyone in the Busan Federation erupted, wildly shouting Kana's name. She stood on her board, looking at the sea of flames. Her face remained expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with her. Soon the two ships and the squad returned, and Brune looked at Kana with a proud smile at his squad leader. She truly was a ruthless female warrior. The survivors aboard the ships kept thanking her and chanting Kana's name. Cheers for her echoed nonstop across the massive ship, as everyone watched Kana raise her sword in victory. It showed the hope of the Busan Federation's future. These warriors fought to protect their homeland with their lives, and she was one of them. But what about my father? Boda couldn't understand. The officer had said his father was a murderer who killed many people from the Federation. Yet he had also been a powerful warrior. Boda no longer knew what kind of man his father really was. "I don't know what to do anymore, Dad." The scene shifted back to where Boda and his sister had been imprisoned. The officer looked into the empty room. Seeing the water pipe had been pried open, he angrily ordered, "Find them, dead or alive, bring them back." While the soldiers searched everywhere, Boda, overwhelmed with confusion, wandered around holding his sister's hand because he had nowhere to go. As they walked, loud commotion rose behind them. Shouts of "move aside" made the narrow passage even noisier and more chaotic. Boda stopped to listen and was shocked to hear people saying the harpooners were searching for someone. Were they searching for him and his sister? As the voices drew closer, Boda anxiously grabbed Luta's hand and ran. They had to hide and could not let those people find them. He dragged her aimlessly through the crowd because he had no idea where to go. There was nowhere to hide on this enormous ship, but he knew he could never let himself get caught. So even though Lita cried that her hand hurt, he kept running desperately. Suddenly, two uniformed guards appeared ahead, forcing Boda to stop. Both siblings turned pale. He whispered, "Luta, let's act as normal as possible," trying to reassure himself they wouldn't notice. But then a guard shouted, "You there, come with me," nearly scaring Boda and Lita to death. Boda quickly turned and realized the one being taken wasn't him, but someone else. Curious onlookers crowded around, giving the siblings a place to hide while watching. In the middle, one guard dragged an elderly beggar woman while the other barked, "Be quiet and come with me," making her tremble as she struggled to stand. But she refused, saying, "I'm too tired, I can't go." Peeking from behind someone, Boda was shocked because he recognized the woman being arrested. He remembered meeting her when he first boarded the ship and giving her his last bit of money. The old woman smiled warmly. She handed him a seed and kindly said that seeds symbolize hope. She believed they belonged to a young person like him, not an old woman like herself. But he couldn't understand why she had been arrested or where the soldiers were taking her. "She hasn't paid taxes for 3 months. How pitiful. Are they really going to drive her away?" Hearing the two people ahead, he tugged one woman's sleeve and asked where the old woman was being taken, and she sadly replied that she would be exiled. They would put her on a raft and send her out to sea, but that was really a death sentence because everyone sent out there became monster bait. As the two were talking, A man stepped forward to stop the soldiers and pleaded, "Let me pay her taxes this month. Please let her go just this once." As someone stepped up, the crowd also began pleading for the old woman, causing an uproar. The two soldiers didn't know how to handle it. Then a loud shout silenced the noisy crowd. Hearing the familiar voice, Boda looked over and was shocked. The one who arrived was that officer, forcing him to quickly pull Lita behind him to hide. The officer glanced at the man and scoffed, "You're going to pay this old woman's taxes." The officer's icy stare made the man lower his head and nod. The officer nodded and sneered, "Are you trying to break the Busan Union's laws? Fine, we'll overlook it this time. But what about next month? Will you still pay for her? And the month after that, who will pay for her then?" The officer glared coldly and growled, "Do you think the Busan Union can survive while sheltering people who don't pay taxes? Answer me, who will fulfill this old woman's obligation?" Every word stabbed into the hearts of everyone present. Who could step forward? No one, because surviving was already hard enough. Helping a little was possible, but supporting someone completely was nearly impossible. Hiding behind, Buddha glared at the officer with clenched teeth. He recalled what his father had once said about the spear enforcers. They were powerful warriors who fought sea monsters to protect their homeland, not people chasing money. His father had proudly called himself a spear enforcer, and even showed the compass tattoo on his upper arm. "But Dad, you were wrong. The Busan Union you fought for has changed. And now I know what kind of man you truly were. You were definitely a good man." Outside, seeing no one else step forward, the soldier grabbed the old woman and shouted, "Get up." The frightened old woman cried as she clung to the soldier's arm, begging for more time, while everyone watched with pity. The officer merely sneered, looked around at the crowd, and shouted, "Never defy the Union. We survive storms and sea monsters because of the Busan Union." To everyone's shock, the soldiers coldly declared that the law existed to protect this place. "We spear enforcers are here for that." Then he ordered the soldiers to take the old beggar woman away. Hearing that, Boda froze in disbelief because he knew it was wrong. Unable to accept it, Boda clenched his fist, then shouted through gritted teeth, "Let her go, you liars." The spear enforcer looked slightly surprised, but then he gave Boda a sinister smile. The old beggar woman was also stunned, never expecting anyone, especially a child, to defend her. She still turned back and urged him to run away. But Boda ignored her and stared boldly at the spear enforcer, saying firmly, "My father said spear enforcers are ocean warriors who protect people." Hearing that, the spear enforcers frowned, thinking he was challenging them, but Boda continued, "Instead, you abuse people and drag them away, then throw an old woman into the sea and still call yourselves spear enforcers. Who would believe that?" Boda shouted in anger, shocking everyone there. The moment Boda finished speaking, the foreman threw a punch that knocked him to the ground. Kicking him repeatedly, he cursed, "Learn to know your place. You dare challenge me." He would never allow that because he was a foreman who had devoted his body and loyalty to the Federation. Liars slammed another kick into Boda's stomach and sneered, "Want to test your endurance?" The powerful kicks made Boda vomit blood. Everyone watched in horror, too terrified to speak up or stop him. Unlike their cowardice, Boda, though badly injured, still resisted and boldly declared that the four men were not the ones keeping this ship afloat. Boda had seen it clearly, as memories of everyone working tirelessly inside the ship flashed through his mind. Those memories drove him to speak the truth that the ship had survived until now because everyone had devoted themselves, not because the foreman deserved all the credit. Boda shouted like a madman because he had seen everything. The four men were not the ones protecting the people. It was the people carrying the Federation on their backs. Boda mocked the four men for hiding behind others and calling themselves strong, saying he only despised them. His words shocked not only the four men, but also enraged their leader. Furious, he stomped on Boda's head and insulted his father. Like father, like son, planning to follow in your father's footsteps. Hearing his father insulted, Boda firmly declared that his father had bravely protected everyone and could never have been a traitor. Grabbing Boda by the neck, liars lifted him and shouted, "Everyone here knows your father was a murderous traitor." Hearing that, everyone was stunned to learn Boda was Tian Ma's son. Seeing this, Lita jumped forward and clung to his arm, trying to pull him away, but a little girl's strength was nothing compared to Liar's. He violently threw Lita aside. That finally drove Boda into a rage. He somehow found new strength and unleashed a spinning kick, sending the man flying face first into the ground. The man clutched his face in fury, but couldn't strike back immediately. He instantly accused Boda of resisting and assaulting a foreman. As everyone, including Boda, watched in fear, He pulled out a gun and aimed it at Bota. Staring down the gun barrel, Bota's bruised face filled with despair and fear as he stood frozen, unable to resist. Seeing things had gone too far, the old beggar woman knelt and pleaded weakly for the foreman to spare the children, but her words meant nothing to Liars. His murderous eyes glared at Bota as he cursed, "Die." A gunshot rang out. Bota's eyes widened. Thinking he was about to die, he instead heard rapid slashes and metal clashing as a platinum-haired girl named Kana, with one eye covered, appeared and effortlessly cut down the bullet with her twin swords, saving Bota's life. After the flurry of slashes, Bota and Lita stared in disbelief at Kana's successful rescue, unable to believe they had survived. Only then did Bota calmly look at his savior and realize it was Kana. Everyone around them was equally shocked to see Kana there. Liars was no exception. He was stunned but quickly snapped coldly, "Have you lost your mind, Kana?" He demanded to know why she was there, saying she had just obstructed a superior carrying out official duties. Kana replied indifferently that Bota had done nothing wrong. Smirking mockingly, he said she always had a soft heart for refugees and should become a babysitter instead. Hearing those words, Kana simply lowered her eyes in silence. That only irritated Liars even more, and he kept pressing her. He asked grimly whether she had known from the start that Bota was Tian Ma's son. Kana looked him straight in the eyes, making it clear she had known all along. Instantly, he swung at her face, but a flash streaked by like lightning. But she blocked it first with her sword. Before he could react, she instantly spun around to counterattack, flashing her sword across his face, leaving a long cut across one cheek. Blood quickly poured from the wound, driving him into a rage as he cursed, "Kana, you bitch." They immediately clashed, their swords striking again and again with flashing sparks and sharp clangs, making the battle even fiercer, but Sun was no match for Kana. In just a few exchanges, he was already at a clear disadvantage, and the moment he lost focus, Kana instantly unleashed a powerful slash at him. The tremendous force blasted him backward before he could defend himself. Furious, he accused Kana of treason and ordered every sword-wielding harpooner to capture her, shocking everyone. A crowd of harpooners raised their swords and surrounded Kana. She simply lowered her head in silence. Seeing that, Liars smiled confidently, certain that no matter how strong she was, she couldn't overcome numbers. Suddenly, Kana pulled out a pistol and aimed it straight at him. He and his men stared in shock, never expecting her to draw a gun. Bang! Everyone immediately ducked and covered their heads. Fortunately, Kana had only shot the power switch. After the gunshot, the entire room was plunged into darkness, leaving the harpooners unable to locate Kana. Liars cursed under his breath, "Damn it," then immediately ordered every exit sealed and began searching for Kana. At one of the exits, a harpooner spotted Kana and shouted for her to surrender, but a kick instantly slammed into his face, knocking him unconscious, while behind Kana were Bota, Lita, and the old beggar woman. Kana coldly said, "If you want to live, stay close to me." Outside the compartment, two harpooners were already waiting, and Kana immediately drew her sword into a fighting stance. With only a few swift moves and one powerful kick, the harpooners were sent flying and collapsed on the ground. As Bota ran, he looked back thinking they had died, but Kana calmly said she had only knocked them unconscious. They wouldn't die. They quickly rushed toward the upper exit, but more harpooners and their leader spotted them. They immediately sounded the alarm and readied their harpoons so no one could escape. As Kana's group fled, a group led by the personnel manager, Jiho, called them over to hide in another room. The moment they entered, Jiho anxiously scolded Kana. "How could you do this? Do you realize the consequences?" But Kana truly had no other choice, so she quickly asked Jiho to protect the old beggar woman because she would leave her there, and said there was still some money in her room, asking him to use it to keep the old woman safe. Hearing that, the old woman was deeply moved and turned to Kana with tearful old eyes to thank her. Then she gently patted Bota's head. With tears in her eyes, she softly said, "You will survive, I'm sure of it." Hearing those words, Bota froze because no one had ever treated him so warmly. Bota never expected someone not to despise him, and the people there happily said his father had once saved their lives. Jiho also smiled and told him that although his father had broken the law, they were honored to protect his son Bota. Hearing those words, Bota was so moved that tears filled his eyes. But before they could thank her, the spear enforcers spotted them. Kana immediately pulled Bota and Lita away while Lord Kiho's group quickly hid inside a room. The liar behind them raised his gun and aimed it straight at Kana. The barrel locked onto her. He smiled to himself thinking, "You're finished this time." But before he could fire, a cargo sack was lifted by a crane right in front of them. It blocked the spear enforcer's view of Kana, allowing her to escape. At the same time, the crane operator quickly apologized, saying, "Sorry sir, that was my mistake." The spear enforcers knew he was only making excuses, so they could only curse helplessly "Do you have a death wish for blocking me?" Sensing something strange, Boda looked back at the crane cabin and saw the man smile. He realized everyone was helping them, and they didn't hate his father that much after all. Not only that, Boda also looked toward Kana, convinced that Kana was protecting them too, and he silently thanked her and everyone else. They kept running, but escape was difficult on such a ship because the spear enforcers had already found them. They took aim at Kana's group, and a rain of arrows came flying down. Boda thought he was about to be pierced by an arrow. He screamed in terror as Kana shielded Boda and Lita with her own body. Her entire body was covered with arrows. The spear enforcers above held their guns and shouted, "They're here, we've got her." Kana trembled under the arrows, and when Boda turned around, he was horrified, but Kana calmly told him not to panic. Boda looked at her with tearful eyes and asked why she would go this far for them. Then he lowered his head, crying and apologizing to Kana again and again. Kana quietly told Boda there was nothing to apologize for. She was only repaying an old debt. Boda froze and called her name through his tears. Kana recalled talking with Boda's father on the ship's deck as he gazed at the beautiful sky and soaring seagulls, telling her, "The weak are oppressed by the strong, and if you want to survive, you must become strong." Kana repeated those very words to Boda. "The weak are always oppressed by the strong, so if you want to survive now, you must become stronger." Hearing that, Boda nodded. Kana turned and stood up, using her small body to shield Boda and Lita. The spear enforcers approached, led by the liar who mocked her for being foolish. How could she possibly get them off this ship? Yet Kana still stood bravely before the spear enforcers with her sword drawn. The liar merely curled his lips into a mocking smile. Kana slowly stood with a dark gaze and silently spoke to Tian Ma in her heart. "I have always given everything to fulfill my duty. Do you think I've become strong enough to protect these children?" Then a mysterious red light enveloped her as her hair fluttered, and she gripped two swords. The sight shocked the spear enforcers. Kana's right eye blazed with fighting spirit. Kana stared straight at the spear enforcers with unwavering eyes. Seeing those eyes, the spear enforcers froze, and the liar cursed inwardly. "Damn Kana, how did this happen?" Kana called Boda and Lita by name and gave them orders. She said, "Kids, do you see the crane behind us? There's a small boat underneath it, and we'll use it to escape. Get there as fast as you can, I'll be there soon." Hearing Kana's instructions, Boda's group was surprised but quickly answered that they would get there as fast as possible. Boda immediately turned and pulled Lita toward the small boat without hesitation. Seeing this, Liars instantly ordered his men above not to let Boda and Lita escape. The two foremen above raised their guns and took aim. Just then a sharp whoosh rang out. Kana's sword flew up, pierced the upper walkway, and lodged between the two foremen, throwing them into panic. Kana leaped up from below and grabbed her sword. To the shock of the foremen below, she slashed straight through the wooden walkway where the two foremen were standing. Her sword strikes were powerful and razor-sharp, sending the two men crashing down. Kana flipped through the air. Wielding a sword in each hand, she struck down the two falling foremen and killed them instantly. The moment Kana landed below, she immediately dashed forward, ready to fight. The foreman saw Kana charging and quickly shouted, "She's coming." Holding his gun, Liars told his men, "Show her how law and justice are enforced and what traitors deserve." A storm of bullets flew toward her as Kana used a large wooden board as a shield, and kept advancing while the foreman fired wildly, ignoring the board in front of her. Seeing Kana getting closer despite the gunfire, Liars flew into a rage. He immediately drew his sword and slashed at the wooden board, splitting it in two, but when the pieces fell, the gunfire stopped and they panicked because Kana was no longer in front of them. Liars froze in shock, and then from above, Kana descended with a powerful spinning strike straight over his head. Boom, her sword came crashing down, forcing him to drop to one knee to block it. Taking the chance, the other foremen drew their swords and rushed at Kana. But with a single slash, she dropped dozens of them to their knees. Kana kept launching powerful attacks at them, leaving dozens of men unable to resist. Witnessing Kana's overwhelming strength, even the foremen were stunned into praising her. "She's incredibly strong." But they quickly realized the situation was turning against them as their comrades kept falling before her blade. Though furious, Liars only glared at Kana and mockingly said that since she merely knocked them out instead of killing them, she was weak, adding, "You don't even dare kill them. How can someone so weak protect the people?" Kana calmly replied, "Is that so? So that's really what you want." As she spoke, she drew the sword that summoned her divine power. A crimson aura surrounded Kana, making her look even more mysterious as she stared coldly at the foremen with killing intent. Those eyes filled them with fear, but Liars was still determined to kill her. He glared at Kana in anger and said, "Let's see how long you can keep showing off." Then he quickly swung his sword with a powerful slash at her. Seeing that, Kana immediately spun around. Her sword came crashing down, colliding with his in a deafening blast as sparks flew everywhere. They locked blades, the swords grinding together and creating a brilliant streak of light. But after fighting for so long and taking two arrows in her leg, Kana's stamina had dropped drastically. It seemed she could no longer withstand this attack. Kana lost her footing and could no longer keep her balance. Seeing her weaken, the harpooner Sane poured all his strength into his sword and blasted her backward. Watching Kana fall behind, he laughed wildly and shouted, "What's wrong, Kana? Is that all you've got?" But he was proven wrong instantly. Kana unleashed a lightning-fast slash at Liars, and he didn't realize he had been struck until she had already passed through him. Before he could even scream, blood burst from dozens of cuts across his body. Blood poured from his mouth as his bloodshot eyes widened. Then his body collapsed to its knees. Kana turned her back on him and coldly said, "Get up, didn't you say I couldn't protect the people?" Filled with hatred, Liars turned back, cursed her, and angrily screamed Kana's name. He couldn't accept losing to a woman and charged at Kana in a frenzy. Kana no longer wanted to waste time, so she spun around and unleashed a powerful slash. Their swords collided once again, sending blazing sparks across both blades in a dazzling flash. Outside the ship, heavy breathing echoed through the corridor. Buddha pulled Lutter along, running toward the place Kana had directed them without daring to stop. After running for a while, they suddenly stopped as Lita pointed at a machine on the ship and asked, "Is this the crane Kana mentioned?" At the same time, Lita looked down at the sea, spotted the small boat below, and happily shouted, "Boda, look." Then both of them joyfully cried, "Hurry, let's get down there." But before they could keep running, two spear enforcers holding swords appeared on both sides. One of them asked if they were Lita and Boda, but after taking a closer look, they recognized them immediately. They gritted their teeth and shouted, "Stop running and come with us." Boda glared at them through clenched teeth. Refusing to surrender, Boda lifted Lita with his small body, and though surprised, she quickly went along with him. Carrying Lita, Boda ran toward the ship's railing, then jumped without hesitation. The spear enforcers panicked and shouted, "Stop." But Boda and Lita had already leaped into the air. The two children wore terrified expressions, thinking they were about to fall into the sea. Fortunately, they landed on a large cargo container being lowered by the crane. Seeing that, the spear enforcers were furious and could only look down. Lita was so frightened she nearly cried because she hadn't expected it to be that dangerous, but Boda ignored the fear and happily said, "We did it." The spear enforcer above angrily cursed them as little rats, then quickly ordered another man to stop the crane immediately. Below, on the cargo container, Boda folded his arms proudly at their helplessness while Lita stuck out her tongue and mocked them. But they never expected the spear enforcer's next move to freeze them in fear. He immediately jumped from the deck onto the cargo container where they stood. He landed with a grim expression, leaving Boda and Lita frozen in place and breaking into cold sweats. Mocking their earlier attitude, he sneered, "You think you're something," as he slowly drew his sword. Just before swinging it down, he said, "Sorry, I'm only following orders." The moment he finished speaking, Boda and Lita stared at him with wide eyes and mouths hanging open in terror. On an old worn-out ship, wounded soldiers lay scattered across the deck, groaning nonstop. Looking at Dohu's severed, blood-soaked robotic arm on the floor, Kana's face remained completely emotionless. She stepped over the corpses toward Officer Dohu, who was badly wounded and barely breathing against the wall. Yet despite his blood-covered face and severed prosthetic arm, Dohu showed no fear or pain, only a fierce grin as he boldly said, "If you want, then kill me, Kana." Kana simply fell silent in thought. He suddenly burst into laughter and mocked Kana as an ungrateful traitor. "That's why refugees aren't worth pitying." Dohu continued, saying useless emotions like pity only make it harder to root out traitors like you and Tron. And if these seeds grow, they'll create chaos just like you're doing now. Kana showed no reaction to his accusations. Only when Dohu smugly said giving those kids to them was a mistake because he already knew about the ship she hid, and people were waiting there for them. Kana's eyes widened in shock as Dohu seemed utterly convinced Tian's children were already dead. She imagined Lita and Boda being killed by his subordinates on the crane platform. Dohu laughed viciously with excitement, saying he had finally wiped out the traitor's root and branch. Kana was overwhelmed with panic by his horrifying laughter. She immediately rushed toward the two children. Seeing that, Dohu laughed even louder and taunted, "Run, Kana, run before things get even worse." As Kana sprinted at full speed, she worried about Boda and Lita. Elsewhere, a soldier swung his sword straight at Boda, but the boy easily dodged the attack. The soldier couldn't hide his surprise. Seeing the boy's cautious eyes, he thought, "This kid dodges like a pro." The soldier attacked again, slashing across at Boda. Boda instantly ducked, then seized the chance to yank the cargo net hanging from the crane. The soldier lost his balance and fell into the sea. He thrashed in the water, surfaced angrily, and shouted, "Just wait till I catch you, brat, when I do." Suddenly he stopped speaking, his face filled with terror as he looked around. A pair of enormous blue eyes appeared beneath the water behind him. Then a monster with razor-sharp teeth burst from the sea, bit off half his body, and blood sprayed everywhere. Lita and Boda were stunned by the sight. The soldier screamed for help in sheer panic, but it was useless. The monster swallowed him whole and disappeared beneath the sea. But the monster didn't leave, instead circling the ship and the boat as if waiting for more prey. The two children were drenched in cold sweat, terrified of the sea monster, and Boda could only wonder what they should do now. Just then, a figure leaped down from above toward the two children. The landing created a powerful shockwave on the cargo suspended by the crane. Startled, Boda and Lita turned around and saw it was Kana. The two children happily ran toward her. Kana was relieved to see both Lita and Boda unharmed, and when the anxious Boda warned her about the sea monster below, she confidently said she could handle it. She looked down at the boat below. Just as Kana was about to jump, the battleship's cannon hatch suddenly opened, and a cannon extended out. Kana's face froze. Boda was equally horrified. Then a thunderous blast rang out. The massive explosion completely destroyed the small boat at sea, leaving Kana and the two children utterly shocked and terrified. Because that boat had been their only escape, the explosions kept roaring non-stop, forcing the three of them to cover their ears and lie flat on the cargo hanging from the crane. Dou's savage laughter echoed again. He shouted Kana's name and smugly said, "I called you out, where do you think you're escaping?" His face twisted into a grin like a black demon as he said, "I've always hated having you here." Beside Dohu stood a line of soldiers aiming their guns directly at Kana, Boda, and Lita. As Dohu ordered them to burn the three alive, Kana quickly hugged the two children and turned her back to the soldiers. Gunfire rang out nonstop, but instead of bullets, a rain of arrows shot toward Kana. She used her body as a shield, protecting Boda and Lita from getting hurt. Despite the pain, she never cried out, and all three fell into the sea. After the arrow storm, Kana, Boda, and Lita all sank deep beneath the sea. Watching the rippling water, Dohu smirked and muttered that the sea monsters would take care of their bodies. The three of them remained like that, their eyes closed as they slowly sank to the seabed. Just when it seemed everything was over, two round lights like giant bulbs suddenly appeared in the dark ocean depths. A massive object rushed toward the sinking trio, seeming like a sea monster to finish the battle, but it was actually a towering submarine. Inside sat a black-haired man with a buzz cut and a stern face named Brune. Beside him was a small person wearing an astronaut-like helmet marked with Chinese characters, both staring through the submarine's window as the helmeted person asked Brune if the burning ship above was part of the plan. Brune replied thoughtfully that he wasn't sure, but this was the only way to make them believe the three were dead. The submarine's lights shone on Kana, Boda, and Lita in the dark ocean before everything vanished into the bubbles. 4 years later, dawn slowly rose. Seagulls spread their wings and circled above the sea. At Oasis Port, with its bizarre architecture, a tower-like building patched together from many smaller houses stood in the middle of the harbor. The rocky shores around the port were covered with sharp iron spikes. At that moment, a sword was embedded in a large rock rising above the sea. The sword had a very unusual design. It also looked ancient and was covered in rust. Suddenly, a hand grabbed the hilt and pulled the sword free from the rock, then rested it on a shoulder. The young Boda had grown into a 17-year-old teenager, with a far more mature face and physique. At Oasis Port, ships filled every dock. Boda now began diving underwater, without any protective or support equipment. Boda thought they would never believe him if he was too weak. That had to be it, so he needed to find it as quickly as possible. Boda suddenly noticed an old iron door on the opposite side. He was certain it was in there. He used the sharp spearhead he had prepared beforehand to pry the door open. But then he suddenly noticed a red tilapia nearby. It looked like he had found tonight's dinner. Just then, a huge stream of bubbles suddenly rose behind him. A giant sea serpent emerged from below. Its sharp eyes were locked onto him. It was a venomous sea snake. It immediately opened its mouth, revealing razor-sharp fangs as it lunged to bite him. But fortunately, Boda dodged the attack just in time. Instead, this tilapia became its dinner. Thanks to this fish, he managed to survive this ordeal. Boda regained his composure and stared warily at the snake. Its fangs could kill him with a single touch, but this was the perfect chance to level up his skill. He smiled, then slowly pulled out a razor-sharp knife. "Come here, sweetheart." As he wished, the snake opened its mouth wide again. Then it lunged right toward him. Thick red blood instantly mixed into the water. At the same time, everyone at the harbor grew anxious. "He's still not back yet. Did something happen to him?" Just then, bubbles appeared on the water again. Boda surfaced. Everyone saw him carrying his spoils: a venomous sea snake and a fish, leaving them utterly stunned. The crowd gathered around the snake. Someone recognized it as the one that bit my son's leg, while others praised Boda for pulling off such a gutsy stunt. Boda grinned proudly, saying it was all thanks to his skill. Mao, annoyed by his confidence, warned him to calm down, saying he was taking a diving test, not hunting. He held out his hand and asked if Boda had touched the number plate. Boda searched his pocket and confidently said, "Number 301. I already took it." After searching for a while and finding nothing, Boda suddenly realized he had freaking left it down there. Seeing that, Mao mocked him again, saying he sure talked big, so why not go catch more fish? Boda had no comeback when a loud shout suddenly rang out. A huge relic had been found. Hearing the word treasure, Mao rushed off, and Boda's diving test ended there. Everyone at the harbor rushed toward the shout. It seemed Jocko Gusto's team had found some massive relics. Boda stood there confused, wondering what they meant by massive relics. Outside the harbor, a huge iron container had indeed been hauled up. Boda curled his lip in disdain, thinking it was just an old rusty box because he clearly knew nothing. That really is a treasure. Our ancestors made them to provide for future generations before the world was flooded. They stocked them with food, medicine, clothes, and other essentials. They are relics left by people from a century ago for future generations. Search team leader Jocko Gusto was surrounded by people praising the loot he had brought back, which was truly valuable. Just then, the guild president arrived. The guild president warmly shook Jocko Gusto's hand, congratulated him, and recognized him as a true explorer. Jocko Gusto smiled and said, "Thank you, guild president." So the rumors were true. Enormous relics really do lie beneath the ruins. Hearing that, everyone eagerly wanted to dive into the ruins and take all the equipment there. Boda could only stand there blankly, watching the crowd rush past. "This is getting intense. They seem really interested." The guild master recognized Boda. He asked if Boda had passed the test, but Mao smiled and teased that he was too weak to pass, while Boda gritted his teeth and insisted he had reached room 301, though no one believed him. Whether he got the room tag or passed the test, the man was certain Boda would be useful to their guild. The guild master laughed and said he was truly looking forward to it. He praised Boda. "You seem much more mature since coming here." Boda thanked the guild master sincerely. The old man smiled kindly and explained they never abandoned the lost. Explorers were always welcome, but they must keep searching for treasure for the sake of Oasis. The great port of Oasis was built atop layers of stacked buildings below, because relics can be found in every corner of the ruins. Oasis port is always supplied by the mines beneath it. Like a fortress, it is surrounded by defensive structures. Thanks to that, the people inside are always safe, and this area is also free of sea monsters. Rumors of enormous relics spread far and wide, attracting refugees from every sea, and they were among them. This place never discriminates against refugees. Oasis Port always welcomes explorers. Here, treasure belongs to whoever finds it. Everything is shared by everyone. The people here are also very welcoming. They always support explorers, unlike those who discriminate against refugees. He was in command, never allowing any refugee aboard his ship. The great port of Oasis is completely different. In Oasis, discovering an exclusive treasure can make someone rich. This is the capital of divers, so being able to dive deeper and longer like Vanla is a huge advantage. But Boda, you don't plan to stay a diver forever, do you? Mao looked at him and asked, "So what do you want to become instead?" Boda looked at him and firmly declared, "I'll become the Pirate King." The man scoffed, "There aren't even any sea monsters here, and you want to be a raider. Then how are you going to make a living? Just look at those guards. They can barely survive on that salary." But speaking of that, I once met another kid who ran away and claimed he wanted to become the Pirate King too. I think his name was Brune. Boda was surprised Brune came from here. Boda glanced at Mao, wondering why the two of them were together. Mao jokingly replied that they should throw a party to celebrate Boda's failure instead. Across from them, the beautiful Lita waved them over. Boda brought the fish to Lita. Mao wondered where Kana was. Lita glanced at Mao with a playful smile and replied, "I haven't seen her for a while." Hearing that, Mao frowned and complained, "She's not here." Lita glanced at Mao and said, "So you came just to see her?" Leaving Mao sitting outside in boredom, Boda walked into the house. Before opening the door, he announced that he was back. But the house was completely empty. He called for Kana, but no one appeared even though the cup on the table was still steaming. Seeing that, he reached for the iron rod. But unexpectedly, he was ambushed. With his sharp senses, Boda easily dodged the attack. It turned out Kana was the one attacking him. Boda raised his hand, about to say something. But Kana kept swinging the rod and charged at him. Boda was forced against the wall by Kana. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, "Are you only going to defend yourself?" Boda blushed and shouted, "We have guests." As soon as he finished speaking, Mao pushed the door open and called out to Kana. Hearing his voice, Kana immediately crouched down. Whether by accident or on purpose, it now looked like Boda was bullying Kana. Mao froze at the sight. Kana added fuel to the fire by pretending to be delighted by Mao's arrival. Mao's gaze slowly shifted to the iron rod in Boda's hand. Boda trembled while gripping the rod tightly. He was then punched with a flaming fist by Mao, who yelled, how could you bully your poor sister like that? Mao had thought he was a good kid, and Boda was beaten without even getting a chance to explain who the real victim was. Kana suddenly changed her expression and signaled Boda to stay quiet. He stared blankly at his sister. Then Mao grabbed Boda by the collar and shook him, swearing to teach him a lesson today. Meanwhile, beneath the sea, a group of ambitious explorers was searching for treasure. They had discovered a new ruin and were likely the first people to reach it. It was almost completely unexplored, but they ignored the cheap junk because it was just bulky, useless scrap. They complained that if only they had struck it rich like Jocko Gusto, they wouldn't have to work this hard. They started prying open a washing machine to see what was inside. Just then, one of the explorers was suddenly impaled by a huge spike. A mysterious diver was the one who did it. Tiho's blood splattered across the diving mask. Even more shocking, the mysterious diver's mask already had a large hole in it. Before they could ask who he was, the two of them were dragged away, then vanished into the water. The sky suddenly rumbled with thunder. The waves grew bigger and bigger. Little Lita was too frightened by the thunder to sleep. Kana looked at her and gently comforted her. "It's okay, Lita. It'll be better tomorrow." With teary eyes, the little girl softly told Kana she was scared and wanted to sleep with her tonight. Kana replied coldly, "But this bed is too small." Seeing Kana didn't refuse, Lita climbed onto the bed and hugged her tightly, saying there was enough room if they hugged like this, then put on a pitiful face. Dad always hugged her to sleep whenever there was a storm. Boda had heard this so many times he was sick of it, wondering when Lita would stop bringing up her father. Hearing that, Lita said nothing and silently teared up. Kana quietly looked at Lita with sorrowful eyes. After saying those words, Boda didn't feel good either. Lita hugged Kana tightly with her eyes closed, saying Kana felt just like an older sister. They ate together and slept together like a real family. Kana fell silent. A family. Were they really a family, as memories of the past surfaced in her mind? Since that day, she had only wanted to forget those beautiful memories of the past. Remembering them was truly painful. She wondered what it would be like to have a family. Kana turned to look at Lita. The little girl was already fast asleep. Kana gently stroked her head. The next morning, Kana and Boda went out again to train. Boda was ready to fight anywhere. It was a little too quiet here, but it was still fine. Kana found it strange. Was the silence really a problem? Boda explained loudly that he could never know how strong he was if all he did was train, because he wanted to prove himself. Kana widened her eyes, was proving himself what he truly wanted. Realizing he had misspoken, Boda fell silent. Without looking at him, Kana said many divers devoted their lives just to earn more stars. Honor, greed, and arrogance controlled them, and they always ended up dead. Never make the same mistake they did. In front of them, all the townspeople had gathered with curious expressions. It seemed everyone was terrified of the creature before them. "What is that?" Curious, Boda squeezed through the crowd to see what everyone was staring at. A worried man turned to him and said it must have been washed ashore by last night's storm. Kana stepped beside him and both stared in shock at the bizarre creature before them. It looked like a squid, but instead of tentacles, human body parts like arms and legs protruded from all over its body. Worse still, disgusting yellow fluid oozed from its body. Seeing its appearance, everyone murmured, "Are those human legs? Is it eating people?" A worried young man then whispered to the person beside him that the two divers from yesterday still hadn't returned. A burly man gripped a boar spear and stepped forward resolutely, saying whatever that thing was, they couldn't leave it there any longer. Cut it apart and throw it away. As soon as he said that, he did it himself, stabbing deep into the creature's body. Its human-like tentacles thrashed violently in pain. After struggling for a while, the creature tried to stand up and everyone quickly backed away in fear, shouting that it was still alive. Just then, the old guild master calmly walked over, and seeing him approach the strange creature, everyone broke into a cold sweat and warned, "Guild master, be careful." He calmly stepped forward, then drove his weapon down with all his strength into the creature's body. After one last violent struggle, finally, it died. Boda, terrified, stepped forward and asked the old guild master in shock, "Guild master, what is that?" "A sea monster." Covered in the creature's blood and slime, he calmly replied, "There are no sea monsters here, Boda. It's just a dead fish." As he spoke, a cold and unsettling look flashed across his eyes, leaving Boda and Kana frozen in silence. Meanwhile, Lita happily washed some towels, then hung them on a clothesline. She even hummed a little tune while working. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the water, making her turn to see what it was. Standing before her was someone wearing a diving suit, staring directly at Lita. The suit gave off such an eerie presence that it sent chills down her spine. After staring at each other for a moment, the person finally climbed ashore. Seeing his miserable condition, Lita gasped in shock. Heavy, exhausted breathing echoed from inside the diving suit. Less than 3 seconds later, he collapsed back into the water, then hurriedly removed his diving hood. The moment it came off, it revealed a man covered in wounds and blood, breathing heavily in utter exhaustion. The instant Lita recognized him, she panicked and rushed over. Mr. Mori, Mr. Mori. She ran to him, then hugged Mr. Mori tightly in fear and asked, "What's wrong, Mori?" Though utterly exhausted, he still struggled to call her name and speak his final words. He had barely managed to say Lita before coughing up blood repeatedly. Seeing this, she was so frightened that she screamed for help. "Mr. Mori, someone help. Please call someone." As she tried to run for help, Mr. Mori grabbed her. Summoning every bit of strength, he painfully forced out the words, "Run. They are." At that moment, his eyes widened, blood vessels bursting across them as he used his last strength to warn her, "The sea monsters. The sea monsters are here." After saying that, he lost consciousness completely. Seeing this, Lita screamed desperately, calling out, "Mr. Mori, Mr. Mori." Soon everyone gathered together. To discuss a battle plan, they argued fiercely without yielding, with some shouting they had to destroy the mining site because 2 people were already dead, while others protested, asking how they would survive, saying money was useless if everyone died. Meanwhile, Boda stood beside Lita and asked doubtfully if Mr. Mori had really said there were sea monsters, and she could only answer uncertainly that she thought she heard him say that. After the heated argument, the guild master finally slammed the table angrily and shouted, "Enough. As everyone knows, this place is completely within the safe zone and has no sea monster. That reminds me of the accident 3 years ago," and his face suddenly turned sorrowful. Everyone fell silent for a long moment. That incident. The old man continued, saying the divers claimed they had been attacked by sea monsters, causing widespread panic. But it turned out they had only fought each other over the massive relics. Hearing that, everyone was subtly manipulated into agreeing, blaming the sea monsters once again. They had become so greedy, they were willing to kill others for a bigger share. Then last year, rumors spread about sea monsters in Area B3. After stirring everyone's emotions, the guild chairman quickly denied the sea monsters' existence, claiming the divers had lied just to keep others away from their own territory, and the rumors simply continued. Everyone looked at each other and nodded, realizing they had avoided that area for a long time because of those stories. Based on what happened before, we can't blindly believe Mori's words and destroy the ore mine. Suddenly, a voice interrupted the chairman's baseless claims. Why would he lie? Those could have been his final words to warn everyone of the danger. Hearing someone challenge him, the chairman turned around in shock and saw Boda. Not only him, but Lita beside him also cut in anxiously, saying it was true. Uncle Mori was terrified, saying there really were sea monsters and telling us to run. Hearing that, everyone was shaken because Mori was never the type to lie. Seeing the situation turning against him, the chairman could only remain silent. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interrupted the argument. "Fine, I'll go down and check." Everyone was stunned and turned toward the speaker. The speaker was the explorer Jocko Gusto, and everyone was shocked to see him. "It's Jocko Gusto," he continued. "I can't abandon the precious relics left by our ancestors, so I'll go down and see whether sea monsters really exist." After hearing that, Lita hurried over and curiously asked Jocko Gusto, "But Uncle Jocko Gusto, what if there really are sea monsters like Uncle Mori said?" He quickly reassured Lita, looked toward the entrance and said, "Don't worry, little girl, we'll destroy them if they appear. After all, we're no different from spear warriors from the floating city." The short-haired woman with Jocko was named Sonia. The tall, muscular man beside them was Gongtia Park. After hearing those introductions, everyone was stunned. Elite warriors. Kana remained silent, without saying a word. Unlike Kana's calm expression, Boda stared at them in shock. They're spear warriors. Each of them had a tattoo on their upper arm, a circular spear emblem. The moment Boda saw the tattoo, he immediately realized, no way. They have no battlefield experience. Once the chairman realized who they were, he became overjoyed. Former spear warriors, that's reassuring. Jocko Gusto, please investigate this for Oasis's safety. After saying that, he hurried over and grabbed Jocko Gusto's arm as if they were close, while everyone else joined in, thanking Jocko Gusto. Standing behind them, Boda hesitated before finally speaking. "Let me go too." Seeing the determination on his face, Lita panicked. "Boda." The chairman also hurriedly tried to persuade him. "Boda, your courage is admirable, but are you sure?" Before the chairman could continue, Boda explained, "I'm not looking down on them, but isn't it better if more people go?" Jocko Gusto, standing beside him, immediately backed him up. "At the very least, he can help carry things, so I agree." After hearing he was going with them, Sonia quickly walked over, looked him up and down, then flashed a wicked grin, saying, "Hee hee, you're pretty cute. leaving him stunned. Before he could finish speaking, she suddenly licked his face and said, "Don't worry, sis will protect you." Kana and Lita stood nearby, terrified by what they had just witnessed, staring wide-eyed at them. As for Boda, he looked completely lifeless. Sensing the awkward silence, Gongtia reminded Sonya to stop teasing the kid, but she immediately argued back that she wasn't teasing him. She was serious. "Strangely enough, that kid seems perfect for me." Boda still hadn't recovered from what had happened and kept rubbing his face. After watching for a while, Gongtia couldn't understand why Sonya liked a kid who looked completely out of it, and Sonya only gave a sly smile, saying it was a woman's intuition. Seeing Boda's enthusiasm and determination, several others were moved and told Jocko they wanted to come too. "We've worked with Tiho for a long time, so at least let us bury him." Jocko smiled, agreed, and said the team was now complete and they would depart tomorrow. By morning, Jocko's group was fully prepared to leave. Boda was too, carrying a longsword, when Lita suddenly ran over to stop him, begging him not to go. What if there really is a sea monster? Hearing that only strengthened his resolve as he looked at Lita and said firmly, "That's exactly why I have to go. I can't miss this chance." But while he looked forward to the trip, Lita kept insisting he shouldn't go, asking if this opportunity was worth dying for. Kana appeared as well, dressed far more beautifully than usual, interrupting the tense conversation by asking if Boda really wanted to go, and he happily answered yes. Hearing his answer, Kana's eyes filled with an indescribable sadness. But after calming herself, she smiled brightly, said goodbye, and wished him luck, making Lita panic and shout, "Kana." Boda cheerfully waved goodbye to everyone, saying he would be back soon. The others then urged him to hurry up. "Come on, Boda, we have to leave now, okay?" After he left, Lita ran to Kana and demanded to know why she hadn't stopped him, but Kana sadly replied that she couldn't. At that moment, the submarine hatch quickly closed. He's searching for his own path. He's becoming an adult. The submarine then quickly descended into the deep sea. Everyone inside was so nervous they barely breathed, even though the tension was overwhelming. Sonya kept chatting while admiring his face, saying, "Wow, you're so toned. Do you work out?" Boda stayed silent in a corner, so Sonya moved even closer and said it was cramped and asked if she could sit on his lap, making him curse inwardly about what she was trying to do. "She's freaking terrifying, or is it because I'm just too damn handsome?" he thought, his face shrinking like he had been constipated for days. A man then broke the silence in the submarine by asking Jocko why an outsider like him was helping them so much. Jocko sighed sadly before telling everyone the whole story, that he once had a daughter. She died of hydrosis disease 6 years ago. Hearing that, Boda froze in shock. Hydrosis disease. Jocko continued that if they had possessed medicine like the ones found in yesterday's relics, he could have stopped the disease from spreading so quickly, leaving everyone horrified by his tragic past. He frowned, then firmly declared that they desperately needed the relics left by their ancestors, so they could never destroy the mineral deposit. While everyone was absorbed in his story, their submarine suddenly came to an abrupt stop. Seeing that, Gongtia turned back and told everyone, "The submersible only brings us this far, time to dive." Hearing that, everyone thoroughly checked their gear, leaving nothing behind. Once ready, everyone took their weapons and carefully headed out to investigate. "Stay close if you don't want to die." Boda was extremely nervous, constantly calming himself while breathing heavily from the tension. "Come on, Boda. Find the missing people and confirm whether the sea monster exists. That is the objective of this mission. Move out." On the shore, everyone closely watched Team Jocko's every move before reporting to the chairman. "Chairman, the search team has reached Sector D7. A thick-bearded man leaned close to the chairman and whispered, "What if they find that place?" Hearing that, the chairman quickly reassured him, "There's nothing to worry about. No one has ever made it out alive, so naturally no one can tell what is there." Meanwhile, the exploration team had already ventured deep inside. The surroundings were pitch black, sending chills down their spines. After walking for a while, they found a relic chest ahead. There was also a crowbar stuck into it. "That's his crowbar. That's his crowbar. Something must have happened here. Split into 2 teams and search the area. Gongtia and I will check the north." The moment she heard they were splitting up, Sonya excitedly jumped at Boda and declared that she and Boda would search the west. After seeing Sonya's outrageous behavior, he panicked and quickly begged, "Please spare me, sis." But there was no way she would let him off. "I'll check here for a while, we'll move afterward." After assigning their tasks, everyone quickly got to work, and Jocko ordered everyone to regroup here in 30 minutes, prompting everyone to reply in unison, "Understood." Meanwhile, Boda and Sonya slowly ventured deeper inside. He was so nervous that sweat covered his face as he muttered, "It's so hard to see in here. It feels like those sea monsters could appear from the darkness at any moment, haha." Every step is dangerous, come out already and I'll chop you all to pieces. Sonya glanced at him with an intrigued expression. Looking at the sword in his hand, she said, whoa, that's a cool sword. Is it a spirit sword? Where did you get it? But it looks a bit plain, wanna add some nice accessories. She reached behind her back to draw her own sword. But he quickly stopped her. SHH. Looking terrified, he asked Sonya, did you hear that? While he was panicking, Sonya still joked, you mean my lovely voice? Unable to hold back any longer, he snapped, ah, damn it, quit fooling around and listen. Even though she focused completely, she still couldn't hear anything unusual. I don't hear anything. Ignoring everything she said, he closed his eyes and listened carefully to the sounds around him. No, it's definitely the sound of dripping water. Sonya was stunned because they were underwater. Dripping water? Are you imagining things? How could you hear dripping water while we're underwater? Ignoring Sonya's doubts, he kept following his instincts. This way. Seeing him leave without waiting, she hurried after Boda. After searching for a while, they finally found the source of the sound. It starts here. What's here? Suddenly, he pointed the light in his hand straight overhead. Then both of them were stunned by the sight before them. The water's surface. After diving for a while, they finally surfaced. Then they quickly swam to shore. As Boda removed his hood, he said, you heard that right? And Sonya beside him quickly replied, creepy. The moment they took off their hoods, both were shocked, because this place looked just like the surface and they could breathe here. Suddenly, his expression turned to disbelief, because the scene before him looked like a giant abandoned dome. After seeing everything clearly, both exclaimed, there are places like this underwater. Just then, a noise startled them and they looked down. Countless human skulls lay beneath their feet. Boda's face instantly turned pale. Looking to the side, the skulls were piled so high they nearly formed a mountain. Seeing skulls scattered everywhere, both became terrified. Are those human skulls? What kind of cursed place is this? Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind them, making both spin around in alarm. A figure was slowly approaching them. Seeing this, Sonya bristled like an angry cat, pointed her weapon at the figure, and shouted, who's there? The two stood in tense silence, but the stranger slowly walked out without any fear. The mysterious man stepped into view wearing a diving suit. Seeing him, Boda assumed he was a survivor. After taking a few steps, the man suddenly collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing that, he hurried over to help him up. Are you okay? While he worried about the survivor, Sonya quickly called Jocko. Jocko, we found a survivor here. Understood, we're coming right away. After the call, she ran over and helped Boda carry the diver away. We need to get him a first aid kit. As he finished speaking, he was shocked when the man's huge hand slowly reached toward him. Then the man grabbed his face with tremendous force and lifted him into the air. It happened so fast he couldn't react. What is happening to me? Not only him, but Sonya was also stunned by the man's actions. With just a few moves, the man effortlessly hurled him over 10 meters away. Then he picked up a sword and, despite his deformed body, charged at Boda. Terrified, he quickly struggled back to his feet. As the sword came down, he dodged just in time. If he had reacted any slower, he'd already be dead. After escaping death, he quickly shouted, what are you doing? Stop. Before he could finish, Sonya immediately yelled, get lost. The man then swung his sword at Boda once again. Luckily, Sonya reacted quickly and slashed him, splitting his body clean in half. Blood splattered everywhere. After witnessing the horrifying scene, Boda backed away in terror. His face turned pale, unable to believe his eyes. Huh? Seeing his confused look, Sonya shouted, he's the bastard who killed his own teammates. Yet he started moving again, then transformed into a monster, covered with tentacles. They tightly wrapped around Sonya, trying to devour her alive. Terrified, she kept screaming for her father and mother, while Boda could only cry out desperately, Sonya. The monster's mouth was like a black hole, dripping with disgusting saliva. She was so terrified that she kept screaming. As she was being dragged toward the monster's mouth, Kaya. But fortunately, after just a few basic punches, Boda easily defeated the monster, causing it to fling Sonya away. Before he could catch his breath, the monster attacked again, so he shouted a warning, it's coming again. As the monster charged at him ferociously, he simply gripped his sword firmly, then thrust it straight into the monster's stomach, pinning its entire body to a pillar as blood dripped down. After the fight, he was so exhausted he kept gasping for air. Once they calmed down, they curiously approached the creature that had attacked them, and Sonya, seeing such a bizarre being for the first time, asked Boda, what is it? It's a sea monster. The moment he heard that, everything clicked. Thinking about it, he recalled the creature that the guild leader had killed a few days earlier, which seemed to have washed ashore. He finally realized the guild leader's strange behavior and cursed angrily, wait, was I tricked? He couldn't believe the guild leader had led him around by the nose like a fool. What the hell is going on? On a beautiful morning in a small seaside town, ships docked at the harbor while flocks of seagulls circled overhead. Inside a small restaurant, fish The rich aroma of freshly grilled fish rose steaming into the air. Lita, with her petite figure, smiled as she carried the delicious fish. Along with a few cups of water to the three guests, Lita warmly said, "Please enjoy," and everyone appreciated her kindness, thanking her together. "Thank you, Lita." With her bright smile and charming beauty, she replied, "Please let me know if you need anything." Her beauty and adorable charm naturally won everyone's heart, young and old alike. She was so pretty people could barely control their thoughts or words. "Why you?" the man stammered before blurting out, "I mean, you're really beautiful." The gray-haired elder beside him eagerly added, "You're becoming quite the young lady," as Lita had grown so much since they first met, and time had truly flown by. It's been 4 years, and thanks to her, this place feels brighter, warmer, and full of youthful energy, making everyone fond of Lita, the gray-haired elder thought. At the same time in the kitchen, a fresh red fish was split cleanly in half with a single chop. Kana remained completely expressionless as every slice was cut into perfectly even pieces. Her knife skills were so impressive that the owner could only stare in amazement. "I've used knives for years, but watching this girl swing one makes me think I've been doing it all wrong." Watching Kana use a knife would make even skilled chefs shiver. Those slices were thinner than 1 millimeter. "Oh, what are you doing to the fish?" the owner asked, and Kana calmly replied, "Cutting it." The owner stood speechless, sadly watching the fish slices being blown away by the wind. Helpless, he said, "Let me prepare the fish, you two just cook it," and Kana immediately answered, "All right," without changing her expression. Though the owner looked miserable, he thought Kana's knife skills were incredible, but her cooking was lacking, hoping she would improve with time as he sighed. The charcoal grill was ready. The moment the fish was placed on it, the flames flared up violently. The owner had barely felt the heat before the fish was completely charred, and Kana innocently asked, "Isn't fish better after it's cooked?" while watching it turn to ash. The owner panicked and shouted, "No, stop burning it, Kana." Amid the chaos, the sound of shattering glass snapped both the owner and Kana back to their senses. Curious, they looked toward the window. What was that? The owner wondered. Broken plates and spilled food were scattered everywhere. Lita had fallen into the mess, trembling in fear. Lita, the head chef, and Kana cried out worriedly. Lita ignored her pain and tearfully apologized, terrified that she had caused trouble. "I'm sorry." "I'm truly sorry, sir," but everyone shouted, "The dishes don't matter. Are you all right, Lita?" while she kept apologizing. Bang, a cup was slammed hard onto the table. "Hey, owner." A loud voice roared as the thug shouted, "That servant girl got my shoes dirty." He yelled, "What are you going to do about it? She has an ugly face and an ugly attitude." "Who is that?" the red-haired man asked, and the gray-haired elder replied, "The newcomer from yesterday who keeps bragging about being a former captain." Everyone was furious at the thug's rude behavior, but despite Lita and the head chef repeatedly apologizing, he showed no intention of letting it go. As Lita sobbed in fear, Kana stood up and pulled Lita behind her. "I'm very sorry, sir. I'll clean it up right away," Kana said calmly. Holding a cloth, Kana bent down to wipe the bald man's shoes. Kana kept wiping carefully. Only the bald man didn't, as his eyes wandered over Kana's stunning figure. His arrogant face slowly turned into a perverted grin as he muttered, "Oh wow." He leaned in, stroked Kana's face, and smiled with delight. He sat down, pulled Kana onto his lap, and sneered, "Why bother cleaning? Have a drink." Kana froze, unable to process what had happened. The bald man grew bolder, his shameless grin widening. "I'll let it slide, it's fine, hahaha, drink up." Kana was on the verge of snapping, but this fool clearly wanted a few more scars. The owner worried whether to save Kana or save the bald man's life. "Sir, please don't do this." Lita couldn't hide her fear, worrying Kana would stab that man if he kept it up. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from a table. "Take your hands off her!" Mao exploded with rage as everyone in the restaurant turned to watch, sensing a fierce fight. Mao pointed at the bald man and shouted, "Do you know whose body you're touching?" The bald man turned back with a scornful, murderous look. Mao shouted back, "Hey, let me teach you a lesson," his eyes blazing and teeth clenched. Provoked, the bald man crouched slightly and prepared to stand. Mao froze. Was he even human? The bald man was bigger than an ape, glaring as if ready to devour Mao. He sneered, skipping work but still looking for a lesson, kid. Facing Mao's challenge, the bald man cracked his knuckles and got ready while Kana stood speechless watching the two fools. As the crowd cheered, "Fight, come on, beat him," Mao awkwardly swallowed, sweat pouring down because he knew the man was twice his size. His chances of winning were slim, but he had already spoken for Kana and Min Nhi. He threw all his strength into a punch, charged forward, and roared, "Kana is under my protection, you bastard." The bald man stepped forward with a mocking grin. A slender hand quietly picked up a fork. Without hesitation, Kana stabbed the bald man in the side. The bleeding wound left him completely stunned. The stab distracted him, and Mao's punch landed cleanly. Blood poured from his nose, and his already crooked teeth nearly fell out. Just as he tried to strike back, the bald man was forced onto the defensive. Kana immediately rushed in and threw several punches. She swept his leg, sending him crashing backward. His head slammed into the edge of the table. Kana glared coldly at him. Mess with anyone but not my sister, and if you don't know your place, get lost. The bald man lay motionless with foam at his mouth. Covered in a few more scars, no one knew if he was still conscious. Everyone in the restaurant stood speechless. Did the fight even start? It all happened too fast. Even Mao couldn't believe that a single punch had defeated the man. The crowd erupted in cheers. Awesome Mao, one punch man, you're insanely badass bro. Amid the lively atmosphere, Mao proudly wore a smug expression. He had no idea that without Kana, he'd probably be the one lying there, and his passive ability had saved him, making him overjoyed. I knew I was freaking awesome. It's all thanks to Teacher Ba's training. He laughed loudly, flexed his muscles, and said, don't worry, Kana, I'll always protect you. Lost in his excitement, he suddenly realized Kana was gone, and when he looked back, the owner said she had left long ago. After showing off so much, the person he wanted to impress was gone, and Mao's face went blank. Outside, beneath blue skies and white clouds, seagulls called to each other as Lita sat beside Kana. Lita buried her face and sobbed, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, Kana, I was too worried about Boda. Kana looked at the little girl in silence, then gently patted her head. Comforting her softly, he'll be okay, Lita, Kana said with a warm smile. Lita sniffled and asked, really, still looking anxious. Kana kept gazing at Lita gently. She said Boda had trained nonstop all this time, enduring brutally harsh training until sweat poured down. Even when exhausted, Boda never stopped and never skipped a day of training, Kana said. Kana seemed indifferent, but she truly admired Boda's effort, saying, I always tell him to stop being a coward, but more than anyone, I know Boda is a genius. At that very moment, Boda finished off the monster, covered in tentacles, and Kana praised him as better than anyone. Boda drove his sword into the monster one last time, killing it completely. He thought to himself that he had done it. Such an easy job couldn't possibly stop me. His countless hours of relentless sword training had finally paid off. Boda secretly rejoiced that his training hadn't been wasted. I can hunt on my own now, Boda resolved. In a devastated place littered with hundreds of skulls, Boda still held his sharp iron sword as he stared at the cooling corpse of the mangled monster, while the officers beside him were both shocked and deeply concerned by his ability. One of them wondered what kind of monster it was, as the huge headless creature covered in tentacles looked terrifying, and Jocko, drenched in cold sweat, questioned whether all those skulls were its victims. Then Gongti asked suspiciously, it can't be human, so what kind of monster is this? Looking worried, Gongti turned to Boda and asked coldly, kid, did you kill it? Leaving Boda stunned. Gongti warned, you'll regret it if you lie, and Boda looked at the man in shock and fear because he didn't want to bring up what had happened. As the tension rose, a woman's voice shattered the silence. Stop it, he saved my life, Sonia said. Jocko looked at her worriedly and asked, Sonia, was there only one? Sonia hurriedly replied, I don't know, it came from over there. She pointed toward where the monster had appeared, and the two of them shined their lights in that direction. Inside the water pipe, Jocko was still doubtful and asked, a water pipe, you think the sound came from in there? Sonia replied. Jocko's face darkened with fear, but there was no other choice. Running won't help, let's check it out. He gave the order, move, and the team entered the pipe with water up to their knees. The narrow, pitch-black passage was enough to make everyone uneasy. Every step became heavier than the last. As the space widened, so did their anxiety. Everyone swept their lights around while Jocko muttered in amazement. Incredible. I can't believe there's an entire system beneath the sea. Such a well-built structure couldn't have appeared on its own. What is this place? Gongtia asked while looking around suspiciously. Jocko wondered why such a massive system had been built here. There had to be a reason. He pondered silently as Boda became frightened by the vast space before him. It was far larger than he had imagined. The endless darkness ahead hid whatever awaited them. Where could this place possibly lie? He worried. Suddenly, a noise rippled across the water as a tentacle slowly crept toward them. Boda's sharp instincts reacted. Boda's sharp instincts reacted. Is something there? His expression darkened when a teammate suddenly shouted, interrupting his thoughts, look at this. Huge relics and countless safes floated across the water. One man curiously stepped closer to inspect them. There were so many. As he slowly approached, Jocko stopped him and pushed him back. Don't get carried away, inspect them first. They checked each safe one by one and found every lid had already been pried open. They were all empty inside. While everyone was still discussing it, a voice echoed from not far away, you You won't believe this. The whole team slowly walked over. A completely different sight left everyone stunned. We've hit the jackpot. It couldn't be. Their lights revealed a mountain of relics, leaving the entire team speechless. Are all the relics here? One of them exclaimed. A slick-haired man excitedly rushed over and found they were all untouched. They're all intact, he shouted with joy. After staring for a while, Jocko seemed to realize something. I get it. This was the shelter our ancestors built to prepare for the disaster. Then they all left, leaving everything behind. Hundreds of relics had remained neatly arranged here all this time. Ever since their ancestors departed, this shelter had remained untouched, and Jocko declared, every relic we've found came from here. While everyone celebrated the treasure they had discovered, some even shouted, we're rich. Only Boda stayed silent. He felt something was terribly wrong. Boda nervously looked around, searching for anything unusual. Then he was horrified to discover hundreds of writhing tentacles above them. The divers had been swallowed by those horrifying creatures. Boda trembled in fear as his face turned pale and he shouted, get away from there now. Boda's voice drew everyone's attention. Right above them was a mass of monsters. They could wake up at any moment. Divers' corpses were crammed inside the monster's body. Their flesh had likely been devoured by the monster. Only their diving suits remained. The horrifying sight left everyone pale with fear, making the atmosphere even more tense. Jocko was stunned with both grief and fear as he wondered if they were the missing divers. Boda fell silent for a long moment, then suddenly remembered something. I've seen this before, making Jocko glance at him in confusion. Childhood memories flashed back as giant egg sacs packed the deep seafloor, surrounding him just like before. Returning to reality, he firmly declared, this is their nest. His words shocked the blue-haired woman and the man in the red cap. A nest. Those same words also terrified the other two men. Jocko reassured everyone and told them to look carefully. Looking closely at the monster, they saw the whole group was still motionless. They were still hibernating, the soldier confirmed, urging everyone to leave immediately with a grave expression. The team obeyed and began leaving the dangerous area. Then one man accidentally struck his gun against a relic, producing a faint metallic clang. But it was enough to wake the monster, and the outcome they feared began as it started moving. Everyone froze in place. The monster's slightest movement was enough to turn everyone's faces pale. The man in the red cap warned everyone not to make loud noises because they could wake the monster and endanger the entire team, and everyone agreed, all right, let's go. The soldier gave the order and led the team onward. Boda grew even more uneasy, wondering what had happened here. Still scanning for clues, Boda wondered if no one knew the truth, or if everyone who had ever come here had died, since no life remained, only treasure and the hibernating monster's nesting ground. A sound caught Boda's and the leader's attention. The team turned their guns and opened fire toward the source of the noise. A monster. A huge tentacle slowly rose from the water with a relic chest strapped to its back. Boda was frightened but had already prepared to fight. The light shone across the monster's body. It seemed a battle was about to begin. But the monster ignored them, carrying the relic chest on its back as it entered a water pipe. Boda and Sonya stood frozen in disbelief. What is that? Boda asked in confusion. One man trembled in fear, cold sweat covering his body. It's a monster, we're doomed, he stammered, while Jocko tried to calm him despite being just as shaken. He wasn't calm at all. He panicked even more as a tentacle silently crept beneath his feet, and then he stepped on it. In an instant, the tentacle wrapped around his ankle. It yanked him down into the water, and the loud splash startled the whole team. The huge, hideous sea monster quickly lifted him into the air, right before Jocko and Boda's stunned eyes. Its tentacles wrapped around the long-haired man's entire body, then slowly dragged him into its mouth and devoured him alive. Blood sprayed everywhere. It crushed and chewed him with its razor-sharp teeth. Witnessing the horrifying scene, Jocko and Boda couldn't help but burn with anger. It seemed to hear them and slowly turned toward them. Its jaws opened wide, with the victim's blood still dripping. Has it awakened? Damn it! Sonya shouted as the sea monster charged toward them, its massive tentacles slamming the water and sending sprays everywhere. It's coming! The whole team aimed their guns at the monster. A barrage of bullets tore through its flesh, and the pain made it roar. The distance between it and the group kept shrinking. Its sharp teeth were now dangerously close to Boda. Then Gongti rushed in from afar and slammed into it. The devastating blow sent it flying as blood poured out. Gongti calmly stared at it with a cold expression. It struggled before letting out one final roar. All the monsters above reacted, as if answering their companion's call. They opened their mouths, raised their tentacles, and prepared to swallow the entire group. Gongti cried out in shock, they've awakened. Realizing disaster had struck, Jocko ordered everyone to retreat. One after another, the monsters dropped from above into the water. One landed directly on a team member. The sound of splashing echoed everywhere. Boda slowly opened his stinging eyes and looked around. The monsters had surrounded the entire team, leaving no escape. They slowly stood up before the towering tentacled monsters. Boda's eyes burned with determination. Childhood memories came flooding back as the sea monster with its gaping jaws approached Boda and Lita again. But he was no longer that little boy. "I'm not that weak kid anymore," as he gripped his blade tightly. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. With a murderous glare, he growled, "I'll chop you to pieces." The tentacled monsters crawled toward their group. The 5 of them stood back to back. It seemed the enemy had long prepared for this attack, as noises echoed from every direction, putting everyone on high alert. Mr. Mori began trembling, saying there were too many sea monsters and they were coming from every direction. Realizing the attack had begun, Gongtia shouted for Sonya to cover the rear, and she immediately acknowledged. Without hesitation, Gongtia drew his iron mace. At the same time, Sonya readied herself with her long blade. With a loud splash, the tentacled monster burst from the water. Sonya shouted, "It hit." Gongtia roared and brought his iron mace crashing down. The blow made the tentacled monster stagger. Meanwhile, Mr. Mori and Jocko kept firing at the sea monsters. Bullet after bullet tore into the monster's body, spraying blood as it writhed in pain. Sonya then swung again, slashing hard at the monster's tentacle, trying to cut it clean in half. But meanwhile, on the other side, Gongtia's iron mace was caught by one of the monster's massive tentacles. It quickly coiled around his body, trying to crush and devour him. Gongtia instantly panicked. Sonya also cried out in shock, calling his name. Agony was written all over Gongtia's face as the monster squeezed him with its grotesque tentacles. Suddenly, a blade flashed through the air and sliced into the tentacles, crushing Gongtia. That decisive slash came from Boda. The deep cut made the sea monster writhe in pain and release Gongtia, sending him falling from above. Boda's actions left Sonya stunned, as well as Mr. Mori and Jocko. They stood frozen with mouths wide open as Boda gripped his blade and relentlessly hacked at the huge, terrifying tentacled monster without the slightest fear. Severed tentacles splashed into the water, spraying mud all over Sonya and Jocko. Boda seemed tireless as he charged at the terrifying monster once again. With every slash, the beast was cut apart piece by piece until almost nothing remained. Then Boda spun around with all his strength, unleashing one final devastating strike that completely finished the sea monster. Mr. Mori, Jocko, and Sonya could only stand there with their mouths hanging open, stunned again and again. That final attack left them cursing in amazement as Mr. Mori loudly praised Boda. "Excellent, you won this battle for us." At last, they had defeated the giant sea monster. Boda thought these sea monsters were incredibly slow. Compared to Kana, these creatures were both slow and stupid. They weren't worth him using much effort to fight. The monster let out a roar, opening its enormous gaping mouth. Boda gripped his blood-stained greatsword, skimmed across the water, charged the monster, and cursed those damn monsters. "Do you think humans are just food?" Boda then recalled another monster opening its mouth wide. It crushed a boat with one bite. Boda stepped back to gather momentum. In an instant, he leaped. High in the air, Boda drew his sword back. He thought hatefully, "I'll split you in half." One by one, Boda slashed down, spraying the monster's blood everywhere. It even splattered across Boda's face. He then cut down another monster. Boda went on a frenzy, slaughtering every remaining monster. He cut down another, then another, and yet another. The two divers could only stare in shock as Boda killed the monsters one by one. The middle-aged man in the red cap couldn't believe a kid like him could do this. Severed monster parts kept falling everywhere. Another monster fell beneath Boda's blade before dropping into the water. Yet he kept relentlessly wiping out the remaining monsters. At last, Boda drove his sword into the ground. His face was covered in blood as he looked ahead. The scene before Boda was horrifying. The water was covered with bloody chunks of monster flesh lying motionless. Some severed parts were still twitching, spraying blood as they writhed. Sonya stared in amazement and exclaimed, "It's like his blink skill has no cooldown." The man in the red cap, his face stained with blood, wondered who this kid really was. Only elite warriors could wield a sword and sword energy like that. Another man ran over, placed a hand on his shoulder, still stunned, and shouted, "Holy hell, Boda, how did you do that?" Another person turned toward the exit where light streamed in from outside. A voice called out that the exit was completely clear. Another man shouted, "Excellent, Boda, get out of here while you still can." They immediately sprinted, water splashing everywhere as the two in front lit the way and the three behind followed, all 5 moving as fast as they could. Suddenly, a massive boom echoed, and everyone looked around in panic. Sonya wondered, an earthquake. Then a wall suddenly exploded, forcing everyone to duck and shield themselves from the falling rubble. Strange tentacles stretched out from the hole blasted open by the explosion. They thrashed wildly in every direction. Boda and another man were too shocked to speak. The tentacles braced against the wall and pushed as if trying to force their way out. Another explosion thundered, and a different monster appeared before the search team. It was even larger and looked stronger than the previous ones. The monster let out a roar. It looked down at the 5 people. One of them looked up and said, "Genot, one of the 7 sea demons. Monsters once thought to exist only in legends." Boda widened his eyes in shock, thinking, Genot, one of the 7 great sea monsters. The monster raised its tentacle, then slammed it down at them, but they dodged as the impact sent water flying everywhere. It then reached toward a nearby pillar. Faced with the monster's actions, Boda and Sanya could only stand frozen in fear. As it was about to slam its tentacle down, they could only stare up at it. It struck, sending water exploding in every direction. Suddenly, water rushed in through the hole the monster had just smashed open. The sea monster was soon hidden beneath the torrent, leaving only its writhing tentacles visible. Someone shouted, "The water's rushing in, put your helmets on." Everyone quickly put on their helmets. Water kept flooding over the divers. They were swept along by the raging current. Suddenly, Sanya widened her eyes and screamed. A huge steel container crashed into the water in front of her. Sanya panicked as she was swept underwater and shouted, "Watch out." Unfortunately, her oxygen tank strap snapped, and the tank cracked slightly after hitting the container. Seeing her oxygen tank drifting away, Sanya reached out and cried, "My oxygen tank." Suddenly, another large hand grabbed hers. As she was pulled up, Sanya saw Boda gripping her hand while stabbing his sword into the steel container to keep them from being swept away. Then the sea monster suddenly surfaced right behind Boda. It stared intently at the two of them. Sanya's eyes widened as she frantically signaled, "Behind you, behind you." Boda loudly told her, "Stay close to me." The sea monster extended its tentacles toward them. Boda pulled out his sword, whose hilt held a round object releasing smoke. Holding onto Sanya, Boda pointed the sword forward to move ahead. The sea monster attacked, and the steel containers shook from the impact. The collision echoed loudly. Fortunately, Boda and Sanya had already moved away and narrowly dodged it. The sea monster dove underwater and let out a loud roar. Boda and Sanya quickly glided past it. The monster roared again. Then it chased them, stretching its tentacles forward to catch them. It moved faster and faster until one tentacle nearly reached Sanya's leg. Luckily, she sensed it, pulled her leg away, and aimed her gun at it. Boda did everything he could to get the two of them to safety, while Sanya kept firing at the sea monster. It kept getting closer, and Sanya shouted, "It's right behind us, faster." They were almost at the escape pipe when Boda shouted, "The pipe's right there, just a little farther." Near the tip of the sea monster's tentacle, something blue began gathering. Then it fired the blue substance. Unfortunately, it struck Boda's oxygen tank, and the oxygen began leaking out. Sanya looked at Boda's oxygen tank in shock and cried, "What is that?" She panicked even more as the oxygen leaked faster and shouted, "It's corroding it." The front of the oxygen tank was completely corroded, causing the oxygen to burst out with enough force to slam into Boda's back as Sanya screamed. They were almost at the pipe entrance, but the sea monster was still chasing them. Boda desperately pushed forward, trying to reach the pipe as fast as possible. Then, in an instant, they got inside the pipe and escaped the sea monster. But it refused to stop and slammed its tentacles into the pipe entrance. Boda and Sanya had escaped safely, though one tentacle still reached inside and writhed nearby. They stared at the tentacle in shock before moving farther away. Boda panted in relief and said, "We made it, we're safe." Sanya panted just as hard and said, "I've never seen one of the 7 great sea monsters before, it's terrifying." Sanya continued, "It must have come from somewhere," and Boda replied, "It was only chasing us to protect its eggs." Frowning, he said, "I've seen a sea monster like that before," as memories flooded back of countless egg sacs. Boda said it was protecting its eggs, and the memory continued with a sea monster rising from the water and bringing its face close to Boda as he sat on a pile of scrap. Sanya gasped and asked in disbelief, "It came out of the water, that's impossible." Boda told her, "Talk less and save your oxygen, you've already lost your tank anyway." Sanya looked pale and was drenched in sweat as she gasped, "Can we survive on the oxygen left in our helmets?" Boda reassured her, "There should be some air at the end of the pipe, don't be afraid, we're almost there." Sanya lowered her head, her face flushed as her breathing became even faster. Boda looked at her with concern and silently encouraged her, "We're almost there, hang on." They reached a junction leading to another pipe. Sanya was still following Boda, but now she had to breathe through her mouth. As Boda moved forward, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. A corpse was floating ahead in the water. Boda gasped a body and swam toward it. Both of them froze at the sight before them. It was one of their teammates. Sanya looked at the face and cried, "Jocko," then screamed in agony, "Jocko, Jocko." Boda had no choice but to pull her away, repeatedly comforting her. "There's no time, Sanya, it's too late." She kept turning back, heartbroken as she looked at Jocko, making him worry that Sanya was hesitating. Despite running out of oxygen, Sonya tearfully and weakly called, "Jocko, Jocko." Boda had no choice but to drag her away. Seeing her lose consciousness, he kept calling, "Sonya, Sonya." Supporting her back, Boda said, "Sonya, hang in there." Boda kept calling, "Sonya, Sonya." The sound of rushing water echoed through the pipe. At the other end, the tunnel exit was also in ruins but remained unblocked, and a fish swam nearby. Elsewhere, water droplets fell onto someone's hand. He was also on Jocko, Sonya, and Bota's team, with his lower body underwater and his upper body lying face down on dry ground amid the surrounding ruins as water dripped from above. The man in the red cap had blood all over his face as he groaned with one eye open. He lay there helplessly thinking, "No, I can't move, my ribs." Gasping for breath, he looked around and wondered where he was. Then he glanced upward. Before him stood a stone pillar with an information sign. It read, "Shelter a residential district." He looked closely at the Chinese text and wondered, "Are there people here? Where is this place?" He recalled the whirlpool in the pipe sweeping him somewhere. Pressing his fingers firmly into the ground, he silently hoped Jocko. He hoped everyone was safe, then slowly closed his eyes as the water kept dripping. In the silent ruins, he lay there while the water continued dripping. Suddenly, footsteps approached. The figures of two children who seemed to have endured countless hardships appeared. Their dirt-streaked faces stared at the unconscious man lying on the ground. Sonya slowly opened her eyes. She saw Boda dragging her along. She thought, "I can't breathe, I'm losing consciousness." Boda turned, saw Sonya awake, and shouted, "Sonya, hang in there." Her eyes closed again as she thought, "It's over," feeling herself sinking alone into the endless deep ocean with no escape. Sonya struggled to open her eyes again and thought, "This is bad." Suddenly she heard panting and drowsily wondered, breathing, "Why is that strange sound? Ha." Then Sonya suddenly opened her eyes wide, realizing she was still alive. She saw Boda's face close to hers as he kissed her. Sonya had no idea what was happening and could only think, "Huh." Boda stopped and slowly pulled back as Sonya recognized his face, but she stayed silent and did not resist. Their lips met once again. As their lips parted, tiny air bubbles appeared, showing Sonya was getting oxygen again. Their lips met again before separating once more. Sonya blushed and stared at Boda with wide eyes. Looking at the young man before her, she wondered how he could survive without an oxygen tank. Sonya and Boda remained underwater, staring into each other's eyes. Above, seagulls soared freely across the clear blue sky. Another beautiful morning greeted the harbor at a small restaurant called Fish. The chairs were still neatly stacked on the tables, showing the restaurant hadn't opened yet. The owner set down a tray of freshly grilled fish and said, "Eat up and cheer up, Lita." Lita apologized, "I'm sorry, sir, I won't be like that again." And the owner replied, "Don't worry, it's already over and it wasn't all your fault, Lita." She took a bite and exclaimed, "Wow, it's so delicious," while the girl beside her agreed and the owner nodded. "It's my best dish," he smiled before recalling that his son had loved grilled fish. Then he sadly said his son had disappeared while working in the mines, and the boy had truly been a good person. Looking at the tray of grilled fish, he continued. Glancing toward the door, he said he always imagined the boy would come back and walk through it like he used to. The memory of that door opening filled his mind. A young man in a diving suit stood outside, smiling brightly and saying, "I'm home, Dad." Then he would sit at the table waiting for the owner to bring over the grilled fish, and happily say, "Dad's signature dish, I'm starving." Lita burst into tears and sobbed, "Sir." Still smiling, the owner leaned closer and told Lita, "Eat up and always keep smiling, Lita. Let's enjoy this meal together." Crying yet smiling brightly, the girl replied, "Yes." Then Lita eagerly devoured half the grilled fish. Seeing her mood change so quickly, the other two burst into laughter. Their laughter could even be heard outside the restaurant, underwater within some ancient ruins. One corner was filled with broken human skulls surrounded by scattered bricks and stones. The place was desolate, packed with old debris and rubble, while the cracked walls looked ready to collapse with one strong wave. At last, after countless hardships, Sonya and Boda surfaced, gasping, "Ha, ha." Sonya raised her hand and said, "We made it, we're alive." Breathing heavily, Boda said there wasn't much air left here. Sonya looked at him, and Boda turned to face her. Sonya asked about what had happened underwater. "How did you do that? Don't tell me you can breathe underwater." Boda explained, "I can only stay underwater a little longer than normal people." Sonya asked how long at most, and Boda replied, "I'm not sure, but around 40 minutes. Sonya exclaimed, 40 minutes without breathing? Is that even possible? Are you Tom Cree? And Boda could only answer, who knows. Then he added, "I discovered that ability when I got trapped inside a water pipe." A childhood memory appeared of Boda trapped inside a water pipe, frantically reaching for a tank nearby. Boda suddenly struggled to breathe and clutched his throat. Then he lost consciousness while still underwater, and Boda said it had been a terrible situation. Suddenly oxygen returned, shown by small bubbles escaping from Boda's mouth. Back in the present, after hearing his childhood story, Sonya couldn't believe it and asked, "Are you two Aquaman's kids?" Boda ignored her nonsense and said, "Later, let's find a way out first." Sonya worried it would take at least 20 minutes to reach the dive entry point, but Boda calmly said, "I'll share my air with you 2 or 3 times. Combined with the air left in our helmets, it should be enough. Let's try." Sonya. She stayed silent at first, then finally said, "Okay." The two of them took a deep breath, then put on their helmets. After that, they dived underwater together. They passed huge rocks, searching for the way back to the starting point. Countless seagulls circled above an old, crumbling building. A man wearing a headset turned and reported to the man on the sofa, "Sir, the ship has been submerged for over 3 hours." The other man asked thoughtfully, "So it's over?" The cold-faced man behind him asked whether the townspeople would grow suspicious if the search team disappeared. Sitting calmly with his fingers interlocked, the man opened his eyes and replied, "Maybe." He stood up and paced around, saying, "But if the sea monster eats all 6 of them, it'll stay quiet for at least 6 months. Resting his hand on the window frame, he continued, "6 months is more than enough." Looking at the townspeople going about their daily lives below, he said they would forget about those creatures. Then a sly smile appeared on his face as he said, "That's how things have always gone." Underwater, in an old, abandoned corridor, Boda walked ahead with Sonya following behind. Sonya began struggling to breathe from the lack of oxygen. Hearing her breathing, Boda turned around and asked worriedly, "What's wrong? Your breathing sounds terrible." Sonya's face had turned pale blue and was covered in sweat as she barely managed to say, "Boda, I need air." Boda stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "I'll help you. Take off your helmet." They looked into each other's eyes and removed their helmets. Suddenly Sonya grabbed the back of Boda's neck. Then she kissed him before he had time to react. Sonya kissed him more passionately, leaving the unprepared Boda blushing even harder. Boda gradually relaxed and gently kissed her back. Their lips remained locked together. Sonya boldly pressed her body against Boda. Once again she caught him by surprise, and now Boda's heart was pounding wildly. Though his heart raced, Boda wrapped his arms around her. Then the two of them slowly pulled apart. Sonya innocently had no idea how flustered she had made Boda. She gave an okay hand sign and said, "I'm fine now." Still blushing, Boda stared at Sonya. Then he nodded repeatedly. Sonya swam ahead, turned back, and told Boda, "Stay right there." He then turned and swam after her, but suddenly his heart started pounding. In that moment, Boda could only think, "Why is my heart beating so fast? Calm down." As they swam, Boda's heart still wouldn't stop racing. He secretly glanced at Sonya. She had no idea his heart had been pounding because of her. Boda's gaze shifted to her lips. He blushed, turned away, touched his own lips, and thought, "They're so soft. What a strange feeling." While swimming, Sonya suddenly began running out of air. Her eyes widened as she tightly shut her mouth. Struggling to breathe, she reached toward the remaining air near Boda's mouth while he kept swimming ahead, unaware. Sonya was so desperate for air that she cried out, but Boda was still lost in thoughts about what had happened. He silently asked himself, was that a kiss? Sonya's condition grew worse, and though she cried out again, he still didn't hear her. Furious, she grabbed Boda's hair. He finally snapped out of it and yelped, "Ow." Sonya pulled his head toward her by the hair, catching Boda off guard before immediately kissing him. Sonya frowned and kissed him fiercely, as if trying to tear his lips apart. He couldn't speak and could only think, "Stop." At last Sonya let go, and a clump of Boda's hair drifted away with her hand while he remained pale with shock. Sonya winked and gave him an okay hand sign. Boda only grimaced and growled inwardly, "Easy there." Suddenly a bright light shone on them. Sonya raised a hand to shield her eyes. Boda did the same and looked toward the light. It was a lit submarine, and smoke began venting from beneath it. Inside, one of their teammates saw them and joyfully shouted, "Boda, Sonya, you're alive." The two of them smiled and waved from outside. Boda, along with a girl, surfaced up to their shoulders from the water. Both were drenched. Seeing the two return safely, the man breathed, "Thank God they're okay." His face lit up as he asked where Gongtia and Jocko were. "You answered that Jocko was dead." The man panicked, "And Gongtia, has he gone missing too?" Sonya hurried to grab an oxygen tank to go look for the missing Gongtia, but the two stopped her. They said they had to leave before sunset, but she was determined to find Gongtia. She couldn't leave him behind. The man mentioned the monsters. Everyone's faces were ghastly pale and slick with sweat. It seemed these bloodthirsty sea beasts were terrifying, treating people like they were a snack bar. Vroom vroom vroom, the old ship roared to life. To fly away from this freaky, cursed place, they were preparing to take off. As if on cue, a sea monster opened its mouth, waiting there. All three were terrified at once. They watched Genot's hand release the controls to get the ship out of that dark, awful place. The ship lifted, but unfortunately, it was wrapped by the monster's tentacles, which pulled them back down. Everyone was terrified facing this creature. It had ambushed them. They were in dire straits, about to be swallowed by the monster. Their faces showed utter fear as the ambush unfolded. Boda screamed, "We have to get out of here." The sea monster seemed furious. It wanted to devour them immediately. It lashed a tentacle forcefully, slamming the ship. Everyone on board was thrown and tumbled. The ship crashed hard and the wall shattered to pieces. The three were blasted out, but it didn't stop there. It wanted to smash everything in sight. It charged and destroyed an entire fortress. Now the place was nothing but darkness, gloom along with a pile of wreckage. Cut to a seaside village with cool blue water. Seagulls circled and swooped in the sky. Life here was peaceful. Children played football, their laughter chirping like little birds. A boy finished playing, ran home excitedly to demand food. Neighbors were friendly, always checking in and helping one another. Everyone had their own jobs and hobbies. Life was warm and happy. Someone was strolling leisurely down the street. Suddenly, a giant monster with long tentacles rose up from the water. Everyone stopped mid-task in surprise, eyes wide as saucers, looking at this terrifying sea monster. Its appearance turned a once peaceful, happy neighborhood suddenly into chaos. Only screams and people running away. Everyone panicked, terrified to the core, shouting and scattering in all directions. It reared up and lashed out with its tentacles, smashing houses and wrecking everything around. People fled in haste but couldn't escape its grasping tentacles. One by one, it wrapped them around their bodies, pulled them back and shoved them into its mouth. Cries for help and frantic screams filled the air. They were terrified and wanted to help those caught, but could do nothing but shout and run. One by one, it stuffed them into its huge, slimy maw. Its arrival turned a calm, green town into a blood-soaked frenzy in an instant. The lucky ones who escaped hid inside houses, but the monster still seemed hungry. It angrily used its tentacles again to snatch houses and stuff them into its mouth. Those hiding inside the houses were swallowed too. No one could get away. The children who had just been playing happily now had faces wet with tears and cries for help before the monster could chew them. Terrified faces and tearful screams. It gnawed them down, spitting fresh blood. No one could escape. Over in the neighboring village, people wondered what those screams were. They did not know the danger was right next door. And then they saw the tentacles that had smashed everything. Fear showed on everyone's face and they fled. Kana froze when she saw the sea monster. It was moving toward here. It destroyed everything as it went. People fled in utter disorder. A few men, led by Andung, grabbed weapons to fight and protect the villagers. They rallied the men here to take up arms and defend their homes. Seeing Kana had no intention of leaving, he told her to run and let them handle this. Kana shouted for Lita to run, telling her to hide somewhere safe while she stayed to fight the monster. This was a Genos, one of the 7 great sea beasts, but nobody knew why it had appeared here. On top of a building, the headman was enchanted by pearl necklaces, unaware of the sea monster's arrival. When he was informed there was a monster, he was stunned. Disbelieving, he ran out to sea and saw it destroying everything. Seeing it there made him sweat profusely. He frowned, wondering what Jocko had done to this world. We must run and find higher ground to hide. They fled in terror, but he still didn't forget to take his box full of pearls. The soldier, hearing this, went pale. He ran after the doctor in a panic, saying anxiously that you can't just leave like this, we need someone to lead us. Meanwhile, out on the lake, the monster's tentacles were being scorched. Under the sun they still writhed, sizzling as if being fried. Kana was horrified, unable to believe the monster could keep fighting even as the light burned it. Beside her, villagers with spears in hand urged one another to join forces and defend the place. Don't be afraid. Seeing the scene, Kana shouted to Mao that they needed a different weapon. A long spear would be better, but Mao ignored her and urgently told her to leave them and run. He glanced at Kana and thought to himself, don't worry Kana, I'll protect you. Amid the crowd's fierce fighting spirit, Kana kept shouting to Mao that the spears wouldn't work, but he paid no heed. Suddenly, a soldier pushed through from behind, yelling for Kana to run, warning it was very dangerous, but his shouts were swallowed by the chaos. In the center of the lake, the giant tentacles of the sea creature kept ravaging everything around. Villagers, spears in hand, cheered together and shouted toward the beast. It's over there, block its path, everyone united, encouraging each other, hoping the monster would be killed. They reached the water's edge and hurled their spears at the creature, the villagers' battle cry as they attacked. In the lake, the monster screamed in agony. Blood flowed from the wounds inflicted by the spear. A shout rang out, then the surface fell quiet as the monster submerged. People celebrated in chorus, cheering that they'd done it. Wonderful. Suddenly, a tentacle rose from the water. At the same moment, the monster lunged toward them at terrifying speed. While everyone stood in panic, unsure what was happening, Kana's shout rang out, ordering everyone to turn back quickly. But it was too late. As people panicked and fled in chaos, the monster opened its maw, its horrid teeth trying to swallow everyone. Shouts, cries for help, growls. Everything was utter chaos and nothing could stop it. The beast's iron-sharp teeth swept through the innocent villagers. Its huge tentacles rose up. Sharp teeth stained with blood, people running, the sickening crunching of the sea creature, the tragic cries of the villagers. Save us. Nothing could stop the giant tentacle skewering those who tried to flee. Fear engulfed everyone. In the distance, the monster swept up another defenseless person who died in its jaws. Suddenly, Mao's shout rose from afar as he thrust his spear, straining to kill the beast. But only seconds later, a massive tentacle swatted him away, hurling him far. Mao was out of strength to fight. Worried, he saw the tentacle raise high. With force it skewered toward him. Mao thought he was done for. But the tentacle impaled the old man standing behind him instead. To Mao's horror, the tentacle lifted the old man straight up. Drops of blood fell before him. He only had time to see the old man's eyes roll back, the tears and his cries for help, the weak gaze fixed on him. He looked back at the old man but could only helplessly watch him die. Mao glanced around again at the curled tentacle and the corpses. He truly couldn't believe what was happening. The town was sinking in a sea of blood as drops fell to the floor. Onto Mao's face, but it wasn't rain, it was blood. Mao stood rooted among the bodies, unable to believe how terrifying this monster was. Mao was hoisted into the air by one of the creature's tentacles. He could only tremble, thinking silently that this really was a monster. What kind of demon was this? How could humans defeat it? How could they slay such a terrifying thing? Questions racing through his head. Mao hung upside down in midair as he faced the inevitable death looming over him from above. A girl with long hair and a spear was rushing toward them. The girl screamed and used all her strength to thrust at the sea monster, the creature's blood spraying everywhere. The monster's roar rang out in agony, and Mao was hurled away. The beast gaped, its jagged teeth caked with blood, roaring under every forceful strike from the girl. Mao looked up at the horrific scene above. He wondered to himself whether that girl was Kana. But before he could get a clear look, the monster's roars grew more dreadful and its furious cries echoed. Those being held by the huge tentacle were flung away. Seeing the beast release everyone, the girl summoned all her strength and plunged her spear in one last time. Then she leaped onto its back, looping a rope tight around her arm and the spear. The girl used her strength to jump onto the creature's body. With her weight, the spear drove into the sea monster. Suddenly, along its side, blood flowed from the wound. The girl's spear left a mark. A cracking sound rang out. The girl's spear snapped. The girl fell dangerously, tumbling away. But she was quick and landed safely with a roll in midair. Under the monster's roar, Mao and everyone were utterly astonished, because the girl was fighting the beast to save them all. It really was Kana. People stared at her in disbelief, looking at the girl standing before them. Kana now stretched out a hand to the side and in a cold voice offered a weapon. Mao was terrified at first, but then quickly recovered enough to respond. "Here's my weapon," Kana said, and promptly handed the weapon to her. As she held the weapon, she studied it with a thoughtful, unconvinced look. The knife was too small to inflict a deep wound. Remembering that, she then gave orders. "Evacuate the innocent from the building. The sea beast will use the shadows of buildings to move. Anyone who attacks it should do so in direct sunlight." When people heard this, eager expressions appeared, and they loudly answered in unison. In front of Kana now was a massive sea beast, roaring violently in pain. It then quickly used a tentacle to fling the iron bar that had been impaling it away. Kana frowned in disgust when she saw that. "I only wanted to keep myself secret and blend into the lives of the refugees to avoid the Busan Federation. I thought I could protect the kids if I stayed here." While living together at Oasis Port, I watched Boda grow up and cared for Lita during those 4 years. I just wanted to have lots of fun with the two of them, every day a wonderful day. I just wanted things to stay like that forever. Maybe that's why I chose to leave and ignore all the warnings. But how foolish. Right now I need to recall everything about them. As her memories closed, she revealed a sharp look, her face resolute, silently determined. Sea beasts are everywhere. There would be no such thing as a sea if not for the sea beast. Tian Ma, having witnessed everything, stared at Kana in astonishment and asked again to be sure, "You want to become a Lao master?" At that she knitted her brow in determined fashion, then replied, "I will become a Lao master by any means and kill every monster in this world." As she spoke, her eyes flashed with murderous intent and a wild, manic smile. Lao masters are those who protect humans from sea beasts, willing to throw themselves into danger to protect those around them. While she was still lost in thought, the sea beast continued to bellow fiercely. Kana, seeing this, quickly assumed an attack stance, prepared to fight at any cost. I live for this. As soon as she looked ready, the sea beast opened its filthy maw and lunged. She screamed like a madwoman and then charged at it. Over at Boda's group, everyone was exerting themselves to the limit to escape that mysterious underwater city. After a long struggle, the three of them finally broke the surface. As soon as they left that sea, everyone hurriedly took off their hats and greedily breathed in the fresh. The man kept complaining about what had happened. "I thought we were dead. while Sonya, panting, sighed that we made it. While the man kept retching, Boda's face went blank, unable to take in what was happening before him. What's going on? Sonya also stood stunned, unable to believe the scene before her. Before the three of them now was a city reduced to ruin, not a single person in sight, the city burning in a sea of flames. Boda was utterly disoriented. Suddenly an image of Kana flashed through his mind, and Lita laughed brightly. At the thought, cold sweat started pouring down his body. His face showed disbelief as he ground his teeth. The port was now drowning in a sea of flames, and in Boda's mind images of Kana and Lita laughing and playing kept replaying. He had lost his composure, cold sweat streaming, teeth gnashing, denying what he saw. It wasn't just Boda. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. Suddenly Boda realized something that terrified him. Could Arlette or Wendy have left the water? Saying that, he dashed into the city, looking around frantically. Suddenly a sound beside him made him start. Lita, Kana. While he was terrified, a muffled sob came from nearby. While hearing it, he turned toward the sound in shock. In front of him was a boy wailing miserably beside his father's body. Dad, waya. Seeing that, people rushed over to pick the boy up and soothe him. Come with us, kid. The boy's father lay dead, horribly so, without even closing his eyes. Boda, seeing this, quickly turned his head to search around. But to his horror, the scene beside him was even worse. Bodies piled into a mountain. Each person lay dead with faces frozen in terror and bitter disbelief. Rage then surged through Boda's body. He then looked toward a distant direction. Tentacles were flailing wildly. Sonya pointed and shouted, that way. It's over there, it hasn't left. Upon hearing Sonya say that, Boda hurriedly glanced at the gun beside him, then grabbed it and ran off in a rush. Sonya immediately yelled his name, Boda. He was now frantically running toward the tentacles ahead of him. In his heart, he kept picturing Lita and Kana, praying to heaven for them. Please may everything be okay, please be well. Over with Kana, she was fiercely fighting the giant monster. After a few blows, the creature finally took 2 of her knife strikes, sending blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this, it reacted quickly, using its tentacle strength to lash at Kana, but she nimbly flipped back to dodge the storm of attacks. Before she could recover her composure, it swung a tentacle at her again. It violently smashed and shattered everything around, forcing her to flee to avoid those strikes. Suddenly, the monster noticed a strange house beneath its foot. Before it could be surprised further, the door was flung open, and Kana came charging out at it like a lunatic. She launched herself with all her strength. She then drove the small knife hard into the sea beast, carving a deep wound into it, then somersaulted several times. Suddenly, she glanced at the knife in her hand. The blade was no longer intact. Her weapon was ruined. Meanwhile, the sea beast was still crazily charging at her. She thought it was about to swallow her whole, but many objects were hurled toward it, distracting the sea beast. Kana, seeing that, stared at it in stunned surprise. At this moment, all the townspeople eagerly threw things at the sea beast to save her. Especially Mao, who was enthusiastically trying to drive Genot away, cursed that monster. Realizing the danger, Kana urgently shouted to warn everyone not to turn back, but it was too late. The monster's tentacles smashed into the house they were in, flinging everyone aside. Kana, seeing this, screamed in terror, no. She quickly grabbed a weapon, ready to risk her life for Genot, shouting, I'm here. Suddenly, streams of acid from the sea beast flew toward her, carrying extremely corrosive properties. They grazed her and started to eat into her flesh, causing severe burns that tore her body apart. Kana screamed in agony, ah. Before she could collapse, Genot's tentacles slammed into her, sending her flying through a house. She landed on the ground, exhausted. Now she was splattered and broken, with no strength left to resist. Everyone screamed in panic and despair, Kana, it's caught Kana. Mao, frantic, shouted her name over and over, Kana. Meanwhile, she was gasping weakly for breath. But that did not make Genot spare her. The giant monster advanced, intending to devour her alive. Kana looked at the weapon in her hand and thought to herself, the knife is broken, and my body feels like it's falling apart. No, I can't die here, get up. Thinking that, she forced herself to try to stand, but couldn't. She kept begging to be pulled out of that danger zone. Please stand up. Meanwhile, Genot opened his mouth wide, ready to feast on tender meat. Everyone around Mount's Agape yelled, Kana. Suddenly, a strange object flew in from nowhere and pierced the sea beast's head, stopping its movement as blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone turned to look in that direction in astonishment. Kana also looked over. It was Boda. He had arrived in time to rescue Kana from the monster's mouth. At this moment, everyone unconsciously called out his name. Meanwhile, he, frantic with rage, shouted, Die, you miserable monster. Then he kept firing rounds at Genot, wounding it in countless places. It screamed in pain, utterly desperate. The onlookers, seeing this, were astonished. Their jaws dropped, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Kana, terrified, cried out his name, Boda. He quickly answered, Kana. Then he tossed his sword, landing it in front of her. Though she was extremely weak, she forced herself up and snatched the sword. Despite her frailty, she pushed herself up, grabbed the sword, and lunged at Genot. After only a few basic strikes, she slashed Genot's body. It writhed in agony, screaming wildly. Not giving Genot a chance to recover, Kana followed up with another stab. She then leapt high into the air and chopped straight into Genot's head, blood spurting relentlessly. Its tentacles fell, scattering across the ground. The crowd cheered with relief and shouted, "Amazing!" She cut it in half. Seeing its body torn, Genot gaped in terror. Then it turned and fled without looking back. At the sight of the beast retreating, people shouted, "The monster's pulling back, it's fleeing." Genot, no longer caring about anything, ran madly, smashing into nearby houses and toppling them. Boda and Kane saw this and were utterly alarmed. Meanwhile, Genot was frantically charging toward the gathered townspeople. Realizing the danger closing in, people screamed to warn each other, "It's losing it, run." Boda ran over and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" While the sea beast fled in the distance, Boda ran across rooftops to chase it. And Kana was right behind him. She urged urgently, "By any means force it back into the ocean, don't let innocents get hurt." He replied hastily, "Got it." People were shouting and scrambling towards safety. Moving to the building by the ship, "Hurry. Quick, everyone!" Panic-stricken, they rushed out of shaded areas and ran for their lives. Among the frantic crowd fleeing was Lita. The girl ran with tears in her eyes, worried sick about Kana, silently hoping they were okay. Suddenly, a wild scream rang out in front of them. A man shouted urgently and sprinted off. No sooner had he finished than the sea beast charged in, knocking people aside. Lita, seeing this, froze in terror, feeling utterly helpless. The crowd continued to flee madly, ignoring everything around them. Everyone was plunged into utter panic, accompanied by wild screams, "Run!" Just as the sea beast tried to flee, a bullet shot clean through its head. Along with that, Boda appeared with thousands more rounds. He spotted the beast attempting to escape and yelled to warn everyone to avoid the building's shadow immediately. Hearing that, people panicked and scrambled away. "It's coming. Someone help." The crowd was in utter turmoil. Suddenly, two children were in mortal danger. Then a hand reached out from nowhere and shoved the two kids to safety. It was Lita. The girl had saved others, but she herself fell into danger. Boda and Kane arrived, and seeing Lita in peril, both froze in shock. Before the girl could react, she was quickly snapped up into its mouth. Boda, seeing this, shouted loudly, calling her name, Lita. At the sight of him, Lita quickly raised her hand, pleading for help. With a weak voice, she called Boda. But it was too late. She was swiftly swallowed by Genot into its belly. Boda seemed to fall into despair, unable to believe what he had just seen, and he screamed in horror. Lita was dragged into the monster's mouth. Its mouth was full of slime, making it impossible for Lita to hold on. She drifted along with each swallowing motion of the sea beast. Though she fought to cling on with all her strength, the light at the mouth was slowly shrinking. And finally, Lita was completely submerged in the creature's oral cavity, nearly sliding down into its stomach. She still held a sliver of hope, shouting her brother's name, wishing he could hear and pull her out. That cry may have reached Boda. He burned with righteous fury at the monster for daring to swallow his little sister. Boda poured all his fear and rage into his gun and fired continuously at the beast, firing and shouting Lita's name at the top of his lungs. Angry at the attack, the monster lashed its tentacles to fend off Boda's furious assault. Boda's reason was gone, replaced by pure wrath over Lita being swallowed. He charged toward the beast as if for a do-or-die fight. A tentacle whipped at Boda unexpectedly, smashing part of a building. Luckily, Boda's agile body leapt up and dodged in time. The creature's ferocity only enraged Boda more. He kept emptying rounds into its head and torso. No matter how tough it was, the bullets would tear its flesh apart under Boda's barrage. It turned and fled. Boda leapt down and sprinted after it, determined not to let the monster escape. If it did, Lita would die, so no matter what, he was going to catch it. Though it fled, the monster remained merciless. It used its tentacles to crush the building before it, then the boat after that. The path was turned to ruin by its passage. Debris sprayed across the sea. Mortals like us simply can't move through water nearly as fast as a giant sea beast. Even the last path, the very route he could run to chase the monster, was destroyed by it. Boda sank down in helplessness. The monster bade Boda farewell by smashing the boat to pieces and sending it to the ocean floor. Kana, though wounded, pushed herself through the water toward Boda. After its cruel play, it finally departed, leaving Boda exhausted and motionless in a corner. Boda had a sliver of consciousness, his eyes half open. He wanted to go after the monster to save his sister, but his body wouldn't obey. He was utterly spent. The creature dived beneath the waves after a tiring hunt. Boda kept calling his sister's name, but couldn't hold on much longer. Under the sun and sea wind, he fainted. In Boda's mind was the moment he first saw Lita. Her crying filled the air. At that moment, the family was happiest. A baby girl was born with rosy white skin and a chubby body. His mother said she was very healthy and named her Lita. Boda stood aside, watching his little angel intently as Lita cried non-stop and his father teased. She's crying like she wants the sea monsters to hear. Boda was just a child. Hearing his father worry about the baby, his parents told his mother to soothe her quickly or the sea monsters might come. Seeing this, his mother suggested Boda hold her. Boda looked bewildered, afraid he'd hold her wrong, and asked me. No sooner had he asked than he was handed Lita. Boda held her carefully to keep her from falling. Strangely, when Lita was in her brother's arms, she stopped crying and instead smiled sweetly at him. Boda was overjoyed and proudly showed her to his mother. Look at the baby, said his mother. But misfortune struck. He turned to look at his mother and her hands fell limp. His father held her, tears streaming, wailing in grief. His mother's face went peacefully. Boda was devastated by his mother's sudden departure. One moment he was happily talking with her. The next they were parted by life and death. Boda screamed his mother's name into the vast ocean in agony. That day was both joy at Lita's birth and tearing pain when his mother was gone and no longer by his side. Days passed and Boda's family's boat kept drifting on the wide ocean. Lita learned to walk and clung affectionately to their father. Only Boda grew sullen, spending his days alone. His father put on a diving suit. He was preparing to go down to the sea and told Boda to watch Lita while he went hunting. Boda scowled and replied, "Why should I have to do that?" His father knew Boda resented Lita because she was tied to their mother's death and didn't know how to say it. We're out of food, tonight I'll dive to find something. There may come a time when you have to take care of Lita. When I'm gone, I trust you, Boda. He finished, put on his diving helmet and climbed down into the sea. Before jumping, he still hoped and said to Boda, "I'll be back soon." Boda ignored his father's words and sat withdrawn and sullen. Lita took slow steps toward where her brother sat. The girl grabbed his arm to keep from falling, but Boda coldly shrugged her off, flicked her on the forehead, and told her to get away. Lita didn't understand and only thought her brother didn't want to play with her. Disappointed, she turned away to find something else to amuse herself with. Boda always hated his sister. In his head, he kept thinking their mother would still be alive if the girl hadn't been there. He even entertained darker thoughts, wishing she had never existed. Lita wandered out to the ship's edge where there was no railing. Though Boda told himself he didn't care, his eyes kept drifting toward Lita. The innocent girl was stepping toward the unrailed edge, just one step away from falling into the sea. She was delighted to have found a new play spot, but it was extremely dangerous. She could fall into the sea with just one more step. After a while hunting, the boy's father resurfaced. He climbed onto the boat and cheerfully announced, "I'm back." But when he boarded, he couldn't find his two children and shouted Boda's name in alarm. He called again and again, but there was no answer. Fearing something bad had happened, he rushed around the boat and jumped into the hold. Only then could he breathe easier. When he saw the sight, the two siblings were curled up sleeping together like two well-fed puppies. The scene moved him, bringing tears to his eyes. He bent down, covered the two little angels with a blanket, and noticed Lita was small and adorable, resembling his late wife. Boda loved the girl very much. It was only a dreamlike memory of Boda about his little sister. He snapped awake with Lita dominating his thoughts. Though his body was covered in wounds and he lay among other injured people, Boda couldn't accept that his Lita might never return, so he shot upright. His gaze hardened with determination, as if he would immediately go rescue her. Sonia, always at his side, was relieved when Boda woke and said, "Finally you're awake, Boda." Boda ignored everything else. Now he only wanted to rescue his sister as soon as possible and forced himself to stand, brushing off Sonia's warning. "Wait, Boda, you'd better not move." His face didn't change. He thought the best thing now would be to train with Kana. His mind returned to poor Lita. He was always confident he'd grown strong. Alone, he could take on a gang of thugs. He beat them until they were covered in wounds. Whenever they saw him, they'd cower and run. Boda always wanted to prove how strong he'd become. Whenever he returned from fighting, Lita would be the one to dress his wounds and complain, "Nobody wants to come near you. Hey, can you relax a bit?" Boda, smug and pleased with himself, acted like a protective brother and said, "Tell me if anyone bothers you." He was so proud, but when he thought of Kana and remembered things he'd said before, he recalled the time Kana came to see him. The two of them looked at each other and then walked out together toward the harbor. Boda said, "I'm ready, I can fight anytime." But here he hesitated a moment, and Kana replied, "It's so peaceful, isn't it?" Boda turned to her side and answered, "Yeah, it is." Kana, as if seeing through him, asked, "Is it because you want to prove yourself or just show off your strength?" The memory gnawed at Boda. He had thought himself stronger, imagining he could easily slaughter the sea beasts and protect those around him. Kana once told him that arrogance, pride, and greed are what control people. Boda painfully recalled his confident posture. He thought he was ready, but that idea shattered when he saw that giant monster. At that moment, Boda froze like he had when he was 12. He and Lita had to face the beast together. The creature had gouged out one of its eyes. Boda was terrified and only thought of fleeing, and now he felt ashamed of himself. He really hadn't improved at all. Boda dragged his weary body outside. Suddenly, he saw a familiar pair of feet. He quickly looked up, and standing before him was the person he'd been thinking of. He looked at the woman in front of him. Boda couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He burst into tears like a child and said, "I couldn't protect Lita Kana." Kana, seeing Boda in such anguish, felt hardly any more at ease herself. Tears streamed down Boda's cheek. He collapsed to the ground, speaking with utter helplessness. I couldn't," he sobbed, bowing his head in pain and tears. Kana drove his father's old sword into the ground in front of Boda. Boda, bewildered, looked up at her. Kana gently said, "Take the weapon and stand up." Boda still didn't fully grasp Kana's intent. Tears kept falling as he looked at her with suspicion. Kana continued, "We'll chop them to pieces." Her swaggering line acted like a salve for Boda's self-blame. A town lay in ruins after the monster's rampage. It had become more desolate and broken than ever. Many wounded people were receiving rudimentary first aid. Others stood in line waiting for bowls of porridge from Thien. Outside that kitchen, everyone's eyes were on the elder chief giving a speech through a megaphone. His words were meant to encourage the people not to lose faith. "Citizens of Oasis, I will stand by you to the end. It's okay, we will rebuild from the rubble. Be strong and let's rebuild." Everyone who heard him was deeply moved. His words reached their hearts and many wiped away tears. Some rushed forward to embrace him, expressing deep thanks to the revered chief. At that moment, Kana and Boda approached under everyone's bewildered stares. The chief, seeing the heroine Kana, was overjoyed, ran forward with arms open to hug her and said, "Ah, Kana, thank you for protecting this place, you're wonderful." Before he could hug the beauty, he got punched by Boda. Boda hit him so hard the old man flew back, collapsing with blood pouring from his mouth. The townspeople, seeing their respected chief battered like an animal by Boda, were furious and shouted, "Boda, what do you think you're doing?" A few others ran over to help the chief up, very worried. A few burly men lunged forward, grabbing Boda's legs and arms to stop him from harming their chief, scolding him, "Have you lost your mind?" Boda, voice full of rage, stared at him with murderous intent and said, "You knew all along, didn't you? You knew the Geno's sea beast was right beneath us." The crowd went slack-jawed and kept asking, "What did he say?" Everyone assumed Boda was slandering the chief, so they kept trying to calm him down. "Hey, calm down, Boda, why would you do this to him?" The old chief put on a sympathetic look, his face drooping as he spoke in a low tone, twisting things and dumping all the blame on Boda. "Do you want to take it out on someone because of your sister's death?" he asked. "But this is the first time I've seen that sea beast," he added. Boda couldn't stand the act and shouted, "Liar. All the missing divers ended up in Genos' lair. You sacrificed the divers to the sea beast." The chief played the wronged, tearful figure before the townspeople. "How could I have warned everyone about Genos? How could I possibly know when 2 Genos would appear?" Then he put on an act of victimhood, dropping to his knees, crying and speaking to win everyone's sympathy. "Really, I don't understand," he sobbed with tears streaming down his face, turning up the performance. "Are you saying all the missing or dead divers are my fault?" "Really, I don't understand," he sobbed with tears streaming down his face, turning up the performance. "Are you saying all the missing or dead divers are my fault?" His words made the residents feel a twinge of shame. They rushed to comfort him and held Boda back to prevent him from hurting the chief. Seeing him fake being the victim made Boda furious. He wanted nothing more than to rush forward and beat the imposter senseless. Suddenly, a deafening sound blasted out, ear-splitting enough that everyone clapped hands over their ears. It came from the loudspeaker of the Great Oasis Harbor. Inside was a broadcasted conversation about the chief. The voice on the speaker said, "Chief, the submarine's been silent for over 3 hours now," and another asked, "So what happened next?" The question made the chief wince, afraid the man would say more. The man continued, asking whether people would be worried if the search team vanished. The one who'd spoken earlier replied, "Maybe, but those 6 would become food." The townspeople heard and stared blankly, still not grasping the real issue. The man recounted his talk with the chief. He said it would be quiet for 6 months. 6 months is plenty. People will forget about those creatures. That's how things always go. The chief didn't know how to respond to this situation, because now every resident's gaze was fixed on him. They looked at him with resentment and anger. The speaker blared a question again. "Isn't that what you said?" The man, terrified, blurted out, "It was the chief." He knelt in the broadcast room before Sonya's rescue team, trembling as he said, I never. Still wanting to live, he trembled, hands clasped, voice weak. "Please spare me." He also revealed another important detail. Lately more newcomers had come because of the great relics. I only whispered to the people the chief picked. All I did was tell them about a new dive site nobody knew about. That's all. Mao, furious after hearing that, shouted, "Wait, what?" The terrified man immediately answered, "I only did what the chief told me to." Mao bent down, grabbed his collar, and demanded, "What did you say? What did the chief choose?" He fearfully explained to Mao, "The chief picked people willing to be sacrifices for Genos. Whenever someone died, all their belongings would become the chief's property." Boda went pale upon hearing that. He recalled the image of the chief greeting newcomers, sounding noble as he said, "Welcome to the Grand Harbor. Treasure belongs to whoever finds it, fully yours." "We expected that, Boda. Speaking of which, you've grown so much since the day you arrived here. We've always appreciated your help. Explorers are always welcomed." He truly never abandoned wandering folk. Instead, he always invited them, but for his own purposes, nothing noble about it. Upon hearing this, the residents understood the truth and knew Boda was right. They angrily confronted the chief. "What, are you turning us into food for Genos?" An anguished widow asked him, "My husband disappeared while diving. How did he die?" Others who lost loved ones stepped forward to ask as well. "My child too, and my father as well." The cook, who had always admired the chief like a living god, was utterly disappointed when he learned the truth. Heartbroken, he looked at the chief and asked, "Is this true?" The chief could only stand there silent, unable to admit or deny after being exposed. The chief's fake face showed clearly. He frowned with no hint of remorse and retorted, "So what?" Enraged, Boda lunged, grabbed the old man by the neck, hoisted him up, and cursed the bastard, humiliating him. The chief still boasted loudly, "What humiliation, don't you find it odd? A peaceful life, a quiet village. How could a place like this exist, huh?" His barrage of questions left everyone stunned and thinking. He continued with his justification. "The only reason this sea has no monsters is thanks to the power of Genot." He treated it as obvious, claiming Oasis's peace was a gift from Genos. The crowd was shocked. He didn't stop there. The chief added that people could dive for treasure safely because of Genot. Kana, suspicious, asked, "Thanks to Genot?" The chief replied, "That's right." He pointed toward the ruined area. Voice low and harsh, he asked, "Would you dare to keep fighting those sea beasts every night? Do you think you can keep living in peace like this? Are you crazy? Whenever one or two divers accept sacrifice for Genos, the rest can carry on. That's how you lot are still here today." The cook cut him off, heartbroken, forcing out each word. "What did you say, Chief?" He asked. "You sold my son to Genos in exchange for this life. Why do I still need this wretched life?" "Is that what I wanted?" he cried. He was a father, and the pain of losing a child was unbearable. The more he spoke, the more his tears fell. He remembered the image of his little son, only 19 years old. The brightest, most radiant age of a person, yet he had to die for the chief's rotten reasons. "You, the cook," he said in pain, barely able to stand. "Every day without my child is like living in hell. Why would you do this?" Everyone listening to his words felt deep pity for the tragic fate of the father and son. Others had also lost relatives because of this chief. They shouted in anguish, demanding him back. "My husband was a good man. He was already a father. Give me back my son, my child." The old chief showed no remorse. He even claimed people owed him, glaring and shouting to drown them out. "This is for everyone, you all owe me." No sooner had he finished than karma struck. A large rock was thrown straight at his bald head. "I've got another rock," shouted a woman. "Shut up and give me back my husband, you bastard." Once one person started, others followed. Dozens of people hurled stones at the chief without mercy. They all hated him, they wanted him dead. He could do nothing but sit down and hold his head. Boda and Kana watched it happen and did nothing to help. Throwing stones wasn't enough. Angry people rushed in, some with clubs, some with bare hands, beating him half to death. Unable to bear it, he crawled to Boda's and Kana's feet. He begged for mercy shamelessly. Boda, full of righteous anger and pity for the victims, said hoarsely, "Save him." The divers taken by Genos in its lair, none of them could ever return home. He was beaten black and blue. After hearing Boda, he still pleaded desperately. Only when facing death do people realize how precious life is. He knelt and begged Boda to spare him, repeatedly admitting, "I'm sorry, I was wrong." The angry crowd closed in more. Seeing Boda unwilling to act, he turned to plead with Kana to save him. Kana looked at him and said, "Sir, instead of exploiting others through relics and sacrificing divers, couldn't you think of any other way for everyone to survive? The real monster here is you." At that moment a club struck his head. He collapsed in pain, blood flowing. He was still alive and still clinging to life, sputtering. They're still alive. The ones Genos took are still alive." Hearing the chief say that, everyone stopped their assault. Boda rushed forward and shoved people back. He grabbed the chief by the collar and demanded clarification. "What do you mean, they're still alive?" Beaten and battered, he weakly revealed the truth he knew about Genot. Genos doesn't eat its captives right away. It brings them first to a central storage of food, which is considered a relatively safe place inside Genos' body. If they're lucky, they might survive a week. After saying that, the chief fainted from his injuries. Hearing this, Boda felt a surge of hope. Maybe his little sister, the others, and Lita could still be alive. There really might still be a chance to rescue his sister, now that the old chief said they could survive for a week. With determined eyes, Boda resolved that this time he would do everything he could. Kana was also hopeful that Lita might still be alive. The townspeople of the harbor wept with joy when they heard it. They eagerly asked, "Do you mean my son might still be alive? But I saw Genot swallow him whole." One man in the crowd accused him of babbling to save his own worthless hide and shouted, "Don't trust him, he's just trying to save himself." The chief, terrified the crowd would turn on him again, fell to his knees before Kana. She asked, "How do you know where that place is?" At that moment, the old chief confessed honestly to Kana and everyone there, "Because I'm the first and only person to escape Genos' nest." Hearing this, people were half convinced, half skeptical. The chief began to tell his story. "I was once a refugee from Hong Kong. One dark night on the ocean, a violent storm rose and the waves lashed mercilessly. The storm threw the chief's boat off course. Thunder crashed across the sky. They couldn't sail any further, so they stopped and built a village here. The peace didn't last long. One day misfortune struck and Genos attacked. That huge-mouthed monster nearly swallowed the whole village. When they came to, they found themselves inside the monster's lair. The chief woke first and turned to his brother, asking, 'Are you okay? Get up.' He had barely taken a few steps. A giant tentacle rose up behind him from the water. It slammed down hard, searching for prey. Luckily, he dodged in time and wasn't bitten, but his poor brother wasn't so fortunate. The tentacle seized his brother and pulled him away with a violent tug. The chief recalled that scene with unbearable sorrow. He went on, "It didn't just eat people," a line that left listeners increasingly unsettled. He continued with something even more horrific. "Genos' eggs need a host to incubate. It has breeding spots somewhere that overlap with where it hides. Those sucked down by Genos' tentacles are kept alive in its cocoons to feed the larvae. The worms inside gradually drain nutrients from the human hosts, the villagers, so they can grow into giant Genos. The unlucky hosts suffer and slowly die. There is nothing left of their bodies when Genos fully matures." The chief was the only one lucky enough to survive and escape from the tentacles that dragged people into cocoons. At this point, his emotions mixed as he said, "I was the only one who got out of there." Understanding Genos' behavior, Kana and Bota shared the same thought. Both of them believed the captives might still be alive down there. Lita might still be alive. Thinking his sister might not be dead, Bota grabbed the old chief by the collar in agitation and demanded, "Where are they? Where?" The old man sneered smugly when he saw Bota agitated and set a condition. "I'll tell you if you agree to release me." Enraged, Bota punched him, knocking out some teeth, and snarled, "Right, you don't get to talk." Kana stood there and said firmly, "You are coming with us." The old man's face went pale and he looked terrified, at a loss for words in this situation. On this ruined, desolate great harbor, everyone donned underwater protective gear. They were ready to go rescue the residents of Oasis Island. This time, 12 volunteers would join the expedition. They prepared armor, guns, and carefully loaded ammunition. "Hurry and tell Kana, we've brought all the useful weapons as you instructed." He asked Kana if this amount would be enough. Kana watched for a moment and replied, "It should be fine." From behind, someone called to Kana. They wanted to tell her about a mine made from gas, composed of 90% oxygen. "All the most powerful technologies have been integrated. Let Genos taste it." Kana answered the crowd's hopes, "I'll do my best." A woman stepped forward and called Bota. She handed him a handful of spear tips and said, "These are poisonous tips made from venom of a sea snake. This amount should be enough to take down Genos. I hope they help in fighting Genos." Bota took the spear tips along with the woman's trust and hope and thanked her. Others ran up to give these heroic fighters what they thought best. A worried woman said, "We brought some fish and medicine." Another man stepped forward and handed Bota his dagger. "I've just sharpened it this morning." Everyone wished they would return safely with their loved ones. The long-absent wife's trembling hand gripped Bota's. Her voice full of hope said, "Please, Bota, save my husband." Bota steadied her and answered, "I'll do everything I can." Others, tears streaming, begged Bota, "Please bring the boy back, we trust you." Before leaving, they couldn't hide their worry for the heroes. Anxious faces showed self-blame and apologies for not being able to help, only prayers for their safety and success. Then they said their goodbyes. The submarines dove to the seabed, heading straight for the Genos monster's lair. On the sailors' faces was the faint hope of finding their loved ones, and the burning resentment and determination to destroy the enemy to keep Oasis Harbor peaceful. Two people pressed against the wall, listened to the divers' conversation. The mechanic was mentioned in their talk. The chief, his face bruised, said trying to take down Genos with this crew is suicide. The other man, serious-faced, said their plan wasn't about surviving and returning. He insisted we must kill it, it will retaliate, and we must destroy that monster at all costs. The chief lay groaning on the ground, cursing him an idiot. You're going to die soon if you face it. Boda looked at the old man angrily and said, not everyone in this world is as faint-hearted as you. What are you folding your arms for? Then he added, don't underestimate other people's abilities. What do you know, old man? Seeing Boda shout in anger, the man trembled back and urged him to calm down, Boda. Sonya also thought he wasn't wrong. Entering its lair with recruits is basically suicide. The image of the monster with its giant, viscous mouth, these aren't ordinary sea beasts. It's one of the 7 great sea monsters, not something easily defeated. The only ones here capable of fighting are Bota and Kana. The other 9 would clearly just be in the way. Kana is a 3-star spear diver after all. How on earth is her plan to confront the monster with this team? How can they trust this woman? Kana stroked Boda's head encouragingly. Come on, you can do it. Just stay calm, she added. Seeing Kana's head stroking, the blue-haired girl flew into a rage. Get your hands off him now. Their boat drew close to its cave. Everyone jumped off and dived down. The blue-haired girl took the chance to glare at Kana. Boda suited up ready to dive. He hoped Lita and the others were still alive. Please be safe. In a ruined city, the streets were flooded and only fish swam about. The water's surface rippled more and more. A huge sea beast rose up. Its sudden appearance already showed its gruesome nature as it opened its massive jaws. The giant mouth could swallow hundreds at once. It stretched and strained its body, preparing to do something. Suddenly, from that disgusting mouth, hundreds of people spilled out, lying face down in layers. Their torsos were smeared and sticky with blood, and coated with the slime from its mouth. Among them was Lita. They had reached the city, and were ready to go in and fight the monster. The chief, fearful, said, we're here. This is the entrance to Genos' lair. They stood above a vast cavern. It was abyssal, so deep it seemed bottomless. The archers took their positions. The hauling ropes were prepared. Kana, with a worried look, called, let's go. Everyone was ready to face this life-or-death battle. Someone tossed a torch into Genos' cave. The torch appeared to touch its body. Everyone armed rappelled down into the abyssal cave. All around was pitch dark except for the faint glow of the tossed torch. He switched on his flashlight to scan the surroundings. Suddenly, a huge mouth with sharp teeth snapped up and bit his body. It hit something already set on him. His body suddenly swelled. Boom! He exploded, tearing the monster apart. The blast blew it into pieces, no longer whole. Other sea beasts surged up above. Someone announced that the sea beasts had arrived. As they rose out of the cave's mouth, they were met by the prepared ropes, waiting to slice them into sections as they came. Blood sprayed everywhere. The more they thrashed, the deeper the ropes bit into their bodies. Because there were too many of them, and their strength was overwhelming, the ropes couldn't hold any longer and snapped. Hundreds of sea beasts broke free. Above, Kana had lit a torch to draw them in. The chief, trembling with fear, asked her, what are you doing? Can't you see they're coming? But everything she did was part of her plan. The chief shouted, what? As they closed in. They're treating these people as prey. A sea beast caught in the net was desperately fighting back, raking the net with the teeth on its tentacles to try to escape. The engine's screech and flying sparks showed whatever it was hauling up was truly gigantic. The trapped beast kept thrashing to break free despite being hauled away. Boda gritted his teeth and urged himself on. I'm coming. Everyone in protective suits was straining to search, each step heavy against the water's resistance. They found an old car at the bottom of the lake, rotten away. Across the way, 2 soldiers stood with guns at the ready. They were firing desperately at the sea beast thrashing in the net. Bullets kept raking the giant. Blood from its wounds dissolved into the water. The creature's roars grew louder and they kept shooting, but the bullets didn't stop it. Instead, it grew more ferocious, tearing at the net that held it. Shooting, they shouted at the beast, die. They didn't relent, pouring rounds into it until its growls began to falter. Under the hail of bullets, it was grievously wounded. Its blood stained the surrounding water crimson. The once mighty tentacles that had killed so many were now shredded and limp, riddled with bullet wounds. The sea beast lay still. Everyone stopped firing and switched on their lights, shining them on the creature to see if it was truly dead or still alive. Seeing it still unconscious, they edged closer, checking the situation. The scene gradually fell silent. A man's voice rang out, it's done. Hearing that, the 2 soldiers who had been anxiously watching brightened. They hugged and laughed, yes, we got it, and cheered. Across, the chief, struggling in his suit, shouted angrily, damn it, did everyone know about this except me? While the doctor fumed, the girl drifted into thought. She couldn't believe they had killed them all without losses. She wondered if it was just a matter of experience. 3-star spear diver Kana. She's incredible, the girl with her glanced at Kana, pondering. At the rim of the pit, everyone looked down to the bottom. A voice asked, where are we headed? From the other side came a shouted, hey ho. A man's shout rang out, come on Lita. Lita slowly opened her eyes at the man's call. She just woke up and couldn't speak. only letting out a faint, weak cry. "You're alive, are you okay?" Voices around her were checking on Lita. She sat up, still groggy, rubbed her head and asked, "Where are we?" A woman's voice asked, "Does no one know?" Lita began to recall what had happened moments ago. She had fallen into the monster's mouth. Lita asked everyone, "I'm sure the monster swallowed me, right?" The woman replied, stammering in bewilderment, "I thought you were dead, but when you woke," she trailed off, "we're here." Lita looked around. They were on a pile of wreckage, rafts surrounded by water. Their situation looked dire. Someone said, "I think the sea beast trapped us down here." Men and women sobbed in relief that everyone was still alive. Someone said, "We have to get out of here. There must be a way out nearby." It turned out to be Lita. She had just spoken up. Everyone looked up to the sky. A giant creature loomed behind Lita. It opened its maw and drool streamed everywhere. Right in the center of its mouth was a proboscis like the mouth of the sea beast's tentacle. Lita broke out in a sweat, terrified by how horrifying the creature was. The monster's jaws were stretched wide as it lunged toward everyone. Its slimy mouth loomed just in front of Lita. Seeing the horrific sight, everyone there scattered in panic, screaming, not knowing what it was. A massive tentacle yawned wide. It attacked toward Lita. It whipped past her and snatched a person who was running away, to everyone's horror. The captured girl was petrified with fear as she looked down. She reached out toward the child, and the child shouted, "Mom," looking at her. The monster retracted that long tentacle across in front of Lita. Lita panicked, lunged to grab the mother, but it was too late. It withdrew and plunged beneath the water as the child's cry of "Mom" rang out. But the child was answered only by a loud splash in the water left by the monster. Lita still reached for the mother. Those around began to panic, shouting, "Something's here, turn back, there's something in the water." Everything happened so fast they couldn't collect themselves. There was a loud commotion behind them. They trembled as they turned their heads to look back. Their nightmare had come, this time not one but 3 tentacles. Each of them gaped wide. Drool streamed down continuously. Their terror grew. Pitiful screams couldn't stop the monster. It quickly lashed out with a powerful tentacle. It snatched up the 2 men who had just been shouting. The remaining tentacle didn't relent. It searched for its next target as people fled, shouted, and wailed in utter chaos. The motherless child stood frozen, wailing for its mother, suddenly drawing the attention of the last tentacle heading straight for it. A soft whoosh cut through. Thank goodness. Lita ran over and pulled the child into her arms. She pressed her hand firmly over the child's mouth to stop any sound. Cries for help rang out around them, footsteps pounding as people fled. Lita was sweating, worried for herself and the boy. A loud noise echoed in the distance, someone screaming, "No." Shaking, Lita clamped her hand over the child's mouth. The boy no longer cried, instead staring ahead with eyes full of terror. Lita closed her eyes, bracing for the worst. She slowly opened her eyes, wondering if it was all over. Everyone around her looked around in panic. Suddenly, Lita lifted her head and looked up. She widened her eyes at the thing hovering above her head. It wasn't a tentacle, but the monster's head, huge, its eyes milky white with another mouth on its face. Both mouths bristled with sharp teeth and drool streamed from them. Drool splattered all over Lita and the boy. The monster moved toward them, its maw on its torso opening 10 times wider than the mouth on its head. The woman who had been snatched by the tentacle earlier still hung suspended from it. Its body was covered in small round sacs. Worse, inside those sacs were people, like embryos wrapped in cocoons. Everyone stared in disbelief. "What is that?" someone asked. Another man answered uncertainly, "Maybe Genot." Mentioning Genot, Lita couldn't believe it. The creature looked completely different. The monster showed no sign of stopping. The tentacles that had grabbed the 2 men now shoved them into a sack that looked like an embryonic pouch. The 2 men's movement ceased as the sack enclosed them. They looked as if they'd been turned to stone. Lita, horrified, looked at the enormous creature. This was definitely not Genot. Under everyone's terrified gaze, the monster slowly sank beneath the water, still staring at them with its dreadful eyes. Before it disappeared completely under the surface, Lita was still shaken, not yet recovered from the shock. At the sight of those 2 men in the sack, in the dark on the wall, a man was carving tally marks of 10 with his short knife. Boda told the 2 with him, "Feels like we're walking in circles." The splash of water, flashlight beams cutting through the dark passage. The group kept moving forward. "It's like a maze," someone said. Someone asked, "Doctor, are you sure this is the right way, old man?" The doctor snapped angrily, "If you don't believe me, go find it yourself." On hearing the doctor's reply, the man raised his gun threateningly. "One bore through your temple if we find out you're lying." The doctor, hearing this, swore silently, "Damn it." Everyone continued to press forward. Boda suddenly noticed a familiar mark. It was the mark everyone had been leaving as they went. Boda exclaimed in surprise, "We were just here." Look, everyone spun to face the doctor. Boda, furious, grabbed the doctor's collar and demanded, "Are you lying to us again?" The doctor frantically waved his hands, denying it. A man dragged the doctor back and shouted, What scheme are you up to now? Worried, the doctor hurriedly said, it wasn't me. How could I recall something from a decade ago? He quickly explained, fearing that if he hesitated they'd kill him. Seeing Boda angry, he rushed on, remembering things like that is really hard. Once we get out of here, I'll figure it out. The two men heard this and shouted curses at the doctor. You bastard, do you think we trust you? Nearby, the girl walking with Kana asked, what should we do, Kana? Suddenly, a rustling noise came from a small cave. A man quickly shone his flashlight toward the sound. From beneath the water, a fin appeared. The man, wiping sweat, asked, what is that? Kana looked at the man asking. She didn't understand what he meant. Suddenly, the fin lunged at the man at breakneck speed. He could only scream, it's coming. Water splashed as a huge head with sharp teeth surfaced. It was a gigantic great white shark heading straight for them. A strange sound followed. The doctor had been bitten on the leg by the shark. His blood sprayed out as he let out a pitiful scream. It hurt so much. The two men who had just cursed him now fired desperately at the shark to try to save the doctor. But the shark was incredibly strong. It thrashed its tail hard toward the two men. The two men were flung far away. All Boda could do was shout for Kana while holding his weapon. Kana, understanding him, drew her weapon as well. With lightning speed, they cut across the shark's neck. Blood from the shark sprayed everywhere. Both Boda's and Kana's faces were splattered with it. The shark crashed with a great thud beneath the water from its massive weight. Finally, the doctor was freed from the shark's gruesome jaws. What is it? Someone cried after hearing his groans. It turned out the doctor was wailing because his leg was useless. He couldn't walk. Another man rushed over to help him up, scolding, stop playing the victim, nothing's broken. The two turned their heads, something seemed to be behind them. The doctor screamed in terror. Not just one shark, but a whole pack was closing in, their numbers kept growing. The loud commotion caused by the swarm of sharks made them even more frantic. True chaos, the man kept firing at the shoal while saying to his companion the doctor couldn't run because his bitten leg wouldn't let him. A set of jaws opened behind the doctor. He thought this was the end for him. Very quickly, Boda arrived in time. He swung his sword up. He cut a horizontal slash across the monster's snout. Seeing that, Sonya and Kana also leapt forward. Just as the uncle spun and aimed to fire, Mao stopped him in time. Don't, you'll hit Kana. Meanwhile, the trio of superhero siblings were also rushing forward with all their might. Very quickly, a slaughter ensued. Sonya, Kana, and Boda all hacked wildly, as if it were their first time handling a sword. The monster's carcasses were flung in all directions as a result. After a while, Sonya shouted, "This is bad, Your Majesty, there are too many of them." Meanwhile, Boda was still alone, needing 3 souls to complete his ritual. Suddenly, a tentacle lunged at Sonya, making her jump in fright. Before she could react, the massive tentacles hoisted her up. Seeing this, Boda shouted at the top of his lungs, "Damn it, Sonya." At that exact moment, the door above slammed shut without warning. The door crushed the monster beneath it, killing it instantly, and Sonya fell free as a result. The moment she hit the water's surface, everyone was stunned. They had no idea what had just happened. Why did that door suddenly slam shut like that? Behind them, the remaining monsters kept battering the door. The noise made it impossible to calm down even though they were safe. Once Sonya recovered, she panted and asked, "What was that?" Mao chimed in, "Was that door self-closing, fate or what?" As for Boda, he remained standing very still, on high alert. Kana turned and asked the uncle beside her, "Did you do something?" Suddenly footsteps approached from behind. Boda and Kana immediately turned to look back and check. From inside, the tunnel emerged, the silhouettes of 2 children. Kana and Boda turned to look at the 2 children from afar. They were the 2 kids who met Gongtia Park when the 6 of them scattered in all directions after clashing with the Genot. Sonya was extremely surprised to see them. The 2 kids and Kana just looked on in silence. Boda spoke up, asking if the 2 had closed that gate. Noah only hummed thoughtfully, then asked them, "Are they people from outside like Gongtia?" Hearing the familiar name, Sonya wasted no time and ran over, placing a hand on Noah's shoulder and loudly firing questions at him. Do the 2 know him? Is he still alive? The bespectacled girl standing next to Noah leaned over to whisper to the kid, "She's probably his girlfriend." Sonya hurriedly waved her hand to deny it. "No." The 2 kids turned to lead them away, but Noah looked back and said, "We're waiting for you, follow us." The 3 of them fell silent, watching the kids. Then Boda turned to ask Kana for her opinion. Kana answered, "Go with them." She then glanced briefly at the battered council leader and said, "It seems we've lost our way, haven't we?" After that, everyone followed the directions of the 2 kids. The people who had been taken were all in one place. Suddenly, one of the men among them trembled in fear, clutching his head and saying, "I was just thinking I might survive, but now I'm sure we're dead." The others also sat shaking in fear. Lita reached out to comfort the child who had been separated from his mother. Don't cry. We will be rescued soon. Kana and Boda would never abandon us. Another pessimist muttered, it makes no sense. How could they find us if they don't even know where we are? It's over, it's really over. Lita, disappointed, thought had they all given up. Her face was unusually sullen as she thought of the past. It felt like before, so maybe Boda is scared too. But he always fights to the end. Big brother never gives up. Suddenly Lita focused her attention on an iron bar on the broken concrete. She thought, I wanted to, I will fight if I can. Suddenly someone shouted, the monster is coming back. Everyone panicked but could do nothing. The purple tentacles rose again from the water. Water splashed everywhere as a tentacle arced backward. Everyone ran, only Lita stood holding the iron bar to face it. However, she was still trembling with fear. The child watching Lita was just as shaky as she was. The frightened weak boy called out, sister. The others, running in panic, shouted, are we all going to die? The girl still looked up, thinking maybe. Then Lita looked down at the boy with tears in his eyes and thought, but. Then Lita also had tears in her eyes and said, don't give up. Then Lai stood in front of the boy to shield him from the tentacle about to grab him. She put one hand out to block and held the iron bar in the other. Lita wept but refused to yield, saying it's okay, we'll survive. Another person, hearing the girl's words, dropped his hands from his head and stopped running to glance over. The others were also astonished and scrambled wildly to look at Lita. And the other tentacle kept lunging forward. It grabbed the girl, then moved toward the boy who had been standing beside her a moment ago as he reached up calling, sister. Lita tightened her grip on the iron bar. She shut her eyes and struck the tentacle, punching holes through it. Blood sprayed everywhere, covering Lita. She stabbed it and screamed very loudly. Suddenly it dragged her and slammed her to the ground, startling Lita, causing the iron bar to fall from her hands. Lita's blood spurted out before everyone's eyes. The little girl fainted, her limbs dangling limply. Her head was bleeding pitifully. The man, both scared and angry, shouted, ah. Then he ran up and shoved the tentacle until it had to let Lita go. The tentacle advanced and grabbed that man. Another old man, holding a small rock, ran over shouting, die. He then smashed the rock hard onto the tip of the tentacle. It was struck and quickly recoiled upward. The old man cried out in surprise, you monster. Everyone was stunned to see the old man dare to charge and strike the tentacle. He shouted to everyone, what are you waiting for? The girl is fighting. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits rose. Some grabbed sticks, others picked up stones. Now people stood determined to fight back to reclaim their lives and protect others. A middle-aged man put a hand on the boy who had been standing by Lita and said, step back, kid, take care of Lita. Then the boy ran over, set Lita on his lap, looked at everyone as they bravely moved forward and said, let's go back there. Everyone stood up to face the tentacles. The boy, seeing the tentacles, trembled and had tears in his eyes again. 3 tentacles were roaring. The black-haired man looked up and said, maybe today is doomsday, but I'll punch you into a hole before I die, you monster. Then the tentacles immediately lunged forward, and loud thuds rang out. Blood sprayed everywhere. The boy sitting with the unconscious Lita could only close his eyes and weep. In another small corner, a search team was following the path the 2 children had pointed out. Above them, exposed live wires were sparking. One man turned to look at the stacked planting barrels and asked, are these all big artifacts? He and another discussed, there's still a lot here. Let's go, most of it's just junk anyway. They reached a door. Noah flipped the switch to open it. Announcement, almost there. When they entered, everyone was stunned into silence. They hadn't expected such a large junkyard to exist here. At a glance, there was an old submersible. Look at it, someone said it looked like the submersible tacos used. Another door opened. Everyone peered inside in amazement. It turned out to be a tidy room filled with lots of old equipment. A man was sitting in a chair in front of a control panel. This man had a thick beard. He must be very old. Kana looked at him and asked, who is he? He held a revolver and spun his chair to face them. He introduced himself as the leader of this shelter, Taishin. Taishin told the group, welcome to the Mat Mata shelter. We are the last survivors here. You people are the first to arrive here in a decade. Mo asked in surprise, 100 years. Have you lived here all that time? He asked where they came from and what the outside world looked like now. Then he hurriedly looked at Kana and asked, you're from the surface, right? The surface has returned at last, hasn't it? Kana asked, do you mean the mechanical zones? He pressed more urgently, I mean land, the land where grass and plants grow. I'm asking if the surface has come back. Mao put a hand out to stop the old man and said, what are you talking about? This whole world is water. Where would any land be? Kana, confused, said, what is he talking about? It's all water, even we come from a village made of concrete. Taishin was crestfallen at their words, muttering it still. Then he could say no more and sank to his knees. In sorrow he said, it's still all ocean. The two children looked at him, so disappointed that they felt sad too. The council leader peered out and asked, can you live in a place submerged like this? Sonya, excited, grabbed Noah's hand and asked, hey, where Gongtia? The girl who always goes with him pulled back the curtain. Inside, Gongtia was sleeping soundly on a bed after the long trip. His face now looked very peaceful. Sonya saw him and immediately ran over, calling his name Gongtia. Taishin said he was still alive but had lost a lot of blood. The wound wasn't too severe, so he should be okay. Boda stood to one side, relieved, thinking he's okay, hope Lita is too. But Sonya remained worried. She punched his chest, making Gongtia spit a little blood as she cried and yelled, wake up, you idiot. Not only that, she grabbed his hair and propped him up, tearfully saying, we must avenge Jocko. Kana looked helpless, and Boda, both helpless and frightened, called for Sonya. Kana told Taishin, we need you to destroy the Genot. He turned to ask, is that what you call the monster? Kana continued, do you know where the Genot's nest is? Are you planning to kill the sea monster with a few button presses? He touched the control panel and said, I know why you came here. Then Taishin pressed a button there. Images of the people in the Genot's lair appeared on the screen. He turned to the group and asked, you want to rescue them, right? Images of Lita and the others gradually appeared. Boda immediately called out Lita's name. Kana's eyes widened and said, that's Lita. The others were surprised and overjoyed, shouting that they were still alive. The leader showed visible happiness and said, see, I told you so. Boda looked closely at his sister and softly called her name. Then he had tears of joy, grateful she was alive. Lita lives, thank goodness it's not too late. Hang in there, Lita, we're coming for you. Then Boda turned and loudly asked the old man, where is that nest of yours? He replied, if you're here to kill the monster, then I will help. Cut to outside the ruins where two submersibles have been prepared. The crews are in position and ready. Roger that, fall back and wait for Kana's signal. Suddenly something streaked by. The two of them immediately hid behind a pile of wreckage. One of them whispered, what was that? That thing that ran past is Genos. It was staring down at the sea monster trapped in the net. It roared in fury, a deafening cry that made everyone uneasy and shout back. One man, terrified, said, it's a Genot. What is it doing here? The creature was frantically tearing at the net to free its young. Then it turned to the other side and noticed a submarine. The Genos charged toward that sub. In front of the sub were the two who had been hiding behind the wall. They saw the monster rushing at them and screamed in panic. The impact smashed the wall, and the two hiding behind it were thrown out by the force. Inside Taishin's shelter with the two children. Next was the place Boda's group passed through on their way to Taishin's. The group, with Taishin and the two kids, walked along a bridge toward the monster to rescue people. Everyone was overwhelmed by the place. Mao blurted out, holy moly, I couldn't imagine something like this underwater. Old Taishin said this used to be a mainland city. Then he recalled and began telling the old story. When the rains began, our ancestors built this place to prepare for a prophecy about a great flood. They built a city on high ground, hoping the disaster would stop there. This place was built to exist submerged, even if most of it sank, but it was paradise. We lived here hoping the surface would return one day. But everything changed when the monster attacked. Kana suddenly realized and said, so it's Genos. Taishin gave a short grave yes. Memories flashed of divers fighting back against the sea monster. One of them said, we tried hard, but it seems hopeless. The ammo got soaked. Taishin said they all died because of the monster. Our paradise turned into hell in the blink of an eye. Visions of skeletons piled on top of each other appeared. The past scene shifted again. The sea monsters swarmed, thrashing their tentacles at the divers. Fresh blood spurted everywhere. One shouted that we were losing people. They set traps as if they knew we'd come here. Back in the presentation was terrified, sweating, muttering that we are being tracked. He asked Kana, can you kill it? Mao answered confidently and loudly, of course, we have Kana after all. In Taishin's shelter room with the two children. The white-haired girl stayed behind. She sat in a chair watching the screen above and said, wait for me a bit while I open the door. They went out through the door. There was a bridge connecting the walk. The group stepped out onto the bridge. As they walked, Sonya reached the edge of the bridge, peered down, and cried out in fright. She said she couldn't see the bottom. Boda asked little Noah how much longer. Should we hurry up? Noah pointed ahead, turned back, and replied, there, we'll reach Genos soon enough. Boda followed the boys pointing and uttered a shout. He saw something strange blocking their view and asked, what's that? It was two submarines, completely wrecked and draped with a net. Boda, panicked, blurted, is that Tacos? The man beside him couldn't believe it and cried out, what? He stepped closer to the two subs, then looked up in horror and called the names of the unlucky pair trapped behind the net, Changsu and Minjiu. He yanked the net away and shouted, what the hell happened here? One man, weakened by the force of the pull and coughing up blood, weakly said, run. The spiky-haired man, confused, asked what. Then Kana turned and shouted for them to get back, but it was too late. The Genos above let out a loud roar. Everyone panicked at the appearance of the sea monster. After roaring, it fell and struck the bridge, shattering it and creating a massive shockwave. 3 people were thrown by the impact of the monster hitting the bridge, screaming as they were flung in all directions. Boda grabbed Noah to protect the boy. Meanwhile, Kan-A fell along with the broken fragments of the bridge. The sea monster's collision with the lower part of the bridge produced a deafening sound. Others were luckier, standing on the intact side of the bridge. They remained safe. Mao craned his head down and shouted Kana, Bota. But there was no miracle to stop their fall. Sanya clung to the bridge railing, calling for Bota, while Taishan anxiously called Noah's name. Suddenly 2 tentacles writhed toward Sanya. She quickly noticed and looked up in the direction they came from. On the wall, a swarm of sea monsters had gathered, focusing on the people. Someone loudly signaled, "Get back, quick." They sprinted into the passage they had used before, and one of them shouted to aim. Everyone raised their guns and fired continuously at the sea monsters. Any that came in were shot and sent flying out. Then they surged back in, breaking a section of the wall. So many sea monsters poured in that they sealed off the exit. Meanwhile, the group kept firing at them relentlessly. Their blood sprayed everywhere, mixing with the anguished screams. Outside, Bota and Noah had fallen onto a still intact section of another bridge. Suddenly, Kana's voice rang out calling Bota. He replied with difficulty, "Kana." Then he moved toward the bridgehead, clung to the railing, and asked, "Where are you?" A distant voice answered, "I'm all the way down here." "What happened?" the others asked as Bota looked up and said, "There should be an exit." Then Bota said, "It's just me and Noah here." Kana called up from below, "Well then, I'm relieved." Bota shouted, "Get down there, Kana. I'll come down right away." She told him to go to Lita first. She'll catch up fine, Lita. Kana still worried about others' lives, though she herself was drenched in blood. Bota hesitated, but Kana immediately told him there's no time. In the end, Bota had to obey her. He grabbed Noah and said, "Come on." Noah said, "I'll lead the way." Kana fell silent and scanned the area. She stood before the sea monster and said, "As I said, there's no time left. End it here." She glared in anger, furrowed her brow, and snarled at it, "You cannot." Immediately, the sea monster wrapped a tentacle around and crushed a section of the bridge. It aggressively pulled that section, snapping the bridge Kana stood on. The clash of metal rang out with thunderous bangs. Kana didn't flinch. If anything, she became more resolute. She ran forward, furious, shouting, "How dare you take Lita from me?" Her memories of Lita returned, including the moment the girl was taken. Kana shouted again, "How dare you take her right in front of me?" Finally, the image of little Lita, carefree and smiling, appeared. She seemed to lose control and screamed, "My Lita." Then the metal ring on her sword began to smoke. She stomped her foot hard, then sprang up in front of the sea monster. She sliced its writhing tentacles into many small segments. Then Kana dropped down and leaped back up, slashing wildly at the Genot's body. Amid the monster's deafening noises, Kana also shouted loudly. She spun like a whirlwind, cutting deep around Genos. Kana leapt back. At that moment, the tip and 2 chunks of flesh on the monster's mouth had been severed. Genos thrust out a tentacle and used it to lash at Kana as she jumped back. She quickly blocked with her sword, but its force still slammed her hard against the wall. The impact made Kana cry out in pain and blood began to flow, yet she had to stifle the pain and keep fighting. Before she could collect herself, her face changed color. When it realized the monster was closing in on her, only a few steps away, its eyes fixed on Kana in fury. Its gaping maw, full of disgusting saliva, looked ready to swallow her whole. A loud crash sounded as the monster's gigantic tentacle slammed into the ground, the impact cracking the earth. Despite the pain, Kana refused to yield. She quickly rose to her feet. She swung the tip of her sword straight at the monster. She screamed in fury, "Die quickly," not caring for her own safety. A razor-sharp steel whirlwind, created by Kana, moved toward the monster's tentacle. In an instant, it shredded the massive tentacle into pieces. The monster howled in pain, a sonic scream tearing the air as it glared angrily at its wounded body. Large chunks of tentacle slammed down onto the ground. The shock ripped the surrounding space apart. The old bridge collapsed, leaving only a few scattered fragments. After the final series of strikes, the monster finally went still. Kana looked at it coldly, thinking it was over, but the monster tore the last of its strength into 2 strangely green tentacles. They aimed straight at Kana, who stood above, and struck. The blast severed the remaining portion of the bridge. Kana was blasted backward, but she quickly regained her balance. Gripping her sword, she rushed forward. She shouted in fury, "Arg!" A powerful force drove down from the blade. The rest of the bridge tumbled downward. Kana stared coldly. She focused her strength and pushed down hard. The bridge rammed straight into the monster. A deadly blow made it let out a cry. Kana leapt down into position and then, berserk, drove her blade again and again into the creature as blood poured forth. The monster fell, pulled by gravity. Below lay a chaotic heap of jagged metal pointing straight at the beast. It plunged into the chasm and was impaled to death by the very wreckage it had caused. The great body trembled in agony, bleeding and groaning. Kana stomped across that gruesome pile. She looked at the monster with a cold gaze. Her hand held the sword. Kana's face was still speckled with blood. Silent, she spoke coldly. One final strike severed the monster's head under Kana's blade. Bright red blood sprayed everywhere. The head, a gore-soaked mess, rolled away in a gruesome arc, down into the dark, bottomless pit. The huge, grotesque body twitched and then died completely. The bridge shaft had pierced the monster's body, tearing it open. Guts spilled everywhere as the space was drowned in a sea of blood. The groans thinned and fell silent, replaced by the clanging of metal against metal. Kana clung to the iron ladder and began to climb upward. As she reached, she dug her hand into the ground to pull herself up. Then a hand reached out. It was Gongtia, and beside him a bespectacled young man held out his hand to grab Kana. "Where is everyone?" Gongtia asked. His eyes were grave as he looked at Kana, waiting for an answer. Meanwhile, in another area, the arrow-pierced carcass of a monster lay strewn across the ground. The fighters were still doing their best to slay the disgusting things before them. They screamed and kept firing. A brutal battle raged, the area filled with monsters. The creatures surrounded the path and surged toward their prey, the fighters. Tentacled beasts with rows of iron teeth, the giant shark-like, tentacle-covered things hurled themselves at Brune, the man in the golden armor. His instincts sensed danger right behind him. He spun, turned his back, and swung a punch straight into the monster as red blood spurted. Immediately another one charged, baring rows of iron teeth ready to swallow Brune. The monster bit down hard on his helmet. Because Brune was geared like a tank, the creature's teeth had already chipped away. Brune bellowed tauntingly, "Not as easy to eat as you think, huh?" He spun, shoved the gun barrel into its wide-open maw and fired. The blast tore the monster apart, blood pouring out bright red. The battle raged on fiercely. Their numbers were too few while the monsters kept increasing, gaining the upper hand. Though exhausted, they fought bravely. The situation was clear. They were almost wiped out, everyone shouted. In a single moment of inattention, a huge tentacle silently coiled around a comrade's neck. It hauled him up into the air, to the shock of everyone remaining. The teammate thrashed desperately, screaming, "Help me." The monster quickly crushed him in its jaws, shredding his body. It devoured him. Witnessing the horror, everyone could only helplessly watch their comrade get pulverized right before them in utter agony. Mao screamed in terror at the monster. Everyone heard the alarm and raised their guns, aiming at the tentacled monsters. Gunfire mixed with the beast's roars, the scene utterly chaotic. Each long burst of fire tore into the creature's flesh, and the giant bodies crashed to the ground. The impact made the ground tremble repeatedly, and the earth cracked apart. The cowardly guildmaster yelled and blamed me. "Knew this would happen, you idiots. You don't even know what's right," continuing to berate her. "Did you think you could save us?" Sonya angrily swung her sword at the guildmaster, shouting, "Shut up, you nasty old man." The old man froze, looking like he'd been expecting to watch chickens get roasted for a living. Then slash. A sound rang out as Sonya cut a giant tentacle, approaching the old man clean off. It flew forward. Sonya spun to the guildmaster and snapped, "Don't moan, help me." She thought he'd change his mind, but his cruel, selfish nature showed. He sneered, "If you want to die, die alone," then fled. Sonya cried out for him in shock, but to no avail. The old man. Mao glared at him in anger, calling him a cowardly bastard. The guildmaster ran to the gate and pounded on it repeatedly, begging it to open, shouting loudly, "Open, open." Then suddenly the gate slowly opened. He was surprised, not expecting it to be that easy. Appearing behind the gate was Jocko. Jocko was soaking wet from head to toe, but his expression was very strained. His lifeless eyes stared into the distance, and he didn't utter a word. The guildmaster gaped at Jocko's sudden appearance and couldn't help calling his name, Jocko. Mao said what. Sonya was also stunned to hear the name Jocko and unintentionally turned to look at him. Everyone turned to face the gate where Jocko stood. They loudly called out the name Jocko. Sonya couldn't believe her eyes and asked doubtfully, "Jocko, is that really you?" Seeing Jocko, Sonya burst into tears of joy. She'd thought she'd never see him again, that the team had lost him. She cried happily, "So you're still alive." The guildmaster ground his teeth, glared at Jocko, and growled in anger. The old man rushed to Jocko, grabbed his shoulder, and blamed him. "It's all your fault. Because of you, the Genot attacked the village." The guildmaster's eyes were full of anguish, his body badly wounded, but his mouth kept working. "Do you know how much trouble you've caused?" he shouted, clinging to that selfish thought. "If only you had gone after Genos alone," the old man scolded Jocko. "Why didn't you go alone?" He hated the idea of having to be stuck in this terrifying place. But after it all, Jocko remained silent. His whole body began to tremble and emit strange moans, veins standing out clearly from his neck up to his face. Then Jocko let out a roar. He had turned into a monster, no longer Jocko, his eyes milky and dull, his jaws gaping as long, jagged teeth lunged forward. Aiming straight for the guildmaster's neck, he sank one fierce bite in, the old man's eyes wide with shock. The force of the bite sent them both stumbling forward and crashing down. The sight left Mao and Sonya gaping, frozen and numb, limbs stiff, unable to believe it was real. The two others on the team, topped with scruffy beards, ground their teeth in horror. Jocko roared, clamping those iron teeth down and gnawing the old man's neck as red blood sprayed everywhere. The guildmaster screamed in agony, "What's happening to him?" A pitiful scene. Jocko crushed the guildmaster to the ground, still gnawing. Blood poured nonstop from the old man's throat as desperate screams echoed. The old man writhed in pain. Shortly after it fell silent, he had likely died from blood loss and a bitten artery. The group, seeing this horror, trembled with fear and dared not advance, uncertain whether they feared what Jocko had become or dreaded having to end Jocko themselves. They softly called his name again, hoping for a miracle. The guildmaster's corpse was smeared with blood. When Jocko heard his name, though barely conscious, he turned to look at the four comrades who had traveled with him. His face changed, his eyes filled with sorrow as he looked at them. Perhaps he realized he had become something grotesque, no longer human. The old man died with his eyes wide open, pupils dilated, only not breathing anymore. Taishan trembled, warning that he had been infected by Genos and was no longer the person she once knew. Jocko, his body covered in blood, slowly hauled himself up right in front of Mao and Sonya. Sonya's heart ached, tears welled in her eyes, her lips pressed tight as pain escaped into sound and old memories flooded back. A warm hand gently rested on his shoulder. A voice rang out, "I'm searching for a cure for the hydro ailment." Jocko said it would be the remedy for children somewhere in the world. He told Sonya, hopeful for a brighter future ahead. Jocko smiled kindly, his eyes affectionate as he looked at Sonya and gently said, "Come with me, Sonya." Sonya folded her arms, skeptical. Replying to Jocko, she said, "Sir, I'm not cheap either." Jocko, helpless, could only negotiate with Gongtia and Sonya. Gongtia and she could take anything we find while diving. To reassure her, Sonya kept asking, "Really?" To prove his promise, Jocko wagered an item to Sonya to cement her trust. "I'll bet it," he said, then tossed it towards Sonya. Sonya quickly caught it, her face skeptical. It was a small chicken-shaped keychain, rather childish looking. Gongtia, surprised to see the item, hurriedly asked Jocko, "Isn't that the memento you gave your daughter?" Sonya was taken aback. Upon hearing that, she looked at Jocko with curiosity. Jocko remained the same. Without further thought, he decided to give his most precious possession to Sonya, smiling gently. "Let's make a difference together, Sonya." Sonya couldn't help but smile. She felt a growing respect for this uncle figure. "Okay, the deal's accepted," she agreed cheerfully. Back to reality, the real world was brutal. Sonya sobbed in pain, calling out Jocko's name, unable to accept or bear to look at her comrade reduced to this state. The old man's corpse began to turn purple. Jocko stopped chewing and slowly stood up, emitting an eerie sound, "Gabobo." Sonya looked at him in terror but kept deceiving herself, stubbornly calling Jocko, insisting on talking to him though the outcome seemed obvious. "Jocko, it's Sonya, don't you remember me?" she joked awkwardly while truly terrified. Mao saw Sonya's stubbornness and reached out to stop her, warning, "Don't go back, Sonya, it's not safe." Sonya shoved Mao's hand away and, ignoring him, moved closer, angrily shouting, "Leave me alone." The closer she got, the more emotional she became. Tears fell relentlessly, her heart cutting with pain as she shouted that he'd promised to find a cure for the children and to wake up Jocko. Upon hearing those sounds, it seemed Jocko still had some awareness. He trembled, groaned, and ground his teeth. The human side and the monster side battled fiercely inside Jocko. The human part won for a moment. He clutched his head in pain and collapsed, moaning, The pain intensified. Jocko squeezed his eyes shut and screamed. Taishan and Sonya stared at Jocko in disbelief. The groaning grew louder. Jocko's eyes bulged. His mouth opened wide as blood continuously spat out. The agony made him scream, a heart-wrenching cry of pain. Those sounds stopped and were replaced by the ripping of clothing as Jocko's body swelled and tentacles sprouted all over him. His teeth became even sharper and more metallic than before. Witnessing this, Sonya's face went pale, mouth agape in shocked despair. This was real, and she stood stupefied. Seeing that, Jocko lunged forward quickly. Distracted, Sonya was bitten hard in the arm, and blood gushed out. But Sonya stubbornly screamed, "Jocko, Jock." Stubbornly she pleaded, "Stop it." Jocko, knowing he wouldn't be the same, she pushed him with her hands but refused to take up a weapon to deal with him. A voice rang out, but she didn't pay attention. Suddenly Jocko bit fiercely, tearing part of Sonya's arm. Sonya cried out in pain, "Ah." Suddenly Kana appeared from behind, aimed true, and coldly swung the sword tip, slicing through Jocko's tentacle. The grotesque sound came from Jocko himself. He was no longer Jocko but a monster. Gongtia shouted. Sanya rushed over anxiously to her. Seeing Sanya wounded, Gongtia grew more frantic. Weapon in hand, he swung fiercely at the monster. But Sanya leapt up to block him, shouting no. She used her body to stop Gongtia. She didn't want him to strike. She desperately explained, it's not a monster, it's Jocko. Jocko, can't you understand, Gongtia? He grew solemn and looked toward Jocko. That was exactly Jocko's face. Gongtia's face darkened. Trembling, he called Jocko's name. Is it Jocko? Jocko growled and slowly stood up. Gongtia, in pain, began to breathe faster. Why are you? He asked. A large sword was driven through Jocko's torso. Blood sprayed everywhere. Sanya and Gongtia turned back in shock. Kana moved nimbly without hesitation and swung the sword straight at Jocko. Immediately, Kana shifted and launched the next strike while Jocko still roared in pain. Kana's gaze was icy and resolute. She focused completely on the target before her, Jocko. The sword blade met steel with a loud clang, sparks flying. Gongtia had intercepted Kana's strike. He was protecting Jocko. Kana looked at him full of suspicion, as if not understanding what the hell he was doing. Her face darkened. Annoyed, she asked Gongtia, what are you doing? Gongtia, embarrassed and unsure how to answer, stammered, damn, wait. I just can't accept that our comrade Jocko should die. Before Gongtia could say more, Kana landed a solid punch square on his face. Caught off guard with no guard up, the blow stunned him. Kana darted forward, ignoring Gongtia's cries of pain. Blood in his hands blurred his vision, but nothing could stop Kana's advance. Kana leapt high into the air to build momentum, swinging her blade toward Jocko's back. Jocko was still writhing in pain, unaware Kana was silently closing in. Her steely gaze meant to finish Jocko off. Once again that clang rang out. This time it wasn't Gongtia but Sanya. She crossed a long sword to block Kana's two sharp iron blades. Kana was furious, not wanting to waste time. She warned Sanya to get out of the way. Sanya trembled, eyes wet, lips pressed tight as if begging Kana to stop. Her voice was weak as she spoke. Wherever Kana swung, Sanya's sword intercepted her. Kana's technique was clearly superior. She had already taken control of the situation and saw she couldn't be stopped. Sanya yelled, Kana, that's Jocko. Please stop. Don't kill your comrade with your own hands. Kana remained unmoved, resolute to kill Jocko because he was no longer human and could be a danger to others. She said seriously, he's not human anymore, so step aside. Sanya stubbornly tried to stop Kana, still making excuses for Jocko, or maybe she was fooling herself. No, she's wrong, she shouted. Sanya sobbed and begged, please Kana, I beg you don't kill him, at least let him live even like this. Sanya knew Jocko was no longer human but truly couldn't bear to see him die and wanted to protect him no matter what form he took. Hearing that, Kana hesitated. She didn't want to strike either but saw no other way. Jocko seemed to realize something. His face wore a sad, mournful look as he made indistinct sounds with no clear meaning. But the truth was Jocko had been infected by Genos. His consciousness was gone and he lost control, lunging at Kana and Sanya. Sanya screamed in terror, no Jock. Kana sensed the danger right before her and nimbly moved up. Her blade swiftly sliced Jocko's body cleanly in two. Blood poured out bright red. Life left him. Jocko's eyes slowly closed. Sanya stood frozen, tears streaming. She whispered Jocko's name. Memories flooded back once more. Sanya and Jocko stood on the ship's deck. She asked him, why do this when it brings no benefit at all? Her face full of puzzlement. Why would he do that? Why search for a cure for the hydro affliction when his daughter didn't survive? She asked Jocko innocently. Jocko fell silent, looking at Sanya. After a moment he spoke when they met again. I wanted to look into the girl's eyes. Sanya listened intently. In her memory he smiled kindly and softly said, I wanted to tell the girl that I never stopped thinking about her. His benevolent face shining in the morning light. But now too cruelly he was dead. Dead in a pool of bright blood, his body no longer whole, no longer human, dead while things were still unfinished. People stared at Jocko's corpse as the space grew quiet. Gongtia couldn't believe the scene before him. In pain, he called out Jocko's name. Kana stood frozen, a few beads of sweat on her face, saying nothing. Everyone on the team fell silent. They grieved for Jocko's death. The most pained was probably Sanya. She knelt by the arm wound that still bled, though compared to the wound in her heart it meant nothing. Staring at Jocko, she couldn't stop crying, her eyes brimming with tears. Sanya whispered, I hope you get to meet your daughter. You can be proud. Jocko's eyes were still slightly open. Sanya gently. She reached out and closed his eyes for him. Jocko had truly passed away. Gongtia, the normally strong man, also broke down crying at the painful sight. Everyone remained silent, looking at Jocko. Taishan looked for a long moment, then asked aloud why we don't care about that dead man, right? That was the old chief. He only remembered when people mentioned it, but his face showed no pity, even some hatred as he promptly replied, he deserved to die like that. Despite the sorrow, they had to keep fighting. Kana told Sanya to take care of the wound, then announced they would go to where Boda and Noah were. Elsewhere, a group of people, a few dozen, lay scattered across a small rocky outcrop. Their faces were bleak, drained of life, some huddled in a corner. One groaned, "I don't want to become a monster," and slowly rose, still weak, better dead than a monster. He picked up a large stone and walked down to the water like a sleepwalker. Then he slowly let himself go into the water. The others watched him with blank eyes, as if they'd seen far worse savagery. Bubbles popped continuously, unclear whether from drowning or something else. Then suddenly a huge tentacle lifted that man into the air. Everyone stared at it in shock, trembling. There it was, no. They scattered in panic, screams and chaotic footsteps everywhere. The man from before spat up several mouthfuls of water, choking. Then he looked toward the monster. A colossal monster with razor teeth, its eyes wide, and another mouth in the middle of its forehead. The man angrily, hatefully shouted, "What do you want? Why don't you just kill me already?" Having endured too long, he yelled louder, "Just let me die, you damn monster, horrible creature." Perhaps he'd suffered enough and had no will to live. The monster flailed its tentacles wildly. The man who had been so bold at first now screamed in panic, then shut his eyes tight. While the monster still toyed with its prey, a figure quietly approached, quickly cutting off the monster's tentacle. In great pain, the monster roared once, its body thrashing, water splashing everywhere. With its tentacles severed, the man managed to break free. Everyone gaped in astonishment, wondering who the person who had just jumped down was. That person's hand quickly grabbed the man's hand. It was Boda, one arm holding the man tight, the other gripping his sword dug into the monster's body as an anchor. The man, moved to tears, hadn't expected Boda to appear at this moment. He called Boda's name to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Those below seemed to see a glimmer of hope again, chanting Boda's name, "Boda, Boda is here." A flashlight beam shone from the door that had just opened. A small figure shouted, "This way." On closer look, it was Noah. He waved the flashlight to signal everyone, calling for them to come here again. Everyone joyfully plunged into the water and ran straight toward where Noah stood. Boda, not seeing Lita, anxiously asked the man, "Where's Lita? Where is she?" The man looked at him, unable to bring himself to speak. "Lita," he finally said, lowering his head. Boda's face drained of color, not understanding what had happened. His eyes went vacant, speechless. Boda's mind seemed to collapse. Lita curled inside a water sack, veins around it like an egg. She was still sleeping deeply, then slowly opened her eyes. Angry, Boda ran straight to Lita, shouting her name, "Lita." He hurried over, then pulled a dagger from the pouch on his left chest. He sliced a clean cut, causing the water egg sack to burst. He spread his arms to catch Lita, shaking her and calling to the girl in a worried voice. Behind him appeared a disgusting purple monster with bulging eyes, fierce and aggressive with razor teeth. It grabbed and ripped him away from Lita. Its long arm yanked Boda high up, then slammed him straight down to the ground. The impact thudded, shaking the whole area, and the girl Lita returned to the original water sack. Noah heard the loud noise, turned, and yelled that Boda was stupid, and he told him not to act alone. Under the slimy grip of the monster, Boda grabbed his sword and slowly resisted, struggling to force himself upright. Memories of his childhood with Lita suddenly flashed in Boda's mind. Of him and Lita. He shouted that all of them were bastards. "What did you do to my sister?" His face twisted with grief, eyes reddened and teeth grinding. He swung his sword hard, chopping the monster's arm into pieces. Blood ran down his face. Each stroke radiated utter fury. "I'll kill you," he said, then lunged straight at the monster with the wide mouth on its belly right in front of him. With astonishing thrusting power, Boda leapt up, and with his sword, cut a long stroke into the ugly mouth of the monster. His pupils dilated to the extreme. The slash sent the monster's blood spraying everywhere. He landed safely after his strike. The monster writhed on the cold ground, then suddenly was hit by 3 gunshots, making it roar in agony. Boda had time to draw his gun and shoot it, his face set like iron. He glared and mockingly asked if it hurt, those rounds laced with poison made by the families the monster stole from. The monster, purple-black, began flinging its tentacles at Boda, but with a single sweeping stroke of his sword, skilled and precise. The tentacles were cleaved into sections and lay still on the ground. The monster howled. Boda calmly said, "That stuff won't work on me." Cut to the Busan Union stronghold. The old man with the tuft of hair wearing a red coat started the power generator. The large, slightly rusted machine emitted blue electric sparks, along with a crackling sound. The old man announced they had nearly stored enough power, so they'd evacuate everyone by submarine now. Mao supported his decision. He shouted loudly everyone back, then waved as if signaling let's go. But one guy went the wrong way, prompting others to remind him this was the correct path. The old man in red approached a cart holding a naval mine, as Kana had reported, seeing the cold metal before him. He worried that if it detonated it would level the place, but it was also their last weapon. According to what Uncle Taishan said earlier, back to the battle still raging at Bota's location. He and the monster had been grappling for a while, on both the beast and his body. Blood, sweat, and wounds blended together as the creature's cries grew ever more piercing. Bota's face was no longer furious but became calmer, he felt neither fear nor trembling anymore. Once in the past, these monsters had been the terror of many people, including him and little Lita. They used to be enormous, too numerous and too terrifying, making him hesitate. But now he couldn't back down. Little Lita was there, his beloved little sister. The rage inside him was overwhelming everything. Bigness didn't mean it could intimidate him, quite the opposite. It made the monster easier to land blows on. Boda told himself he would kill that damn monster in front of him and bring Lita home. He continued the fight with the action of charging at the monster. The creature's many arms reached out to attack him, but they all missed. Boda taunted the monster, asking what it was aiming at. Had the toxin really affected it that much? Suddenly from behind, a tentacle hoisted up a large rock and slammed it down toward Boda. He managed to leap high enough to dodge the blow. Mid-air, he quickly threw his dagger, embedded deep in the large sword, toward the ferocious entity before him. Using the cord linking the dagger to the sword, he spun, causing the creature's neck to be sliced into 3 segments. With great force, he yanked the cord, making the 3 parts separate. The creature's head fell into the water, splashing the people nearby. From above, Boda delivered the finishing blow to its body, driving his sharp sword through into the connecting flesh, between the long neck that had just been split into 3, and the huge mouth that had taken so many lives. Though the monster had lost its head, the large mouth below still screamed in pain. Boda pressed the sword against the tumor-like masses of flesh. Then suddenly it detonated, creating a massive explosion. In front of the onlookers, the monster's blood mixed with water and sprayed into the air, everyone stunned by what had just happened. Noah stopped and spoke as if to confirm to everyone that Boda had single-handedly defeated that giant. The surrounding people were overjoyed, hugging each other and cheering because he had killed the foul sea monster. Boda was the one who had saved them. Above on the sea monster, a lone figure stood, holding someone aloft. None other than Boda, the hero who had slain the beast, cradling his beloved sister Lita. The cold iron sword had been sheathed on his back as blood and water sprayed down like a steady rain of red. Boda's face was gentle with a hint of sorrow as he gazed at his sister. Little Lita had her eyes tightly shut. Her long hair flowed loose as if she were sleeping soundly and peacefully amidst the battlefield. Boda softly told her that he had arrived too late, didn't he? Everyone around was shocked at the truth. Was it really too late? Boda's knees buckled, but he still held his beloved sister in his arms. He apologized to her, begging her to wake up, tears streaming down his face. He leaned into her chest and called her name loudly, hoping she would hear him. On the water's surface, small whirlpools began to appear. The blonde girl guessed the drain system had activated, and that likely everyone had made it back to the power station. Suddenly there was a crackling sound from behind. The blue water egg sacs began to hatch all at once. Small dark brown sea monsters started to roar. They resembled the mother beast, with wide mouths and sharp teeth. The surrounding townspeople were terrified by the monstrous sight. The small sea monsters surged out together, ready for the next fight. They leapt out of the egg sacs, then slowly stood up. Their bodies seemed transformed from unlucky victims the big sea monster had swallowed earlier. These smaller sea monsters were roughly human-sized, could walk on 2 legs and wear clothes. Some even still had diving helmets. They chased after the townspeople, who scattered in panic. Noah, standing near Boda, urged him to hurry. They were right behind and in great numbers. Boda remained standing there, cradling little Lita. He still couldn't snap out of the shock. Lita no longer breathed and lay motionless in his arms. The small sea monsters lunged and roared behind him, opening their huge mouths as if to bite him alive. Young Noah dodged the attacks anxiously. Suddenly they stopped attacking and stood still, which surprised Noah. She must be wondering why you haven't moved either. The sea monsters looked unusually obedient. They stood rigid like statues and even bowed slightly, which left Noah even more stunned. She turned and looked back toward the 2 siblings, Boda and Lita. Little Lita moments ago had stopped breathing, suddenly raised her hand in front of her, in a gesture like the leader's command to halt. Boda happily called Lita's name. Then, to his astonishment, she stood up. She stood before the sea monsters as if commanding them, as if she were their leader. At that moment, Kana's team ran out of the manhole and rushed toward Boda and Lita. In front of them was a strangely astonishing scene. Little Lita stood on a rock outcrop, and the sea monsters around her stood obediently before her. Her small back radiated a strange presence, like someone entirely different they didn't recognize. She glanced at Kana's team. Her face had changed, blue blood veins spreading across it and her eyes glowing red like a serpent's. The silence was terrifying. Mal broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "What on earth is happening?" Boda stepped 1 foot onto the rock, anxiously asked if Lita was all right, and slowly approached her. The girl stood there motionless and didn't answer. Boda moved closer and patted the girl's shoulder. Then suddenly the girl fainted and fell backward. Fortunately, he caught her. Cut to the scene where everyone begins moving away from the battlefield with the foul sea monsters. The team sits in a boat heading home. The boat shot out of the pit amid the wreckage and headed straight out to sea. Everyone inside sat in a circle in a heavy silence. Only the hum of the boat's engine could be heard. Boda covered his sister Lita with a blanket and held her close. The girl slept deeply in his arms, yet the blue veins on her face and body remained stamped and would not fade away. Seeing those veins, Boda squeezed her tighter and wrapped her more protectively, his face showing deep worry. He whispered to the girl, let's go home, Lita. The bearded uncle looked at the two siblings with a face of worry mixed with fear. His face was taut and he kept sweating. He clutched his gun tightly, his hand trembling slightly. Sonia, sitting beside him, partly understood why the uncle acted that way. Because their comrade Jocko had ultimately become a monster. But could little Lita follow a different path? Kana watched the two siblings, Boda and Lita. The recent events had given her a lot to think about. Lita's earlier behavior was just like when Jocko was transformed. And perhaps Lita had been infected too. It was hard for her to picture what had happened then and before, what on earth had occurred. Cut to Busan League's base, where people were boarding the last of the submersibles. Everyone reached the final craft. Uncle Mao shouted at the old man, hey old man, get on, we have to leave. But the old man quietly replied that he would not go, which surprised the fellow, who blurted out, what do you mean? Little Ling had just yelled at him. Then the old man quickly locked the submersible's hatch. Noah and Ling inside could only shout grandpa as the old man stood outside, touching the glass as if soothing the two children. Then he calmly said that he was too old to adapt to a new life. You kids must live on, remember that. He pressed the launch button for the submersible. The craft slid along the tube and shot straight down into the deep sea, then moved onward. The two kids, Noah and Ling, sobbed and called for grandpa. Only the old man remained at the deep sea base. The old man drew his gun and monologued, I'm sorry, but one day you will understand. This shabby base is everything to me. Master Taishan wished the children could go somewhere better than this, but there was no one left to hear him speak. His two little grandchildren clung to each other, curled up inside the vessel that rocked violently as it surged to the surface. Noah and Ling squeezed their eyes shut in fear. Noah hugged his sister instinctively, closed his eyes, and shouted. But he felt nothing around him. He opened one eye to look. Suddenly before them was a dark storage chamber. The two children lifted their eyes upward. They were startled when the steel dome gave a loud creak. The hatch squealed and slowly opened. A shaft of light poured in from outside, blinding the children. A soundless message echoed through the space. Noah, Ling, the last children of the submerged city Matmata. The two siblings stood dazed, their faces still showing astonishment. Finally, both climbed onto the hatch and poked their heads out to look. Confusion hadn't left their faces, but the children's ears seemed to catch the old man's comforting words. Don't be afraid. Life would continue in a new world with new people. Noah and Ling saw the harbor and the rescued people under the sky and on the sea's surface, all bathed in the red-gold hues of the sunset, while birds wheeled freely above, flapping and calling out their cause between sky and sea. Ling, seeing the scene, burst into tears and cried for Grandpa, who was no longer with them. But the siblings remembered his words and cried out that the sky is endless. They wept uncontrollably as the peaceful scene began to shift. Beneath the dark ruins on the sea floor, where countless relics lay heaped upon one another, someone was dragging a round mine across the ground. Old man Senning gasped for breath. He tried to set the mine among the monsters. He called, my comrades, my brothers, my friends, my children, his face soaked in sweat as he remembered those the monsters stole from him. Even my wife, you took them from me. Yet exhausted, he did not stop his motion. Panting, he spoke his final words to them. I will not forget that for a single second, my whole life, the hatred I bear for you. Then he halted before the monsters, their disgusting tentacles writhing, and said the only reason this heart still beats is for this moment. He pulled the pin. His eyes, wet and rimmed with blood, flashed with rage as he said this is for everyone. Then he shouted at the monsters, die in hell. He resolutely yanked the striker. The mine began to hiss and shot forward with force. The pointed head drove into a monster with a sickening thud. The whole area erupted in an explosion. The sea creatures were reduced to shredded meat falling to the floor. Even the submarines were blown to pieces, into twisted scraps of metal. The shock from the blast cracked and split the surface. Water gushed through the fissures, growing heavier by the moment, and finally flooded in completely when nothing could hold back the base. Everything was swept away by the rushing water. Even the great relics were carried by the current through the mouth of the shaft and propelled upward. At Oasis Harbor, a man pointed toward the submarines drifting toward the surface and shouted, look there. The others stopped what they were doing and turned to look in the direction he indicated. They all burst into cheers in surprise at the sight before them. It's the rescue team, they're coming back. People surged forward, shouting and cheering Kana, Mao. Mao stood up crisply and declared Renos is dead. This place is safe now. Those who heard the news all exclaimed in relief. Amid the relief, a woman looked stunned as she spotted something. On the sub's roof were some of their relatives. An announcer cried out, congratulations, these are the people who were taken. The rescued rushed back to their families, calls of sister and father rising among the crowd. Tears of emotion ran down the cheeks of those now embraced by loved ones they thought they'd never see again. Scenes of household reunions, half joyful, half sorrowful. Kana had been standing in the crowd, quietly watching a family reunite. The corner of her mouth lifted into a faint, sad smile. At that moment, someone noticed Boda quietly carrying his sister and walking by. He hurriedly asked Boda, "Is Lita all right?" Lita lay motionless with her eyes closed in her brother's arms, the veins on her face a sign of transformation. Boda answered hollowly, "She's fine, she's just sleeping." He continued carrying her away under everyone's watchful eyes. Someone leaned in and whispered to the man who'd asked, startling him into repeating the question. "Is the girl infected?" Sanya, standing next to Kana, watched the two and then turned to Kana. "What are you going to do? Rumors will spread fast. She can tell this whole place is in danger. Lita could destroy the whole area." Kana. Sanya cautioned carefully. Kana simply asked calmly, "Really?" Sanya suddenly shouted, "What?" Suddenly loud noises rose from the water's surface. People looked down at the sea and told each other, "Look." The sound of waves slapping kept coming. A slab of metal shot up from the water, then another, then a third. Finally, countless iron boxes floated to the surface. The people cheered with joy at sight of the great relics. Mao and the crowd marveled. "How wonderful." Sanya, incredulous, exclaimed, "Impossible." Kana suddenly told her, "Sanya, I don't think the girl will destroy this place. You saw what happened too, didn't you?" Kana was recalling the moment Lita stood before the monsters. They seemed to stand still before her, with an attitude like submission. Kana asserted that we survived thanks to Lita, her eyes becoming intense. Thinking of Boda and Lita, she suggested the children might be the key. Lita still lay unconscious in her brother's arms, the blue-purple veins on her face showing a layer of blood hue. They could be the key, Kana reasoned. At that moment, Lita's face, still unconscious, regained some color. Sanya only slightly frowned at Kana's words. She seemed to want to say something but couldn't bring herself to speak. As the sun gradually set, Kana sat with the townspeople in the eatery celebrating. They were all grateful to her and thanked Kana. Another person said, "Thank you so much." Mao told her, "Everyone is grateful to you. No need to be modest, you're a hero, Kana." Sanya and Gongtia Park just watched the scene in silence. Someone hurriedly remembered and asked Kana, "How's Lita?" Kana glanced down and replied, "The girl is still sleeping, like a newborn waiting for life." At the two siblings' home, Lita was chained by one ankle to the. Her hands were chained too. The girl lay breathing with heavy labor. She seemed to have a fever. Gongtia Park said he hoped the girl would wake and be a normal human again. Mao turned to him in shock, asking, "What are you saying?" Gongtia Park seriously raised the question, could the girl become a monster like Jocko? He remembered how Jocko had been poisoned like Lita and lost his mind, and continued speaking. The poor girl was also locked inside an egg sack like that, now lying unconscious on her moonlit bed, unaware of the outside world. Sanya suddenly recalled Kana's words and hoped it was only wishful thinking. "Monster is monster." Kana frowned and said nothing. But Mao immediately objected. "Sanya, Kana, there's no choice but to kill Jocko." Sanya gestured to stop him and cut him off. "That's exactly what I'm saying." She slammed her hand hard on the table and angrily asked Kana, "What will you do if Lita becomes a monster?" Surprise was clear in Kana's eyes. Sanya pressed, "Could you kill the girl?" And the surprise in Kana's eyes slowly turned to panic. As for Boda and Lita, while Lita remained unconscious, the brother kept vigil by her side, but his eyes were empty and hollow. In the night at the harbor, the scene of a strange boat suddenly appearing. Boda frantically searched for his sister Lita. "Where are you, Lita?" He suddenly heard a sniffling sound coming from somewhere. A silhouette resembling his sister, as a child was sobbing in a corner of the ship. Her figure was veiled in mist, making her seem a little blurred. Boda anxiously called Lita. The girl still sat hugging her knees, crying, asking, "Didn't you say you'd never leave me?" Boda, tears flowing, said to her, "I'm sorry, Lita. I will never leave you alone again," he cried as he held his sister tight. Lita clung to her brother's arm unnaturally and murmured, "I told you, don't abandon me." Her face was no longer human but a monster's, with a black hollowed visage, glowing red pupils, and sharp teeth. The girl lunged and bit his neck. Boda screamed and suddenly jolted awake. He clutched his face, breathing hard, realizing it had only been a dream, though the dream left him confused about what had happened. Boda's bloodshot eyes flicked toward his sister. When he turned to look, the figure on the bed was no longer lying down but sitting up, facing him with both feet touching the floor. The moonlight didn't clearly reveal the girl's face. At night when Kana was on her way home, walking and thinking as she went, what if Lita turned into a monster? Would I dare to do it to her? With my own 2 hands. Kana looked at her hands and clenched them into fists. She approached the still-lit room and opened the door to call out, "I'm home, Lita." Her expression upon entering shifted from slight surprise to astonishment. Seeing the 2 siblings, most importantly Lita, who looked completely normal, sitting opposite each other drinking tea, Boda cheerfully greeted her, "Hey, Kana." Lita also smiled and greeted Kana back. Kana examined her face closely. No sign of infection, and Lita's smile was entirely natural. Then she exclaimed in mild disbelief, Leda. The girl immediately threw herself into Kana's arms, crying and saying, I made you worry, didn't I? Kana, still stunned, said Leda. Then she hugged her little sister tightly. Her face showed a rare fragility as she breathed, thank heavens you're back. Boda then came over and embraced the girl as well. Afterwards in the house, they sat together caring for Leda, feeding her, and listening as she told everything that happened. She remembered that after she was locked inside the egg, everything began to fade, growing darker and darker, until she forgot even herself. Lita curled up, floating in the dark, and a voice nearby called Lita, Lita, but she couldn't remember who Lita was. Then someone came close and gently lifted the girl's chin with a hand. In her foggy mind, Lita wondered who it was as she felt long hairs caress her cheek. The woman before her had a face very similar to hers and called out, Lita. Your name is Lita, Boda, surprised, asked, did you see mother? Lita lowered her head and smiled with slight regret. She had never seen her mother's face, but the feeling was very familiar. As if her mother were protecting her, even if her mother died because of her. Boda hurriedly told her not to say that, it wasn't her fault. Lita fell silent with a sad smile, thinking that her mother died right after giving birth to her, as if it were because of her. The girl sniffed, picked up a piece of fish from the plate, and put it in her mouth. Then suddenly exclaimed, this mackerel is really delicious. Kana told her the innkeeper made it for her. Hearing that, Lita's smile brightened. She said she was truly happy to eat the dishes he cooked again. Kana smiled and said, eat up, Lita. Boda was also greatly relieved, thinking it's really Lita. She really is the same as before. He watched Lita happily enjoy her fish and silently thanked the heavens. Finally, when their house sank back into darkness, out on the shore at that moment, Lita crouched over, secretly vomiting up all the food she had just been enjoying moments before. The violent vomiting left her a bit short of breath, but Lita couldn't suppress the nausea. She put a hand to her mouth, surprised, wondering what was happening and why the food smelled so disgusting. After vomiting everything up, Lita was left with an empty stomach and sighed that she was starving. She noticed some fish swimming casually around her. One of them caught her attention. Lita immediately snatched it up, holding the fish as it thrashed in her hand. Bringing it close to her mouth, her thoughts were only of the hunger. She bit down hard into the fish's body and proceeded to eat it raw. She was surprised by the taste of the raw fish and thought, hey, I can eat this, why can I eat this? Then her nose caught another scent in the air. She wondered what the smell was, it wasn't fish. She followed the direction of the scent. Lita's sense of smell locked onto that direction. It streaked across the water. Lita sprang onto the shore on all fours like a rabbit and hurled herself forward. Her eyes bloodshot with red veins. The alluring scent made the blood in her boil with excitement. She wondered what this smell was. This sweet aroma was irresistible. At that moment, Lita's eyes turned red. She couldn't stop herself from sinking into the thought of having to chew and swallow it, saliva dribbling from her mouth. She leapt faster and faster. Only the call of instinct remained in her head, urging her toward her prey. She slammed down onto the water's surface, sending up white splashes. Before her floated countless bodies still oozing blood. Lita froze, horrified at the gruesome sight. She blurted out, thinking, all these corpses, there's so much blood. Then she suddenly realized, so that's the smell. Lita was aghast to find she was being drawn to human blood. But worse, even as her mind kept asking why. Her body still reacted to the scent of blood, despite her clenching her jaw to resist the craving. She still moved toward a corpse, savored its scent, and wondered why this smell was so appealing and why she couldn't stop herself. As Lita was about to open her mouth to bite the corpse's neck, she became aware of someone standing behind her. A masked man kicked her, making Lita only manage a short cry of "You." Then she toppled into the water. The man planted his foot on her back to stop her from fleeing. Then he leaned down and looked at Lita, saying, "What the hell, why is a brat like you up now?" Lita noticed the man held a knife in one hand while an accomplice carried a gun. Then, suddenly realizing something, he pressed the knife to Lita's throat and snapped, "Hey, what is this? Are you the kid who works at the restaurant?" The man pulled his mask down, revealing himself as the captain who had clashed with Mao and Kana. He was the one who had aggressively threatened the shopkeeper, saying the maid had dirtied his shoes when Kana accidentally dropped food on them. That day, both the girl and the innkeeper had to bow their heads and apologize profusely to him. It was him. Lita worriedly recalled the henchman behind him asking if they should kill the girl. "Boss," the captain joked, "don't be so rough. It's those kinds of acts that make people call me a pirate," he said, roughly hauling Lita upright by one arm. His henchman answered honestly, "But we are pirates." Lita now realized in horror they were pirates. Had they killed all the guards for the relics while the pirates were carrying the treasures away? Lita struggled to break free from the man holding her, screaming, "Get away from me." The man clamped a hand over Lita's mouth and pressed a knife to her throat, threatening, "Shut up or I'll kill you." He didn't expect the girl to boldly bite down on his hand. He recoiled, clutching his hand and screaming in pain, "Oh, ow." Stunned, he looked at his hand, part of the flesh torn away. Then he roared, "You little." Suddenly, he noticed something odd about the child in front of him. The girl bent down and licked the taste of blood from her mouth. The blood activated Lita's salivary glands. She licked her lips. The pirate realized this and grabbed Lita by the collar, grinning with interest. "Oh ho, you're the girl infected by the sea monster." He clenched his bitten arm into a fist, making it bleed more, then raised it and taunted Lita, "Want more?" Saying that, he lifted his hand high above Lita's head, forcing her to tilt her face up and drink the drops of blood pouring from his wound. Blood splattered across her face and into her eyes. The more she tasted the flavor of blood, Lita couldn't stop herself. "It's so sweet," she thought, sticking out her tongue as if to lick every drop of that delicious taste. Lita only realized she was losing consciousness as she, by instinct, reached for the pirate's hand, making meaningless, animalistic sounds of thirst. The pirate mockingly raised his hand at her. "Haha, look at this brat." One of the crew sighed and warned their boss, "We don't have much time," and he clamped her mouth shut again. Suddenly, a force from below shot straight up at the pirate's neck. He only managed to gasp, a sound before he could make sense of it. And the head of the man the little girl had appeared to be under control of was smashed clean off his body. You couldn't see the demon eyes on the child's face. Something fell in front of the two pirates who were carrying goods. One man looked more closely in surprise and discovered it was their boss's bloody severed head that had just dropped. He screamed and fired his gun at Lita. By then, the girl had launched herself from the headless corpse's position, flipping her torso and propelling herself more than 2 meters above the water's surface. Then she dove straight down, taking down one man with unbelievable speed. Then she immediately leapt across to attack the remaining men. One man panicked and fired wildly at Lita, but it was useless. The girl quickly lunged forward and grabbed the man's face, then killed him. Only the original henchman and the pirate captain remained. Lita turned to look at him. Blood still ran from her mouth, her skin showing greenish-blue streaks, and her eyes had completely transformed into black sclera with the sea monster's red pupils. Seeing the earlier scene, the long-haired guy trembled in fear. He backed away, holding the knife out in front of him and pointing it at Lita as a warning. "Stay away from me." He kept backing up while wildly brandishing the knife, shouting, "Stay away from me, you freak." Lita remained silent and showed no intention of stopping at his command. Lita bent down and moved closer to him, quickly reaching out her hand, and grabbed the arm that held the knife of the long-haired man. Her grip was so strong his wrist bent, and he dropped the dagger. He groaned in pain, "Oof oof," while Lita showed not the slightest hesitation. She could no longer control herself. The thought of hunger overwhelmed everything. Right now, she only thought of being so hungry. The long-haired man couldn't believe death had come so quickly. He squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for some miracle to save him. Lita bared her sharp metal teeth toward her prey, her mind only wanting to swallow him. "I want to eat him." Lita kept advancing, despite his terrified screams. Just then Mao and two patrollers noticed something odd below. They stopped and shone a light down to check. The beam revealed clearly that Lita was pinning the long-haired man down and was about to deal with him. Seeing people, the long-haired man seemed to find a chance at life and screamed loudly for help. At the same time, they announced that Lita was a monster, a sea demon. He trembled all over, eyes wide, tears streaming. Mao and his two teammates were stunned to hear "sea demon." They fumbled and readied their guns. But when the light fell clearly on the face of the one they thought was a monster, they all froze. It was unmistakably Lita. Mao, seeing this, shouted in astonishment, "Lita!" His companion couldn't believe it either. His mouth hung open. The flashlight startled Lita and broke her focus, and taking that chance, the long-haired man trembled as he grabbed the knife and lunged up. He stabbed straight into Lita's shoulder, the sudden strike catching her off guard. Immediately, the stab wound began to sprout strange flesh-like growths. Then it swelled bigger and bigger. Lita screamed in pain. Lita wasn't crying from the stab itself. She cried because a monstrous form was beginning to take shape right there. The teammates stared in shock. Mao, seeing the scene, anxiously called out Lita's name. The long-haired man took advantage of Lita's pain to scramble ashore and hide behind some rocks while the patrol ordered, "Shoot it." While everyone hesitated about whether to shoot Lita, a voice rang out, "Don't shoot." It was Sonya. She stepped forward slowly and drew a long blade from her back. "Sonya wanted to handle this. Let me take care of it." Mao stood stunned, staring at her as if struck by lightning. Sonya's face was strangely calm. The loss of her most important comrade had made her harder. Anyone who turns into a monster, no matter how important, must be wiped out. She looked at Lita, who was losing control. Her eyes shone brightly but had no pupils as she growled a few times. Sonya stepped slowly in front of Lita, gripping her sword firmly. There was nothing stopping her now. She said coldly, "I'll make this as painless for you as possible." Lita snarled, her face contorting as she readied her fighting stance. Lita dashed across the water, moving forward swiftly. At the same time, Sonya swung her arm, slashing a few cuts through the air. Sonya's attack was enough to make Lita stagger and fall into the water, but she quickly burst through the surface and regained her balance, then lunged forward to counterattack. Sonya tightened her grip on the sword and shouted, "Stand still, you're only making things worse." Sonya's face was sorrowful. She truly didn't want to do this, but she had no other choice. "I have no other choice," she said firmly. "You're not human." Lita's eyes were vacant and cloudy as she let out a low growl. Sonya dashed forward. "I'll finish this quickly, Lita." Just as she prepared to strike, a hand stopped her. Boda's action irritated Sonya. Sonya warned desperately, "It's too late, Boda. She's no longer your sister." Ignoring Sonya's words, Boda stubbornly tried to speak to Lita. "Lita, can you hear me? Right? I know you can hear me." He hoped his words would bring Lita back, would wake her up. Lita's expression was gloomy, as if she understood something, but the sea monster blood still flowed within her, making control difficult. Lita sprang up, baring her sharp metal teeth as she lunged at Boda. Sonya tense shouted, "Boda, move away." Boda remained calm. He could easily dodge those attacks, but he had no intention of avoiding them. As Lita charged, Boda gently pulled her into his arms. Boda held her tightly despite Lita thrashing wildly. While holding her, Boda softly said, "It's okay, Lita, I'm here." Lita clamped onto Boda and then bit hard into his shoulder. She gnawed and tore that part apart right there. Sonya, Mao, and the others couldn't understand what the heck he was doing. They shouted anxiously, "Boda." Boda seemed not to notice the pain in his shoulder. He had endured hundreds of physical pains and was determined not to lose his only sister. He gently held Lita and soothed her. It's okay, Lita." Boda slowly pulled the knife out of Lita's arm where it had turned into a sea monster limb. He told Lita, "I won't leave you alone, we're siblings after all." Slowly, he took the knife and tossed it into the water. His gaze warmed as he looked at Lita. "I'm here because of you. No matter what form you're in, Lita is still my sister." Boda refused to abandon her, holding her tight as Lita gradually relaxed. Boda told her, "Come back, return to being my little sister." Lita's eyes widened. She stopped struggling and stopped clawing. It seemed her subconscious was trying to remember something very deep inside her. Lita truly awoke to each call of her name. In her subconscious, Lita wondered who was calling her. Her eyes slowly opened, still wondering who is Lita. Lita was vague and unclear about herself. Memories began to surface. A family of 4, happy and cozy. A tiny life awaited with the family's eager anticipation. Since she was little, Lita had a radiant smile. The little girl was adorable like an angel. Lita and Boda grew up together in their father's arms. And there were times when only the two siblings relied on each other. Even when Lita worked as a server at the diner, she was beloved by many. She even used her own body to protect a boy from a sea monster, ignoring her own safety. Lita is a feeling person. She knows how to cry, how to laugh, how to feel joy and disappointment. She's still just a girl with her whole life ahead of her. Her subconscious shifted from hazy to clear. From eyes vacant and unknowing of herself, they brightened again. Lita was herself. She had awakened. Back in the present, Lita stopped struggling and returned Boda's embrace. She buried her face in her brother's chest. The monstrous arm was also gradually shrinking. Witnessing that, Sonya was utterly amazed. It was receding. Mao and the others gaped in disbelief at this miracle. Tears began to fall. They ran down Lita's cheeks. Sobbing, she whimpered, "I'm sorry, big brother. I thought something was wrong with me." Lita began to blame herself. "Someone like me shouldn't have been born. If it weren't for me, mother wouldn't have died." Seeing father and Boda in pain because their mother was gone, Lita understood. She knew her father and eldest brother missed their mother terribly. They never blamed her. They always loved and protected her. She was a balm for their souls. Still, Lita always thought, "I love dad and big brother so much and I feel guilty for that, so I try to become better." Since childhood, Lita had helped with the housework, doing everything she could. She quietly strove to improve herself, trying to be better. "That small body always wished to be a girl that everyone would love," she said. But in reality, the sea monster blood still quietly flowed in Lita, making her take on a form that humans feared. "And now I've become like this, what should I do?" she asked helplessly. That helplessness and self-loathing made her cry even harder. "I'm a monster." Seeing his sister like this, Boda was heartbroken. He gently hugged Lita tight and soothed her. "No, you are not a monster. You are and will always be my sister, Lita." The two siblings embraced. Around them lay the bodies strewn about, the ones Lita had caused. Kana stood above, watching everything. Kana felt for Lita. She's strong. She can kill any sea monster, even those who have turned into monsters. But with Lita, she couldn't bring herself to strike. "I can't do it," Kana thought quietly. Hundreds of sea monsters had fallen to Kana's blade, yet now, even with sword in hand, she couldn't do it. "I can't kill Lita even if she's a demon." The poor, sensible girl, no one could bear to see Lita die. Lita kept crying. Seeing that, Kana thought there must be a way to keep her human. Kana's expression turned serious. The only way to save Lita was to find Dr. Foyd at the Busan Association. If they found him, he could cure her. She thought for a long time this was the last hope to save Lita. She agreed to return to Busan. We must go back to the Busan Association. The sun began to rise. Flocks of seagulls flapped across the sky. The villagers were all surprised by the sudden news. Ah, are you really going? They rushed forward to beg Kana, don't go, we need a commander. You're the only one who can lead this harbor oasis, Mao said anxiously, hoping Kana would reconsider. The rest of the village also began to speak up. Please lead us, Kana. They were terrified too. What would we do without Kana? Without her, what will we do now? Don't go, Kana. Calmly looking at them, she said frankly, one person leaving won't change this place. They looked at Kana trembling and pleaded, but Kana. Before they finished, Kana met Mao's eyes and continued, for everyone here to hear. There have been many squad leaders in the battle against Genot when it attacked the village. Mao and everyone else held weapons in their hands, unshaken by the enemy's force. Moreover, they united and helped each other in battle, sharing food and aiding one another. Kana continued, seeing the villagers improve and grow, I can't help but praise you. There are many capable leaders here already. Mao still couldn't bear to watch the one he secretly loved leave. He whimpered. After Kana's words, it seemed everyone accepted it. Kana helped them mature. Even without her, they could live well. The head chef stepped forward and said, we've brought some medicines and equipment from the ship's legacy for you. On behalf of the whole village, thank you for defending this village, Kana, and you too, Boda. The entire village was ready for Kana's departure. Their faces no longer fearful or sad, they smiled farewell to Kana and Boda. We'll rebuild this village with our own hands. Come back anytime, you'll always have a place here. We'll keep building and protecting this place, and it will always welcome Kana, Boda, and Lita. Boda and Kana smiled contentedly. Lita's eyes welled with grateful tears. Suddenly, two kids ran up and called Lita's name. She was startled and asked, oh, it's you. The two children looked up at her, holding wildflowers they'd picked, repeating, thank you, Lita, thank you for saving us. Lita was surprised that after everything the children were safe. After everything they're safe, she rejoiced. A mother from the crowd lunged forward, shouting, my children, which startled everyone. She quickly grabbed them and ran off. Some flowers fell from the kids' hands before they could give them to Lita. The mother looked at Lita with fear. She probably thought Lita was a monster. A mother is only trying to protect her children. You can't really blame her. Lita didn't understand and felt anxious. The head chef reassured her, they don't understand, child, don't mind it. Lita still felt a bit hurt. Uncle. The head chef cut her off and praised her. One could say a kind, hardworking girl stands before us. He added, get well and come back, okay? Lita obediently nodded in agreement. Sonia, losing patience, she seemed fed up with everyone lingering in farewells, spoke up, that's enough with the goodbyes. Standing beside her were Gongtia, Noah, and Ling. Sonia continued, isn't it time we set off? Kana stepped closer to Sonia and thanked her. Thank you for letting us come along. Sonia looked at her. It's nothing, I have my reasons for going there too. The moment to depart had come. Mao still couldn't stop crying. He shouted Kana's name. The lovelorn man crouched, watching the boat sail away while everyone waved goodbye. It drifted farther and farther. Kana, Boda and Lita kept looking toward the oasis. Though not large, it held many unforgettable memories, and they looked on with longing. Farewell, everyone. The boat set off toward Busan. It receded and receded until the oasis slipped from view. Gongtia, surprised by Sonia's behavior, you're being kind to them, he asked. Sonia replied, it's not that I have nothing to do. I'm just coming along to see what will happen, her gaze distant. Lita was infected and then turned back into a human. I think the girl might be the key to finding a cure for the Hydra disease. I want to find a cure for the Hydra disease. It wasn't Sonia's concern before, but because of Jocko it gradually became her wish. Memories from before flooded back. Jocko's face was still the same, wearing a gentle smile, hope for a bright future. Surely somewhere in the world there's a cure for the children. Let's do something meaningful with our lives, Sonia. Sonia's eyes were full of sorrow. Her lips curved into a smile again. She turned to Gongtia. I want to finish what Jocko started. Gongtia listened, then smiled and said, Jocko would be proud of you, Sonia. Suddenly Ling appeared and opened the door into the cockpit, making Sonia and Gongtia turn in surprise. Sonia looked visibly annoyed. Noah and Ling were thrilled by everything inside and couldn't help exclaiming, this is the control room. Their faces lit with excitement. Sonia sighed and asked Gongtia why he brought the kids along while the children were still eagerly exploring. Can we look at the circuit boards? Gongtia looked at the children and smiled gently. They saved us, and they said they wanted to see the world. Sonia sneered sarcastically. Who's their dad? Yours, their father. Gongtia, hearing that, didn't think she was joking. He took it as a compliment and blushed, pleased. You think so? Then Gongtia ran over, laughing loudly, scooped the kids up and hugged them. Kids, 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 don't you dare wreck the ship, okay? Sonia looked speechless. Gripping the wheel and staring ahead, she muttered, anyway, how are we supposed to find the Busan Association in this vast sea? Kana suddenly appeared from behind and answered Sonia's question. The Busan Association always comes to the trading port at this time to exchange goods. Kana moved closer to the controls and tapped in a few basic lines. The coordinates of the trading port are... Before she could finish, Sonia brushed Kana's hand away. She looked at Kana. I'm sure about this. Sonia's face was angry, but I'm the captain of this ship. Kana, certainly, Kana replied. Sonia stretched, cleared her throat, and assumed a tone. She breathed out, then smiled. Fine, I will allow you to input the coordinates. Seeing Sonia soften and lose her arrogance, Kana couldn't help but smile. Sonia continued piloting the ship. Kana said softly in praise, I know you're a good person, Sonia. Sonia pretended not to care. She pouted, but her cheeks flushed. Then she said, At the sight of Sonia, Gongtia was also delighted and broke into a smile. Lita, Noah, and Ling stood on the deck, catching the gusts of wind. Lita smiled brightly, her eyes shining. Boda looked at her gently and vowed silently, Lita, I'll save you. No matter what happens, no matter where we must go. And at whatever cost. The ship moved quickly. Not far off, the merchant port came into view. Up close, it was immense and impressive. This place had once been a large organization with 5 buildings out at sea. After 3 of them collapsed in a storm, their revenue plunged, but this place remained a key hub for trade. The ship slowly approached. Following it came another vessel. A loud shout rang out, Look, the Busan Association, a giant ship docking at the port, dozens of small boats swarming around it. An announcement blared that the Busan Association had arrived at the trading port. The locals quickly steered their small boats closer. They shouted out the goods they were selling. I have an engine, buy the engine. Over here, the hunters took turns drawing attention. Dried fish, I sell clothes. We don't need fish, just let the clothing sellers on, the people on the ship ordered. The villagers hastily carried box after box into the ship's hold under guard supervision. Dr. Foyd, wearing glasses, looked down as if expecting something. He began to take off his glasses and glance around. A blond guy standing below called up, Dr. Foyd, look, he's different from the locals, gold rings on his hands, not shabby at all. It seems his goods are exactly what you need. We've brought the fish you ordered, he shouted. Seeing Dr. Foyd, everyone grew ecstatic. Finally here, hurry, let them on. The guards beside Dr. Foyd complied and ordered the crew to let them board. Many villagers protested and pushed through in the chaos, shouting, You said you didn't need fish, so why let them on? A guard used force on a villager, swinging his gun hard across his face as a warning. Move back. The blow sent the villager sprawling to the ground. He leapt up holding his face, bewildered. The covering fell away to reveal eyes and hearts inside that looked horribly grotesque. At the sight, the villagers recoiled in terror, trembling. What kind of fish is that? The guard ordered, Move quickly, go. The blond man nonchalantly pulled the cloth back on and replied, Yes. Aboard, Dr. Foyd immediately asked if they were fresh. The blond fellow eagerly answered, Yes, Dr. Foyd. He swiftly peeled the tarp away so Dr. Foyd could look and confirmed, They're all fresh. Look, one is still twitching. Dr. Foyd, very pleased. Good, good. He grinned wickedly, Well done. Bring me the rest as soon as possible. Dr. Foyd ordered, Take them to the lab for me. Yes, guards, orders acknowledged. The giant Busan ship loomed proudly in the ocean. Inside the ship's hold was a secret room, bearing a blue logo. Inside was an impressive, sprawling system. The researchers, clad in protective suits, worked intensely. Tank pressure stable, heart rate stable, begin transferring food. No sooner said than the heart was compressed down with force. It ran along the water pipe. Heart's eyes, entrails, brains were quickly pumped down into the water tank. A set of sharp iron jaws snapped up quickly, producing a loud explosion outward. It's eating, Dr. Foyd, it's eating. It started feeding itself, someone reported with a hint of awe. Dr. Foyd stared inside, not taking his eyes off it. He was excited, heart pounding, sweating. At last, we've done it. The monster still devoured and chewed inside the water tank. The organ-selling boat from earlier began to set off. Someone on board wondered what the hell they planned to do with that pile of monster innards. Another quickly replied, Who cares, as long as there's money. The blonde turned and said, They're trading gears for those monster organs. Since we can't eat them, we should squeeze as much money out of them as possible. He sneered slyly. Boats kept arriving at the trading port in a flurry. Everyone on the quay worked enthusiastically, scraping together whatever they had, searching for anything saleable to survive. An announcement rang out: the Busan Association has ordered several sets of clothing. People, hurry and collect garments, bring everything we have. At the same time, the organ dealers were busy butchering two giant monsters. They plucked out the eyes, slit open the bellies, and took out livers and guts. Some gathered and processed the organs with practiced ease, showing no fear. Perhaps they were Dr. Foyd's regular suppliers. The blonde up top ordered, "Hurry, we must leave one more time before sunset." The henchmen obeyed and quickened their pace. Suddenly someone appeared right before them, startling the blonde. It was Kana and Boda. Kana looked at him coldly and asked, "How long has it been?" "6 years. The blonde froze in panic, stammering Kana. At the trading port, Kana had been quietly watching the Busan ship. She watched and listened to the blonde's information. They said they'd leave in 3 weeks. The blonde asked, "I heard you caused trouble with the Busan Council. I thought you were dead, Kana." Kana turned to him. "We need your help to get into the Busan Association." Hearing Kana, the blonde snapped irritably, "Why should I help you? Do you know how hard I struggled to help Tian? I should have just sided with the Busan Association." Kana looked at him coldly. "Every debt must be repaid. Isn't that the trading port's rule?" The blonde stepped right up to Kana, pointed at her and said, "I don't owe you anything. Tian was the one who saved me." As Kana finished, Boda slowly removed his hat. Boda's face was identical to his father's. The blonde gaped in shock. Tian Ma." Boda introduced himself. "I'm his son, Boda Ma." He added, "This is your chance to repay that debt." Seeing his benefactor's son before him, the blonde could no longer run and reluctantly agreed. They set off on their way. Along the route, the blonde kept complaining, "Damn it, Busan isn't a place to mess with. If we're found out, he'll lose his head." Inside the box, Lita began to make weak noises. Boda tried to encourage his sister. "Hold on a little longer, Lita." Inside the box, the little girl Lita had to sit among a pile of terrifying monster organs. The blonde turned to ask Kana why she returned when she could live safely away from them. Then he warned Kana that if they were caught, they'd all be killed. Kana's expression darkened. "I know, one mistake and the whole team can't come back, but for Lita, this is the only way." Someone on the boat said, "We're almost there, get ready." They docked right beneath the Busan ship. The massive fleet system made Sonya unable to look away. Wow, just how much the Busan Association had grown to make Boda so amazed. He thought to himself, Busan after 4 years. The blonde shouted back, "More supplies for Dr. Foyd here." Boda looked up. He spotted 3 guards quietly watching them. Among those officers, Boda recognized a familiar figure, Dohu. So startled, he called Dohu's name out loud. Kana, hearing Boda make noise, shoved his head down to hide his face from view. She whispered to Boda to keep quiet. Boda crouched down, but he couldn't stop thinking of his sister Lita, hiding to avoid being spotted by these soldiers. The Busan ship's hold door swung open, and ladders were slowly lowered down. The Busan Association inspectors urged the merchants. The sun's almost down, move the cargo fast, and they obediently replied, yes. Kana and Boda sneaked into the crowd of traders, pretending to be merchants as they pushed goods into the Busan. Seeing Boda and Kana acting odd, the inventory officer told them to stop there. He said, "We have to check if the count is correct." This remark filled Lita, hiding in the crate, with dread, fearing she'd be discovered. The officer then shoved Kana aside without waiting. Lita sat inside the crate, burning with fear. "Oh no, we'll be found out." She could only pray to God to protect her and Kana and Boda. The officer grabbed the tarp and pulled it back. The collaborator who helped Kana and Boda get aboard feared that if they were discovered, they'd kill all of us on the spot. Lita, hiding inside, had lost all hope. As Kiho pulled the tarp back to inspect, the two met eyes. Kiho was shocked when he saw the little girl. The dim light fell on her sweet face and his gaze softened with pity, as if saying, "Please don't reveal that she's here. We might all die here." But surprisingly, Kiho didn't tell the nearby officer. His face stayed calm. He patted the crate and said, "That's all." The officer beside him didn't notice anything suspicious and hurried them on. Uncle Kiho watched as they pushed the crate inside and realized it was Kana and Tian's child. He worried for them, eyes following them even after the crate was moved in. Kiho's emotions were chaotic. He couldn't describe how he felt knowing Kana and Boda had returned to the Busan Association. Dusk fell. The sunlight, no longer harsh, shone on the Busan. Uncle Kiho then led Bota's group into the ship. Sonya wandered around, fascinated, and exclaimed, "Wow, is this the famed Busan Association?" Boda walked carefully, observing everything. He looked up at the ceiling, remembering the first day he and his sister Lita set foot and joined the Busan Association. Now everything seemed different, the ceiling much higher than before. Walking the halls, Boda felt the corridors seemed narrower. As they walked, Boda froze when he saw a familiar face from his past. It was Uncle Hwarang, his muscular, bulging body heading straight toward him. Boda was glad to see him, he hadn't changed a bit. Boda thought Uncle Hwarang was coming over to greet him. But the reality was the opposite. Uncle Hwing walked past without a glance, which surprised him. He went up to Uncle Kehoe and asked, planning to retire? Uncle Kehoe answered, yeah, just a bit of small talk, who would do someone else's job after all. Boda turned to look at the people accompanying Uncle Hwarang, his heart filling with joy. Thank heavens that they were all doing well. Uncle Kehoe breathed a sigh of relief and said to Sonia, we might meet many more people who know them. Let's head to the market alley. Sonia, visiting the Busan Association for the first time, was amazed there was even a market alley here. Boda and Lita were happy to be heading to a familiar place. Lita asked sweetly, brother, do you think the grilled fish stall I like is still there? Boda ruffled her head and indulgently replied, I think so. They walked deep into the corridor and finally reached the market alley. Uncle Kehoe opened the door and invited them in that way. They went inside. Everyone was stunned, jaws dropped. Before them, the once bustling market alley was desolate and more run-down than ever. There wasn't a soul in sight. The grilled fish stall Lita loved was dilapidated, shuttered, and out of business. Uncle Kehoe led them deeper into the market alley. Kana saw people still holed up in some stalls and asked Uncle Kehoe what had happened to the market. His face sad, he replied someone had contracted the Hydra disease. Sonia was shocked when she heard about the Hydra disease. He went on to explain that water must now be rationed per person to limit the spread. There would be fixed days for water distribution. People would bring buckets, basins, anything that could hold water to the distribution point to collect water for their families. They stood in line and waited their turn to fetch water. And so, after water prices rose to the sky, the market lost all hope. Now water was controlled directly by the commanders. Speaking of the shortage, they immediately witnessed an old man grabbed by a Busan Association guard who tore open the man's outer coat and shouted, what are you hiding under your jacket, huh? He pulled a bottle of water from the man's coat, held it up for his colleague to see, and said, this one was trying to steal water. The old man was pitiful, trembling with fear. He knelt before the guard and begged, my family has 4 people. The ration isn't enough for a week, please have mercy on us. The patrolman ignored his pleas, yelled at him, and then cruelly kicked him. The old man fell without mercy. It was utterly brutal. Sonia and Kana were outraged at the abuse of an elder. They stood watching to see what those heartless men would do next, then rushed forward. The patrolman, merciless, swung his baton up and down to intimidate and accused the old man of breaking Busan Association law. The old man trembled all over, knelt and begged, I'm so sorry. The patrolman, lacking any humanity, used the association's rules as an excuse and beat the old man relentlessly with no remorse. Kana couldn't stand it anymore. This was too unjust. She cried, should he be punished like this just for water? She lunged at the man to teach him a lesson, but Uncle Kehoe stopped her. Don't. This Busan Association isn't the same as before. Noah, witnessing this, was furious but didn't act, standing still as if calculating something. The heartless patrolman hauled the injured old man up and absurdly told all the residents coming for water that everyone must obey the rules. Thanks to this jerk, there's no distribution today. When people heard the news, they froze. How can they live without water? How will they survive until the next ration? Life in the Busan Association is so unfair. They begged the guard to have mercy and put himself in their shoes and restore the water supply. But in response to their pleas, he asked challengingly, if anyone has a problem, speak up. These lowly residents dared not resist. Answering the patrolman's deadly question was a direct kick to the face from Noah. Taken by surprise, he couldn't react and ate Noah's kick. All the residents who witnessed it stood frozen. Even Kana and Boda were stunned. How could this kid stand up to that heartless soldier? Noah knocked the patrolman out and stood before everyone, declaring clearly that water is everyone's right. Behind him, an accomplice of the beaten man aimed a gun at Noah, threatening that if he moved, he would shoot. At that moment, Boda lunged forward like a gust of wind, grabbing the barrel of the gun and swinging it. The man panicked and squeezed the trigger. A bullet fired and pierced the water reserve barrels. Water inside them gushed out. The residents, seeing the water, rejoiced as if they'd been given life back. They scrambled to catch the water, each hopping to collect as much as possible, to the amazement of the 2 rot patrolmen. The 2 still tried to stop the people from taking water, but how could they when lives were at stake? Failing to stop them, they ended up being shoved and used as stepping platforms. the scene was pathetic for them. Happy smiles appeared on the faces of residents as they collected water without restriction. Uncle Kehoe, witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim, "It's wonderful that you kids returned." Noah happily joined the others standing under the flowing water, smiling in satisfaction. The guard trapped among the water-gathering crowd shouted to his comrades to grab that brat. Seeing the situation turn sour, Uncle Kehoe hurriedly grabbed Noah and Boda's hands and ran, saying, "Let's go, those soldiers will swarm over here." Noah cheerfully, but not forgetting to thank Boda for helping him. Suddenly Lita's eyes widened oddly, and the capillaries in them became strange. The little girl stood still instead of running after her brother. Boda, worried, called for her to hurry and run. But Lita hesitated and asked, "Do you hear that?" Boda, not understanding, asked back what she heard. No sooner had he finished asking than a popping sound rang out, to his astonishment. It wasn't an explosion at all, but the sound of Lita springing up. She jumped, ignoring her brother. She leapt onto a pipe, to the amazement of everyone. Noah stared stunned and blurted out, "Hey, can the kid fly?" One surprise after another unfolded before Noah's eyes. This time Boda and Kana jumped up to where Lita had gone, to follow the little girl. But when he jumped up, there was no sign of the girl. Boda panicked. He worried Lita might be in danger. Looking around, he finally spotted her and shouted, "There she is." A manhole cover was open and hadn't been closed. This sewer passage led to another place. Lita followed the drain, pried up another cover below, and climbed out of that tunnel. Lita stood alone before a massive machine. The girl asked, "Is this a friend? Why did you bring me here?" Lita stood dazed before the machine and asked but got no reply. Suddenly an older man approached and asked the girl, "Kid, how did you get here?" Lita didn't answer. She cautiously turned her head to glance at who he was. At that moment Boda, Kana and Sanya, following the same pipe, had also emerged. They tiptoed carefully, each step cautious to avoid detection. In front of them were test tubes containing huge, monstrous organisms. Kana, puzzled, asked what kind of room this was. It wasn't here before. Boda worried about his sister Lita, not knowing where she had gone. He deftly hid behind a door and peeked in. To his surprise, he saw Lita with some old man. Lita sensed her brother was there, turned, her eyes lit up, and called Boda. She sat obediently on a table while Dr. Foyd stroked her hair. Kana was also there and was shocked to see Dr. Foyd before them. He stroked Lita's hair and said, "So you're still alive." Then he, a bit perverted, touched Lita's cheek and said, "This child is remarkable." He widened Lita's eyes to examine them and told them that the mutation was spreading through her body, yet she still retained human form. Dr. Foyd reached out as if to pick the girl up into his arms. He told the child, "There are two different worlds fighting inside your body. Tell me what strange thing happened to you." Elsewhere, Dohu had gone to the clean water reserve. He looked at the barrels pierced and leaking by the bullet and angrily asked who did this. The subordinate turned pale with fear as Dohu flew into a rage and quickly answered, "A hidden man and a woman, sir." Dohu's expression frightened everyone. He growled, "And you let them escape." Before the subordinate could answer, he kicked him straight into the wall. The subordinate writhed in pain on the ground. Dohu noticed the faint writing on the wall. It only made him angrier. He ordered his men to quickly find the group who caused this. Bring them back here for him to deal with. In the laboratory, the group with Boda confided in Dr. Foyd. He asked if the girl had hatched from Genot's egg and whether she could control Genot's offspring. Dr. Foyd thought for a moment, then offered his hypothesis. "Perhaps it's just a theory, but this could be because your mother also had this disease." Everyone who heard that was stunned. Boda thought to himself that such an incredible ability might be controllable. The control over the genos and the miraculous recovery after that mutation in the girl came from her mother's Hydra disease. Sanya interrupted the doctor. "Wait, Lita's mother had Hydra disease. How could an infected person give birth to a normal child?" Dr. Foyd, puzzled, answered Sanya that the only explanation was a miracle. She had fought to hold on until the end. After saying that, he stood and walked toward the test tubes, saying, "Your mothers were infected, and now you two ending up here is almost destiny." Dr. Foyd told the children about the origin of the disease. Hydra disease spread throughout the Busan Alliance and the death toll was countless. People thought it was just a harmless epidemic. Well, I didn't think so. The disease had spread across the world seas. 130 years ago, a comet struck the moon. It shattered the moon into pieces, and a great deluge lasted 70 years on Earth. With it came the plague. Any marine creature infected would turn into a monster, and any human body that refused the change would contract Hydra disease. Their skin would crack into plates and they would writhe in pain until death. Sonia, hearing this, asked, "Is that the origin of the disease?" Boda, curious, asked Dr. Foyd why our mothers were infected. He pondered for a moment, then replied, "Hydra disease spread through the Busan alliance 15 years ago. The only person who brought stability to that disaster was your mother, Narissa. She was the daughter of a wealthy family, from the upper class, and she hated boredom, always mingling with people of lower ranks, and loved exploring ruins with divers. One day, returning from a dive, Boda's mother brought back an item she proudly showed his father. Look, Tian, I found a strange basin." At that time, Boda's father was a young, lively man. Seeing the noble lady's strange find, he couldn't help laughing. Tian said, "Oh, people call that a toilet, not some odd flower pot." Though knowing it's a toilet, Narissa didn't scorn it. She told Tian that the basin looked unusual and she'd keep it in her collection. Tian, looking at the woman he loved, indulgently replied, "If you keep collecting things just because they're odd, the Busan alliance will soon be flooded with them. Let's put them on our little boat when that happens, shall we?" After saying that, they shared a passionate kiss. Their love was beautiful. One day, the Busan alliance launched a large-scale expedition. To find relics, Boda's mother joined, and that was when Narissa found it. She dove to the seabed and saw something strange lying on the ground. Intrigued, she brought it back. When she brought it to the Busan Association harbor, she immediately took it to Dr. Foyd, asking, "Doctor, what do you think this is? Could it be a treasure?" Dr. Foyd examined it and said, "There's no metal or marine growth on the surface. It's hollow inside. I've never seen anything like it. I'll need to run more tests." Dr. Foyd recounted to the children that Patient Zero was a diver from Narissa's team. That day, his body showed cracking blood vessels. He died writhing in agony, and no one knew the real cause then. After that, the Busan Association began to see rising cases, from 2 to 5, then to dozens, then hundreds. The researchers were utterly baffled, unsure what this really was, a disease with a 100% mortality rate. Fear spread throughout the ship. Those migrants had carried Hydra disease and they had to die. One by one, the migrants were thrown off the ship. Their hands were bound tightly and they were mercilessly cast away. No one paid heed to the migrants' words. "Please" echoed everywhere. "Don't do this, please. I'm not infected. Please open the gate." No one wanted to catch the disease, so they abandoned the migrants' lives. Denied boarding, they were swept away by the waves. Some therefore drowned. Others drifted with the current to the far side of the ship, continuously begging for their lives. But all those on board did was keep silent and stare. The crowd's panic unleashed the monster. This was an efficient solution to the population boom the Busan alliance faced. The undesirable elements were removed. Then an ideological revolt erupted. One citizen stood up and told others that Hydra disease wasn't their fault, that the upper class were lying so they could eliminate us. To prevent that group from revolting, armed soldiers in full gas masks arrived to stop them. A massacre took place right on the Busan Association's ship that year. Tian, Boda, and Lita's father was on that ship and witnessed the brutal slaughter of the people. He wasn't the sort to stand by and watch. He stepped forward to stop those soldiers. The soldiers were furious and accused Tian of defying orders. But even if it broke orders, he wouldn't let it continue. Tian fought for the migrants. His resistance movement was right, and many people were saved. Many were rescued, and the M mark was used to signify that resistance. That year, Narissa, Boda, and Lita's mother rushed to Dr. Foyd, begging him to tell the truth. It was all caused by our diving team. She cried, saying the infection count hadn't risen further and we shouldn't be doing this. Dr. Foyd, helpless, told her, "Narissa, do you really think the upper class didn't know? They knew this wasn't a disaster. They wanted the massacre." Narissa couldn't understand why the slaughter had to happen. Her tears wouldn't stop. Suddenly, Narissa looked down at her hands. She saw her hands looked exactly like those of the previously infected. Narissa raised the marked hand for Dr. Foyd to see. He was stunned, speechless. Because of the betrayal, they had to leave the Busan alliance. Tian and Narissa boarded a small boat and fled that tragedy. Narissa was pregnant then, but Hydra disease kept eating away at Narissa's life. Dr. Foyd looked at the two siblings and said, "Boda, Lita, Narissa couldn't survive the transformation, but somehow she gave birth to you too. She must have passed on some traits through the mutation." He asked Boda, "You know you two are different from others, right?" The question sent Boda into deep thought. He recalled the time he and Sonia dived together. She once asked Boda how long he could hold his breath underwater. Boda honestly answered, "Up to 40 minutes. Sonya told him that 40 minutes without breathing might be possible, but back then Boda didn't think much and just replied, I don't really know either. Dr. Foyd began his analysis, saying, Gino T probably already knew this. That's why she chose Lita. You resemble her the most. For the position of heir. Lita was still too young to understand why she had been chosen as heir. He continued, your transformation was cut short because you were rescued too early. But imagine, the outcome of that balance is astonishing. We'll need to study you a bit. When Kana heard he wanted to study Lita, she immediately asked the doctor if there was a way to save Lita. Dr. Foyd replied, displeased, hey, why fix her when she's already perfect? And he gave Lita some kind of injection. The doctor began, think about how long humanity can survive with the earth covered in water like this. Even concrete islands will collapse under the waves, and the giant ships will suffer catastrophic hull breaches, right? Humanity will soon be wiped out. If we want to survive, we must change it. He rambled on, leaving Kana and Boda puzzled. She asked the doctor what he was talking about. Before he could finish, a loud sound came from a research furnace. The doctor saw it and knew immediately it was hungry. Boda, curious, asked what was inside. The doctor roughly shoved him toward the furnace and told him to look for himself. Kana and Boda moved closer to see what was inside. Then a shrill scream rang out from a huge mouth. Boda was startled but quickly regained his composure. He watched closely and saw a giant tentacle writhing inside. Then came bizarre forms. Boda felt it looked familiar somehow, though he couldn't recall where he'd seen it before. He studied it carefully, inspecting each part to remember where he'd encountered this monster. He looked at the creature's face and recalled his father's face before death. There were similarities. Boda couldn't accept it and thought, no way. He kept recalling his father's features and then looking back at the monster. He repeated this over and over for a while. Dr. Foyd told them that this monster would save them. Boda suddenly opened his eyes wide. Remembering those teeth and that huge mouth, it's Cassie. Finally, he remembered. Boda's voice rang out. Sweating, he looked at Dr. Foyd and hissed, what is this? Why did you bring Kay back? Dr. Foyd turned his back to him and looked at the creature, replying, it took 4 years for it to regain its appetite. It's a valuable specimen. Kana interjected that it was too dangerous. She rushed after Dr. Foyd as he slowly walked down the stairs, shouting, stop this at once. Doctor, it's one of the 7 sea demons. He didn't bother to look at Kana and calmly replied that its capabilities were worth the risks it posed. Dr. Foyd stretched out his arms toward Lita. Humanity doesn't have much time left, and Lita happened to arrive just when we needed her. Kana followed right behind him, shouting that they were here to turn Lita back into a human, not to assist his monster experiments. The doctor pondered Kana's words, turn back into a human. Dr. Foyd became contemplative. He asked Kana in a low voice, are you saying she's not human just because she looks a little scary? Saying that, he gently placed his hand on Lita's shoulder. He clasped the girl's slight shoulders and challenged Kana, how can you decide what is human and what is not? If we don't adapt to this new ocean planet, the only fate waiting for humanity will be extinction. He added, much like the dinosaurs, humanity needs to evolve. Suddenly, Kana raised both hands and stepped between him and Lita, blocking the doctor from getting any closer to the girl. With a determined look, she ordered him to step back. The doctor, seeing her action, hurriedly called out Kana's name. Boda over here quickly grabbed a weapon. We have to kill Kentrassi. We can't let it live. Kana hastily pulled Sonya along, both taking weapons and moving right after Boda. Their footsteps rushed forward. The doctor looked ahead and suddenly said, it's over. A heavy stampede of footsteps thundered. Boda and Sonya startled and looked back. A squadron of armed police was heading toward them, ordering them to stand still. Boda, Kana, and Sonya raised their weapons toward the police squad, ready to fight. The police squad had their weapons cocked. They shouted for the 3 to lower their arms. Boda didn't understand how these cops could know he was here when behind him. The doctor, syringe in hand, lunged at him. The needle was placed at Boda's neck, and then the doctor gently injected him. This is my duty, he whispered into Boda's ear. After Dr. Foyd's dose, Boda immediately fainted. The doctor hurriedly caught his arms and gently laid him down beside Sonya, shouting Boda's name. Boda lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, Lita lifted him up. Eyes wet, she called Boda's name as Sonya and Lita repeatedly shook him, hoping he'd wake up and turning to look at the scene behind them. Before they could ask what was happening, a man's voice from the police unit said, well done, Dr. Foyd. Kana startled and looked toward the voice. A long time no see, Kana. The man stepped forward from the crowd and continued. Turns out it's Captain Bangbeak from the Busan Association. Kana looked at the man before her, her voice trembling, Captain. Sonya and Lita, seeing him for the first time, didn't know who this so-called captain was. The captain said to them, why don't you lower your weapons? I'm here to talk. Kana ground her teeth and asked, talk. He glanced at the microphone on the table. I've heard everything you've wanted to say. Lita looked up at him and asked, do you intend to deal with that child? The captain folded his hands behind his back, looked toward them, and answered, we can do that for you. Captain Bangbeak looked at the group with a smile and continued, provided she cooperates with us. Do you think negotiation is the best way to resolve such conflicts? Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. She turned her back and looked toward where the voice came from. Kana looked sternly at the captain and lowered her voice. We're listening. On the other side, Mr. Bang Big raised his hand up. He signaled his men behind him to lower their weapons. The sound of weapons being lowered rang out. He ordered the men escorting our guests to move inside behind the police. They obeyed his command and called out loudly, yes, sir. In the dark night, the machines at the workshop kept working efficiently. A clacking sound echoed through the darkness. On the balcony, a man stood with his hands clasped behind him, deep in thought. Just behind him, a girl quietly stepped forward. Quite an impressive ship, isn't it? It saved us from sinking into a lost century. The captain smiled and asked the girl. Kana bowed her head and stayed silent. Outside the workshop, everything continued like its daily routine. The man's voice went on, if the system collapses, even a sturdy ship like this could be sunk immediately. After speaking, he nodded and looked elsewhere, then told Kana to look toward what he was indicating. Kana hurriedly followed his gaze. On the wall, a faded floral character had been clearly carved. The soul of Tian Ma was returning layer by layer, the captain explained to Kana. With his hands clasped behind him, he turned to look at the girl. He said seriously, there have already been 3 uprisings this week. Kana, troubled, unconsciously spoke up. This isn't an uprising, they're just people wanting water. This kind of division can't be fixed. The ship's supplies can't be evenly divided among everyone. He glanced at Kana and replied. She hurriedly said she wouldn't help him suppress the people on the ship. Hear that? The captain replied, no. Do your jobs, go back and become a hero by killing that monster and saving everyone. She didn't understand what the captain was implying. She turned to him and asked what he meant. He smiled at her. We can't give them supplies, but we can give them hope. He growled, hope can't be bought with money. Kana jolted and looked toward him. Before she could speak, he looked at her and continued, you are the most suitable. You are a refugee raised to be an ace. You are the ideal example to show the people the hope they need and to erase their discontent. Under his words, memories flashed. She had once been a fearless fighting hero, always facing slaughter. Snapping out of her thoughts, she shouted, I refuse. The captain wasn't surprised by Kana's action. You want to cure that child Lita, right? He asked. He recounted that they had invested heavily in Dr. Foyd's research on the hydroplane. If anyone can save little Lita now, it's Dr. Foyd. Kana asked if that was why he had returned here. He didn't directly answer her. We will provide everything the ship has, money and information, to cure Lita. The captain held out his hand toward Kana and asked, now choose, Kana, do you agree or not? He was waiting for her. Kana looked at him, thinking with a hard gaze. She made her decision. Dawn broke through the clouds. Under the sunlight, the giant workshop stood revealed. In the room, bathed in gentle sunlight, the curtain fluttered in the breeze. On the bed, a man was lying. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at the strange scenery around him. He slowly sat up. Boda remembered yesterday. No, he couldn't recall what had happened to him anymore. Behind the door, a man respectfully greeted him. Good morning, sir. Where am I? Asked Boda, the man who had called him. The butler replied that you're on the highest deck of the ship. Then he bowed and lowered his voice. Welcome home, young Master Boda. Boda thought home. He then put on a shirt, stood up, and looked around to confirm this was really a house. Boda was led by the butler into another room. As the door opened, everyone there was gathered, and Sonia called his name Boda. Additionally, 3 others were watching him intently. He greeted them warmly, stepped forward, and called Noah and Ling. The girl replied, wow, not bad, Boda. Suddenly, Boda glanced around and asked, where is Lita? The butler on this side took the doorknob and quietly told the person inside, it's time, miss. Footsteps were approaching. Lita appeared looking very beautiful. Lita softly called Boda's name. Sonia, startled by the person before her, thought to herself, she's really beautiful. Noah and Ling gaped with their mouths open, constantly exclaiming. Boda's voice rose. The butler on this side kept gesturing wildly, praising Miss Lita. Lita, it's like seeing Miss Risa in the flesh again. Hearing this, Lita asked, do you mean mother? The butler beamed. It's an honor to serve the young master and the miss again. I am the family's butler. You may call me butler, sir. He held out his hand and continued explaining to the still bewildered Boda and Lita that Boda and Lita are the 27th generation descendants of the famous Suwon Na family. Then he led them before a portrait of a man in uniform and explained that the Suwon Na family runs a massive food conglomerate, survived the sinking, and is one of the 10 most powerful families in the Busan Alliance. Our family is responsible for all the food production facilities on this ship. Sonia angrily demanded of Boda, what the hell is this? Why did you hide it when you're clearly that rich? Boda was startled and hurriedly explained to Sonia that he didn't know, The butler then put on a pitiful display and sobbed about old times, nudging as if saying, "Miss Risa, please don't love that thug tone." Boda turned to the butler, who was badmouthing his father, and growled. Afterwards, the butler led everyone to a lavish banquet table and invited them. "There is much to discuss, but let's sit before the food gets cold." Faced with a table piled with delicious dishes, everyone was astonished. Sonia quickly sat down and began eating, exclaiming as she ate, "I've never seen meat like this before." The butler smiled and replied, "That's a kind of beef called manhua." Over here, Gongtia Park kept using chopsticks to pick food and eat, praising aloud, "This is heaven. All these dishes I've never seen before are amazingly delicious." And in his familiar voice, he answered people's questions that the dish is called japchae. "What is this?" Lita asked, holding a round fruit. The butler cheerfully replied, "That's a fruit called an apple. There are 10 apple trees in the Busan Alliance. The 10 families who built this ship planted them as symbolic items." He continued. Lita looked at the strange fruit she'd seen for the first time and thought to herself, "Is this an apple? They look so beautiful and smell fragrant too." The butler began to sob again, dabbing his tears with a handkerchief as he choked out, "Now it's all yours, grandchildren. I'm so glad to still be serving you too." Boda looked at the people before him without speaking, silently observing. The butler continued introducing everyone present and pointed out the countless bottles of whiskey on the wall. "And especially the tap has unlimited warm water." The sound of water ran through the factory and a man shouted, "Get in line with the people in front of you." A man in uniform jumped up and struck a civilian's back with his baton. Blood spurted from the victim's back. Boda recalled the earlier scene of the lower classes taking lashes over a single bottle of clean water, while the upper class used that precious water for bathing, looking at the spotless tub before them. That thought came to Boda. He stepped up to the mirror and examined himself. The glass had not a speck. He wondered, do all the upper class really live like this? Everything theirs just because of what happened 100 years ago? The question kept circling in his head. Just then Boda suddenly remembered someone had disappeared. "Kana, where are you?" He quickly ran off to look for her. The butler called out asking where he was going, but there was no reply. Boda ran anxiously, worrying about Kana and hoping nothing had happened to her. He wondered where Kana might be right now. He ran and searched for her. Images of Kana kept flashing through his mind. Boda flung open a door, hoping to find Kana there. But before him was only a police officer. The officer turned his head toward the commotion and hurriedly ran this way. Boda looked at the man before him suspiciously, wondering if it was Dohu. The policeman's eyes narrowed, glared across and shouted, "Tian Ma." He grabbed Boda by the collar, hoisted him up, and shouted, "Why are you still alive?" He ground his teeth and demanded, "How?" But then he paused and looked closely at the young man before him. He suspiciously asked again, "Are you Boda?" Boda coldly twisted the wrist of the man holding his collar. The sound of joints cracking echoed. The policeman groaned in pain. He writhed in pain until his knees buckled and he fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Boda looked coldly at the man writhing before him and said, "Who do you think you're messing with? You'll regret it if you treat me like a child from 4 years ago." His painful cries rang out again. Boda wondered he'd never noticed before. Had the man always been this small? Then he sank into the past. The man before him had once aimed a gun at a 13-year-old boy and a child, Boda and Lita, and he always tried to throw people overboard for a few coins. Boda wondered how many evil deeds the man had committed while on this ship. Should he kill him now? A wicked thought briefly crossed his mind. The man who'd grabbed Boda was hurriedly pushed away by someone. Before the man could rub his wrist, the butler appeared from nowhere, stood between them and said sternly, "That's enough." The captain had offered his apologies to Miss Rison and Tian Ma, and now Miss Lita and young Master Boda are the legal heirs of the association. Then the butler leaned toward the man and asked with a stern face, "Are you threatening one of the noble families of the Busan Alliance?" The man panicked and stammered, "What?" The butler raised his voice, "Are you sure you can bear the consequences of this?" Boda cut the butler off, interrupting him, "Sir Butler, do you know where Kana is?" The man was startled. He hadn't expected Kana to have returned here too. Over on this side, Kana was furiously slaughtering the monsters. Under her strikes, the beard-like filaments flew apart in pieces. Watching Kana skim across the sea, someone said, "Kana is getting stronger. That's our real captain." In the workshop, cheers for Kana kept ringing out. A welder asked the cameraman if he'd captured all of it. He replied, "But I feel like she's staring at us." Indeed, Kana was looking at the camera with a cold expression. Kana's image was being shown on TV, and everyone seeing her on screen cheered wildly. "Kana is back, Kana." A citizen's voice rang out clearly. "Kana is one of the refugees like us," the man beside him asked, "Really?" Others kept exclaiming, wonderful, so even a refugee can become a leader of the harpoonists. Dohu stood behind, watching the crowd praise Kana. Nothing can stop us as long as we give it our all like Kana. Another man added, maybe I should apply to join the harpoonists too. Dohu was furious. He fumed, so you lied to me, didn't you? He glared at Kana's poster printed on the wall that read, become a protector of the Busan Legion, and ground his teeth in anger. Looking up at Kana's image above. Are you kidding me, you bastards? Do you think you can live here as if nothing happened? Under the ocean, Kana was rushing toward the boat with Brunny and another person. Vu's voice shouting, Kana, keep going, still echoed through the ship. She stared off pensively into the distance. In the workshop, the clamor of machines at work resounded. A man was coming down the stairs. He craned his neck to the tired little girl behind him and said, try to keep up. The doctor's waiting. The girl behind answered, yes, I'm coming. The doctor was holding a large syringe up in front of Lita. The girl looked terrified at the huge needle and thought, oh no, not that perverted doctor again. As she walked, she imagined the horrifying injections in Dr. Foyd's room. Lita stopped in front of the group. She didn't want to go any further. She suddenly glanced to the side. There was a staircase leading up to a door. Lita tried to remember it. A man's voice echoed in her memory. Okay, this is where you'll be staying. She realized it was the place where she and Boda had lived at first. Lita wondered if it was still intact, seeing everyone focused on their work. She sneaked quietly toward the staircase. Seeing the door was ajar, she pushed it open. The familiar scene from her memories unfolded before her. She was surprised that the room hadn't changed at all. She remembered as a child she had complained to Bota that she was sad because he wasted their money on a strange handful of seeds. Though she said that, little Lita still diligently watered it every day, humming the tune, Drink Up, Little Tree. Snapping out of the memory, in front of her was a potted plant blooming pure white flowers. She was surprised even the potted flowers were still there. Suddenly a voice growled right behind her. Who are you? Lita jumped and quickly clasped her hands together, apologizing. Sorry, I thought this place was abandoned. The young man replied, this is my home. Then he pointed toward Lita as if remembering something and asked her, are you? Lita recognized something too. She remembered that back then a boy had stomped Dohu's face with his foot until blood spurted from his mouth. The young man cheerfully said, I didn't expect we'd meet again. It's great to see you, my friend Gun Kim. They sat on the bed and continued talking. Gun Kim asked Lita, did you used to live in this room? Lita didn't deny it. She said that was a story from 4 years ago. As she spoke, she pointed to the potted plant on the windowsill and continued, my brother and I took care of this tree together. Gun Kim smiled and looked at the pot. Really? It grew very well even though I only watered it. Lita, eyes shining, pressed her face close to the white flower and quickly said, I said it's a symbol of hope. I didn't think they'd be this beautiful. Gun Kim looked up at the sky and exclaimed, ooh, that's really nice. I hope I can become a harpoonist. Lita lifted the potted plant up against her chest and asked, a harpoonist like Kana? He thought for a moment, Kana's cool, but then he added, I want to become a harpoonist like Tianma. Lita startled when someone mentioned her father and asked, Tianma. Gun Kim, full of admiration, spoke of Tianma as truly different. They said he didn't spy on or harm others, and that's what a real harpoonist is, a protector of the people. Lita felt proud. She looked down at the flower in her hands, so father brought hope to others. I wonder if I can be like that, she thought. Lita reached out to touch the flower and suddenly noticed her hand was covered in bluish-green veins. The girl gasped in fright. She pulled her hand back into her sleeve to hide it. Gun Kim saw her strange movement and hurriedly asked if she was okay. Lita bowed her head and, voice trembling, said, I'm fine. Then she stood up abruptly, grabbed her hand, and told Gun Kim, puzzled, I have to go now. She shoved the door open and ran off, Gun Kim calling after her Lita. She ran anxiously, fearing the mutation hadn't stopped. It's still happening. I don't want to live like a monster. Lita was terrified at the thought. Heavy footsteps thundered nearby. In the laboratory, the doctor sternly said, you're late, Lita. The girl, panting, told Dr. Foyd, Doctor, I want to remain human. I don't want to become a monster. Dr. Foyd replied, we don't have much, but we've succeeded in extracting mutagens from Kentrasi. I can't promise anything yet, but we're seeing good changes. Then he put his arms around her small shoulders and said cheerfully, help me finish this research. You have an unimaginable effect. You are humanity's hope. Hearing the word hope, Lita couldn't help but reflect. Lita was taken up to the research room. She thought about the doctor's words. It meant she could help others. We could save people from Hydra disease. She resolved she wanted to stay with Bota and Kana. She didn't want to leave them. Then she gradually fell asleep. Outside, through the observation glass, something was watching everything happening in the room. It saw the girl lying on the experiment table. The man's eyes suddenly lit up. There was the sound of wind in the sky, birds flying freely. 2 people were sneaking along the ventilation duct. The girl behind asked the boy in front, pressed against against the wall. Where are we going? Gun Kim replied happily, a secret place. You're the first person I'll bring there. Lita asked again, a secret place. Gun Kim grabbed Lita's hand tightly and told the girl to be careful not to slip. Looking at the hand holding hers, Lita suddenly felt a little bashful. A drop of water fell from the broken pipe below. A thin trickle was leaking out. A water container had been placed beneath it. Lita watched Gun Kim patiently catch the dripping water and asked, "Can that water be drunk?" Gun Kim explained, "This is one of the pipes that leads up to the top deck." Then he looked at his full container, smiled, and told Lita, "I'll deliver this to Mr. Kim and his wife. They just had a baby." Lita blushed and thought to herself, what a kind person. On the surface, their hands brushed lightly. Their little fingers accidentally touched. Lita felt it. Oh, embarrassed, she looked forward. In the late afternoon light, Gun and Lita were silent, looking ahead as the sun slowly set, casting a beautiful glow over the sea before disappearing. Lita couldn't help exclaiming at the poetic scene, "It's so beautiful." Gun Kim asked, "Isn't it?" Now Lita and Gun Kim stood before a house and handed the water they had painstakingly collected to the couple living there. The man kept thanking them repeatedly, looking at Gun as if he didn't know how to express his gratitude. Gun Kim just smiled and replied, "No, it's nothing." Then he pointed at the baby the wife was holding and said, "Take care and get well soon." The child's laugh rang out as if to say he understood. Lita's voice rang out, adorable. It turned out the remaining water containers had been distributed by Gun and Lita to other children. A boy with only 2 teeth left grinned with joy. Not only that, the elders also received their share. Clean water was handed to them personally. Lita looked at Gun with affectionate eyes. She remembered Gun's earlier words, "Hope is a powerful word. I want to become a harpoonist who brings hope to others." Now she understood this must be the hope he wanted to spread. Suddenly Lita looked at Gun and smiled, telling him, "You'll become a great harpoonist. I know you can do it." He stuck his thumb up at her excitedly, signaling, "Let's bet on it." Lita smiled, "I want to give you this." Lita searched inside her pocket. Gun wondered at the odd thing in Lita's hand. "What's that?" Lita brought it forward and answered, "It's called an apple. Take a bite." He took the apple from Lita's hand and, doubtful, bit off a big piece. He suddenly froze and exclaimed loudly, "Ooh, that's delicious." Lita was overjoyed to hear him say that and kept asking, "Really tasty, right?" She then whispered that there were more pieces left and to give them to others. Gun, surprised, said, "Really? Everyone will love them, you'll see." Having said that, Lita nimbly climbed the stairs and called back to Gun, "I'll be right out, wait here." He looked up at her and signaled okay. Gun suddenly blushed as he bit the apple, thinking to himself, "Lita is really cute." A loud banging sound rang out. Gun cautiously followed the noise and moved toward it. He poked his head toward the source of the sound and was shocked to see blood splattering. Inside, 3 people in uniform were fiercely beating and stabbing the man in the middle. Blood continuously flowed from him. One of the 3 violent men shouted, "No, sir, watch your manners." The beaten man was spent. He collapsed and answered, "Sir, the taxes are too high." Before he could finish, they resumed beating him savagely, shouting as they struck, "Isn't it true? The San Alliance is fair to everyone." Gun panicked, sweating profusely as he watched the horrific scene inside. A faint floral mark was clearly written on the wall. Thinking, "I will become a harpoonist like Tian Ma." Gun grabbed a cloth and covered his face. Then he put on his glasses, turned his face, and prepared to act, whispering, "Not like those fake harpoonists." Footsteps echoed. He then leapt into the air in front of the men who were mercilessly beating the civilians. He shouted for them to stop. The officers turned their heads toward the shout. Blood splattered. Outside, the sky was clear and white clouds stretched as seagulls soared into the air. Light still reached into every corner. Inside a room, a meeting was underway. The eldest chair sat on a high dais, then descending by rank. Below, Captain Bang Bai was reporting something. He said over 40 applicants have submitted harpoonist applications since Kana returned. He snorted and added that riots had decreased by 30%. The leader puffed at his steaming cup of tea, tapped his chin approvingly and said, "Very good, I want Kana's airtime doubled." The bald elder beside him asked, "What about the costs from damages caused by the riots?" Without hesitation, the leader decided to raise taxes. Everyone present wholeheartedly agreed, one by one endorsing the decision. "Sounds reasonable. I agree. Me too. I agree. I agree. I agree." Another man unconsciously turned toward an empty chair, curious. He looked for a moment, then quickly spoke, "I heard the Nuff family's heir is on this ship. His name is Boda, right? I don't see him here." The old man with glasses frowned, contempt in his tone. That brat was lucky to inherit the Nuff family's assets, but he's still trash. The crowd paid no attention to whether Bota was present. The meeting continued regardless, coldly nodding, "He's a minor shareholder anyway. Carry on with the meeting." Outside, the day was still bright and noise reverberated. Crowds of people chatted and murmured. They were all harpoonist candidates. 2 people gaped in amazement. One asked, "Are all these people harpoonist applicants?" the other replied in awe, so many people. The crowd grew louder with Kana's arrival. They cheered her name. Look, it's Kana Kana. Kana ignored the excited shouters, but someone caught her attention. Among the throng adoring Kana, her gaze fixed on Boda. He stood with his arms crossed looking at her. Boda's face was stern as he stared at Kana. Kana's eyes widened in surprise when she saw Boda. They slipped away into a quiet corridor where Kana asked, "Do you want to become a harpoonist?" Boda answered seriously, confirming it. "That's right." Kana looked at him, then slowly refused. "I don't agree with that, Boda," she said, frowning, "even if you don't participate." Her gaze moved to Boda and she continued, "We can still cure Lita with all the help and live a comfortable life in the Busan Alliance." Boda frowned and asked Kana, "Are we safe?" The question stiffened Kana. His expression gradually tightened. He remembered the image of the giant sea monster devouring the ship with its razor-sharp iron jaws. He said, "Kentrasi is also on this ship. None of us will be safe if it's alive." Boda's eyes filled with resolve. He extended his hand and decided, "It's time for you to reclaim your father's sword." In the lab room, Cassie is locked in a huge containment tank under strict supervision. Lita said Cassie is confined in a steel water tank over 60 cm thick. "You can't just wade in there." Boda grimaced and shouted, "Don't underestimate it." The image of Tian Ma throwing himself at the creature and stabbing it repeatedly, blood spraying everywhere. Tian Ma died in that brutal fight. Choking up, Boda said, "My father sacrificed himself to kill that damn monster, but Dr. Foyd reviving it shows he's lost his mind." Kana remained calm and said Boda is overreacting. Her remark only seemed to make his anger explode. He clenched his teeth, eyes reddening. "You've seen what it can do over the past 4 years," each of his words tied to painful memories, with dead skeletons strewn across the floor. Boda angrily said it has devoured countless families on the island. During an attack, a mother tried to shield her child, but sadly both died. While Lita was unconscious, the panicked Boda said the sea monster disguised itself as Tian Ma to toy with him. He added that it even tricked his sibling by posing as Tian Ma and manipulating them. Boda believes Cassie isn't like other sea monsters. The sea monster wore a grotesque smile. Boda's insistence only confirmed it was a demon. Its eyes were soulless yet wickedly cruel. The more he spoke, the louder Boda's silent hatred grew. He struggled to restrain himself from rushing to where the creature lay to tear it apart for playing with human minds, and Dr. Foyd is the biggest lunatic for resurrecting it. Boda's words stunned Kane. Boda ground his teeth in anger but was also clearly terrified of the unpredictable danger. He insisted it's not truly contained, it's only waiting for a chance. At the water tank, a technician in protective gear was inspecting and recording data. He looked down and saw Dr. Foyd still hard at work. Worried for the old man, he urged the doctor to take a day off. Ignoring the warning, Dr. Foyd waved him off, signaling, "Don't bother me, go on." The technician had nothing more to say, just snorted and replied, working through the whole night. He slowly stepped toward the door, opened it, still muttering, "That's one of the sacrifices he makes." Beneath the floor, many corpses of experimental subjects lay scattered. Dr. Foyd continued working enthusiastically, paying no mind to the corpses around him. Strangely, his legs were attached to some kind of tube. His whole body began to grow damp, algae-like hair sprouting, and tiny tentacles starting to emerge over his body. His hands kept rhythmically tapping the control keys, from the upper to the lower controls, practiced and steady. Then he quickly grabbed the bundle of connected cables and yanked them out hard, severing them. Sparks flew continuously, but he seemed unconcerned and slammed the freshly severed cables down with force. All the gauges began moving frantically. They spun out of control at an abnormal speed. The valve handles started trembling violently. Water began to spill over around the containment tank. In the changing room, a lab tech was happily humming a tune as he took off his protective suit. He quickly finished removing it and neatly hung it in his locker. Just as he closed the door, a voice from the corner of the room called out and caught his attention, "Going home now." Seeing Dr. Foyd resting on the bench, the tech was startled. "Who did you just see?" The tech asked anxiously. "You're supposed to be in the lab, doctor." At the tech's words, Dr. Foyd slightly opened the book that had been covering his face. He looked at the tech with some suspicion. "What?" Suddenly an alarm blared. The tech worriedly asked what was happening. Dr. Foyd beside him was also shocked. He sensed something was wrong and quickly ordered everyone to the lab immediately. They rushed toward the laboratory. The door slowly opened. The scene inside froze Dr. Foyd and the doctor in their tracks. A haze filled the room, irritating Dr. Foyd and obscuring vision. The tech quickly pinched his nose to avoid inhaling it and asked, "What's going on here?" A massive tentacle was trying to escape. The sound it made grabbed both of their attention. The tech pointed in that direction and said, "Doctor, that tentacle is still wriggling up from the pipe." It slid past Dr. Foyd. The enormous tentacle seemed to be moving toward somewhere else. Both Dr. Foyd and the doctor were stunned. The tentacle produced a figure identical to a human standing before them. It looked exactly like Dr. Foyd. That grotesque face began to distort, splitting as red eyes rolled wildly. Its skin and hair resembled tiny tentacles. Seeing this, Dr. Foyd panicked and ordered all power cut off immediately. The tech obeyed without delay and sprinted away. He ran quickly and grabbed the switch to cut the power. Then the giant tentacle clamped down and crushed him, blood spraying everywhere. The body was swiftly dragged away. Dr. Foyd chased after it, screaming, "Kim!" It dumped the corpse into the feeding conduit. Everything was quickly sucked into the water tank. Dr. Foyd watched helplessly, showing no pity for the dead. The old man was worried about his experiment and gripped the valve, shouting, "My precious experiment." The screws weren't tight enough and gradually loosened under the creature's movements. It lashed out hard, rattling the entire piping system. Dr. Foyd, trying to hold the valve, was flung away. The piping system burst apart and water sprayed everywhere. Dr. Foyd was thrown clear as well. The fall jolted the old man's frail body with pain, and he groaned. The whole system began to explode, water jets shooting out along with electrical arcs as everything shook violently. A loud boom erupted. Dr. Foyd gasped and shouted, "The pressure relief, or pressure gauge, take your pick for the punchline." Water from the tank gradually overflowed, and Dr. Foyd sank to his knees, helpless. His eyes widened and he clenched his teeth. An elaborate system had been destroyed by that colossal sea monster in an instant. Its massive form rose from the tank, its mouth gaping as it let out a roar. Its gaze burned bright red. Its body still bore many crude stitch marks. Seeing that, Dr. Foyd couldn't take his eyes off it and exclaimed in awe, "Extraordinary." Cut to a basket of fresh, fragrant red apples. Lita held the basket of apples and ran swiftly forward. Around her, a stream of people marched in protest, holding faded placards and chanting, "Clean water is a human right. Clean water is a human right. Clean water is a human right." Lita slowed her pace to stay with the protesters, glancing around as if searching for someone. She worried, wondering where Gunn had gone. Not far from Lita, she noticed a puddle of blood that shocked her. At a glance, it was clear the blood was very fresh. Lita covered her mouth, trembling in panic, whispering, "Blood." Lita's eyes widened as she realized something was wrong. Her face darkened with worry as she thought silently, "That's Gunn's blood." Terrified, Lita grabbed the basket of apples and dashed out of the crowd to find Gunn, and the whole city began to buzz with alarm. Inside a dark alley, droplets of bright red blood fell from above onto the ground. A body was being devoured by the sea monster, another person killed beneath its razor-sharp metal jaws. Its mouth still held dozens of corpses, blood streaming out in a torrent. Alarm bells rang continuously. The loud alarm forced the guards to rush to inspect. One of them quickly said it came from the lab, maybe an explosion. The siren kept blaring. Suddenly, the mustached guard froze. The dark space ahead made the guards uneasy. Inside that darkness, someone seemed to be hovering. The guard shone his light at the figure and shouted, "Who's there?" The flashlight beam slowly moved upward. The guard stood frozen as if struck by thunder. The person wasn't hovering, they were dead. And not just one, many people had been crushed by the giant sea monster. Inside its mouth, it continued to gnaw the unlucky victims, blood staining its teeth red. The horrific sight made the three guards scream in terror. Oh no. They quickly turned and fled, but the monster's arm shot out to snatch prey. No matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the monster. It swiftly caught one guard, who screamed in agony. The two remaining guards, abandoning their dying comrade, kept running for their lives. The captured guard thrashed wildly, crying out no. The monster refused to let go, squeezing the prey before dropping it into its mouth. Blood from the guard began pouring from the creature's maw. The guard trembled, his legs giving out. The mustached man urged insistently, "Run to the gate, hurry, it's about to close." The mustached man kept pressing the door close button. He shouted, "Hurry up," while the other was crawling out through a small opening as the gate was slowly closing. The two lucky ones survived and escaped outside. The mustached man collapsed against the wall, panting and trembling, saying, "Thank goodness." His face went pale as he ordered, "Go report this to the authorities." The other man was also unnerved, sweating profusely, stammering, "Yes, sir." No sooner had he finished speaking than they noticed many people were staring at them. Realizing something was wrong, the other said, "Wait." Both guards froze, mouths agape in shock. They were standing in residential block B12, a busy neighborhood with people coming and going. Streams of people continued moving about. Families lived in the apartment buildings. The two guards trembled, sweating. The mustached man cursed, "This is a residential area." The other quickly added, "We're done for if that thing gets here." In a restroom, someone was dealing with business, irritated by the alarm, grumbling, "Can someone turn off that damn siren?" People grew curious. When someone asked what was going on, a nearby person replied quickly, "It doesn't look like anything good." A man peeked out the window and asked, "What's the hell is that about?" A schoolgirl, drawn by the noise, came out and asked, "Mom, what is that sound?" Her mother, unsure, answered, "I don't know, go back to your studies." In a dark room, the massive sea monster, its body drenched in blood, seemed to be trying to do something. Its eyes were all white, its face marked with a few stitches. That demon. The tank was where it rested and recovered under observation. It wasn't truly imprisoned, but monitored. Dr. Foyd had revived the sea monster and created that system. And the researchers painstakingly studied that system. When their work was done, they would open the gate to go home. And while people opened the door, the creature in the tank watched and learned silently. After some time, it mastered controlling it and fashioned a human-shaped thing that reached to press the door button. In the dark, the giant monster was creating a human dummy, with fingers slim enough to press the door button. Pitiful screams echoed everywhere, accompanied by the monstrous roars of the vicious sea beast. It grabbed everyone who appeared before it and prepared to stuff them into its huge mouth lined with iron fangs. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't match Kentraci's terrifying strength. It squeezed hard with its hands, bones of the victims seeming to shatter, then shoved them into its gaping maw. Its iron teeth tore through and devoured the unlucky victims as they screamed in pain. Then it bit down hard, finishing them off. Seeing that, the residents panicked and shouted, "What's that? A monster." The monster was grabbing people who were fleeing in panic. Terrified, they ran as fast as they could. Kentraci's face was full of cunning. It had killed many but still wasn't sated, its perverse hunger driving it to scan for more prey. The miserable people were pinned to the ground by its enormous hand. Escape from those claws seemed impossible. In a room, a fried fish dish sat half-eaten on the table. A family eating was disrupted by the noise. The daughter covered her ears in annoyance, the mother looked worried, and the father tried to chew a few more bites. But the noise pushed the father to the edge. He frowned, clenched his lips, trembled with anger, and cursed, "Damn it." He seemed to have lost his patience, flung the door wide and shouted, "Shut up, you stupid idiots." He kept shouting angrily, oblivious to the fact that a colossal arm was reaching toward him. In just a few seconds, the giant arm slammed the father against the wall, blood spraying everywhere. It lifted his entire body slowly and began to drop him into the wide-open giant mouth. Above it, Cassie, people screamed in terror and fled, their mouths non-stop pleading, "Help me," not knowing that Cassie had already targeted them. It stared intently, then reached out and smashed the bridge. The bridge collapsed, people on it fell as iron fragments clanged everywhere, plummeting to the ground while residents scattered in panic. The falling bridge was about to crush the mother and child below. The frightened girl curled into her mother's arms, screaming, "Mom." The mother shielded her, eyes shut tight. At that critical moment, a figure arrived and hurled the bridge aside to save them. Brune arrived and punched the bridge away. He frowned and looked ahead. The mother cried out joyfully, "It's you, Brune." At Brune's appearance, everyone erupted with joy, cheering, "Look, Brune." Finally, they broke into relieved smiles. Brune were safe. While people still cheered, the monster slowly advanced to the spot where Brune stood. Not only Brune, but two teammates were with him. Their arrival restored hope and people shouted, "Look, the harpoonists are here." Others kept cheering Brune's name. The first rank poked fun at him as second-rate. First rank was harpoonist Leo. Third rank harpoonist Brune. Brune's face fell, his eyes full of hatred as memories from the past 4 years flashed through his mind. "We defended the Busan Alliance." But the captain had appointed Kana as leader amid the crowd's cheers. "Kana will be the harpoonist's captain," he said. Everyone praised Kana. Brune watched her from behind with a quiet envy, thinking they hoped Kana would take command when they returned. The guard looked at Brune with contempt and sneered, "Don't tell me you didn't see this coming." He scoffed and added, "You'll always be second as long as Kana's here." Those words only fueled the fire inside Brune. Furious, he ordered the man to shut up. Back in the present, the memory strengthened Brune's resolve, his arm ready to strike, and he yelled, "I'll prove you wrong, Kentraci will kill you." Undaunted, he stepped right in front of the giant sea monster, arrogantly declaring, "And become a Leviathan killer." No sooner had he finished than the monster slammed down hard, blood spraying everywhere. His teammates froze, stunned by the scene. Both were still trying to process it even as blood spattered their faces. Residents began trembling, bewildered. If even harpoonists can be felled so easily, what hope do the townspeople have? The strike left a huge crater in the ground. Brune lay motionless inside, his body grievously wounded. His eyes rolled back, chest heaving. It was unclear whether Brune was alive or dead. The townspeople panicked further. It got Brune. Harpoonist Leo worried at the creature's formidable power. How could that giant move so fast? The two brave harpoonists charged forward with their swords, shouting, "We have to stop it." Their blades were too small, their strength seemed no match for the monster, and the recent stab hadn't fazed it at all. The story opens on a battlefield soaked in blood and death, the striking image, a monster's hand crushing a man. If the harpoonists fall, the Busan Alliance will lose any chance to stop Kentrasi. The beast called Kentrasi grabbed the man, hoisted him up, and brought him toward its enormous mouth. For this was its hunting ground, its idea of a buffet spot. It roared and chased the weak townspeople, those with no strength to fight back, who could only scream, flail, and run for their lives. On the upper floor of the Busan Federation, Captain Bangbeek reported that Cassie had broken out of the lab and was attacking residential sector B12. The man standing on the high dais displayed his authority. He remained calm at the news, since it proved Dr. Foyle had finally completed that experiment. D tapped his empty left hand on his chin while holding a cup in his right. He sipped his drink and calmly ordered, "Lock all the doors to the upper floors and bring me everything found down there." The order stunned the captain and drained the color from his face. Somehow he had to carry out this ruthless demand at all costs. Cut to residential sector B12. The scene was horrifying, bodies strewn across the floor, none intact, blood trickling down the ceiling and stairs, the stench of rot making the air feel like a living hell. The metallic tang of blood and the screams of the crowd battling to escape filled the air. People jostled, pushing toward the stairwell that led upward. Despite the residents crying that a sea monster below wanted to eat them alive, two guards still pointed their guns at them, threatening, "Back off, lower floor, you're not allowed up here. Move or we'll shoot." Those desperate for life screamed to have the doors opened, hands raised against the iron barrier separating them from the upper level. But with the sea beast drawing nearer below, the gunfire from above only grew louder. Everyone descended into a panic worse than ever. The monster reached out to snatch a group of people at the edge of the lower stair railing, when suddenly a gust of wind sliced off all 5 of its fingers, saving those people's lives. A brown-haired youth slashed a clean line right across the monster's body, making it scream once in agony, then collapse. Those the monster had nearly seized were stunned to find themselves still alive. They thought Connor had come to save them, but it was the young man with the large sword was the one who performed this righteous act. The crowd didn't know who he was. They murmured and craned their necks to look down at the battle. Then an elderly woman with a kindly face shouted, "Oh my, that's Boda, he's Tian Ma's son and the boy has turned out honest." Everyone around was surprised by that information. A man standing nearby added, "She's right, he looks exactly like his father." Indeed, the young man was Boda, son of the legendary Tian Ma. The surrounding townspeople cheered and urged him on to finish off that nasty monster. The son of the legendary Tian Ma, Boda Ma, faced Cassie, a huge ferocious sea creature. He remembered that day 4 years ago, the day his father died, but he thought of him every minute of every day. He remembered his father's body covered in scars, proof that he had done everything he could to protect their family. He remembered his father's body covered in scars, proof that he had done everything he could to protect their family. Boda recalled and affirmed that this was also why he could not forgive. Like noble scars that cannot be erased from his skin, those were his father's ideals toward everyone on that ship. Boda looked at the sea monster Cassie with more fury than ever. It would never have the right to kill his father. And by his father's will he would avenge him. Since his father sacrificed his life to kill the monster, it would not be allowed to live another second. Boda snarled, "Today will be your death." The sea monster roared and lunged at him. Boda hefted his sword and struck the creature, but it hit him back, sending him flying into the wall behind, denting it partly. The nearby residents worried for him, but they cheered enthusiastically. Kentrasi continued its relentless assault, forcing Boda to block with his sword, but he was still flung away and skidded across the floor. His body was streaked with blood, but his eyes and will never surrendered. And at that moment, Kana's team arrived from both corridors above. They trained their guns on the beast, ready to fire at any second. Kana stood behind Boda and praised him softly. "Well done, now let's start the hunt." Kana raised her gun at Kentrasi and shouted, "Fire." The team began firing bullets at the creature from all directions. The monster didn't care what humans did to it. It slammed its massive hand down on part of the corridor. Blood from those hits sprayed everywhere and most were crushed beyond recognition. Above, 2 people fired harpoon guns into the creature, then pulled back to tighten the lines. Kana signaled a heavy truck carrying a sharp pike to ram straight into the creature, wounding it badly. Kentrasi screamed in pain repeatedly. Suddenly it grabbed the truck with its huge hand and hoisted it up, stunning everyone nearby. It hurled the truck into a section of the corridor, injuring members of the team. Someone's leg was crushed by the truck. They could only cry out in agony. Some soldiers groaned, asking how they could possibly defeat the creature now. But others kept firing stubbornly. They'd die if they stopped. Indeed, Kentrasi treated the truck like a destructive toy, whirling it through the corridors and causing countless deaths. The lower part of residential sector B12 had truly become a bloody, chaotic battlefield, the blood of innocent civilians and brave soldiers flowing like a foul red river. Still, brave people charged at the ferocious sea beast. Boda and Kana dodged flying debris from the truck and charged straight at the monster. The two leapt high together. Their pupils dilated to the max and the veins in their eyes bulged, showing a fierce, sky-high glare. They struck in unison, carving two deep cuts that formed an X across the creature's body, sending it into agonizing pain. As the two landed from behind, the monster's gigantic arm swung down, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. In an instant, that gruesome arm was hacked into pieces by the two of them. The severed hand clattered down the corridor, forcing the soldiers there to dodge sharply. Boda flipped through the air a few times, then delivered a powerful slash into the creature. The other way, Kana sprinted straight at the sea beast and brought down a blow to its torso. The deep wound made a loud thud, and you could see the shockwave the strike produced. Kana's face was resolute, and the monster's blood sprayed on both sides of her. Everyone around was astonished at her strength. Some soldiers muttered she couldn't be human, she was too strong. Cassie trembled, its eyes reddened and bulged as if ready to pop, foam fizzing at its mouth. Seeing this, everyone cheered joyfully, shouting, "We won. We're safe now," they cried, urging Kana to finish off the vicious monster. Kana remembered asking why the monster had targeted them, and the scene of blood pouring like rain from her childhood. "We are not food and you challenged us, so this is the inevitable result you'll receive. The price to pay for daring to mess with us." Kana stood atop the beast, dual greatswords in hand, and declared this clearly. She added that humans were not weak as Kentrasi thought, and she would be the one to send the monster that caused so much pain to the hereafter. As Kana readied the killing blow, small metal stakes suddenly shot from behind and pinned into her shoulder and lower back, spraying blood. Cassie's tentacles struck her back, sending her flying dozens of meters, with blood gushing nonstop. Boda outside shouted her name at the top of his lungs. Everyone around broke into a cold sweat, wondering where that came from and which bastard dared shoot her. Kana glanced toward a corner of the corridor and saw Dohu, who was surely the one who had shot her. The sea monster lashed another blow at her, and unable to defend herself, she took the hit. She wondered why that Dohu had shot her. He was a selfish man who only cared about himself. He muttered that if you thought he'd give all the glory to you, he wanted the spotlight too. Wanting to shine, he pulled that despicable stunt. Kana was badly wounded and couldn't get up right away. But in front of her, Cassie, mouth wide, advanced with nothing on its mind but to eat her alive. From above, Boda struck its head hard, generating a powerful shockwave that thwarted the creature's intent. He spat with furious determination, "I will kill you." The monster screamed in agony. It crawled toward the ship's hull as if seeking an escape route. Boda still held his sword fast on its head. The creature rammed straight into the hull, tearing a large hole in the ship, and Boda was hurled out into the sea. But he quickly found a foothold below. Above, Cassie's body hung and gushed with blood. Boda shouted, "You think you can escape my hands? There will be another fight out here, I promise." On Kana's side, painfully, she managed to stand up using her sword as support. Members of her squad had arrived to rescue them. They were about to finish Cassie off. She gritted her teeth and glared toward the dark corner of the corridor. Then she hurled the sword in her right hand toward that spot. It struck that filthy Dohu, surprising everyone. Dohu fell fully exposed as an unforgivable scoundrel from head to toe. He stood up looking at Kana as if he wanted to eat her alive. The ship's guards and other civilians were stunned to see the gun on the ground. They froze and asked, "No way was that you, Dohu? You shot Kana." Dohu snarled angrily, "Don't stand there like that. That bastard just attacked me. Seize him." Kana, furious, said everyone tried their best to kill the monster, but he let it escape. Hearing that, people's faces showed clear anger toward this hateful Dohu. Dohu clenched his teeth and frowned at the insult to Kana's honor, that filthy refugee. Kana angrily shouted, "Dohu, you know better than anyone what happens when you break the rules, right?" Dohu, not understanding Kana's meaning, stood before her bewildered and asked what she meant. Kana pointed her sword at him and answered, "The rules you've always followed, you've broken 3 of them." His face turned contemptuous as he spat, "Who do you think you are to speak to me like that, you filthy refugee?" Kana remained steadfast and invoked the rules. Sharp words rang out, "Do not obstruct while the harpoonists are on duty. Were you trying to kill a comrade?" Hearing this, he flew into rage and yelled at Kana to shut up, claiming to be a harpoonist of the noble class, elevating himself and insisting the rules were made by him. Hearing Dohu proudly claim all that, Kana shouted directly at him that he was the one endangering the Busan alliance. A high-up like Dohu would never be trampled. He drew his sword, determined to teach Kana a lesson in manners. Kana stood firm, unafraid before him. She had to fight him, he must be punished to death. It didn't take long. A veteran assassin like Kana dispatched the worthless man with a single stroke, that slash severing Dohu's head from his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. After killing him, Kana's body was exhausted. Her legs trembled and she could barely stand, and people rushed over in concern. But even then, Kana paid no mind to herself and urged everyone to hurry and rescue Boda. Having said that, her eyes grew dim and she collapsed, fainting from exhaustion. Elsewhere, Boda was desperately holding off Kentrasi. The massive creature with long fins and tentacles was trying to cling to the ship's edge. The ship's residents were in danger. They could be Kentrasi's dinner at any moment. People panicked and screamed, shouting that it was a sea monster. The monster, with hands like a human's, was reaching up to grip the ship's corridor. One strike could pulverize bone and flesh if struck. The residents panicked, scrambling to find places to hide. Boda kept sprinting with all his might to kill this monster. He found its behavior baffling. Kentrasi wasn't attacking the residents, it was only climbing upward. Boda ran as fast as he could to reach this tailless monster. Boda's eyes were full of resolve. He wouldn't let this fiend get away, he'd kill it before it could do what it wanted. Atop the crane, a girl's silhouette stood alone. More precisely, it was Lita. She stood alone on the crane's peak as if waiting for something. Her gaze was vacant, the strange mark on her face pulsed with odd blue MT veins. She looked nothing like an ordinary person, as if Kentrasi had seized control of her body and mind. 3 hours earlier, the lab keeping Cassie alive had exploded and the giant creature escaped. Dr. Foyd sat alone beneath the ruined lab, clutching the strange egg that Boda's mother's diving team and Lita had once accidentally found. The doctor turned to look at Lita standing before him. He asked her gently if she was hurt anywhere. Then, sadly, he warned her the experiment had been sabotaged and it was dangerous here. Get up to the upper decks. Lita spoke up and asked him, "What have you done to me?" Dr. Foyd's face was sorrowful but sly as he replied, "I've collected the mutagenic agents I extracted from Kentrasi and put them into this seed for a long time. I released it into the tank to accelerate human evolution in the Busan Alliance," he said, then paused for a moment before continuing to tell her more. Dr. Foyd said a better seed later appeared, and at that time he took Lita for experiments to serve his own purposes. The girl had been placed inside a glass experimental chamber. Dr. Foyd injected her with something, claiming he believed in himself. Now Lita carried Kentrasi's mutagen in her veins. This cruelty of experimenting directly on Lita instead of another creature was inhumane. He shamelessly put a hand on Lita's shoulder and asked if she felt the change, if she still retained her sanity. Lita remained silent and did not answer. He lifted her face, looked at it for a moment, then praised, "Ah, Lita, your eyes are beautiful." The thing he called beautiful were Lita's abnormal eyes. Each of her eyes was a different color, completely mismatched. She stared at the seed inside the vial he held and said, "You don't even know what these really are, doctor." He paid little attention and replied that it didn't matter. Then he told Lita to show him what her abilities could do. Under the vast night ocean, Lita stood alone on the crane's peak without a tremor. She held a helmet in her hand and stood there dazed. The girl's eerie eyes were fixed on something. Then she jumped down decisively. Inside the noble's cabin, a soldier ran up to report, "The mission failed. Kentrasi escaped from the lower decks." Captain Bangbeak, furious upon hearing the news, demanded, "What the hell are our troops doing?" The subordinate stammered an answer in fear. "They've all been killed. Even Kana is unconscious. Right now they're rescuing anyone still breathing." Upon hearing this, the magistrate sitting above suddenly sprang to his feet. He held his head in disappointment and said, "Even Kana, pathetic. How could you fail to take down a mutated monster with so many people?" Captain Bangbeak worriedly wondered if that meant no one here could stop Kentrasi. Reporters couldn't miss such shocking news. They quickly swarmed to carriage B12, where the disaster had just occurred, to broadcast live. Reporters zoomed in on the scene, which was littered with corpses on the floor. The upper-class crowd, happily gathered and drinking, caught the news on TV. They felt no sympathy at all and instead mocked it. "Wow, the folks below are in a mess." Only that one couple put on a show of pity. Whether they meant it, who knows? They said it even killed children, a merciless monster stealing innocent souls. Then they handed their glasses to the bartender and asked for another, saying they didn't think they'd stay sober after seeing that news tonight. Inside the huge ship, the powerful and influential fretted over how to handle it. The magistrate decided, "Captain, open the lower bulkheads and lure the monster there. We must prevent further damage to the ship." Captain Bangbeak objected that doing so would let Kentrassi start attacking passengers below. The magistrate didn't care about those lives and replied it would leave once sated. He ordered the bulkheads opened immediately. Captain Bangbeak dared not disobey orders. Reluctantly, he sent his subordinate to open all the lower compartments. The subordinate accepted the order and went at once. Suddenly, a child's silhouette appeared outside the glass. Captain Bangbeak, bewildered, approached the window and asked who it was. The one standing outside was Lita. She didn't answer the captain. Instead, one of Lita's eyes began to glow. Captain Bangbeak, a little scared, stammered, "Aren't you?" The magistrate above also asked, puzzled, who could possibly be outside and how they got there. Unexpectedly, a huge monster appeared behind the girl, opening its mouth to display razor-sharp teeth. Small Lita stood before the giant with no expression. The soldiers screamed in terror at the sight, yet didn't forget their duty to protect the captain. The monster beside Lita, those inside kept the doors firmly shut and refused to let her in. Seemingly offended, it struck the room with its huge hand, smashing it to pieces. The captain and 2 soldiers by the door were thrown forward by the force. The magistrates, who had been so majestic now, looked pale and changed in expression. They panicked and screamed in fear. Some even asked the stupid question, "What is a monster doing here?" At that point, they no longer cared about ranks or subordinates. Their only concern was who could run fastest. The once imposing magistrate was now utterly pitiful, targeted by the monster, which showed no mercy to these inhumane people. It stamped hard on the floor, causing the ceilings of the wealthy people's lower deck to tremble. Those people looked up terrified and asked one another what was happening. The answer came too quickly. The monster's leg had smashed through the ceiling and stomped onto the floor below. The unlucky ones were crushed under its weight. People panicked and fled, but tiny humans couldn't easily escape the claws and crushing force of a giant monster. The monster wrecked the adjacent compartments. This nearly cost Boda his life because he was climbing the rope ladder toward that area. Luckily, his nimble body saved this little life. Boda, doing his utmost, managed to climb up to the top. He was stunned. Before him lay a pile of wreckage, no different from the lower carriages of the poor. Among the debris were bodies. One of them was Captain Bangbeak. Seeing that, Boda's hatred for those damned sea monsters only deepened. He heard a sound and turned his head. More surprising, his little sister was walking toward that vicious creature. Lita stood on the monster's hand. She gradually moved closer to its face and saw her brother Boda. Worried, Boda shouted for Lita to hear, and Lita stepped back. "It's dangerous." But Lita showed no worry or fear like her brother. She said she was fine, Boda. She's keeping the child safe. Boda didn't believe what Lita said. He thought she was just a child who naturally loved animals, so he told her to come over to him slowly. Lita ignored Boda and remained standing in front of the monster. Its gaze on Lita held no malice. On the contrary, it was full of affection. Lita looked at the monster's face and told Boda she thought the child was its offspring. Boda, a monster slayer who'd seen countless beasts kill and devour humans, couldn't believe monsters and people could coexist. He shouted with all his might, "No, that's impossible. Get away, Lita." Boda grabbed his sword and lunged forward. At that moment, Sonya leapt down from above with her blade. She sliced the sea monster's arm in 2. It howled in agonized rage. Lita landed safely. Sonya scooped the girl up and ran away from the creature. The monster watched the girl with lingering affection. It reached out trying to touch her. Sonya ran as fast as she could, screaming to Boda, "Dodge." Boda looked back and saw something hurtling toward him. The 3 of them quickly dropped to the ground. The crane slammed into the monster's head. A roar of pain echoed again. It was Uncle Gongtia Park operating the crane. He called out, "Nice hit, Boda." Boda received the order from Uncle Gongtia Park, stood up, and ran forward in strong strides, shouting with spirit. He charged in and finished it with a killing slash through the monster's torso. It couldn't hold on to the ship any longer and fell, blood spraying everywhere. Boda ended it with a thrust. He jumped down and drove his blade straight into its chest. The thrust flashed, lighting up the space around them. The wounded monster's roar rang across the vast sea. As the beast continued to fall, the place where it landed became a pile of wreckage. This made it impossible for Boda to hold on. He jammed his sword into the wall and gripped it tightly so he wouldn't fall to his death. But the monster used its remaining strength to break the mast and smash everything nearby. It caused Boda to lose his grip and he fell freely. Fortunately, he didn't fall into the sea but onto a corridor of the ship. Sonya and Lita rushed over anxiously to check on him. Lita was saddened and worried for her brother. Boda was still alive. He was in pain but gritted his teeth and endured, watching the monster before him that hadn't died yet. Boda watched it for a moment, then focused on one part of its body. The beast's weak spot was its stomach, and he targeted it, trying to get close enough to finish it. Suddenly, that familiar sword appeared. Kana appeared in front of Boda. He was utterly shocked and stunned. Kana turned and offered Boda a gentle smile. But inexplicably, Boda stabbed her from behind without a moment's hesitation. Kana had been in front of him for less than 5 seconds when he drove a fatal blow into her back. Boda's eyes were full of righteous fury. He couldn't forgive the monster for impersonating Kana. He told it why he knew it wasn't the real Kana and angrily said, "There's something you don't know about Kana. She never smiles." The monster tried to trap Boda, but its scheme backfired. A single smile exposed its weakness, and it paid with death. It slowly reverted to its grotesque original form. Boda slashed at it repeatedly, shredding the creature into pieces, but its vitality was fierce. The monster still wasn't dead. It looked at Boda and bared its horrible teeth. Boda shouted, daring it, "Come try and catch me." Angered, the sea beast lunged its massive hand down to crush him, but it failed. Boda easily evaded that move. Determined to kill the monster with his own hands, he ran forward, took careful aim. This time he had to succeed. Boda stabbed into the beast's belly, one hand gripping the sword while the other pushed it forward as he sprinted ahead. The run left a long gut slash proportional to Boda's path. The monster's stomach now fell out. It roared in bodily agony, couldn't hold on, lost momentum, and plunged down. All the outrage and hatred toward this man-eating monster poured out. He shouted, "You deserve to go to hell 1,000 times," and drove his blade hard into its stomach. The stomach exploded, tearing its body into shredded pieces. The monster died utterly and completely. Every eye on the ship turned to Boda. Even the cameraman, unfazed by danger, rushed forward with his camera. They all wore expressions of shock and admiration. They were grateful to Boda for killing that disgusting sea monster. Boda stood proudly on the Kentrasi's corpse, like a hero rescuing the residents of Busan Association. The scene left everyone speechless. Blood rained down from the giant sea creature's corpse. The people of the Busan Association seemed to be witnessing a historic, almost sacred moment as they fell silent to behold the birth of a monster slayer. The young man stood on the carcass of the beast he had slain, bathed in the red shower. The moment of a brilliant dawn arrived. Sunblood covered everyone and the battle scene. People began to regain their sense of reality. They began chattering to one another, "It's dead, he killed that monster." Sonia and Gongtia smiled down. Sonia said proudly, "Heh heh, that's my Boda." The port residents hugged and cheered with joy. "We're alive, that demon is dead, a demon slayer has come to save us." Amid the non-stop cheering, Boda still stood motionless on the monster's corpse. Even while celebrating, Kiho, standing in the crowd, couldn't help but notice something odd. He looked in surprise at the young man standing with his face turned forward and asked, "Boda?" Another person noticed and spoke up. The reporter with the camera at the front asked if he was who, a new laborer. Uncle Kiho shoved the reporter's camera and reminded them to capture this moment perfectly. The reporter staggered and cried out, "Ah!" A camera click captured the city's reflected image after its great battle with the giant sea creature, the scars left behind and the silhouette of the hero who brought victory. As the sun rose higher, darkness was slowly pushed back by daylight. In the light, everyone could see this moment more clearly than ever. Their gazes were fixed forward. Kiholi also looked up at Boda with pride. Because this was the moment the Busan Alliance's hero was born. Under the sky, flocks of birds beat their wings and circled, cranes calling to one another. Lita stood on the corridor opposite the Kentrasi's carcass. The little girl stared blankly upward. Her brother rushed over to her in a panic. He grabbed his sister's shoulder and anxiously asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere?" Lita smiled reassuringly. "I'm fine, brother, I'm completely okay." Her expression, facing her brother, had fully returned to normal. Boda breathed a grateful sigh. Thank God her eyes are back to normal. Lita turned to look at the giant corpse and asked Boda, "But why do I feel sad? Maybe I'm mourning the Kentrasi's death." Boda thought for a moment and answered that it could have gone back to the open sea then, but it chose to keep climbing to the top deck. As he spoke, Boda recalled the Kentrasi, covered in countless wounds, still determined to crawl higher. He asked his sister if she had called it up there, why. Lita paused a little, then answered yes. Boda asked in puzzlement why. Lita bowed her head and explained that humans had broken into its den and taken it and its offspring away. Trapped in that hollow for so long, it must have been furious. She was referring to the large circular tank on the ship. While her brother was still surprised, she continued, remembering the Kentrasi smashing the tank and crawling out. It had decided to kill everyone on the ship at all costs. Lita recalled the furious look in the sea monster's eyes as it spoke. Her brother beside her was still stunned as he looked at the girl. She spoke with an expressionless face. "That's why I called it up to the top deck. My action only changed who would die first, but you completely stopped that that massacre. The two siblings then stood together, watching the Kentraci's corpse being hauled up. Afterward, the ship was immediately taken in for repairs. The residents looked at the floors ruined in the attack and told each other, so much damage, truly a steep price for victory. Moreover, many rooftop shareholders were killed amid the rubble. In a wrecked room, two men stood together. A man in a light-colored suit sneered that their so-called pride couldn't save them from death. The other, slitted-eyed and in a darker suit, added that half the heirs of the former shareholders were dead and the other half were busy inheriting their holdings. The two advanced to stand before a wall now stripped bare by the monster's destruction. The man in the light suit spread his arms wide as if to embrace something and told the other, "At last, our time has come. This massacre is our opportunity. 9/10 of the shareholders are dead, only one remains." The two men both looked down the same way at him. They were talking about Boda, who was currently standing and talking with some residents. They glanced at him and schemed. "He's only 20, the perfect age to be our puppet. We will sweet-talk him and make this ship ours," the man in the light suit said, curling his lips into a cold, sinister smile full of ambition. Meanwhile, at the hospital, doctors and nurses were busy tending to and treating the attack's victims. Among them was Kana. Boda stood beside Kana's bed. Pain showed on his face as he murmured, "Kana." A nurse stood with him, holding her head in helplessness. "She's badly wounded, but more pressingly, we're out of disinfectant and bandages." Too many people were injured. The tired nurse turned to look. Boda followed his gaze but couldn't find the words to speak. Seeing the countless beds pressed into service, the nurse warned that without enough medical supplies they likely wouldn't hold out until tomorrow. "We must use the remaining supplies to treat whom first. Kana isn't the only one in critical condition. Many other lives hang by a thread. We are forced to decide." The only answer the hospital and families can think of in this situation. While the sun still shone on the city's people, as he walked back with his steward, Boda heard someone call, "Mr. Ma." He startled and turned, finding two men in suits addressing him. "We've heard you urgently need medical supplies," the light-suited man said. "I'm Suman, governor of the IP project." The slitted-eyed man beside him greeted him too. "I'm Deputy Governor Joshin. We're here to help." Both Boda and the steward were taken aback. He asked, "You want to help us?" Suman enthusiastically offered, "How lucky, we have a stockpile of emergency medical supplies." Joshin added a list of items needed for cases like this. Suman enthusiastically offered, "How lucky, we have a stockpile of emergency medical supplies." Joshin added a list of items needed for cases like this. Old Suman couldn't wait to add, "But that lot is rather expensive, so I'm afraid we can't just give it away," he said, covering his mouth while his eyes flashed greedily. Boda worriedly asked, "So what do I have to do?" Suman began to cajole, "If you could do us a tiny favor, we'll reconsider." Boda seized that small hope and asked eagerly, "Great, what is it?" Suman smiled craftily and replied, "Give us the rights to manage Busan Alliance's water consumption." Water. Suman feigned a sigh. "The shareholders who controlled the water rights are dead, which means currently there's no company taking over water distribution. If you give us this management right, we'll ensure the water quality stays optimal." Having said that, he produced an envelope and handed it to Boda, thinking to himself that water was a golden goose. Once we control distribution, becoming successful entrepreneurs will be only a matter of time. Come on, kid, take the bait. Looking at the envelope placed before him still wasn't enough to make a firm decision. He turned to ask his steward, "Do I have the authority to decide this?" The steward bowed his head and replied, "Yes, master, you do." Suman continued, flattering him, "Because you are the only remaining shareholder in the Busan Alliance." Boda thought carefully. He wants to trade medical supplies for control of the water system. He remembered the people trying to catch water from the broken tank and heard their protest cries. "The water belongs to the people. The water belongs to the people." Boda fully understood how vital water was here, his tense gaze fixed on the two men before him. Their expression betrayed a slight unease. He made a proposal. "May I have one evening to think it over? I'll give you an answer tomorrow." The two men agreed. "Fine, we'll wait for your reply." The old steward had long seen through them. He thought to himself that the scent of money had already attracted the merchants. Those men were cold-blooded businessmen. All they cared about was money. He watched the two men leave. Then he looked at his young master, sitting exhausted and holding his head, thinking that they were only the first. Many more would come, more people eyeing his master's power. He was too young and inexperienced to deal with such predators. He studied the troubled face of his young master. The steward couldn't help but worry for both master and mistress having to live in this snake pit. At the hospital, Boda discussed the situation with Sonia, Gongtia Park, and Kiho. Sonia told him, "We can just hand over water distribution to them. It's only water, right?" Kiho folded his arms and said, "It's not that simple, Sanya." The uncle reminisced as he explained. The company controlling water distribution 4 years ago raised prices drastically. That was the root of all the riots, the IB company. In fact, it's the company of the two men who approached Boda, a firm mired in scandal. Handing distribution rights to them would be like inviting a snake into your home. Boda frowned in thought and replied, "Maybe so. But right now we really need those supplies." He clasped his head and groaned in confusion over why he had to make this decision. Gongtia beside him offered a piece of philosophy. Those who want to become kings must endure the feelings of being a king. Suddenly, a voice came from behind a drawn curtain in a ward. "Oh my God, are you people okay? Obviously you should choose the medical supplies. What else?" Sonia curiously lifted a corner of the curtain and asked, "Who's there?" Brune lay on the bed and glared back at her. His chest was all bandaged and he even wore a neck brace. Boda's face lit up with delight as he cried, "Brune, you're alive." Sonia, still unclear about the man's background, asked Brune about it. Brune, annoyed, shot him a look and retorted, "Of course, did you think I'd croak just because of a sea monster?" Sonia answered him, "I wasn't going to say that, the one who just said that is currently wrapped head to toe in bandages and plaster." Indeed, his whole body was in casts, only his shorts visible. Not only the neck brace but a strap tied one leg up, so he couldn't argue at the moment. He blushed, flustered, and muttered, "Oh, come off it. I'm still a 3-star instructor, Brune." Sonia kept teasing obliviously, saying those 3 seconds were enough to kill the sea monster, and when she mocked him like that he snapped, "What do you want?" Sonia leaned in, delighted. "I was pretty impressed watching you attack Kentrassi, totally my type." Brune, scrunching his face like a monkey and trying to look away to avoid that annoying woman, replied, But I don't go for women like you, move away." Ignoring Brune's words, Sonia kept praising him. "Still, you tried hard, so I'll reward you." She stuck out her wet, soft tongue and licked Brune's cheek. Poor thing. He panicked, wriggling his immobilized body and shouting, "I must kill her." Gongtia gently advised Sonia, who was giggling after causing trouble, "Hey, don't tease him anymore." Brune suddenly called out to Boda. Blushing, he shouted, "By any means necessary, you must get those supplies and save Kana, understand?" Boda paused, then asked, "Weren't you the one who ignored Kana's orders? Didn't you want to prove you didn't need her?" Brune admitted with some guilt, "Yeah, but now I've realized I'm nothing compared to her. The Busan Alliance needs Kana." He pictured the young woman standing on the monster's corpse with a blood-smeared blade, one eye gleaming red in the dim, like death itself starring. But now that same woman lay fragile and unbelievable, on a ventilator in a hospital bed. Brune continued, "So give it your all, save our commander." He clenched his teeth and made the bold request, though embarrassment flushed his face slightly. Everyone turned to look at him and smiled. Boda softly confirmed to him, "I will." Outside, dusk began to fall. The next morning, many people were summoned to the ruined housing block. The two men from the IP company stood among the crowd while suspicious murmurs rose. "Why would he agree so suddenly?" Whispered gossip rippled around them. Two people, a man and a woman, said to each other, "Did you hear he's the last surviving shareholder? Now he's truly the one in charge." Another person said, "I heard he's huge." Someone else added, "I even heard he single-handedly killed Kentrassi." They also said he's the son of Narisa and Tian Ma. At last, the focal point of curiosity appeared before them. Boda began by thanking everyone for coming. The crowd, seeing the person in front of them, couldn't help but be disappointed to realize he was only a kid and muttered, "Oh." He told the assembled people, "I gathered you all to discuss how to recover our losses after the ship's catastrophe. First, I'd like to mention the generous offer the IP project made to me." As he spoke, Boda turned to look at the two men from before. The words IP project caused a commotion to erupt behind the two men, who were wearing smug faces. Boda lowered his gaze slightly and announced, "We have decided to accept the medical supplies offered by you two." Sumin and Jocelyn were both stunned and elated. Especially Sumin, he was triumphant, thinking he knew it all along. How could the kid refuse? Though inwardly exultant, the two maintained proper decorum. They bowed, feigning humility, and said, "Thank you, so the water management rights will be ours, right?" A man standing nearby shouted in disbelief, "Water management rights?" Another person realized their motive and exclaimed, "They've already started grabbing power." But Boda replied bluntly that he didn't have the authority to decide that. The two men remained bowed, looking embarrassed. Boda declared that from now on the amount of water used would be managed by the janitor in the engine room. This move shocked the two men. They hadn't anticipated it and asked, "What?" They turned to each other and whispered a reminder. "But our agreement wasn't like that. Don't you still want those medical supplies?" Boda put on a blank face and replied, "Of course not. I still want to take them." the two men grew even more exasperated. They began to lose patience, grinding their teeth and thinking, is this kid trying to pull a fast one on us? Are you planning to take our goods without paying? Suman started shouting in protest, hey, can you be serious? Do you intend to take all those precious supplies for free or what? This is brazen robbery, ridiculous, don't you people see that? He said as he tried to persuade the murmuring crowd to his side. A man from the crowd spoke up more calmly to Boda. I know you'll use those things for a good purpose, but your abuse of power is unacceptable. Before he finished, Suman's hand cut him off. He stole the other's words and continued, hitting the psychological note. Yes, a shareholder with power like you should understand the law here better than we do. Boda remained stern and said nothing. Suman, still recovering from the earlier scene but confident of victory, snickered inwardly, judging the kid as someone who hasn't seen how brutal the real world is. Privileged people play by a different set of rules, kid. Boda answered, I agree, I won't take them for free. Then he turned to the steward who stood bowed and ready, holding a suitcase awaiting orders. The suitcase was opened before everyone's eyes, revealing it packed with gleaming gold bars. Everyone who saw it gasped, wow, so much gold. Truly the 10th shareholder still keeps such massive gold bars in this day and age. Suman couldn't help swallowing at the sight of the gold, but he forced himself to stay rational. This is only a drop in the ocean compared to the profits the water industry brings. Boda calmly asked, is this enough? This question wasn't just for the IB side, but for everyone in the room. At that moment, everyone had to admit, awestruck, that this gesture was more than enough. Suman was furious at Boda's move. He couldn't believe the kid dared act this way toward him. I'll show you the intelligence and power of an entrepreneur like me, he thought. He declared aloud, we're here to work based on mutual trust, not just to chase profit. Our agreement was to supply you with medical equipment in exchange for control of the fresh water supply. He raised his voice, when you're in trouble we offered terms to help you, but if this is how you want the deal to go your way, forget it. Boda lowered his voice, his face sad. While we talk, many people are slowly dying on the ship and you still refuse. They were surprised by Boda's move but remained resolute, assuming they wouldn't be swayed. The onlookers, however, began to stir and think. Seeing the situation turn in his favor, Boda continued. Though your medical supplies are truly vital to many lives, I will never hand over the right to supply fresh water to cunning businessmen like you. He stepped forward and declared loudly, that's my final answer, so what do you two have to say? Speak up. He added one last line before they could reply. I really hope you won't make the people suffer and bleed just for a bit of personal gain, okay? The two were stunned by Boda's words. Though they had been sure the deal wouldn't change, things now looked different. This move was truly high-handed. A people's lives, human lives, are not negotiable, and those who try to exploit that for personal gain will surely face corresponding consequences. After hearing Boda's words, no one dared imagine they had come from a mere youngster. The merchants all looked worried, especially the two YP men, sweating like they'd been in a sauna, breathing fast and sharp. Boda continued, from now on the IP company will be stripped of its business privileges. And with the authority of a shareholder, I will demand an accurate financial statement and launch an investigation into whether taxes were fully paid. Hearing this, everyone was horrified. Suman worriedly thought, how does this kid know how to leverage his powers like this? If I become an opponent of the ship's final shareholder now, it's basically the end of me, given Boda's seriousness and decisiveness. They had no choice but to compromise. They bowed and said, we are truly sorry. Please deliver our medical supplies to the medical facilities so they can reach the people who need them. Hearing this, Boda didn't want to make things hard. He said, thank you for your agreement. Have the laborers head over now to collect the medical supplies. Once again, thank you, and remember to take your payment. The two stammered, thank you. Inside they thought, that's it, we're ruined, we underestimated this brat. Seeing the little master's steady, confident bearing, the steward silently marveled that the boy had always been playing dumb to catch the tiger. He stared at him in wonder. His face showed emotion, proud at Boda's maturation. After that, the hospital received the good news. The medical supplies had arrived and the doctors cheered. Boda saw that with the supplied medical gear, they saved many lives. However, Kana still hadn't regained consciousness. Though she no longer needed the ventilator, she remained unconscious in her hospital bed. The nurse caring for her shook her head and told Boda, we've done everything we can, now everything depends on Kana herself. That night, Boda kept vigil at Kana's bedside and softly called her name. He took both her hands and squeezed gently, both to encourage the unconscious person and to steady himself. You'll get through this, you'll be okay. He bowed his head near the hand he held, quietly shedding tears and whispering, "You are the strongest." Then he kept calling her like that. In the deep night there were faint pinpricks of starlight, but deep within the void of the subconscious there was no light to illuminate anything. Kana opened her eyes. Her subconscious had become a boundless white space. Kana wore a simple blue dress, both her eyes were intact and normal. Before she could steady herself, she heard a man beside her call. "Get up, Kana, don't give up so easily." Hearing the familiar voice, Kana immediately sat up and looked at him, exclaiming, "Tian Ma." The young man smiling at her was Boda, and Lita's father in his prime. Kana touched the uncovered eye and doubtful said, "The eye patch, is my sibling dead?" Tian Ma explained, "No, we're in your dream, you're still alive." Kana sighed, "Oh, so I'm dreaming about you again." She drew her knees up, hugged them, and whispered, "I'm still so glad to see you, even if only in a dream like this." She couldn't stop regretting that day. Kana's gaze drifted off into the distance. The man beside her simply watched her in silence. Kana's memory drifted back to the day Dohu had his arm severed by Tian Ma. He had thrashed wildly, screaming for Tian Ma. Two officers wrapped bandages around him, struggling to keep him calm, shouting, "Dohu, don't move, we must stop the bleeding." Dohu, his mouth still gushing blood, eyes bulging, screamed curses, "I'll kill you, I'll definitely kill you." Elsewhere, the soldiers were dispatched to hunt down Tian Ma. One barked orders to the others. "Tian Ma has escaped. If you see him, shoot him dead immediately." Their boots pounded the deck with a ta-ta-ta rhythm. At that moment, Tian was urgently pulling Narissa by the hand to flee. They ran for their lives. Running, they worried about being spotted. Suddenly, Kana found them and called out loudly, "Tian Ma, did you cut off Dohu's hand?" "Why?" she asked in shock. Tian Ma, grinding his teeth in anger, replied, "I had no other choice. He wanted to hurt Narissa." Hearing that, Kana went numb and said nothing more. She pointed out the place she'd prepared for his escape. A small boat waited at the stern. "Go, quickly." Tian Ma and Narissa, escorted by Kana, stepped to the rail where a ladder dangled for them to climb down to the escape boat. "Go," he thanked Kana and hurried after his wife. Suddenly Tian Ma was startled. Kana's hand was gripping his. That made him turn his face back to look at her. Tian Ma asked Kana. Kana only opened her eyes wide and looked at him, saying nothing. She seemed as surprised by her own action as he was. They just stared at each other. Kana and Tian Ma in Kana's subconscious stood aside, watching their past selves. While they remained frozen, Narissa had nearly climbed into the boat. A man aboard shouted urgently, "Tian, hurry." He was sweating and terrified, shouting, "I don't want to die yet." Narissa looked up and told him, "Give them a moment so they can say goodbye." Then she smiled sympathetically. The silence between the two couldn't last forever. Kana showed an expression as if she were holding back something fiercely. Finally she waved and said to Tian Ma, "Go. She's waiting for you," Tian Ma said to her, Kana. At last he turned away and spoke his final words, "I'm sorry and thank you." Finally the small boat quickly left the frantic ship, lights flashing. The two of them rowed away. Kana watched the boat fade into the distance with a broken gaze. She bent over, clutching the ship's rail as if under enormous pressure. In her subconscious, Kana still stood watching, telling the man beside her she had never stopped regretting that moment. "I knew that would be the last time I'd see you, but I chose not to tell you how I truly felt. Because your eyes were always fixed on Narissa." Kana and Tian Ma didn't look at each other. Their gazes were tinged with sadness. But then Kana said, "After all, this is just a dream, and it's my dream." She faced Tian Ma, who existed only in her imagination, and asked, "I know you won't accept my true feelings, but can I say goodbye to you?" Tian Ma smiled at her and said, "I already told you, we're in your dream. Whatever you want is possible." Kana looked at the man she loved and poured out her deepest thoughts. That day Kana recalled the moment they first met. She looked at him pleadingly, "From the moment you rescued me from the lifeboat, I've always loved you." Tian Ma looked at her too, even in the dream, and the embarrassed, aching look in his eyes felt utterly real. Kana, lingering, told the apparition before her, "I've buried that feeling." "Goodbye, Tian Ma." She placed a hand on his shoulder. Their faces drew close. She stood on tiptoe and gave the man she loved a farewell kiss. After they kissed, 4 whole panels later, their lips parted, though whose lips were whose looked a bit off. An arm reaching in Kana's dream fell onto the blanket with a thud. Her real body remained in a coma. Everything happened only in Kana's dream. But damn it, the kiss also took place in the real world. So right now the son of the man Kana secretly loved was dazed, covering his mouth, bright red and shock-faced at the accidental kiss he'd just received. To clarify Boda's perspective in this awkward affair, in fact, that evening, he was sitting by Kana's bedside, squeezing her hand, watching the young woman, still deep in sleep. He remembered Kana, who risked her life to save his siblings. He recalled when they first met, back when he was just a kid, and Kana single-handedly defended them from threats by the Busan Association. He remembered her fighting form, Kana was the strongest and most sincere person he knew. The moment his siblings first met her, the image of Kana standing coldly, wiping blood from her face after defeating the sea monsters that attacked the children, was etched deeply in Bota's mind. From the day she saved his life on that island, he remembered how young Bota had felt then. I considered her my hero. Now the present-day Bota quietly smiled at his sleeping hero and confessed, I've always been by your side, hoping I could become someone like you. He squeezed her hand again and called Kana. Choked up, he said, so wake up, don't leave me, don't leave us. Kana lay still, faithful and motionless the whole time. Suddenly there was a slight reaction. Startled, Bota noticed and quickly sat up, calling loudly Kana. She heard me right, but Kana's body once more returned to stillness. Bota leaned down slightly, peering at her and asked Kana. Seeing she still didn't move, Bota felt disheartened again. Suddenly one of Kana's arms rose. To his astonishment, he cried out joyfully, Kana, not noticing her hand was touching his face. She pulled him so close that their lips were only inches apart. Thank the stars the kid hadn't yet managed to give thanks. He was then granted another unexpected gift by the heavens. While his mentor and heroine was pulling him down and kissing him, she must have kissed for quite a while, since Bota, during the kiss, was still lucid enough to register what was happening. Embarrassed, he clawed with one hand at the bedsheet beneath them. The 4-panel limit ran out. Kana pulled her lips away from the poor, betrayed kid on top. The arm that had held him down fell back onto the bed. She slipped back into a deep sleep. Bota froze for a second. Then he clapped a hand over his mouth. His face flushed hot. Right now the kid had 1,000 questions racing through his head. Meanwhile, the woman who caused all this was still sleeping like the dead. He stood still for a moment by Kana's bedside. His face still slightly pink from embarrassment. He looked at her with a complicated expression. At that moment, a loud rush of water gushed from the supply pipe's tap. Mr. Hwarong stood by the tap after fixing it so the neighbors could collect water. Everyone around shouted, water, water's coming. Hwarong, wiping his hands, said, we've connected the line so this should be clean water. And his cap-wearing assistant from the repair crew grinned cheerfully. 2 residents moved as they watched the flowing water, said, so we can use water freely now, am I dreaming? Everyone turned to thank Mr. Hwarong. Thank you, we owe you so much. He politely thumbed over his shoulder and said, no need, I'm just a plumber. The man he pointed to, however, wore an utterly exhausted expression. Uncle Hwarong stepped up to Bota and said, thanks for bringing water to everyone. Bota, slightly coming to, replied, ah, yes. The two shook hands. Hwarong put a hand on him and praised, the kid's grown up, he actually looks like a man now, and Bota just let out a sheepish chuckle. Hwarong's assistant, friendly, draped an arm over his shoulder and laughed, I knew you'd grow into a good man sooner or later. Then he proudly told the neighbors, I taught him since he was a chick, and the crowd eagerly pressed in, asking for details. The assistant added, not to mention the time I pulled him out of a pipe. You could say I practically raised Bota myself, he boasted louder and louder. Bota staggered away from the crowd, answering with a bland, oh yes. Everyone cheered when they saw him. It's Bota, Bota. A whole line of people along the balcony kept chanting his name, Bota, 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 which even impressed Sonya and Gongtia. Sonya pursed her lips, wondering what on earth was going on. Even the young women went wild for him, joining the crowd in calling Bota's name. Look at that Bota, Bota, Bota. Though the cheers swelled, the man being called hung somewhere else in his mind. Sonya nudged Bota's back with her elbow and teased, wow, Bota, you're famous now. But the now famous young man looked utterly lifeless. Sonya, surprised, asked, why does he look so woebegone? Gongtia put on an appraising face and said, really, isn't his face always like that? With a weary, almost addicted-looking air, Bota turned to them and said, catch up with you two later. He hadn't gone more than a few steps when he missed a stair. Then his whole body went limp. He tumbled down the stairs in a rolling arc like a ball. The crash landed with a loud bang. Now both Gongtia and Sonya looked visibly worried, Gongtia frowning and remarking that he seemed off. After that spectacular fall, everyone thought Bota would snap out of it. But he just quietly stood up and, as before, staggered away unsteadily. Sonya frowned, thought for a long moment, then said, I just learned they're plotting something. Gongtia wondered aloud, where has he been these past few days? Of course we should ask, Kana, right? Sonya answered quickly. Gongtia stared blankly at Sonya in confusion, but she still wasn't awake. So why visit her? Sonya snapped back, this guy's all brawn and no brains. She's probably about to lose patience, which is exactly why people go check on her. Sonya looked serious as she told Gongtia that when a rescue team was assembled to hunt Genot's hideout, Bota learned Lita had been taken hostage, and his blood boiled like frying oil at a street vendor's pan. Seeing Lita seized and unable to run to her aid, both helpless and furious, Boda gritted his teeth and tried to control his rage. Kana looked at him calmly, her face unchanged, and told Boda, "Stay calm, you must keep your composure." Kana stepped closer and gently placed a hand on Boda's head, rubbing it lightly. Though outwardly cool, she was warm at heart. She could kill monsters without flinching, but also soothe and quietly protect her teammates. After a while of Kana's patient reassurance, Boda gradually regained his calm, which Sonya clearly noticed. But just after Kana's counsel, Boda's facial muscles slowly relaxed. He murmured him in reply to Kana and immediately settled back down. Hearing the account, Gongtia replied, "Of course, you know how terrifying she can be." Thinking of Kana's cold, steely demeanor, willing to gut anything in her way, left Sonya speechlessly fearful. Gongtia mused seriously that he's smarter than I thought. He knows when to advance and retreat, and couldn't help praising Boda proudly that the kid's grown up. Sonya, annoyed that he never understands what's important and lives in strange headspace, snapped, "You're an old fool." Sonya crouched down inside. Sonya's face held a hint of scheming. She declared, "I bet that idiot still hasn't realized his own thoughts and feelings." Scene change, Boda walked with hollow steps against the flow of people, dazed and oblivious to everything around him, his mind fixed only on Kana. "Kana, will you wake up today?" Boda moved like a soulless shell, lifeless and unaware, while a suspicious figure drifted past him. The man wore a hooded cloak, his face concealed, and looked toward Boda. Then he slowly drew a dagger from inside his cloak. Meanwhile, Boda remained in a trance, scarcely aware of anything. His only worry was Kana. She seemed to be recovering. She moved a little yesterday. A moment of memory flashed in Boda's head. A hazy space, soft white light falling into the room where Kana lay, her arms thrown around Boda's neck in a passionate kiss. That recollection made him freeze. His eyes widened and his face flushed hot, as if about to combust. He tugged at his hair, silently praying that when Kana woke she wouldn't remember that, hoping she wouldn't remember anything. Boda had no idea a shadowy figure was silently following him. In his hands, the man gripped the dagger and moved quickly toward Boda. Boda was still dazed, unaware of anything odd behind him, only worried about what Kana would be like when she woke and remembered it. He thought if she found out it would be bad, she'd be heartbroken. What should I do? His thoughts were a tangled mess. Hide it or tell Kana the truth? At the same time, the hooded man with a knife lunged toward him. Instinctively, Boda spun and delivered a heavy kick to the scoundrel's face. The kick sent blood gushing from his mouth. His face swelled and a tooth flew out. Only then did Boda fully register what he'd done. He stood there stunned, mouth agape, not understanding how he could have acted like that. Awkwardly, he approached, stammering, "Sorry, are you okay? I'm really sorry." The man lay motionless on the ground, unconscious and trembling in pain. Blood foamed at his mouth and poured from his nose, his whole body bruised and looking miserable. Boda didn't know what to do next. He tried to explain, "I didn't mean to, it's a habit from harsh training with Kana. My body developed an attack reflex when something's off, even if my mind isn't paying attention." Suddenly he froze, staring in shock at the man on the ground. A dagger had fallen from the man's hand. Behind the wall, two men in suits had been silently watching Boda. Perhaps they ordered the wounded man to assassinate Boda, but he failed. They clicked their tongues in annoyance. A voice broke the darkness, "Failed." Through the murk, Suman's face gradually emerged. He wondered how a commoner like this dared to pretend he could change the rules set by the upper echelon. Then Joshin quickly ordered, "We must eliminate him before he grows stronger." Suman replied, "Then we'll have to do something special," his expression growing serious as the two plotted. Suddenly a sound came from behind, catching Joshin's attention. The sound grew clearer and closer. Both spun around, unsure what made it. A shower of sparks and a metal scraping noise approached them. Suman's face went blank. He couldn't make out what stood before them. Whatever it was, its nails clawed at the rusty iron wall, the impact throwing off sparks. A female silhouette slowly came into view, her hand still gripping the wall. The two began to panic, sensing something wrong. They shouted, "Who?" But the other side answered only with silence. Huge, glowing tentacles slowly extended from behind that slender figure. They reached forward toward the pair, Joshin and Suman. Those tentacles belonged to Lita. One of her eyes glowed as she stared at the two men. The men's faces drained of color. Suman went pale and screamed in terror. Joshin couldn't help yelling, "Sea monster!" Their eyes bulged and mouths gaped as they tried to flee, but they stood no chance against the tentacle's strength. Lita remained silent, directing the mass of tentacles to seize the two men. They wrapped around Suman and Joshin and yanked them in. The pull was so strong, Joshin's shoe unfortunately came off. There wasn't a single opening left. Lita's tentacles slowly stretched out. They took the fallen shoe. The empty space fell into an eerie silence, leaving only a dark void. Still there, but morning had come. Sunlight peeked through each door. Missing already, a voice broke the quiet. Heron spoke up. The two of them vanished without a trace since last night, reporting what happened to Boda. Sonya and Gongtia listened. After hearing it, Sonya stated firmly, I'm sure those two ambushed Boda. Then they ran off and Gongtia quickly added. But Boda's face wasn't tense. He looked suspicious, glancing around for more clues. His gaze stopped at the wall. Up there were deep, long scratches. Boda was surprised this wasn't as simple as everyone thought. Something was definitely wrong. He turned to the three and asked, has anyone seen Lita? Lita, I haven't seen her since yesterday noon, Sonya replied quickly. Boda's face went pale with worry. He tried to reassure himself, no, it can't be, it just can't. Cut to the pipe system. A strange slurping sound began to echo, hup hup. Another tentacle revealed itself. It was Lita. She curled in on herself, breathing hard, her eyes bloodshot as if she'd been awake all night. She clenched her teeth and kept asking why. She looked at the tangle of tentacles on her body and asked, why? They surrounded her. A greenish blotch showed across her face. She wondered why she couldn't return to human form. A cold, dark prison cell with not a hint of warmth. Dr. Foyd bowed his head, brooding in the cell. Something caught his attention. He turned toward the door. A hooded figure slowly approached. A weak voice called out, help me. As he drew closer, half of Lita's face was still beautiful, while the other half had turned glowing sea green with blotches spreading across nearly half her face. She pleaded desperately with Dr. Foyd, please help me. Dr. Foyd couldn't contain his excitement, gripping the railing. He exclaimed that she used that power, his face full of interest. Lita tried to explain, I only wanted to punish those who tried to harm my brother. I can't return to human form. She begged Dr. Foyd, please help me, make me human again, please. Dr. Foyd flatly refused, which shattered Lita. He said sternly that once the blotch turned into a butterfly-shaped mark, there was no saving her. She couldn't revert. Lita was stunned into silence, speechless. He told Lita to accept it, because there was no way to help her. Enraged, Lita's tentacles lunged at Dr. Foyd, clamping his neck and pinning him to the wall. Apparently Lita had lost control. She grimaced, teeth clenched, demanding, can't I turn back? Do I have to live like this forever? She refused to accept being stuck between human and monster. She wanted to be human again. Dr. Foyd struggled to loosen the tentacles for breath and said no, you'll gradually become a sea monster, a stronger, more beautiful sea creature. Despite being strangled, he forced a smile and said, why be human when you could be an alpha sea monster and live free in the ocean? Hearing that, Lita lost control further and shouted angrily, I shouldn't have come here if not for you. Lita's tentacles tightened around his neck. His face turned pale. He gaped for air but still spat provocations at her. Don't be so uptight, loosen up a bit, as if trying to joke while being strangled. His smile was full of delight. Because you have the power of a sea monster, you could do it. Lita suddenly froze. She slowly withdrew, the tentacle clutching Dr. Foyd's neck. She didn't want to become that disgusting thing. She said gravely, I'm not a monster, then slipped away silently. Hearing the commotion, the jailer burst in, shouting. He muttered, what the hell is going on? Dr. Foyd breathed hard and rubbed his neck gently. The jailer slowly stepped into Dr. Foyd's cell. He saw Foyd wearing a grotesque smile. Then he crooned, just follow your instincts, kid. He gripped the railing, smiling and swaying. This is the ultimate destination of my research. Seeing Foyd's strange behavior, the jailer looked frightened. Maybe he thought the madman had finally cracked. Outside, the sky was still bright. Boda was frantic because Lita had disappeared. He hurriedly asked people around, have you seen Lita? Passers-by, puzzled but nodding Boda's tension, said they hadn't and asked if something had happened. Boda hesitated, hiding it. Oh no, everything's fine. If you see her, please tell me. The passerby agreed. Unbeknownst to Boda, Lita was above, looking down at him. She was precarious, unsure what to do. She could only watch him from afar, too afraid to approach in this terrifying form. She whispered to herself, Boda, what should I do? While she wasn't paying attention, someone accidentally bumped into Lita, and her hood slipped off. A few tentacles were revealed. He seemed to have seen them, his face stunned. Lita hurriedly covered herself. Then she darted away. She ran to a secluded spot and sat alone on a large pipe. She thought to herself she couldn't meet Boda like this if she couldn't become human again. Dr. Foyd's words echoed in her mind. You could become an alpha sea monster and live free in the ocean. His words haunted her. Staring down at the deep blue sea, she didn't know whether she should jump. She also couldn't be sure if she should live as a sea monster. These hard questions kept circling her mind. Lita's eyes rolled white. She gaped, imagining would she live as a sea monster and eat humans. Lita suddenly snapped out of it and shook her head to stop those thoughts. But her face couldn't muster any joy. Lita remembered her parents. She remembered Kana, who once saved her. She remembered Bota gently holding her close. She remembered Mao, the cellar owner, and all the familiar guests. She remembered Mr. Lee. She remembered Sonya, Gongtia, Noah, and Ling. She also remembered Gun, who watched sunsets with her so beautifully. The kind man who caught every drop of clean water from the leaking system. He explained to Lita that this pipe connects to the floor above, so there must be a leak somewhere. After filling the bottle, he happily held it up. I'll give this to Mr. Kim, his wife just had a baby. Gun's small, thoughtful, warm demeanor sank deep into Lita's heart. Lita thought to herself, even if there are many bad people, I know there are still plenty of good people out there. Lita suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, they are the ones I want to be human for. But Dr. Foyd's words, there's no turning back except it, kept surfacing. Lita stood up and relaxed, no longer tightly clutching the scarf to hide herself. A gentle breeze blew it away. Her tentacles were exposed. She no longer wanted to hide them. If she truly couldn't return to her original human form, Lita thought to herself, then gently reached out to control the mass of tentacles. She accepted her current appearance and stopped hiding it. Maybe she could become someone else so long as she harmed no one. Whatever she looked like, she was still human. The tentacles began to wrap around Lita, forming a sturdy armor. She thought silently that it was like Kentrasi. The armor gradually covered her whole body. Then it sealed her completely. Cut to Kana slowly opening her eyes. She had woken up. Kana hurried to sit up, though her whole body still ached. Looking more closely, she saw Boda dozing beside her hospital bed. She gently called Bota's name. She wondered how long she'd been unconscious. Seeing the severely wounded patients around, she thought Bota must have defeated Kentrasi. He protected everyone. Her face remained calm, but now a proud smile for Bota appeared. She gently stroked Bota's head as he slept, praising him. Bota, you did well. Bota slowly woke. He looked toward Kana. Kana was startled for waking him. Bota saw Kana awake. He sat up in surprise. She softly called his name. He crouched down, tears in his eyes, thinking she might never wake. Bota's face was tearful. He'd been so worried. Every day he prayed, terrified Kana might disappear. Kana looked at him and apologized. At that moment, a voice called Kana's name, drawing both Bota and Kana's attention. It was Lita seeing Lita. Bota couldn't help being excited. Lita, I looked for you everywhere. Kana looked at Lita and smiled gently. Lita hurried over and hugged Kana tightly. She whimpered, pleading, Kana, don't be sick, don't die. Kana gently patted Lita's head and agreed. Bota breathed a sigh of relief. He also came over and hugged the two of them. The scene was truly joyful and peaceful. Lita looked simple and innocent, but she'd been thinking a lot. If she was no longer fully human from now on, she would become a sea monster. She had accepted her present self. Droplets of water fell softly. They gently touched the flower branch. Gun's hat, repurposed as a flower pot, held beautiful blooms. Those very drops Gun had collected were nourishing the flowers. Lita wanted to become a sea monster who would go protect people. At that time, the first council meeting was being held at Union Busan, with everyone present and the auditorium packed. Most of them seemed not the least bit excited about this dull meeting. When delegates from the districts gathered to discuss important issues regardless of rank, they unanimously elected a new team leader. Not only that, they also established a new police bureau to ensure the ship's security. And the laborers who had fought enemies outside, like sea monsters, would be assigned to the military. These were elite troops rigorously selected through many rounds. Finally, after years of hard training, Kana stood up crisply and said, "Congratulations, you have become official laborers." The group, in dark blue uniforms, stood in straight rows without showing emotion, looking very solemn. Kana stood on the podium and declared, "We laborers are the force that protects the people from sea monsters. We are ready to sacrifice ourselves to save humanity." At that moment among the group, they began to glance at one another, then looked at Bota as if to acknowledge what he represented. They were sweating bullets because the person in front of them was a legend in the field, and they truly couldn't believe the sea monster slayer was on their team. Others were equally puzzled to see Bota. He didn't look particularly special compared to the reputation he held. Meanwhile, Kana kept speaking, delivering firm words to instill strength and confidence in the team. She said to the laborers, "This is humanity's last line of defense. Your duty is great, and honor is the reward for that duty. Now you have been reborn as guardians of Union Busan. Good luck and success to you all." All the confidence, youthful passion, and belief in victory shone on the face of the brave young man, Bota. At that moment, in the tattoo room, someone was tattooing Bota. It was the final unique labor tattoo, now finished. The tattooist wondered aloud. After a laborer successfully kills a sea monster, they get a red star tattooed on their arm. You really don't want one? He smiled and nodded. Yes, I don't care about the number of stars. To him, killing sea monsters wasn't an achievement or glory. He simply wanted to protect people. As a laborer, that's all. At that time, Kana was standing in the corner of the room, waiting for Bota. She thought Bota probably wasn't like others who only chased glory. Maybe what he needed was simply peace for everyone. After that period, Union Busan quickly returned to its previous normal state. Everything became lively and bustling again. The shops were busy with people coming and going. Since the previous incident, it seemed the people's living conditions had improved noticeably. However, not everyone had stabilized their lives. For example, this person was crossing off locations on a sheet of paper. They were Ling and Noah. Their job hunt didn't go smoothly because they were too young. The two of them looked worried and desperate. At this rate, how would we ever find work? But there was still one place they hadn't tried, the repair shop. Though hope was low, Noah encouraged Ling, saying maybe there's a chance. So the two of them headed together to the final spot. The two of them were overwhelmed by the size of the shop. It was even bigger than they'd imagined, complete with a diving buggy inside. Noah gaped, wondering, they have one of these here too. Meanwhile, Ling began inspecting the machine and started typing rapidly into the control computer to see if it still worked. She discovered the system had many errors. They were probably trying to debug a cascade of faults coming from this old machine. As they worked, an older man with long hair and a mustache stepped out to stop them, saying, "Don't mess with that, kid, it's not a toy." Noah and the others turned to him, puzzled. At the same time, the computer beeped, announcing it had successfully reset and no longer showed any errors. That surprised him. He asked, "It's running. Kid, how did you?" The girl honestly replied that back where they came from they had one too. Hearing that, Noah quickly said the pilot's station was identical, a perfect match. The machine emitted the hum and clank of machinery, and responded to Noah's controls in the cockpit. He stamped the pedal and the machine's legs slammed down, making a thunderous noise. At last it was able to operate just like before. The people in the repair shop jumped in alarm. A cap-wearing guy excitedly rushed over, shouting, "Sir, it's moving. We've been studying it for 3 years and it's finally working." Seeing that, Noah cheerfully asked the man if they could work there. And of course he didn't hesitate. He immediately agreed, enthusiastically allowing them to stay and work. He firmly told them that now they were working there, so don't even think about going elsewhere. He spun around in his chair with a flourish, which left them dumbfounded and speechless. Down on the ocean floor, where an old ruined city sat, a team was searching everywhere for sea monsters. They didn't even skip inside an old car. On the ship's deck, someone sighed that it was another peaceful day. Working here was comfortable. There hadn't been any sea monster sightings at all. It seemed the current peace had made the laborers' jobs boring. They complained, "I worked so hard to become a laborer, yet I still haven't hooked up with VA tech or fought any sea monsters." He sighed and added, "Honestly, I want to slay a sea monster and become a youth idol like Boda." This complaint left Boda next to him stunned and speechless, recalling his own past. Back then he stood beside Kana and uttered similar words, even more fiercely. Boda had the energy and passion of youth. He really wanted to prove himself. After thinking it over, Boda silently thought the guy was just like him when he started, kinda endearing. An older man chimed in, "Surely the sea monsters know the Slayer is here, so they don't dare come." That flattering line made Boda smile awkwardly. He continued, "It's strange, it's been 20 years since I've seen the ocean this calm." That remark made Boda think, is there anywhere in this world without sea monsters? Surely this place must be the territory of some sea monster. Cut to beneath the ocean. Lita was blending into the water. She gradually reached the old carrying boat resting on the seabed, and then slowly woke up. Wondering where she was, she glanced quickly to the left and saw the word Jenner printed on the ship's hull nearby, which made her suspicious. Suddenly something behind her began to glow, making Lita turn to look. Right in front of her was a blazing red beam of light. It turned out what she'd just seen was only a dream, filled with images of wrecked ships lying like corpses, and in the distance, a strange red glow. She jolted awake, taking a deep breath, then gently stepped down from the bed. She walked like a soulless corpse, which made Boda, who was sitting at the table reading, suspicious enough to call her name. At that moment, her right eye suddenly shifted to a bright blue color. Lita moved like a sleepwalker, ignoring Boda's calls, prompting him to quickly stand and rush toward her. Seeing her step out the door, Boda asked, "Where are you going, Lita? Wake up." But Lita showed no reaction and kept walking. Boda kept shaking her, trying to wake her up. Suddenly, Lita stopped. She was right at the ship's railing, with Boda watching nervously, afraid she might accidentally jump into the sea. Boda called her name once more. Lita gazed into the distance. It turned out she was fully conscious, not sleepwalking. She gently told Boda that it was over there. Boda asked in confusion, "What is over there?" She slowly raised her hand and pointed toward the far distance. Out on the vast sea, the waves were no longer as calm as they had been in recent days. They began rising into continuous violent swells. The sea grew turbulent, as if something was stirring up from deep within these abyssal waters. Big waves piled on smaller waves, slamming and roaring, sending spray flying. At the site where the ship Jenner lay on the seabed, a strange red light appeared. The light grew larger and larger, and something seemed to be moving closer to the ship. As it approached, the glowing shape looked like an egg with bizarre patterns, and tentacles writhed incessantly. Suddenly, eyes on it opened. The eyes darted wildly one after another. Then abruptly its gaze turned straight toward Lita's position. Perhaps Lita had some connection to them. She felt those terrible red eyes. Lita pointed at that distant place and said one word, home. At the Union Busan Library among 1,000 books. The librarian opened a book and said Jenner was the ship sent to investigate fragments of vagabundus in the Pacific Ocean 130 years ago. She held up the book containing information about the ship Jenner and said, I think this is the photograph of the place where Jenner sank. Lita took the book and, staring at the information, voiced her question. This is the place I saw in my dream. Where is this? The librarian also explained in detail that it was the crater of the Vagabundus volcano in the Pacific Ocean. The Vagabundus meteor had collided with the moon, and its large fragments fell into the Pacific Ocean. Many scientists from around the world went there to find out what Vagabundus actually was, and an explosion of unknown cause occurred. All the research vessels sank there. No one survived. So there is a record about Vagabundus. Humanity is no longer in a position to continue investigating that place. She also asked Lita, full of curiosity, really, how could the ship Jenner from 130 years ago appear in your dream? She answered, disappointed, I don't know either, but you can feel that something is there. Boda looked at Lita, worried. He recalled earlier when Lita pointed to the sea ahead and said that it was home. He thought to himself, home. He patted Lita's back to comfort her. Lita, it's just a dream. Just rest well and everything will be fine. Lita smiled sheepishly and asked, really? One early morning, at a farm, everyone was working hard. Lita was there too, picking fruit to help. A man saw Lita and asked, aren't you taking a break today? Boda seems very worried. She replied that she was fine. Whenever she came here, she felt lighter. This place is like another world. He touched an apple and told Lita, it's beautiful, isn't it? People need land to live. As long as we have land, we'll make the earth green with all the seeds we have. Lita happily watched the bees buzzing around. Seeing this, he showed Lita where they harvest honey. Look, a queen bee has been born. This is the queen bee. She's bigger than the others, isn't she? Lita replied with delight, wow, I've never seen one before. Then suddenly she noticed another queen bee and said, look, there's a female over there. They must be sisters. But unexpectedly, one of the two queens used her stinger and stabbed the other's body. Lita, seeing this, panicked and shouted, why are they attacking each other? He explained to her, they're eliminating a rival. One hive cannot have two queens. This is the bee's natural instinct. The stronger queen will take over the entire kingdom. Hearing that, Lita felt uneasy and thought to herself, natural instinct. It's dead, Lita said. She kept watching the bees and thought to herself that from the moment it was born, its fate had been set. A pretty cold-blooded death. Suddenly strange cries rang out. Everything around went pitch black. Lita stood up, looked around, and wondered what was happening. Something was rushing toward them. Lita turned her head. The strange creature had stood up. Lita asked, who are you? But the mysterious creature did not answer. Instead, it moved its terrifying face close to Lita. It stammered, found you. In Lita's fear, you are the one. It continued. Lita, terrified, shut her eyes tight and shouted, shut up. Suddenly a beam of light caused that strange creature to vanish. Lita sat on the ground in fear. Gongtia Park also rushed over in panic. Lita, what's wrong? Are you okay? Lita, dazed, said it wasn't a dream. Elsewhere, they suddenly detected a signal. A ship was coming. The man in charge of watching the signals was astonished. He reported to Captain Bangbeak, Captain, hurry over, come and see. There's a ship ahead. But as the silhouette of the ship gradually revealed itself, to their surprise, it was the ship Jenner, missing for 130 years. Lita too had sensed it. The iron-eyed watcher said it's coming. Lita hurriedly ran to the harbor. As she ran, she worried the situation looked dire. Under the water, hundreds of thousands of fish leaped to the surface, gaping their mouths. Everyone found it baffling and looked at the fish. What's wrong with them? Lita, worried, stared toward the distant ship and said, it's coming. Another captain, watching the ship through binoculars, asked if there was any signal. It didn't respond. The subordinate answered nervously. Captain Bangbeak, surprised, wondered where that ship could have come from. Suddenly, a distress signal was received. The captain, it's an emergency rescue signal, one crewman said. The captain asked if it came from that ship, but the crewman said, no, sir. When the call connected, the voice on the other end said, help. This is the floating city, New York. We are under attack by Scutum, I repeat. The floating city is under attack. Everyone was shocked to hear that the largest floating city was under attack. Scutum, what? Before they could process it, someone else hurriedly reported, we've just received another signal, Captain. As soon as the line connected, a voice came through. This is the Akroma ship. We're being attacked by bats. This is Union Nodder Elementary. We're under ambush. Emergency at the trade port. We're being attacked. Oasis Day Port. Help, there's a sea monster here. One of the 7 great sea monsters. Help, please. Continuous distress calls blared, making Captain Bang Beak break into a sweat. The largest human bases were being attacked by the 7 great sea monsters, his voice trembling as he spoke. The captain turned his head and looked at the ship that was charging toward them. He was terrified, unable to comprehend. He ordered someone to steer the vessel in a different direction. Turn hard to starboard. Helm, steer to starboard. Put as much distance as possible between us and that ship. Because turning the ship suddenly caused everything aboard to shift accordingly, making those below deck jolt away. But the Jenner also changed course. The ship ahead swung to port about 15 degrees and was rapidly heading our way. An officer told the captain, which left him exclaiming, "What?" Grabbing the radio, he shouted, "This is Union Busan. Stop your ship and change course immediately." But there was no response, no signal feedback. An officer reported, 300 meters to go. Hearing that, the captain grew more anxious and yelled, "Stop right now." But the Jenner kept hurtling forward amid the crew's rising alarm. Panic spread among those on board. The Jenner crashed straight into Union Busan, sending people inside into a frantic stampede. The impact drove the ram deeper and deeper, causing Union Busan to shudder violently. Many couldn't keep their feet and were knocked down through the breaches made by the ramming ship. So seawater began pouring in. Everything instantly descended into chaos. Lita sat on the deck in shock, staring at the ship in terror. No, Union Busan is breaking apart. Everyone aboard Union Busan panicked. One man among them asked, "What's happening? What was that sound?" People hurriedly sought higher ground. In an instant, everyone realized the seawater had surged in. Seawater, really. The water kept pouring in more and more. Before long, large areas became flooded. Everywhere echoed with cries for help. People tried to survive by moving to higher levels. Some were so frightened they began to sob, saying, "At this rate we'll sink." Many shouted, "Evacuate, water's flooding in." On the upper decks, it's already up to the knees and rising fast. Now it's past their hips. Everyone evacuate upward quickly, move up, hurry. The captain anxiously told his subordinates to report the casualties. According to the map statistics, the other man replied in a panic. Sectors C3 and 4 are completely flooded. Water is now pouring into B3 and 5. Hearing that, the captain shouted, "Evacuate the people quickly and block the flooded sections." The alarm bell rang ring as the bulkhead doors were closed. A resident pointed and shouted to everyone that the bulkheads were closing and to get out fast. The last bulkhead finally shut, stopping the water from outside. Countless people floated helplessly in the seawater. Suddenly a tentacle crawled out. Then more and more tentacles, coming from who knows where, emerged. The people inside were still trying to push back the sea and open the drains. Hwarong said, "If we lose Union Busan, we lose everything." But the old man suddenly noticed countless tentacles writhing, crawling out from the ship Jenner. Hwarong cried out in panic, "It's a sea monster, get out now." The residents scrambled and fled. They surfaced in shock in overwhelming numbers. They smashed through the ship and lunged toward the people. This disgusting-looking thing was one of the 7 great sea monsters, the sea worm Tuka. Over by Gongtia Park, they were terrified. They spotted someone being pulled in by the strands. Panting, the creature demanded, "Where is your queen? I'm going to kill you all." Another person was also controlled by the tentacle strands until your queen shows herself. Seeing this, everyone fled in terrified desperation. Sonya rushed at the tentacle, shouting, "There's no queen here, you mangy worm." She drew her sword and sliced the sea monster apart. Noah also fired his gun continuously, blowing chunks off its body. But it very quickly regenerated its body. This astonished everyone. Is it regenerating? Is this thing immortal? The monster used its newly regrown tentacle to attack the people again. At that moment, Gongtia Park and Brun joined forces to fight the creature, thinking they might succeed. But the tentacle split into many smaller tentacles that grabbed people, of everyone, rendering them unable to move. The strange creature then spat out strands that wrapped around each person. It seemed as if everything was about to end. Everyone would die here. Suddenly, Lita stepped forward and drew the creature's attention by saying, "Here, I am the one you want. I'm over here." Bodo was also astonished to see Lita. It slowly released everyone and lunged quickly toward Lita. Bruin was stunned, saying it's running toward her. "Damn it, what are these things?" The sea monster left people stuck to the sticky silk strands. Even if Gongtia Park tried to move, he couldn't break free. The strands wouldn't snap. Hearing that, Sonya exclaimed in shock, "Is it sticking to my siblings again or what?" Suddenly, the red-haired girl took off her hat and stretched to break free. Seeing that, Sonya cheerfully said, "Oh, clever move." But then Sonya noticed the red-haired girl's body. Bruin sighed and said, "Hey, are you allowed to strip like that? We don't have any other choice. Come on, I'll help you get free." The red-haired red-haired girl said, knife in hand. Sonia stared at the red-haired girl, which made the girl angry. What, never seen a fisher's garb before? Over here. The tentacles were lunging rapidly out of Union Busan, toward the spot where Lita stood waiting for them. Looking at the tentacles, she thought to herself, please don't torment humans anymore. Come here then. Kana and Boda inside Union Busan stared in disbelief at the tentacles racing out. Kana said it doesn't even bother with the others. Boda, knowing they were heading for Lita, shouted out, Lita, what are you planning to do? The captain inside the room also observed and said the sea monster is coming out. In no time they had appeared in front of Lita. Thousands of the sea monster's long, dangling tentacles fell from the ship and coiled into the shape of a gigantic beast standing before Lita. Boda remembered his father's last words to protect and care for Lita, so he sprinted toward the girl to save her from this vicious sea monster. Kana shouted for her to stay alert. It's dangerous, Lita, don't do this. The creature's head now protruded outside, looming over little Lita with thousands of tentacles at its side. The captain saw the monster almost fully out of the ship and immediately ordered his subordinates to fire, burn it down, but the subordinate hesitated, seeing a little girl outside and fearing the shot would kill her. The captain kept urging, leaving him no choice but to follow orders. He activated the system and fired a cannon round into the center of the giant creature's body, shredding it into pieces as tentacles flew everywhere. Boda, worried, yelled his sister's name. The creature then identified the queen, which was Lita. Immediately it lunged toward Lita. At incredible speed, with terrifying strength, the charge just now split the ship Jenner in two. Witnessing the monster dragging his sister into the sea, Boda immediately jumped off the ship into the water, without a moment's hesitation. Kana was stunned by Boda's recklessness, but she didn't jump in. Her mission was to keep the ship safe and prevent any more chaos. Because Boda inherited his mother's genes, holding his breath underwater wasn't hard for him. He'd already fixed on a target. Gripping his sword tightly, he swam quickly toward the creature. Because it was holding Lita. Boda, astonished, seeing Lita in the water, tentacles sprouted from her back. Her tentacles were dueling with the long, thick tentacles of the sea monster. Her strikes barely fazed the giant sea creature. Instead, Lita was the one getting hurt. The monster seemed intent on taking the girl's life. Lita kept fighting with all her might. She used energy from her strange eyes to attack the creature, but it still overpowered her. As the queen of these fearful sea beings, Lita naturally had the ability to communicate with them. She asked why they attacked us. I don't want to fight you. The monster, hearing this, became furious. It wrapped its tentacles tightly around the girl's neck and body. Lita stared at it, hoping to hear an answer and understand why. The creature replied, for a land there is one queen. Lita is a gentle, kind girl who doesn't want to harm any creature or see anyone die. The girl pleaded with the sea monster, please leave us be and let us live in peace. Can't we coexist? You stay in the water and we'll stay above the surface. Lita shed helpless tears and asked, can't we stop fighting each other? At Lita's question, the monster pondered for a moment, then answered bluntly, there can be only one queen. Lita froze at the answer. She couldn't understand why they were so stubborn, causing needless harm to both sides. Suddenly at that moment, a sword pierced the monster's chest. It was Boda. Seizing the monster's unguarded moment, he delivered a fatal stab. Boda, furious-faced, shouted, don't you dare touch my sister, you damn monster. Boda tried to drive the sword in deeper and hold it fast in the creature. But at that moment above him, a half section of the ship, just hit by the cannon, had been blown apart. It was falling down, giving Boda no time to react. The wreckage crashed straight onto him and the monster. It was so heavy both were pulled under and the tentacles could no longer bind Lita. Lita stood there worried for her brother's safety. The giant creature, full of vigor, used its tentacles to tear apart the concrete pile that had landed on it. Boda was also knocked down, but luckily underwater the pressure wasn't severe, so he wasn't badly hurt when he slammed into the concrete blocks. Boda clung to a slab of concrete to keep from sinking further. He began to feel uncomfortable as the violent movement underwater made it hard to hold his breath. Determined to finish the monster, Boda activated his sword's underwater combat mode. The sword hummed like it had a propeller motor, enabling Boda to move through the water without relying on human strength. Boda deliberately angled the sword and swam it in front of the creature to attract its attention, and it worked. The monster began chasing him. Boda gripped the sword in reverse direction, charging toward it. The monster was being attacked, but it wasn't Boda. It lashed out with a massive strike that cracked the concrete slab beneath in two. That power was terrifying. A beam of light shot straight through the creature's chest. That was Lita's attack. The girl was no longer weak or patient when words couldn't make peace. Lita yelled in its face, that's enough. What followed was a spectacular assault. She spun, her tentacles turning into blades like the wings of a dart, slicing the monster into tiny pieces. Boda witnessed his sister's strength once more, but this time it was a completely different kind of power. Still reeling from surprise at his little sister, he was shocked even further. New cells were sprouting from the severed pieces of the monster. Boda saw this and shouted, "Lita, that's regenerating." A tentacle from the monster shot out with brutal force. It stabbed straight into Lita's body, to the girl's astonishment. Before Lita could react, other tentacles of the monster began invading her body. Boda could see the monster was slowly draining his sister's life force. Lita's face was withering as the nutrients in her body ran out. She seemed to be turning into a shriveled, twisted undead, as if 1,000 years dead. He couldn't let the monster complete its purpose, so he lunged forward to deliver a sword strike. But he was countered. The monster used its tentacles to coil tightly around Boda. He looked anxiously toward the girl. Lita was wrapped all over by the sea monster's tentacles. He was astonished. A moment ago he had seen Lita like an undead, and now her face had returned to rosy health. More surprising, there were now two Litas. The monster was still tightly coiling both Lita versions. The girl, unafraid, spoke to it. "The four who feed are not feeding on my blood." The monster froze at her words, not understanding what Lita meant. She continued, "It's the toxin of Genos." As she spoke, the monster began to decompose. The Genos toxin had taken effect. Lita also used her tentacles to pierce through the monster's body and hold it fast. She was sucking the creature's life back into her own body. Lita warned the sea monster that if it kept regenerating, she would devour its body clean. Lita's tentacles wrapped the monster tight and continued to drain all its blood and nutrients. Boda witnessed this in utter surprise, but he didn't stop his sister because he knew Lita always had her reasons. Before dying, the monster said meaningfully, "This battle is not over yet." Then, having been drained dry by Lita, it dissolved into nothingness. Someone on the ship had been invaded by the monster's cells. Realizing its master was gone, the parasite seized and controlled its host, finishing the master's sentence: "Your kingdom will fall." Inside the Busan Association ship, water was flooding in up to an adult's groin. Everyone panicked, running to give first aid and try to stop the water, while the man controlled by the monster stood motionless and expressionless. Old Hwarong shouted to rally everyone, "It's not too late, quick, protect the drainage vents." When he saw that man moving toward the goo hatch, he pointed and yelled, "Hey you, go back to your post, what are you doing?" But the man, under the monster's control, didn't answer and instead walked forward and pushed the access hatch up. To old Hwarong's astonishment, the hatch was forced open and water surged in unchecked. The torrent was so strong it swept old Hwarong off his feet. Inside the ship's compartments, it was now impossible to walk. Everyone had to swim or cling tightly to something to avoid being swept away. Boda and Lita underwater saw it too. The Busan Association ship was capsizing because seawater kept pouring in. They worried for the ship's residents. The life of the Busan Association hung by a thread. The vessel could sink at any moment. The ship kept rocking violently. The connecting components were under such strain they were about to break. The residents began to panic because the pressure was too great. It caused the connecting parts to fracture one after another. The link between two compartments also snapped from the shock. Two young guards on watch were nearly thrown when the bridge broke. They clung to the deck. They were about to run toward the ship ahead, but luck did not favor them. Just one more step and the two could have reached the ship in front. They weren't the only ones falling. Above and below, many others were plunging the same way. Someone shouted, "There's no hope. The eastern section is about to sink. Everyone evacuate." Those who fell were fortunate. Rescue boats were already below to pull them up. But worse challenges lay ahead. How could the residents climb aboard faster than the ship was sinking without clinging to others? Kana looked at the scene before her and collapsed. She couldn't accept it and said she didn't believe Union Busan was sinking. Everyone watched the place they'd lived their whole lives sinking and collapsing toward them. Fear, regret, and sorrow intertwined in their emotions. At that moment, beams of light appeared around the rescue boats, causing people to panic, not understanding what was happening. Then long tentacles rose up out of the water. They lunged straight toward the carriage where Kana was standing, leaving her stunned and unable to stop staring. People in the sea began trembling with fear and shouting, "It's a sea monster." Lita surfaced at that moment, head bowed. Perhaps she feared people would recognize and hate her. Lita slowly rose up from the sea. The fishermen saw this and were horrified and astonished because it was a human. Lita raised her face. Her eyes glowed and green veins began to show on her skin. Lita used her tentacles to stop the boat from capsizing and injuring everyone. Kana's face registered surprise. She recognized that it was Lita. After swimming for a while, Boda surfaced from the water. He couldn't believe his eyes. Lita was using her tentacles to keep the ship from toppling over. The others, terrified, spat out cruel words. That's a demon. Hearing what they said about her, Lita felt hurt. She also saw the way everyone looked at her, which deepened her pain. Everyone put on terrified faces. Then disgust toward Lita followed. This made her remember when she and her brother went to Oasis Harbor as a child. The residents there had looked at her the same way. Lita painfully recalled again how people feared and shunned her, just like at Oasis Harbor. Seeing her suffering, Boda silently begged Lita to hide her tentacles. Lita and Boda could communicate without words. They only needed to think and the other would understand. Lita looked at the brother who always protected her and thought, Boda, there's no turning back. This is the only way I can save these people. Lita was heavy with sadness. She apologized to Boda. I'm sorry, brother. She decided to sacrifice herself and endure the pain as her body began to change. Boda and Kana realized the girl was trading her life away. They shouted loudly to stop her. Lita's tentacles wrapped tightly around Dr. Foyd's neck. His face full of scheming, he shamelessly tried to tempt Lita into being his final experiment, saying, don't hold back, do what you want. You have supernatural power in your body. Lita had decided to become a monster. Before the astonished residents of the Busan Association, she endured the pain as her body transformed into a super strong sea monster, and everyone was stunned to see the creature protecting them for the first time. Lita's whole body emitted a blinding light, her surrounding tentacles lengthened, and the seawater churned violently like a whirlwind. More tentacles sprouted from her back. The tentacles tried to latch onto the ship and plug the spots where seawater could pour in. Everyone from old to young was utterly astonished. Mouths gaped, eyes wide. Lita, alone in the body of a little girl, kept the seawater from flooding the ship any further. The light from her and her tentacles seemed to represent the life of the Busan Association. Lita used all her power to extend her tentacles as far as possible. This greatly helped in latching around the massive Busan ship, but doing so caused Lita excruciating pain. She gritted her teeth and endured. As the tentacles kept growing, she could no longer bear it. She screamed as if her body were shattering into fragments. Her cry broke Boda's heart. He was furious at being unable to help his poor little sister. Green veins stood out clearly on her face. The ship was so huge that Lita was in unbearable pain and nearly unable to continue. She was about to give up, unable to do any more. Then the tentacles of the sea monster that Lita had just destroyed appeared. They suddenly rose up and burst out of the windows of the rooms on the ship. Lita looked at them with a bewildered expression. They all scrambled toward the girl, coming up beside Lita as if they intended to do something. Inside the ship, the people in Old Hwarung were trying to find an escape route. They shouted for help and banged wrenches on the hull to make noise in hopes someone would hear. Hwarung noticed the water level dropping and wondered aloud how the water was receding. While puzzled, the man beside him pointed and said, "Boss, look at those tentacles. Their size keeps growing." Heron found it strange and asked, "What are they doing?" They watched but couldn't tell why the tentacles weren't attacking them. In fact, the tentacles were leaning down and gulping large mouthfuls of water into their bodies to spray the other end back out into the sea. Now the role of these tentacles was no different from water pumps. Lita was surprised to see these tentacles helping her protect the lives of the Busan Association. She was nearly exhausted but still managed to thank them. The people clinging to the ship's edge were also stunned by the scene before them. The ship, which had been tilting and about to plunge into the vast ocean, was now able to right itself more upright. Kana looked at Lita with pity. The girl had sacrificed herself to protect the ship in a magnificent way. Even in the dark, she used her body like a lamp to bring light to the people. The people who witnessed Union Busan being saved felt deeply grateful. They clasped their hands together to show gratitude to the girl. Their gazes toward her were no longer scornful or fearful, but kind and admiring. The father and son who had fallen into the sea had witnessed everything. The boy asked his father, "Dad, is she human?" The father, bewildered and amazed, answered, "I don't know." The boy looked at brave Lita before him and said, "She really looks like an angel." Everyone could not believe it. The ship that had been on the brink of collapse was saved by a tiny girl. The girl appeared like a miracle to all the residents of the Busan Association. Now they regarded Lita as a little angel. She stood at the center of a structure where strands resembling veins wrapped and linked around her body. The structure was pure white like her dress and woven from millions of cable-like forms, and at its heart was the basin where Lita resided. Boda scrambled up from below toward the girl with all his strength. Lita winced slightly, squeezed her eyes shut, and broke into a sweat. She seemed uncomfortable. Boda climbed while calling her name, very worried about her. Suddenly, that structure released the vein-like strands attached to Lita, causing her by momentum to fall forward in free fall. Boda reached out his hand and grabbed the girl's wrist. Then the two of them fell into the sea immediately below. Tuka's tentacles chased after them and surrounded the two. It seemed the pristine white structure had also been created by this sea monster. Below in the deep water, Boda shouted for Lita to wake up. Little Lita in the blue water slowly opened her eyes, squinted, and realized it was her brother. When she opened her eyes and called him, Boda's pupils dilated and his face showed uncontainable joy. He quickly said, "I'm here, are you okay?" The girl looked at her brother with sad eyes. She knew Tuka had come searching for her. The sea monsters had never stopped hunting her and always wanted her dead. But Boda resolutely replied that any sea monster daring to come should try. He became a laborer and grew stronger to protect his little sister. Boda's face was determined yet touched by sorrow for what his sister had endured. He swore to Lita he was willing to give his life to protect her. Lita's clear, affectionate eyes looked at her brother, and she began to cry. She said, "He's been too kind. That's what made me love you most." She wished she could stay by his side forever. But now she had to leave him. The time had truly come. Boda winced at Lita's words. How could he possibly let her leave him? He would never abandon her. He couldn't bear to do that. A tentacle of Gyuka bit into Boda's wrist, sending a jolt of pain through him, and it released Lita's hand. Those tentacles coiled together, forming a cradle to silently support the sinking Lita. Boda begged the girl, "Don't go. Please don't go." Then he drew his sword to speed after her. The blade has a heat-reactive component that serves this purpose. He chased after her, pleading for the girl to turn back to him. The dark expanse of the sea closed in, the scene eerily silent except for one brother slicing the water with his sword as he tried to pursue his sinking sister deeper into the abyss. Suddenly, the engine malfunctioned and stopped working. Boda could only helplessly swim after Lita and call to her, but the girl kept drifting farther from him. Lita and Gyuka's tentacles swam away into the deep blue, reduced to a shadow. Then a tiny, indistinct dot on the dark blue faded from sight. Boda could only stand there and watch, and cry out her name. Cut to the sky where seagulls wheel and tease the waves. Below, large steel beams were tightly wrapped by the blue-green growth from Lita's structure. It crept in and took root inside the ship, clinging to the walls and jamming through several window panes. Hwarong and the old man inspected around and concluded this thing wasn't just stuck to the steel, but also interconnected as a single unit, and if we keep chopping this flesh apart, the ship will once again face the risk of sinking one day. This was something no one expected a little girl like Lita could create. Boda sat alone, silent, after failing to hold on to his sister. His face was stretched tighter than a violin string, thoughts crowding his mind. Kana came closer and asked, "So Tuka H-Letter-1EADU was looking for Lita?" Boda sat and told Kana that he knew all about the changes Lita was undergoing. The scratch marks on the steel and the strange alteration in her right eye. He knew everything but chose to look the other way. Boda said he knew the girl was fragile and weak. She must have been terribly frightened. He had chosen silence because he thought quiet would make things smooth, but it turned out exactly the opposite. Kana comforted him, saying it wasn't his fault. Lita chose to leave because she wanted to protect him and everyone. But Kana was also worried about the girl. She wondered where Lita might be. Cut to the moment when a soldier informed the captain that everything was ready. He stepped up and began his speech with, "Citizens of Union Busan, listen up." Everyone turned toward the loudspeaker and listened. The leader said, "Over the course of the past 100 years, they had never faced sea monsters as ferocious as today's. Those beasts will never stop hunting humans and sowing suffering across mankind. From Oasis Port, fires broke out and many perished. Now also lost loved ones. To Akroma, or the floating city of New York, they grow ever thirstier for human blood. Therefore, they must not hesitate or sit and wait to die, but unite more and fight together toward victory." Everyone in the hall having heard this, and those listening over the loudspeakers, all applauded and cheered with confident cries of victory. Thus, all residents of Union Busan had experienced the training activities, a plan to exterminate the sea monsters. Back in the strategy room, the high combat members were gathered here. Gongtia Park asked Boda where he intended to search for their lairs in this vast ocean and where they should strike. Boda recalled that Lita had said she saw their nest where the ship Jenner sank, where a blazing pink light shone and ghosts of long-sunken ships surrounded it. Tuka had been piloting the Jenner from the graveyard of ships, and the rusted red box on the table came from that Jenner. He added that the monster's lairs might be near where thousands of ships sank about 130 years ago, so this box could lead us there. Lin excitedly said we could recover the GPS data, and the GPS location pointed to the middle of the vast Pacific Ocean, right near the H-Letter-1EA3 I-San Vuong chain. Boda knew that the H-Letter-1EA3 I-San Vuong was the sea monster that had been relentlessly pursuing Lita day and night. Boda told himself that he would bring his little sister home. Even if he had to kill every monster in this ocean, he would not give up. He would fight to the bitter end. Cut to the sea surface where the sun hung like a blazing orb floating above the vast blue water. The Akroma survivors' ship gently rode the waves, a rare peaceful scene in these times. Under the hanging lamp, shadows swayed with the ship's motion. The crew discussed their route. they estimated at least 15 more days to reach the floating city New York at their current speed, so fresh water and supplies could become a real concern. They weren't sure they'd arrive safely. Around the meeting table sat refugees scarred by the sea monster's miseries. The sun sank into the sea unlike the earlier blaze. The sky turned blood-red and oppressive, a sure sign something unsettling was coming. The captain ordered everyone to go inside to safety because the sun was about to set. The civilians hurried into the hold and carefully locked the doors. They sat packed together, the air thick with anxiety and fear. Darkness fell, the sun's light vanished, and the night sky spread over them. The hanging lamp swung violently, and loud thuds from outside, caused by the sea monsters, shook the ship. When the sun went down, the sea monsters went hunting, and that moment was terrifying for many. They smashed onto the deck, battering the ship as if searching for food. The hold ceiling rattled violently. The hatch spun wildly and was about to burst open. The captain shouted Akroma, ready to fight, and everyone trained their guns on the hatch. But when they opened the hatch, it was Kana and Boda's team, smiling as they greeted everyone on board. Behind them were the sea monsters they'd slain and pale white snow-like remains. He explained they were laborers of the Busan Association who had come to rescue everyone after receiving an SOS call. The hatch was smeared with blood and the colors of the unlucky monsters that had collided with Boda and his comrades. Akroma's people climbed aboard, and those from the Busan Association on the large ship opposite cheered their arrival. The Akroma survivors were overjoyed to be rescued. The Rum team captain stepped forward to greet Boda. He said, "We are the survivors of Akroma and are heading for the floating city, New York." Boda shook the captain's hand and said, "What a coincidence, we're headed the same way as Akroma. So they'll travel together and the Busan Association will escort them there." Elsewhere, the Busan Association's Notre Dame ship had been sunk by the horrific invasion of 7 monsters. The Oasis and the trade port had been largely destroyed. Akroma was completely destroyed, with only a few refugee survivors remaining. Everything was terrifying. Within a single day, 30% of the population was wiped out. The world's major hubs were severely damaged, so they decided unanimously on an extermination campaign. A plan to destroy the sea monsters and gather all survivors in the floating city, New York. After days of weary drifting at sea, even the faint sight of the distant city made everyone cheer, and yes, someone joked about finally getting decent pizza. "We're almost to New York." The image of the floating city, New York, came in a clear view before everyone's eyes. Everyone was radiant and joyful in the sea breeze, and seagulls wheeled across the sky. The floating city, New York, was vast, and the stronghold survivors always aimed for. They looked toward the Statue of Liberty, raising the beacon of life, and cheered. The helmsman called over the radio that they were the Busan Association and requested entry into the harbor. In a moment, the request was approved, and they were welcomed into the floating city, New York. The floating city, New York, is a large sea city, built in a conical shape to withstand heavy waves, and there is no engine capable of moving the city far. There used to be 3 floating cities close to each other, but 2 of them were sunk by an explosion, and now only 1 city remains. Sonia briefly explained the city to everyone. It could be called humanity's last fortress, an astonishing feat. Boda and a few comrades moved through New York's bustling streets. Sonia and Gongtia Park were excited to return to New York after 3 years. Boda gaped with his mouth forming an O, taking in everything and exclaiming how enormous it was. Sonia, proud, answered the gawky young man that of course this floating city was even 6 times larger than Union Busan. Everyone in the association gaped and kept marveling like country folk in the big city, making Kihai tell them to stop gawking because they were embarrassing him. The neighborhood bustled with people capable of fighting, which made Boda feel reassured and quietly glad. He thought it incredible that so many laborers worldwide were still willing to stand up to the sea monsters. Suddenly someone shouted "Scudum," causing Kana's pupils to dilate and her eyes to fill with veins. She shoved her way to the front of the crowd, and before her stood the huge, disgusting Scudum. Kana remembered the painful past they had caused her, the past she had witnessed with her own eyes. Her loved ones screamed as they died. Eaten by the Scudum, they still roared at her to hide and run fast before they died. Blood flowed like summer rain and the stench of rot rose, things she could never forget. Since escaping that living hell, she had vowed to herself that she would stop at nothing. By any means necessary, even if it meant sacrificing herself. She would wipe out the sea monsters completely. She trained her combat skills obsessively, believing it would let her face the Scudum again. She was still waiting for that day to come. Back in the present, Brune stepped beside Kana and said it seemed she'd lost her chance for revenge. Kana thought that even Tian Ma couldn't beat the Scudum, and he rarely chased them anyway. So who had killed the Scudum? Sonya pointed in the direction of the blonde man in the distance who was surrounded by a crowd. Only one person could kill 7 monsters in New York, Clark Miller, and he was a 6-star laborer of the floating city New York. Gongtia Park added that he was the butcher of the ocean and the hero here. Boda thought to himself, he has 6 stars, so is he as strong as my dear father? Gongtia Park folded his arms and added to Sonya, the butcher of the ocean, he's the hero here. Sonya visibly bristled at that, murmuring, a legendary hero, huh? At that moment, Clark's gaze seemed to notice something among the Busan Association laborers. Boda realized the man was smiling as he moved closer to their group. He thought the man was coming this way. He reached out to greet him proactively. Hello, I'm a laborer of the Busan Association. But Clark brushed past him as if he were air. Boda, surprised, blurted, hey. His footsteps, however, headed straight for Sonya. The footsteps drew ever closer, and the more they neared, the more her face panicked. Clark joyfully hugged her tight and said, Sonya, you're back. The girls nearby squealed and gossiped. Look, Clark's hugging her. Another voiced ugly jealousy. Even Boda and Kana were surprised by the scene. Boda asked, are they lovers? Gongtia Park's look at the scene was like spotting a threat. He replied, actually, long ago. Sonya revealed a terrified expression as Clark held her. Her whole hand trembled. Weakly she pleaded, get away from me, Clark. The blonde man now revealed his cruel true face and sneered at her. What are you doing? Everyone's watching. Sonya widened her eyes, realizing she grew weak and powerless under Clark's influence. She wondered aloud why she was still so afraid of him. Brune also felt uneasy at Sonya's obvious discomfort. Her face had gone pale, she realized. She was the same woman from 3 years ago, treated like an object for being useless. Facing Clark now was like standing before a giant humanoid monster. Sonya panicked, wondering if she hadn't changed at all. While she was dazed, someone stepped in front of her. Brune put one hand between Sonya and Clark and extended his other hand in greeting. It's an honor, Clark Miller. He clearly intended to draw Clark's attention to himself to free Sonya. Brune introduced himself with confident, cocky flair. My name is Brune, a laborer of the Busan Association. But Clark turned out to be a sleazier bastard than people thought. At first he curled his lip, sizing up Brune. Then he glanced down at the star marks on his shoulder. Seeing there were only 3 stars, he sighed in disappointment. He nonchalantly brushed past Brune, who still had his hand out, and tossed him a line. Don't block my way, 3-star. Brune ground his teeth and clenched his fist, saying nothing, though his mind was certainly cursing that jerk's whole family. Clark moved closer to Sonya and coldly said she had left New York to become some mercenary or whatever. Knowing Sonya was frightened, he continued to pressure her. I'm disappointed in you, Sonya. Still the same, huh? Roaming with those losers. You should be playing with people of your level. Seriously, you're grown and still doing this level snobbery like some first-rate jerk. Clark's insult made both Brune and Boda flare up. They shouted in unison, enough already. The fear had left Sonya momentarily paralyzed. She summoned all her will, gritted her teeth, and fought back, enough already. She looked Clark straight in the eye and firmly said to him, don't talk about my friend like that. Riding the momentum, Sonya continued to snap at him. You can do whatever you want to me, but if you lay a hand on my friend, I won't forgive you. The bastard's face stayed smug and he taunted her, still rude. Sonya scoffed. If you want to hang with those pathetic people, go ahead. I'll look after you whenever you come back. Before she finished, he noticed the young man Boda standing close, staring at him. His gaze was like looking at a big fly. Clark tossed his chin and asked, what do you want? Boda frowned at him and replied, I don't like you. Who do you think you are to talk to us like that? Clark rudely placed a hand on Boda's face and shoved him, saying, get lost. I'm not someone a no-star kid like you can talk to. This move from Clark successfully triggered his fuse. Boda struck the man's hand hard. From behind Clark, the kid shouted, you're the 6-star laborer, right? Even while Clark kept his fake smile on. Then Boda switched to his cheeky attack mode, thinking the guy's arrogance must be at least 8 stars. Clark still refused to pay him any mind and warned, don't pick a fight, kid, you'll only hurt yourself. Boda snapped back like a shrimp. Wow, you deserve another star for your acting skills. Now he's pissed, CLC cursed in his head at this useless jerk. The laborers around them, feeling the tense air, murmured to each other, oh ho, are they about to fight? Spectating is always entertaining, so the worker brothers got excited and started chanting in their hearts for the upcoming fight. Fight, fight. Clark declared to the kid in front of him, I'll show you the gap between a 6-star and you. Boda didn't bother to listen and retorted, you've already talked enough. So Clark, put to shame by this brat, decided if he couldn't out-talk him, he'd punch the brat's loudmouth to teach him a lesson. The two fighters stared at each other in silence and almost at the same time. They both launched a strike at the other's face. Seeing Boda was unfazed, Clark was astonished, wondering if the kid had really dodged his attack. The worker brothers around began cheering loudly. Hit him, Clark, hit him. Brune also cheered heartily for his teammate. kick his ass, Boda. On the next move, Clark suddenly spun. To Boda's surprise, he lowered his center of gravity and pushed off with both legs. He twisted, sprung into the air, and launched a punch that moved like a whirlwind. Luckily, Boda was still able to block that blow with his hand. Clark probably began to feel annoyed. He quickly rushed up and kept attacking. They traded kicks and punches for a while with neither backing down. The match was dramatic, far beyond expectations. The trio of worker brothers who'd watched from the start also began exclaiming in admiration. Wow. An unknown brat can hold his own against me, Clark cursed angrily under his breath, grinding his teeth. Is this kid really not a no-star? Seeing Boda's resolute, unyielding expression, Clark fumed, how dare you, and prepared to throw a punch. Boda was ready to take it. Just as they were about to punch again, they noticed a small whirlwind flying over their heads. Then from the vortex fell a figure with long hair, plunging hard into the ground between Clark and Boda. The impact from the strike forced both of them to scramble to shield their faces, but they were also pushed back a bit by the blast of wind. Pushed back a little. Its radius was so strong that unrelated bystanders standing around were windblown, faces twisted in an instant until they were barely recognizable. The sound of the long-haired person's suit engine still echoed. Clark, showing no respect, looked at her and asked, "Who else is this?" Kana slowly lifted her head and said, "Clark Miller, Bodum. We're gathered here for you guys to fight." She glared at them. Boda hurriedly apologized. Sorry Kana, I'm just a little drunk." Clark seemed to have heard that name before. Everyone around stared and murmured, "Is that Kana, the girl who killed Genos at Oasis Port? The one-star red monster slayer?" Some men were overwhelmed by her presence. She wasn't what the rumors painted. Rather than an older, hulking woman, she was not at all what they'd imagined. Clark, used to checking marks on people's arms, glanced at Kana's biceps. Seeing a red star alongside 4 other stars, he began to smile with satisfaction. Then he put on a fake friendly face and politely extended his hand. "Hello Kana, apologies, I didn't recognize the monster slayer. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Clark Miller of the Floating City, New York." Kana calmly took his hand and replied sarcastically, "I'm Kana of the Busan Association." Clark looked at Kana's stern face and offered a comment. "You're much prettier than the rumors said." Saying that, he shamelessly squeezed Kana's hand. This action did not escape Boda's brown eyes. He clenched his jaw, trying to suppress the rage in his stomach. Clark began changing the subject to Kana. "We're looking for a laborer like you." Boda started paying closer attention to what the man would say next. Clark made a recruitment pitch. "It's a shame someone as skilled as you is being held back by that heart. Would you like to join my team? You'd be granted citizen privileges here, even become my deputy commander. It's an old con to lure recruits, but the price I offer is truly generous." The laborers outside looked astonished at the offer. Deputy commander and citizenship, really? Boda immediately interrupted, "Hey, what the hell are you talking about?" But unlike his reaction, Kana merely calmly agreed. An attractive offer. Boda turned to Kana, fearful and stammering, "Kana, I wonder what you're really planning to do." Clark smiled at her and asked, "Do you accept?" Kana looked up at him and answered boldly, "I refuse. I'll never accept or mention benefits when choosing a leader." Standing in the crowd, someone smiled in relief. He was sure she'd say something like that. Who is their Kana anyway? After this reveal, she might attract a whole new wave of fangirls. After that, Kana and Boda turned and left. One of Clark's teammates came to stand beside him, silently watching the two walk away. A woman with a ponytail approached from behind and said to Clark, "She seems hard to persuade, boss." Clark just grunted and curled a lip. "I thought Kana was the only one in the Busan Association." But his gaze fixed on the young man he'd just sparred with, assessing, "It seems we have a few more nuisances." After the Busan workers had gone a short distance, Sonya began clutching her head in distress, moaning, "Oh no." Kimmy, Gongtia Park, standing nearby, asked concernedly, "Sonya, are you okay?" Sonya flew into a rage, grabbed Gongtia Park by the collar and shook him like shaking a cheap seller's pouch, then screamed, "I'm so pissed. Why didn't I just ignore him? How did he scare me like that?" Gongtia Park straightened his poor collar and admitted, "Well, you looked like a loser then." Sonya pouted, "What did you say?" Gongtia Park resumed a serious tone and told her, "Clark thinks he's the best laborer around. He thinks you're useless, but in truth you're not what he imagines." Gongtia Park began recalling moments when Jocko wanted help and Sonya agreed to assist him, or when Oasis Port was in danger and she stepped in to help. She also offered help when Kana's crew had no boat to get to Busan, and when Boda fought Kentrasi. Sonya had fought alongside him too. She was always there whenever people needed help. Gongtia Park continued, "I think that's why you're truly a wonderful person." Sonya was moved and blurted out, "Gongtia Park." Kana and Boda turned back and smiled at her. Brune had his own way of showing affection, so he just stuck out his face and said, "Well, she's not exactly wonderful, just my guess." Sonya scowled and asked, "What did you say?" Brune kept teasing her, but she called us friends, so we're friends now. I'm not planning to be friends with you lot, Sonia retorted stiffly while comfortably walking among the comrades she'd bonded with. That evening at the familiar harbor, while the houses on the artificial island still had their lights on, the Busan Association's dungeon prison sank into silence. Only one person remained standing, intently observing. Countless data boards were hung, covering the walls. Under the dim light of the cell room, Dr. Foyd stroked his chin, studying and thinking intently. Outside the cell, brothers Noah and Ling were struggling to carry in large stacks of papers. Little Ling reported, "This is the final data we recovered from the Jenner, Doctor." Then the two ducked through the cell door, excitedly asking him, "Did you find anything?" Dr. Foyd pushed his glasses up and closely examined the documents the kids had brought. Muttering unclear sounds, he read the research data aloud as he spoke. "The ancestors left us so much from 130 years ago," he gaped with joyful, manic delight. "Finally, we've unraveled the monster's secret." Back in New York City, through the room's window frame, the star-filled sky was visible. Boda was groaning in pain. He sat still as Kana tended his wounds. He couldn't help clicking his tongue, remembering he must have dodged when Clark threw that first punch to the face. "I'm sure I dodged that," he kept telling himself. But the large bruise on his cheek was evidence to the contrary. He winced and murmured, "I don't get why it still hurts so much." Boda pulled back his shoulder part of his shirt and saw more bruises forming. He gasped in surprise, "Oh, here too." Kana sighed helplessly and asked, "You still don't realize anything even after getting punched?" She tilted her face to the ceiling and listed Boda's weaknesses during the fight. "You exposed openings 3 times when attacking and in the end got hit by 2 feints from the guard. You lost balance 4 times while only landing a single strike." While Boda stared blankly at her, Kana kept criticizing, "You need to move faster. Maybe you've put on weight and you're noticeably slower than before." Every line she fired hit home, so Boda could only sit there and take it. He pouted a little and said to her in a weary voice, "Why do you keep nagging me like this?" Kana paid no mind to his mood and said plainly, "You're not a child anymore. Learn to avoid brawls." Poor Boda, beaten up and getting no encouragement, only more criticism, grew even gloomier. Even so, Kana told him to deal with these wounds first. She stood before a shelf and noticed the first aid box placed up on the top. She stood on tiptoe to reach for it, but it wasn't too hard to grab the box. At that moment, another hand casually took the box by the handle and lifted it in front of Kana. When she turned around, she saw the kid, nearly a head taller than her, propping one hand on his hip and saying, "Don't treat me like a child anymore." Kana had to look up to meet his face. He also lowered his gaze to look at Kana. The two of them stood silently looking at each other for a moment, until Kana began to feel embarrassed. She turned away, opened the first aid box, and told Boda to sit down. Kana began to apply a bandage to the swelling on Boda's cheek, despite him still groaning a bit from the pain. As she smoothed the pad on his cheek, Kana's index finger accidentally brushed Boda's lip. When her hand moved to press a dressing on his forehead, Boda's face flushed and his heart thumped loudly. He had to clench his fist to keep himself calm. He stole glances at Kana with his cheeks slightly warm. Restless and anxious, he wondered if she noticed the awkward atmosphere between them. But she remained focused on the wound on his shoulder. From Boda's angle, he could see Kana's eyes, though he was sure he wasn't deliberately staring at her. Boda thought about Kana a little more. He wondered to himself whether he should ask her if she remembered what happened that day. The fateful night when Kana stole his first kiss. He remembered thinking the kid must have panicked, but he had closed his eyes and enjoyed it. And it seemed that after their lips parted, he even kissed her back. Or did I misremember it being so bold? As Boda replayed the scenes in his head, wondering what happened next, Kana finished bandaging and looked up to tell him, "All done, Boda." When Boda came to, he found Kana's hand still on his chest and shoulder, her face an ideal distance from his. His attention snagged on Kana's full lips as she softly said his name, and he scolded himself inwardly. "What the hell am I thinking?" He urgently turned his face away and stammered, "A thanks, Kana." Kana looked up at his flushed, drunken-looking face and asked in surprise, "Are you feverish? Do you have to make an awkward excuse now?" Scene shifts back to the prison house, still in the room plastered with data sheets. Dr. Foyd sat poring over the papers on the table. At his feet lay the piles of materials Noah and Ling had brought. He skimmed through each sheet, muttering, "I need more information. Why did that explosion happen at the mouth of the Vagabundus volcano?" He recalled the traces of the mysterious blast at the crater and asserted that something definitely happened in the Pacific 130 years ago. Dr. Foyd looked up at the data hung on the wall once more. Suddenly, 3 circles of light appeared on the wall. They gradually turned into whirlpools, and from one of those whirlpools, a silver fish swam out. Then an entire school of fish floated, as if swimming midair like out at sea. Dr. Foyd let out a small, surprised. He stood stupefied for a moment, watching the strange fish drifting above him. Then he waved a paper to shoo them and sighed, "Don't bother me, I'm busy." But one fish kept poking his head, making him snap out, annoying. He turned to the fish and asked, "Do you want me to follow you?" Eventually, Dr. Foyd followed the fish's lead and opened a door where the cell had been. It was now an escape door to a cinema with a LED sign reading Jenner. Stepping through felt like entering another dimension. Judging by the sunken shipwrecks around, it wasn't hard to guess Dr. Foyd was at the seafloor, but he seemed unconcerned and even bounced playfully, testing the underwater gravity. He asked the fish where they were going. The two then passed a giant tentacle, and Dr. Foyd curiously cried, "Oh, what is this enormous thing?" He and the fish stopped to look at the huge tentacle. He tapped its thick flesh and murmured, "Is this a leg tube or something hollow inside?" Suddenly, the ground around Dr. Foyd began shaking violently, and he panicked, shouting, "An earthquake." He noticed the silver fish biting at his sleeve and tugging it up. He asked it, "You want me to go somewhere else? Show me something?" Okay. He told the fish to lead on. It guided him to climb a rock face toward the shore a bit crazily. When he reached the spot, the doctor had to widen his eyes at the sight before him. What is this giant thing? Dr. Foyd wondered as he faced the massive tentacle formation. It turned out to be the lair of a gigantic tentacled sea monster. Dr. Foyd concluded this must be its nest, so big, yet somehow it looked like. Before he could finish, a strange elliptical object appeared in his hand. The doctor wondered aloud, a seed on that object, let's call it a seed, had patterns resembling those on the monster's body. Suddenly, the earlier tremor returned, forcing the old doctor to crouch down and cry out in fear. He urgently shouted, "The quake's getting stronger. There might even be a volcanic eruption." Then he froze, realizing something, and asked himself, "The volcano?" He turned and pointed to the broken tentacle fragments on the ground and reasoned that it had used the nest's tentacles like conduits to pump seawater onto the land. The tremors around him showed no sign of stopping. The doctor continued his chain of reasoning. So they created artificial quakes to trigger the volcanoes to erupt. "Right," he said, looking at the submarine volcanoes spraying up, then excitedly turned to the fish beside him and asked, "Isn't that right, Lita?" Then he hesitated, thinking, or maybe Narissa. The silver fish guiding him had now become the pale silhouette of a young woman. Dr. Foyd still had one important question unanswered. He said, "Anyway, what reason would they have for trying to make the volcano erupt?" Impatient, he reached out and shouted, "Show me." Two existences, human and non-human, stood together as the ground shook ever more violently. At last, the giant sea monster's head exploded before them. Countless seeds shot out from its head, like the one Dr. Foyd had just held in his hand. The seed suddenly made him realize something. The blast force was so great that it spread to the surrounding shipwreck. Yet the woman and the old professor remained motionless, unmoved. Dr. Foyd spread his arms as flames from the explosion rapidly advanced toward him. The calm before sinking into that blinding light was the last thing he felt before jolting awake to reality. Dr. Foyd let out a loud shout. Then, before he could steady his hurried breathing, he trembled and said, "I saw it, the final piece." At the same time, Boda, sea monkeys, and those infected with Hydra disease all suddenly awoke in the middle of the night. A man who had been sleeping beside his wife told her of the strange dream he had, so others likely woke the same way. Boda ran out to the railing in the dead of night. He stared at the great sea, puzzled, wondering what that dream had been about. But the ocean only answered him with quiet ripples on its surface, hiding the secrets in its deep. That night in the floating city, New York, everyone afflicted with Hydra disease dreamed the same dream. The next morning, after the city had returned to its usual rhythm, at the International Federation meeting gathering all relevant individuals and organizations, they began discussing the Queen of the Sea Monsters. The Busan Association captain presented that they'd discovered a sea monster nest near the H-1EA3I San Vuong Trench, and had also pinpointed the exact coordinates of the ship Jenner where the Tuka was hiding. Everyone turned to each other, saying so the reason they attacked in unison is because of their queen. Clark challenged the association, asking why they believed the queen was there. The captain explained that, even if only briefly, a girl named Lita had been able to connect with the queen. Everyone in the room exchanged suspicious looks and asked, "Connect? Are you talking about the girl infected by the sea monsters? So the rumors are true." A man, apparently a senior officer from one of the major bases, coldly said, "So you want us to launch a strike into the middle of the Pacific just because a mutated girl might be one of the monsters? Are you serious? Busan Alliance. Gak added that could also be a trap to lure humanity into their nest. Boda strongly objected, saying a trap. Lita isn't a monster, she's on our side. But Clark had a valid reason to suspect your sister, he said. She's your sister, right? That makes it harder for us to trust you since Busan is the only city backing Lita, so step out of this, kid. What Boda cried out in agitation. At the same moment, the door was shoved open and a loud, booming voice called out from the entrance, declaring that Lita was unquestionably human. Everyone in the room turned, caught by the voice. Standing at the doorway was Mao, accompanied by people from Oasis Port. Dressed in a smart suit and leading the group, he said in a crisp voice, "The people of Oasis can vouch for this." Then he smiled confidently, and in all their eyes there was an unshakable resolve and a hint of smugness. Seeing that, everyone from the Busan League, including Boda and Kana, were surprised and overjoyed to see Mao. On Mao's side, he was also happy to reunite with everyone. He loudly told everyone in the meeting room, in a voice of firm certainty, that thanks to Lita, those taken by the Genos could return safely. Lita truly is the savior of Oasis Port, so everyone can trust her. But someone objected, arguing that the sea monsters are cunning demonic creatures, so they must never lower their guard. They pointed to Tuka as clear evidence. She might even be able to control humans. Almost everyone in the meeting held the stance that they could act as they wished, but they still had to test people like Lita to see if they were infected. Mao, hearing this, became angry. He tore off the suit he was wearing, revealing his body in the most exposed way possible, and yelled at the others to start learning to trust people, using himself as an example. He wasn't infected, after all, and this could somewhat prove it to little Lita. But stripping down left Boda and Kana speechless. The six-star hero of the floating city New York. Clark Miller spoke up. He said with a slightly mocking tone that we are talking to the living, so don't let emotions get in the way. He arrogantly declared that he couldn't trust the people from the Busan League or Oasis Port, so the floating city New York would personally take command of this mission. The black-bearded uncle's face hardened, and he ground his teeth after hearing Clark Miller. Boda, looking a bit confused, turned to Gongtia Park and asked what Clark Miller meant by taking command. Gongtia Park explained that the blonde monkey over there had huge ambitions. He wants all World League workers to obey him. The truth is the floating city New York is a massive fortress, and it needs a huge amount of energy to keep itself alive until today. They have risked their lives to gather suitable energy sources. Whoever receives the mission order to eliminate will receive the greatest rewards, so they'll use little Lita as an excuse to strip the Busan Association of any power. The black-bearded uncle added a warning to Bota to be careful with those people, because now everyone only thinks of their own interests. The group, supposedly concerned about the world, are actually arguing over who gets the oil plants to destroy the coastal bay, then claiming Mediterranean rights for themselves, and 100 other issues where personal gain comes before all mankind's survival. This left Bota deeply shocked and a little disappointed. He stared blankly and said, "No way is that what they've been discussing during this crisis." Suddenly, a very familiar loud laugh came from behind. Dr. Foyd entered carrying a box of some test samples and said that human greed will never stop, even when faced with death. Boda was surprised that Dr. Foyd came into the stifling meeting about these vested interests. Some people doubted and asked who the madman was, and now they knew. He was the Busan Association's mad scientist, the craziest of all the madmen in the world. Dr. Foyd clearly told everyone in the meeting room, "Do you know when the sea monsters first showed their strength?" No. Everyone went numb. After the unexplained explosion in the Pacific 135 years ago, humans succeeded in dispersing seed agents that caused genetic changes into the ocean with that blast. Humanity weakened as sea levels steadily rose. Meanwhile, it became a perfect environment for the sea monsters, allowing them to continue growing ever stronger. Beneath the sea, the brood of sea monsters is being raised inside a gigantic egg cocoon, and soon the seismic meters will explode and the submarine volcanoes will erupt. It will trigger a massive, horrifying blast far greater than the explosion 130 years ago. The seeds will be released across the entire surface of Earth and even into space. Seeds released into space will seek another mother planet. Those released deep in the ocean will quickly form many more species of sea monsters, and in the end, they will gradually take over the entire Earth. Hearing Dr. Foyd's information, everyone felt more terrified than ever. More sea monsters means humanity's chances of survival drop significantly, and the mortality rate will soar. The gray-haired man grabbed his head, sweating and terrified, and said, "So that was the explosion from my dream." Dr. Foyd laughed maniacally, repeatedly saying, "You will all die, we will all die. Humanity already has a preset full stop, prepare for extinction." He sneered and kept saying, "Are you planning to use an oil plant to blow up the coastal bay? What rights to use the Mediterranean?" Dr. Foyd concluded by calling all those greedy for money, power, and fame a bunch of fools. Only now did people panic over the world's emergency. Some, for a few coins, shouted to bomb the place immediately, while others accused this must be a conspiracy since Dr. Foyd is also from the Busan Association. Then an argument broke out in the meeting room, accusations flying back and forth. Neither side yielded. No one had proof that Dr. Foyd's claims were a conspiracy, and nothing guaranteed the mission recipients would divide the rewards fairly. The meeting was postponed at the last minutes because of the tense atmosphere. People went to verify, and Dr. Foyd's words turned out to be true. This made everyone utterly exclaim, "No way." But the Jenna research history was already too clear. The World League decided to bomb the sea monster nests under the premise of unconditional cooperation and launched a mission called Liat Deem. Cut to Kana and Mao standing on the ship's railing enjoying the breeze. Kana said she was very surprised to see Mao Maxiu and congratulated him on becoming the leader of Oasis Port. Even so, Mao was tormented because Oasis Port had suffered heavy damage. Many people had been killed by that damn Godic. He blamed himself, saying, "I am not worthy to be their leader. I couldn't even protect Oasis Port." Among the Godic that attacked Oasis, there was one even bigger than the Genos that annihilated the port. Everyone was almost completely helpless at that scene, but then they received a radio message from the World League and did not hesitate to agree to take part in the sea monster extermination mission. Mao said they had no workers who had undergone rigorous training. Instead, they had many professional divers. The divers of Oasis Port were tasked with salvaging sunken bombs in the floating city of Atlanta. The bombs were carefully hoisted up from the seabed and brought into the port. Then they were cut open and disassembled to turn them into explosive barrels. Kana worried whether a bomb submerged for 20 years underwater could still detonate. Mao assured her they could, but they didn't know exactly when one might go off. If it's like the floating city Atlanta, wherever a bomb explodes, that place will sink beneath the ocean. And a single small mistake would mean losing everything. To divers, those bombs are like forgotten artifacts. Mao looked at them with excitement, but also some trepidation. Who would have thought he'd be able to fence off a pile of bombs by himself like this? Boda broke out in a sweat looking at the bombs because he'd seen their destructive power with his own eyes. When his father Tian Ma used a bomb to strike a sea monster, it detonated and leveled an entire building. Seeing row after row of bombs with terrifying blast power and risks before them, he was a little scared they'd all end up in the hands of the Busan Association. Clark Miller suddenly approached with a somewhat provocative look. He asked Boda, "Are you scared?" He glanced at the pile of bombs and told Mao, "This isn't enough, we need many more." Mao said they were doing their best, retrieving about 20 bombs a day. Clark Miller, in an ambitious and decisive tone, said we must destroy the nest and deal with the 7 remaining sea monsters. They must also eliminate all sea monsters with the potential to become queens, like Bazra who attacked Ekroma, Gordic the one that attacked Oasis Port, and the Kraken that assaulted the commercial harbor. These are high-profile sea monsters with proven records of destruction. Clark Miller added that, depending on the situation, they might consider little Lita Nhu a target to be eliminated. Boda and Mao both shouted, "What?" Kana stood beside them and calmly replied that if Lita betrayed humanity, she would personally kill Lita. Kana's words made Mao and Boda react strongly. But then Kana added that if anyone so much as touched a hair on the girl's head, she swore she'd slit their throat and tear them to 100 pieces. Kana radiated a fierce aura and determination and said, "Remember that, Clark Miller." Clark Miller scoffed, "We'll see about that," then brushed past Kana. Mao could only mutter behind him that he was a damn bastard. Hearing that, Boda was left with many thoughts. He worried about his little sister. He wondered where she was, even just a little. If he concentrated, he could even sense the girl. He couldn't imagine how lonely she must be down in the deep ocean. In the deep ocean, little Lita sat in a fetal position, hugging her knees, wearing a dress patterned like a tail and fins like a fish. She sat silently, hair floating and tangled in the water. Boda felt that she was terrified down in that abyss, and he told himself, "Wait a little longer for me, Lita." Cut to the bottom of the abyss, where little Lita was gradually adapting to the darker new environment. From her point of view, at first she hid in a deep cave beneath the ocean. At that time, everything around her was eerily silent, as if time had stopped, and Lita stayed there for several days. Occasionally, she went out to scavenge a little food, moving while hiding behind rocks or the ruined wreckage on the ocean floor, so the sea monsters wouldn't spot her. especially the intelligent sea monsters with superior cunning. She gradually grew used to this lonely, dull life underwater. Sometimes she would catch a crab and get her hand caught in a net cable. Under the ocean, there was only water and heaps of relics, so desolate, cold, and dark. But for Lita, the ocean could also be beautiful. She swam with schools of fish among beds of seaweed, and on moonlit nights the moonlight scattered on the surface, making it shimmer aquamarine. When she felt very lonely, she would swim up and approach the Busan League ship where she had lived with her brother, searching for Boda. From beneath the water, she could see the Busan League shaking hands with the survivors of Akroma. She even saw her beloved brother Boda, and Kana standing beside him. A little boy spotted her and shouted, "Look, a mermaid!" But she managed to dive back down in time. Lita desperately wanted to meet them, but it wasn't possible at that moment. Tears welled in her eyes as she swam back to the ocean floor, telling herself to stay as far away as possible so they couldn't see her, a place where she couldn't hear him even if he called. She knew she needed to be alone, but deep down Lita was still a child who wanted to be with Boda and Kana. She cried as she thought that loneliness was terrifying. It was truly cold and desolate. The deep purple tentacles of Tuka came up to her. They gently coiled around her as if to comfort her. She whispered to them, "Are you trying to comfort me? Thanks a lot." Suddenly the ocean heaved with rolling waves, and foam burst up in churning plumes from the seabed. One of the 7 ocean monsters, Gordik, sprang up right in front of little Lita, and it glanced and saw her. It whipped its body around and lunged straight toward her, along with Tuka's cluster of tentacles. In the critical moment, the pupil of her right eye transformed into a plus-sign shape. A massive explosion occurred on the ocean floor, producing a column of light that shot straight up into the sky. Cut to the floating city of New York. Just before the battle, everyone prayed according to their various beliefs and faiths. People held ceremonies asking for peace. A black-clothed uncle offered a fish head and recited a prayer, begging the gods to protect the ship and keep them safe from the sea monsters. In some places, a ritual was organized, with dances and puppets. Elsewhere, people put their faith in the Pope and God, going to churches to hold services and pray. A man in a suit approached Boda and handed him an object. He said this is a sea monk skull and to always carry it with you. He told a story about paying a good sum to a sorcerer in Nin because they said the sea monk's spirit would protect you from sea monsters. He wiped away tears with a handkerchief and urged him to please be careful. It's not only the sea monsters that are dangerous. He wiped his eyes with a handkerchief and told him to please be careful. It's not just the sea monsters that are dangerous. A soldier reported to the captain. The public announcement said all sailors are aboard. The connecting bars have been welded to separate everything. It's all finished. The black-bearded uncle shouted clearly, "Open the sea lane." Each ship of the Busan League moved out and were ready to set sail. People lined both sides of the gangways, coming out to wish each other well. May we bring home a glorious victory. On the women's ship, they gave their loved ones tender words like, "I love you and don't die, okay?" The men on the remaining ship replied, "We'll return soon, don't worry, and keep faith in us." The Busan Association's ship sliced through the wave. Akroma's commander ordered pursuit and declared Akroma would stand alongside the Busan Association. Benin's side also joined the fight alongside the Busan Association. Smaller ships from other associations took their positions one by one and began to move together. Elsewhere, the floating city's fleet used binoculars and saw Akroma, Benin, Oasis Port, and the Busan Association allied. Clark Miller, arrogant, said a swarm of flies is still just a swarm of flies. His New York forces are far more powerful. New York's fleet includes the ship Jersey and the ship Manhattan. Soldiers listening to Clark Miller about this battle heard that the strongest will be the one with the greatest firepower. He shouted to rally the troops. Soldiers, march for the future of New York, Jersey, and Manhattan. Attack. The soldiers cheered and morale soared to the heavens. Their final destination was the King of Sea's chain, and now they would head straight for the Pacific Ocean. The Pacific is a stretch of sea that hasn't seen human footprints for a century. People reuse the leftover junk of great cities or industrial sites like massive recyclers, but the Pacific lacks such heaps of rubble. Like a dry desert for those who live off marine resources, the countdown to the King of Sea's chain had 7 days left. At night, a sailor reported to the captain, the black-bearded uncle. He had used binoculars and discovered about 40 sea monsters moving as a group, but they showed no intent to attack them, and then they moved away. The uncle warned everyone to keep watch, since sea monsters rarely travel with their own kind. This was very unusual and strange. In the lower rooms, a wrestling match was underway between a Benin soldier and a Brune. Everyone around cheered enthusiastically, and finally, Brune gave it his all and won. He stood up grinning amid the joy and cheers of the crowd. Then Tyne came over and told the defeated soldier, "Give me the bet as promised." Frightened, the man flinched as Tyne snapped the bet out of his hand with a slap that that sounded like a skull might crack, and left a big lump on his head. Gongtia Park saw it and laughed. "Look how happy they are, seems everyone is buddies now." Sonia stood beside her, peered over and asked, "Where did Boda go?" Elsewhere, Kana stepped into the sleeping quarters and saw Boda Simong's skull, which left her utterly bewildered and confused. Boda was in the corridor, staring out at the distant ocean. It had now been 2 days since departure. The countdown to the King of Seas chain was 5 days. Thunder cracked. High up in the sky, streaks of light ran like slices through time and space. The black-bearded captain said he'd never seen so many lightning clouds. For him, it must be a first, and a nearby sailor reported a storm heading toward the ship's north. The uncle decided to speed up by 25 knots to put distance between them and the storm. But another sailor reported that the monsters were moving in a group, in numbers even greater than yesterday. The sentries along the ship's gangways also spotted the school of sea monsters. They raised their guns and assumed battle positions. But these sea monsters only swam under and along the ship's side, and showed no intention of attacking. Among them was an especially notable individual. Just as they had seen the previous night, someone shone a light on the school and noticed they were far more numerous than usual. Elsewhere, Clark Miller also wondered where they had come from. On the Busan Association's ship, the control room radar scanned and detected the dense swarm approaching from the west. They might also be heading toward the Pacific. Returning to their lair, the captain speculated. A thought suddenly flashed through Clark Miller's mind. These sea monsters are gathering. The Busan Association's ship radar also picked up something approaching on the screen. The purple-haired woman called Clark Miller over and pointed off into the distance. Waves surged in like a tsunami. No, it was ranks and ranks of sea monsters advancing. They were ranged in layer upon layer, and so thick that the ocean's surface couldn't stay calm. In every color, species, and form, they swam at a dizzying speed with no sign of stopping. Clark Miller shouted, urging everyone to accelerate to maximum. They couldn't ram into the moving monsters. Plow into the tsunami. The big and small ships followed Clark Miller's orders and steered in. The monsters shadowed the ships underwater. He quickly instructed the helmsman to veer to the port side. By doing so, the ship's propeller caught the monster's jaw and tore it to pieces. The monster, its jaw severed, howled in agony. It couldn't bear it and had to surface. Thrashing, it created waves that capsized their ship. The warriors aboard each had guns in hand. They were ready to open fire to wipe out these disgusting sea monsters. The warriors aimed precisely at the monsters' heads. Bullets raked them, perforating their skulls. They screamed once more and sank to the seabed. The other sea monsters, seeing their kind killed, became furious. They bared sharp teeth with a roar, ready to leap onto the lead ship for revenge. On deck, the warriors didn't relax for even a second. They fired continuously into the water, determined to defend the ship. But it barely mattered, since bullets lose power in a liquid medium. The sea monsters leapt up, baring their razor teeth, trying to swallow the ship. They thrashed on the sea, creating huge waves that robbed the ship of balance. The ship capsized. The warriors fell into the water. Some were wounded and cried out for help. Clark Miller had no better choice. He yelled that if they stayed, they'd be dead for sure, and he wouldn't turn back to rescue anyone. Focus on escaping this place. The other ships, following orders, sped forward. The desperate cries for help of the unlucky who fell into the sea kept ringing out. Save us, don't leave us behind. The monsters showed no mercy. They dove, watched, and targeted their prey. Then, using their underwater advantage, they shot up fast, striking the ship hard and launching it out of the water. The people aboard were thrown into the air. Others swam over and piled onto the ship to sink it. The warriors on the large ship kept firing nonstop, and the sea monsters, when they were hit, they screamed in painful, wet howls. The school of sea monsters advanced toward the big ship. It seemed guns couldn't do much. The creatures kept closing in on the ship. Then streaks of light appeared, and the sea monsters were torn to pieces. It was the timely arrival of 2 heroic fighters, Boda and Kana. They skimmed across the sea on boards, looking cool as they headed toward the ships recently damaged by the monsters. Bruin, seeing this, said, "Kana, you must be crazy." Kana ignored him. She and Boda rode the wind and split the waves forward. Kana said, "Boda, I'll cover from behind. Focus on rescuing those fallen from the ship." Boda looked around and saw Roger calling for help. He quickly steered to reach Roger and pull him from the water. Boda grabbed his hand tightly and said, "Hold on, stay with me." Roger was now wounded all over, and the sea around him had been stained red with blood. Boda clenched his teeth in anger as he stared at the swarm of sea monsters, trying to swim up and onto the big ship. He was giving it his all, to ride over to where the sea beasts were. Those on the ship used guns to keep the monsters at bay, but they couldn't hold out long because the creatures were too numerous. The Jersey was in danger. The sea monsters had climbed up onto the ship's roof, and the ship became overloaded and flipped like that. The Jersey was taken down. Everyone on that ship fell into the sea, and the explosives also fell out. One had cracked and was about to detonate, emitting a glow, drawing the sea monsters in. Boom! The explosion's blast was so huge it shot up a towering column of water, higher than the clouds, reaching into the sky. The sea monsters were torn apart by it, and the people on the Jai were no exception. Clark Miller was still trying to direct the other ships, telling them to head into the storm immediately. Seeing their speed was still slow, he ordered, "Accelerate to maximum." Clark Miller stood in the storm on the ocean, raising his hand to hide a sinister grin. With a cunning face, he murmured, "Things are getting more interesting now." Clark Miller, son of the great laborer John Miller of the floating city, New York. Unlike his father, he looked like a true warrior. Clark Miller was a boy who liked dark alleys, those narrow lanes. Damp and reeking of fish, but perfect for him when he was young, he often frequented such alleys. They were filled with everyone's trash and stray cats living there looking for food. Those cats were very fond of him, rubbing at his feet. Clark Miller would sit and play with them. He picked up a calico kitten from the ground and stroked it like a pet, but not because he liked it. This was a step to get close enough. After petting the kitten, Clark Miller held it in both hands. After it squirmed and screamed, it fell silent. He had broken its neck until it died. Truly a twisted boy. John Miller witnessed the whole scene of his son killing a kitten. At first, John Miller simply thought his son's act was momentary curiosity, like other children who like to play with insects, liking to dissect insects to see if they can move when cut in half. But the dark side of Clark Miller grew larger and larger. He became more perverse. Clark Miller didn't just kill cats, he killed other animals too, and moved from killing with his hands to using knives. After slaughtering innocent creatures, his hands were stained with fresh blood, which he looked at with delight. Then he would press his bloody hands to his face and pull his mouth into a grotesque smiling grin. The peak of the chain. The first person he stabbed was his own brother. Clark Miller blinded one of his brother's eyes. John Miller looked at his son. He cried in shock, "CL, why did you stab your brother?" He stepped closer, drew the knife from his son's hand, and gently scolded him not to hurt people and never do such a thing again. Clark Miller treated it like a game. Hearing his father forbid it, his face shifted and he asked, "Why not?" John couldn't fathom what his son meant, but he still explained clearly. John Miller frowned and hesitated, saying, "If you do that, people will see you as a monster." The mother was speechless, seeing her own flesh and blood son act in such perverse ways. As John was about to continue, Clark Miller, pretending to understand, cut him off. "They'll hate me, right?" Then he shifted to a cold expression and said something bizarre. "Then just make sure no one sees it." The father was stunned. How could such words come from a child? He thought this kid was not an ordinary child. "If we abandon him like that, Clark will become a monster. What if he turns into a murderer?" "My son," he looked at his little boy with fear that he might become a killer. John Miller instinctively raised both hands as if to strangle Clark Miller to prevent future disaster. He was roused by Clark Miller calling him father. The father's hands moved toward Clark's throat, but in the end he placed them on his son's shoulders. Clark looked stunned. The father suddenly hugged Clark Miller tightly, leaving him more bewildered about what was happening. John Miller knew this was the only way to stop him from becoming a monster. He pointed out the window and said, "Clark, those little monsters are allowed to be killed over there, where the blue sea laps peacefully." Clark Miller looked after them with a puzzled expression. "The sea is so calm. Why would you say there are monsters there, father?" Back to the present, the ship was under attack by sea monsters and could sink at any moment. Clark Miller seemed to hear his father's voice in his ear. "Son, become a laborer." Clark Miller stood in the storm watching the sea beasts and with a twisted smile in his head, thought they were things he was allowed to kill. Boda and Kana skimmed together over the water toward the sea monsters. People on the boat shouted for them. Kana and Boda were a thunderbolt duo. Kana shouted to them, "Everyone get back to the ship, they're heading for our vessel." The warriors on board stayed alert, guns ready, firing at the sea monsters. They fired continuously, but couldn't stop the beasts' ferocity. The man at the prow gasped in alarm, "Look, a huge wave is coming, everyone watch out." Their ship was in a life-or-death situation, having to face towering waves and fierce winds on the vast ocean while trying to fend off and escape those hateful sea monsters. The monsters swarmed ever denser, each leaping from the water to dive onto the ship. The gunmen were now helpless. A few people couldn't stand, knocked down by waves created by the sea beasts. This was the perfect opportunity for the monsters to gulp down those soldiers. Just as a warrior was about to become the creature's next meal, Clark Miller sprinted up, sword in hand. He glared at the bloodthirsty horde and denied them any more chances to wreak havoc. With just a few basic strokes, Clark Miller carved the giant monster into neat little chunks. The warriors seized the chance and ran inside to escape. Clark Miller kept hacking away, one after another. Each beast was diced into equal square pieces. No ruler needed. Clark Miller showed not a trace of fear. He ran straight toward where thousands of sea monsters gaped, waiting for prey. He felt an unprecedented thrill and couldn't help but smile. Taking a run up, he launched himself high into the air, spinning around midair. The sea monsters took turns falling straight to hell. Under Clark Miller's blade, he was operating at 100% combat power then, because in Clark Miller's mind, he only remembered the scene when his father once pointed to the sea and told him, "Clark, be a laborer." That remark acted like a stimulant, enabling Clark Miller to single-handedly face and annihilate the sea monsters with ease. The more sea monsters appeared, the more exhilarated he felt. The sword in his hand swept from one to the next, slashing from left to right, from bottom to top, leaving none alive. The sea monsters were beheaded by Clark Miller, as if they were falling dominoes. Blood sprayed like rain over this hero. Watching Clark Miller stand so tall, amid thousands of dead sea monsters, the other warriors admired him, cheering endlessly, "Truly our captain, the best of the best." But then the two warriors found it strange that Clark just stood there silent. They nervously called his name. Clark Miller answered, silencing them, "You're blocking my way, you fools." Then the two helped carry their wounded comrade, and went inside so Clark Miller could have the outside to himself. In front of him was a whole swarm of sea monsters jostling to be swallowed. Miller sighed that it would never end. After speaking, Clark secured a cord to the sword's pommel and told the damned monsters, "I'd love to keep playing with you, really. But it's time to finish this." No sooner had he said that than Clark lifted his sword, now acting as a harpoon. Clark Miller threw it with all his might, piercing through a giant's body. The momentum carried it upward into the sky, until the coil was fully released. The sword seemed to pierce the night as it shot straight up. Clark Miller had his reasons for doing so. He exploited the storm and the lightning. The metal sword attracted a strike. Nature's electrical charge ran along the cord to the sword. The sea monsters were electrocuted to death. The deeper in the water, the stronger the electric charge became, much to Clark Miller's satisfied eyes. The monsters held from the shocks. Everyone gaped in amazement as they witnessed the clash between Clark Miller and those sea monsters. The beasts were tossed about by the natural voltage and shredded. Blood, rainwater, and seawater mixed together, dyeing the deck where Clark Miller stood red. Bruin was astonished and admiring of his skill. He couldn't believe he had just used lightning. Boda looked on with respect, thinking to himself that every movement had purpose. Was this really the strength of a laborer? It wasn't just a rumor. The ocean butcher, Clark Miller. He had saved the ship from the monster's attack, but now the vessel faced nature's extremes. Lightning struck continuously and storm winds drove waves that battered the ship. The ship's navigation system had also been struck. The crew at the helm panicked and issued an announcement. "Lightning, everyone get inside quick." The sea monsters tried to tail the ship, but it seemed heaven was protecting the humans. Lightning kept striking without pause, rendering them paralyzed, unable to bear the pain nature inflicted. The sea monsters were forced to dive beneath the surface. They regrouped into school and swam away, abandoning the pursuit of the ships across the violent ocean. The ship pitched and rolled relentlessly, but the helmsmen did their best to keep it balanced. Everyone on board looked out the window and saw the monsters had gone. Expressions softened on every face. They breathed a sigh of relief. The sea monsters left were saved. Thank heaven. The course was changed. Everyone altered, heading to 260. After a night between life and death, the storm passed as dawn broke. The sea was free of monsters, peaceful and picturesque, and the ships continued onward. Everyone together laid water overboard. The burly men pitched in to repair the ship after the monsters' damage, working so hard their faces showed no fatigue. On the main vessel, the influential figures sat and held a meeting after last night. Statistics showed 7 ships sunk, 87 dead, and 21 seriously injured. 5 ships were abandoned, and their whereabouts are currently unknown. Mao, hearing this, went mad with rage, slammed the table, and cursed that the cowards had all fled. In that engagement alone, they suffered a 30% loss. 2 warriors, still shaken, said they'd never seen so many sea monsters. Perhaps they ambushed us at their nest. 2 others added pessimistically that we have no chance of winning. The damaged ships may be immobile and unable to continue. With survival so slim, one of them proposed, "Let's return to New York, we need to rethink things." Others chimed in agreement. "I agree, we must review the whole plan." "I also agree, return to New York." Boda frowned at their words, displeased, thinking to himself, "This is bad, can we really win this battle?" Boda remembered last night rescuing Roger when the others had left him in the water. Boda wondered, what if the injured had been caught? Would I even be able to keep going? While brooding, that familiar voice rang out. Kana stood before everyone and said, "Are you all scared? You rush into battle without knowing what we're facing." The others went silent at her words. Clark Miller showed contempt upon hearing her. Kana met him with a look of steely resolve, and spoke of the mission. "There are still people depending on us. We must protect them. That's a laborer's foremost duty." duty. Clark Miller, scornful, thought it would only terrify the cowards more, such naive talk of duty. Kana told them more. According to Dr. Foyd's estimate, the biggest explosion is imminent. We don't have much time. We must risk this battle. The others, having heard this, seemed to grasp something. They stood thinking, faces showing worry and confusion. Clark Miller saw Kana's words as hypocrisy. Selfishly, he wondered why risk our lives for others. Then he reconsidered. Clark Miller's eyes brightened. This hunt promises plenty of prey, and he wouldn't miss the fun. Clark Miller spoke up. 7 ships sunk and 87 dead, just as predicted. We even estimated fewer than 20% survivors, right, Kana? The others, hearing that only around 20% were expected to survive, grew even more shocked and fearful. Clark Miller continued, we don't need anyone wanting to turn back at this moment. Whoever tries to flee won't return alive. I'll throw them to the sea beasts. Clark Miller's preemptive strike left the laborers with no way out, forcing them to join the fight. Clark Miller knew they'd only gripe. By intimidating them, he forced them to overcome their fear of the sea monsters. Clark Miller stood and crisply rallied everyone's spirits. We've come this far. There's no stopping or running away now. Fight to the end. Many may die, but our families will live on. Stay steadfast. We will win this battle. Clark Miller used psychological manipulation. He invoked the safety of the laborers' families, which changed their minds. Their eyes grew determined. Of course, if it were Clark, he'd pull it off. He would do it. While they debated, someone burst in, breathless, announcing there's an island ahead. Boda and Kana were astonished to hear that. The two looked at each other with suspicion. The captain brought out his binoculars. He looked toward the island and said, an artificial island. I've never heard of any island in the middle of the Pacific. Everyone, in a state of confusion, went out to look at the island, asking, what is it? Could it be a nest? They said with hopeful eyes, maybe it really is an island. Boda, still doubtful, asked, really? Kana didn't believe it either. She replied, impossible. Clark Miller stood aside and said, we'll find out when we get there. Anyway, we need a place to stop. Whether it's a real island or a nest of sea beasts, anything in our way, smash it and we're done. Boda looked at him, thinking silently that Clark Miller really was someone who relished killing. Completely the opposite of Kana, like light and darkness. Angel and Devil, sharing the same ship. The captain announced to the other ships, prepare the whole fleet, we're heading to the island ahead. No one knew whether the island ahead would be a real island or a giant sea monster nest. Boats quickly moved toward it as the distant isle gradually approached. As they drew near, it wasn't an island at all, but a mass of hundreds of shipping containers piled across the water. The ships began to dock and, seeing the desolation more clearly, one of them couldn't help but ask, containers. Boda and Sanya stared in amazement, mouths agape. It's all man-made architecture, Boda said. Mao led the way and everyone followed right behind him, with Boda and a few others climbing onto the stack of containers. The treacherous, unstable terrain made Mao and Boda cautious. They gripped the container edges to keep their balance and reached the top, then scanned the surroundings. Mao said in surprise, this isn't an island. The scene was utterly ruined, like a junkyard of hundreds of huge metal boxes floating about. Standing atop a container and looking around, it was more precisely floating debris piled into a heap, Mao concluded. The dilapidated scene meant life here would be extremely harsh. The group continued to probe across the wreckage when something made 2 members stop and take notice. Look over there, they shouted. A huge, hull-shaped object, corroded by the water and silvered, floated before them. Someone announced it was a buoy from New York lost in a storm. Mao Wary surveyed the area and judged that all this debris had drifted in along a current and formed an island. No sooner had he finished speaking, several knotted ropes on the containers caught Mao's attention. Gongtia Park stepped forward to check. He took a rope and said someone had tied it. Someone did this so it wouldn't drift away. Immediately, the man in white armor quickly guessed that people must be living here. Gongtia Park was slightly skeptical but admitted it was possible. Brune suspected they might be being watched from somewhere. Both Mao, the man in white armor, and Brune readied themselves for combat. Suddenly Sanya shouted, pointing ahead, and her cry drew Boda's attention. Boda quickly turned to look where Sanya was pointing. A little girl stood watching them from afar. As she came closer, her face became clear. The girl looked exactly like Lita. Boda couldn't help being surprised. A little girl. The team members were puzzled too. How could a little girl be here? Suddenly Boda froze, staring at the girl. Her face was indistinguishable from Lita's. Seeing the girl, Boda was utterly stunned. She looked so much like Lita that he blurted it out. Suddenly Mao shouted, hey you there, little girl. Mao's loud voice scared the girl, and she ran off in a hurry. Mao remained stunned, not knowing what he had done wrong. Boda dashed up from behind and shouted, wait. He kicked the container to build momentum and chased after the girl. With no foothold, a strong jolt made the containers roll and Mao and the others lost their balance and slipped. Boda seemed to have caught up. he saw the girl struggling to climb onto the roof of another container. Mao quickly ran after him, breathing hard, and called, "Hey kid, wait a moment." Hearing someone call, the girl turned. Her face was chubby and cute, but her clothes were terribly ragged. Seeing Mao's face, which was normally far from handsome, now trying to look cute, he grinned awkwardly, eyes wide, panting from the chase, and said reassuringly, "We're not bad people." That adult face would scare anyone, let alone a child. Seeing it, the girl's face went pale. Then she ran off again. Mao, puzzled, let out a puzzled hey. Angry Boda shoved Mao aside. "You scared her." Mao protested. "Why would I do that?" Without bothering to explain, Boda quickly climbed the container to chase the girl. As he climbed, he called out loudly, "Kid, wait up." He smiled warmly and gently said, "Don't be afraid." But the ones who greeted him weren't the girl from before. Instead, old men wielding iron pipes pointed them straight at Boda. Boda was stunned. Mao and Kana had just arrived and reacted the same way. All three froze. A long-haired old man trembled as he said, "Go away, why have you come here?" His hands shook on the pipe as he continued, "This is just a delusion of an island. There's nothing of value here." Kana stepped forward and tapped the pipe to calm him. "Please calm down, sir. We don't mean to hurt anyone." Kana explained further, "We're laborers from around the world gathering to wipe out the sea monsters." Hearing the name laborers, the bespectacled old man widened his eyes and asked, "Laborers?" The long-haired elder quickly answered, "Laborers." Kana turned to the ship and said, "We'll leave as soon as our ship is repaired." The long-haired elder looked toward the giant ship. "It's the Busan Association," he said. Boda was quite surprised to hear that. The three elders stared at the ship with mouths agape, unable to look away. "It's huge. The Busan Association, they're really laborers." Then the old man turned and called out loudly, "Everyone, come out here." One by one, elders began opening container doors and stepping out. Seeing their appearance, Kana and Buddha were astonished, speechless. Then a few more people slowly crawled out from other containers, approaching in waves, group after group. They all looked filthy and gaunt, utterly exhausted. A few were so old they had to walk with canes. Many elderly people stepped out in succession. Seeing this, Kana and Boto were astonished. Boto was amazed by the crowd and felt a pang of pity. So many people here. Mao immediately added, "They're all elderly." The old folks looked at them with gratitude, eyes shining as if seeing a glimmer of hope. "They're the laborers." Another elder asked, "Have you come to rid us of the sea monsters?" No sooner had he finished than the old man dropped to his knees. Behind him, others also knelt one after another before Buddha, Mao, and Kana. Mao, puzzled and unsure what they were doing, asked, "What are you doing?" Boda also seemed not to really know the answer and fell silent. The long-haired elder spoke, "The young who fought the sea monsters have all perished. Now only the old remain alive." The elder beside him immediately added, "We'll do everything to help you." With that enthusiasm, Kana murmured, "Thank you, everyone." The conversation went on, unaware that the girl who looked like Lita had slipped into another container to watch silently. Inside a huge hold at the center of the junk, people chatted and ate together. Someone asked about a name that sounded unfamiliar. Kraken. "It's a creature with a body and tentacles like an octopus, bluish with some yellow patches. Only it's much, much larger. This whole sea is its territory. We can only hide in this junkyard to survive," the elder said helplessly. Clark Miller sipped some water, his face calm and unconcerned. "Perfect bait to lure and hunt the kraken," he replied. Mao beside him, chewing on a piece of octopus, asked as he munched bait, "What's your plan, Clark?" Clark paused. His eyes went icy as he looked toward the elders. He said, "I think we've got perfect bait right here." The elders had no idea of Clark's scheme. They continued to welcome the team cheerfully. One kindly old woman brought out more food and told everyone to rest before they set off. Embarrassed, someone replied, "Oh, thank you, ma'am." Food was set down and two of them quickly grabbed a bottle of liquor. They drank and toasted, praising the seaweed wine's taste. The old woman said the bottle was made from a unique seaweed only found in these waters and asked if they'd like another bottle. At that moment, a few sounds rang out on the deck. Clun, clun, clun. The girl resembling Lutta was hammering in the hold. She meant no harm, only wanted to help speed the repairs. She watched a young man hammering to fix things. She quickly imitated him exactly. After a while, she pouted and sat dazed. Boda carrying materials passed by and couldn't help smiling at her adorable expression. He thought to himself how cute she was. She reminded him of young Lita. Someone above called out anxiously from where Boda stood, "Grab this for me, will you?" Of course, Boda quickly agreed. Hearing his name, the girl who had been sitting suddenly perked up with delight. Bota, Bota. She joyfully pointed at Butta and said, "You're Butta." He replied, "Yes, that's right." He quickly moved on to continue the repairs while she trailed right beside him. Bota looked at the girl with some suspicion. Her face remained innocent and unfazed. Butta bent down and asked, "It seems like you want to tell me something." The girl quickly answered, "Yes." "Butta, I'm Butta," the girl kept asking. "Yes, that's right," Butta answered gently. "Surely you're Butta," the girl then asked. "You're a laborer, right? Do you fight the sea monsters?" The girl worriedly continued, "The sea monsters are very strong, they could kill you. Why do you fight them?" Hearing the question, Butta was silent for a long moment, then hesitantly replied, "Yes, because I have to protect people from the sea monsters." The girl cut him off, shouting, "I want to protect you." Butta smiled at that and said, "Thank you." His expression darkened as he continued, "I'm scared too, but there's a reason I have to keep fighting." The girl looked at Butta intently, listening. "There's someone I must protect at all costs," Butta said, and his thoughts remained fixed on Lee. The girl replied, "Oh, maybe I know who that person is." The girl's face suddenly turned strained. "Is it Lutta?" the girl asked. Butta was surprised she knew of Lutta. He asked again, "How do you know Lutta's name?" His expression grew serious. The girl calmly said, "Butta and Lutta are the ones I want to protect. The owner of this pendant told me so." Looking at the pendant's face, something felt very familiar. Butta examined it closely, thinking to himself he'd seen this necklace somewhere before. He took the necklace and toyed with it. He used his finger to gently open the pendant's lid. The picture inside shocked him. He gaped. Regaining his composure, he asked the girl where she got the pendant and who she was. The girl's face still wore a strange smile. Inside the pendant was a picture of Butta's father and mother. Meanwhile, inside a small tent, an old man leaning on a cane asked the others whether they should give them more food. The others heard this and were very happy. It seemed they really liked that meal. But one person voiced concern that their appetite would eat up all our rations. Hearing that, the elder TR letter 1EA5N and said, "We can always gather seaweed and fish again anytime, so don't be stingy or miserly with that food pile." Saying that, he went and opened a hatch. Below were countless people hung up by them, and nearby were many soldiers with hot weapons ready, awaiting orders to fight. The elder loudly asked if they were ready. After receiving their nod, he narrowed his eyes. A murderous intent, terrifying and no longer kind, spread across his face as he announced they would start in 30 minutes. Meanwhile, out there, Clark Miller was sleeping soundly after drinking. On the other ships as well, they were packed. Everyone lay in a deep, soft sleep. There wasn't a single person awake, as if they'd been drugged into their food. Over here, the old men's armed soldiers had received the attack order and began to move. In an instant, the muzzles were aimed straight at the crew, and they opened fire mercilessly. The shooters were none other than the elder who had seemed kindly. He pointed and shouted orders to kill all those trying to escape. Keep as many alive as possible. He wanted them fresh to be savored later. Then all of them charged forward armed into the fierce battlefield. He did not believe the Byasan alliance had risen from ruin. He wanted to dominate everything. After a loud shout, all his men boarded the ships to carry out the assassination. One by one, they climbed aboard and then murdered each still drunk person. Meanwhile, a few were still half awake, wondering what had happened to their bodies. Just as he stepped out of the restroom, he was met by villagers pointing guns straight at him. Before he could ask, a hail of bullets greeted him, sending him flying like a bad haircut. They went from room to room, assassinating everyone without missing a single soul. The two looked ahead, seeming astonished. One long-haired man aimed his gun at the shadowed figure ahead. Kana emerged more clearly from the darkness, two razor-sharp iron blades in her hands. Recognizing Kana, the group panicked and stumbled back. One of them shouted a warning that Kana had killed Gino's son. Kana sprang up, flipping like a whirlwind. Those who hadn't fled were sliced in two by her blades. Red blood splattered everywhere. The hold at the center of the junkyard. Someone outside had prepared to rush in and ambush. An old woman with a gun led and urged her henchmen, "Move faster, we need to strike before they wake up." The leader ordered them to kill that 6-star laborer first. The hunchman quickly obeyed the command. The old man, overconfident, opened the door without any caution, gleefully saying, "We're about to get rich." No sooner had he finished than he took a punch. The force shattered the door to pieces. The old man was also thrown out of the hatch. The tremendous strength left the hunchman gaping, frozen like deer in headlights, not knowing what to do next. The old man, still bleeding from the mouth after being hit, dared to bluster that what the heck, he must have been drinking that seaweed wine. Step by slow step, he advanced forward. Clark Miller and two companions, looking utterly badass. Clark sneered, spitting words of contempt, saying he's picky about food. Clark Miller looked down on them and continued, "You really think I ate all the food from strangers?" He seemed to be poking at Mao, who was still asleep, since earlier he appeared to have sampled every dish brought out. Clark Miller looked with disdain and insulted them, calling them a bunch of idiots. The dark-skinned man rushed forward, swinging a giant hammer with huge force. The old man yelled an order to fire. The hunchmen cocked their guns, ready to shoot. The dark-skinned man wasted no time and slammed the hammer down onto the container. With a single blow, he sent that group flying into the air. A few tumbled into the water. Some slipped further down toward the lower decks. Next, the purple-haired woman dashed forward. Her razor rope was twirled with exquisite skill. A few basic moves left the henchmen's clothes in tatters. They were flung pitifully off the deck, falling into the water. One of them wasn't satisfied. Angrily cursing the bastards, his hands quickly released the bomb's safety latch. He stood up, took a running start, and threw the bomb toward Clark Miller. But before he could do anything, the bomb in his hand was tightly seized. The purple-haired woman looked at the foolish men and let out a single cold laugh. The bomb holder stared at his gripped hand in stunned silence. The others around screamed in terror, "Bomb!" A massive explosion blew the whole bunch to pieces. The loud noise drew Buddha's attention. He glanced toward where it came from and asked, "What's that?" A broadcast rang out in the control room. "Pirates, they're attacking us. Everyone from the junk island are pirates," someone in the room said in shock. Another worriedly shouted at Boda, "Boda, get that kid away." Hearing the announcement, Boda stepped back. The father asked the girl, "Are you on their side?" The girl looked utterly calm and quickly replied, "I'm not on anyone's side, I'm just observing. I only want to know why people fight." The horrific scene unfolded before them. Smoke billowed, corpses lay everywhere, and witnessing it, the girl wondered why they would kill each other. A badly wounded man was still trying to crawl away, pleading for help as the cold figure of Clark Miller slowly approached. Then he stomped down hard with his foot onto the injured man. The man cried out in pain, "RGHH," as Clark pressed his foot tightly into the wounded man's chest and calmly said, "Don't die on me yet." Clark's face seemed devoid of humanity. His eyes gleamed with pleasure as he said, "You'll be honored to be bait for the Kraken." The girl, watching this, grew hollow-eyed and said, "I think I get it a little now, you're all the same." Then she asked, "A kingdom can't have two kings, right?" Boda, surprised, asked what. The girl, slowing, called his name, but I swallowed it. Memories of the day his mother died flooded back. His mother's body grew cold, her heart stopped, she was gone. Tun Ma sobbed in pain, clutching his wife's body. Tian Ma had wrapped his wife's body tightly in bandages. He held their nursing child while trying to soothe Boda, who cried loudly as he himself couldn't hold back tears. The body was released into the sea. The bandages around the mother's body gradually unraveled. The pendant suddenly began to glow. Huge, beautiful coral branches cradled the sinking body. The mother was supported by the corals, which gently waved around her. But these corals weren't normal, they were conscious. They were actually tiny tentacles, a special kind of fuel, they silently praised. They crept into every cell, traveling along the bloodstream. They moved closer to a blue light source. The two shapes matched exactly like a genetic template. It silently rejoiced, "Now we can see the sun, we're almost touching that light. I don't want to die, I want to live." The mother's subconscious pleaded desperately to survive. A red light, it was controlling the tentacles closing in. The mother's consciousness was surprised, for her will was so strong. "So this thing still has consciousness? How is that possible?" It had no intention of being merciful and kept advancing. "Too late, accept it, you're about to rot and die." The mother's consciousness remained resolute. "I don't care what happens to my body. I only want to protect. I want to save." The red-eyed creature glared, "What are you saving?" The image of Buddha gradually appeared. Next came the little girl Lita. "I want to protect Buddha and Lute." That faint subconscious voice. As the words ended, they slowly dissolved into mist. The strange creature with red eyes remained, still pondering with quiet curiosity. That was its will. Why did it disappear? Humans are so unpredictable, fascinating, but also annoyingly troublesome. It was both intrigued and repulsed by human thought. Boda and Lita, that thing wants to protect them. The creature grew curious about what they are. Cut to a huge explosion. The giant sea monster's whole body smoked, blood spraying everywhere. The recent attack seemed to have killed the sea monster. Its body went limp and began to sink. The strange creature seemed to have a special link to that monster. It had received a signal. "Kentrasi is dead. Did they fight outside our territory? That's why I couldn't sense that being," it pondered. In anger it surfaced, searching the waters for whoever killed Kentrasi. Who killed Kentrasi? Its gaze fixed on a floating structure ahead, closer, closer. It was Lutta. The girl was standing there. Lutta stared out toward the open sea. Seeing his sister motionless, Buddha worried, "Lutta, get away from there, come here now." Lita didn't move at all. Seeing that, Boda ran over, calling her name, Lita. Still, she didn't take her eyes off whatever was in front. "Boda, look," the girl pointed out to her brother. In the distance, a strangely shaped creature stood on the water's surface. That creature was quietly observing the two siblings as well. It seemed to realize something. Boda and Lita, huh? It recalled the mother's consciousness. That thing had spoken their names, Boda and Lita. Lita lay snug inside a water egg sac. Her eyes slowly began to open. The creature recognized Lita as what the mother wanted to protect, what it also wanted to protect. Lita, one soft call escaped as Lita's subconscious remained hazy. "Who is Lita?" A gentle hand stroked Lita's face. Lita, unsure, wondered who it was. Its mother, her mother, appeared before her and softly called Lita's name. Was that just a hallucination? The creature stood before Lita and asked the child if she was Lita. It announced, "Kid, you'll soon die, but we and you will become one. You'll be part of us," it added, "but humans are the biggest obstacle. They won't obey my command." An image of Dr. Fudd sneaking about appeared. He stepped toward Lita's bedside. He injected a syringe into the IV drip. The creature said, "Humans are hard to predict. With Lita's blood half genos and absorbing Cassie genes, her internal link would fade because of that drug. Lita, you escaped my grasp." The creature shrieked in rage as it realized something had severed its bond with Lita. "I can't sense Lita anymore. No way. Why? At the same time, waters above the seabed began to churn from an invisible pressure creeping into the place where the queen resided. It could sense the abnormality of this energy source, and more besides. The owner of that energy had found its location. An eye of the queen opened. It instinctively hunted the strange intruder and discovered who carried this unusually powerful energy. It was Lita. One of the girl's eyes had turned blue due to the mutation, but that change also let her see through layers of space to pinpoint the queen's lair. Lita pointed forward, and the only word she uttered as she pointed to the vast ocean was home. The queen realized that the existence of this child was a threat to it. It understood that humanity, or rather that thing, was searching for it. It could sense the entire ocean churning at the birth of a new queen. Fearing the threat from this new force, the queen worried that that thing, namely Lita, was dangerous, because if the girl had discovered its nest, the next step would be for her to seize its whole kingdom. It was only a matter of time. The queen rolled its eyes madly. It had to kill Lita. It had to find the girl at all costs. That's why the sea monsters' attacks erupted simultaneously across the floating cities. From Oasis Port destroyed by Guduk to the attacks on the Byasin Alliance, all had a single purpose: to kill Lita. As it commanded its army of sea beasts, the queen kept frantically wondering, "Where is Lita? Must find her, must find her." Krakens were sent to destroy the trade ports, Basra and Akrama's port, but none of those places had Lita. The queen seemed to be losing its mind. It scoured every nook and cranny to find the girl. "Where is Lita? Where?" Its eyes rolled frantically like a mad tide. Finally, its gaze swept over a meadow and found the figure of a young woman standing there with her back to it. When she turned to look back, it realized it had found Lita. The queen manifested, or rather the form within it, appeared before Lita as a vast, bizarre creature whose body seemed made of galaxies. It bent down to stare at the girl, who had frozen stiff with fear. With pupilless black eyes, deep and hollow with two red irises in each eye, it looked at Lita and opened its cavernous mouth to tell her, "I see you." At the end of the flashback, the being the queen now faced was Buddha, Lita's brother. He stood stunned, staring down at the pendant bearing his parents' photo. The hand clutching it trembled uncontrollably. The queen continued, telling Buddha that its original purpose was to find Lita, but it hadn't expected humans to be here. "I'll take you to the nest," it said, while Buddha had not yet recovered enough to respond to that claim. The queen asked, "By the way, where is Lita?" Seeing the monster with his sister's face begin a grotesque grin that split ear to ear, with orange-red eyes and ghost-white skin veined and pulsing, Buddha immediately swung his sword. The first slash aimed straight at its neck. Angrily he shouted, "Are you the queen?" The monster used two finger-like claws to block his blade easily. Buddha kept swinging a second strike, then a third. He yelled, "Answer me." But the monster's body had become as hard as stone. Buddha's repeated slashes didn't even scratch it. It laughed triumphantly and told him, "Don't try so hard. What can that human strength do to me?" Buddha screamed at it in furious rage, "Shut up." The next slash he made was so powerful it tilted the whole large ship to one side, sending spray flying from the waves. Maybe the queen never had parents to teach her what girls eat early on, because one of its arms had been severed and fallen into the sea. The queen stared at the stump where its arm had been, unable to believe it, crying out, "What?" It let out a loud hiss and attempted to restore the severed limb, but Buddha immediately stopped it with a diagonal sword stroke that cleaved its body in two. Blood sprayed like fireworks as the monster howled in pain. As it writhed, one of its limbs smashed the glass of a cabin door. A man who saw it screamed in terror, "What the hell is that thing?" Just as the monster fell backward, its eyes suddenly lit up. The wounds from earlier sprouted countless flesh flowers, and from between those blooms emerged thin tendril-like tentacles. They swept across Buddha and plunged his body into sudden shock. When Buddha came to, he was no longer on the ship. He turned his head and looked around, and realized the place he stood looked like a gigantic nest. Butta gasped what the... While he was still bewildered, a writhing mass of flesh began rumbling and moving behind him. Butta glanced back and discovered a giant forming behind his back. Its torso and face looked human, but its limbs and head resembled an octopus's. Its round belly was transparent, and inside one could see a fetus developing within its body. Butta stared at the monster in horror and wondered about the... Butta kept staring at the creature, realizing this was indeed the queen. It opened its mouth and threatened Butta. "Half the sea monsters from all the oceans of the world have been summoned by me to punish you," it said, and it did so using that egg-like body. Butta mumbled, repeating half of its words. The queen continued, declaring that you humans must pay for daring to invade my kingdom. "We will devour you one by one, and destroy every ship without exception. Every human base will suffer the same fate. Humanity will be wiped out. All that remains will be countless human bones piled into mountains." Butta shouted, "How dare you!" But the queen was not finished. However, it offered a condition. "If you hand Lutta over here, I will let you live." Butta, stunned, asked what. "It's proposing a trade with humans." "Lutta, that is all you need to hand over to me. I will forgive you and humanity." It proposed that if it got Lita, the queen would leave humanity in peace, and the remaining bases would no longer be threatened. Butta kept staring at the monster before him. He thought of Lutta. He thought about how what he was doing was weighing his sister's life against the fate of all humanity. Lita in exchange for the lives of all mankind. He brushed off its temptation. "You want me to choose? Are you really bargaining with me? Lita is not an object you can take away. She's my little sister." The queen shot back at Butta. "I don't understand you humans. Is the life of a little girl worth more than the lives of all humanity?" Butta answered angrily, "We will not beg you to spare our lives." The queen continued, "Are you not afraid to die?" Butta replied bluntly, "If I said I wasn't, that would be a lie half the sea beasts on the planet would agree with. But what is it that makes you afraid? What makes you command half the sea monsters against us?" He pressed, "Or is it that the other half no longer obey you?" The more humanity spoke, the sharper Botta's gaze became. If a glance could kill, this monster would have been killed by Butta 1,000 times already. In an instant, the queen lost its composure and fell silent at Botta's words. He went on, laying it out as plainly as if he were standing inside its gut. "You're just a queen terrified of losing your kingdom, afraid your beasts no longer obey you, aren't you? That's why you're insane over Lita. The change in her eye is an omen of a new queen usurping the current one." Now it was Botta's turn to threaten it back. "I get it now, you're afraid of Lita. You will never get my sister." He glared, "I dare you to touch her. I won't let anything that survives after hurting my sister live. I will slaughter them all." A wrath that makes Butta like a dormant volcano ready to erupt. The queen sneered at the foolish humans. Butta glowered at it with veins bulging red in his eyes from hatred, asserting to it that you will die too. "I'll kill you." Butta hefted his sword on his shoulder with one hand, his other touching the engine switch on the sword's tail, drawing himself into a battle stance to unleash the internal fire and annihilate every enemy. The queen merely said to Butta, "Then die." No sooner had the words left its mouth than Botta's body underwent the same shock as before, just prior to his being shifted into the monster's nest. And the moment his senses returned, Botta's eyes flew open. But this time, when his mind came back, he was no longer inside its nest. He was back on the ship he and the others had just repaired. Around Botta's blade, the monster had turned into a transparent, slimy liquid before its face dissolved like a sponge. The monster left a message: "The sun has set." As soon as it finished speaking, its body melted off Botta's blade and dripped down like candle wax. While he stood speechless at the sight, white bubbles began rising up from beneath the sea. A gigantic tentacle surged up out of the water. Then a series of additional tentacles burst up at once, rocking the boat and jolting the massive drifting containers around it. 3 people were the first to encounter the giant sea monster. First was Butta, followed by 2 men trembling and stammering in the boat's cabin. Manifesting from the deep ocean floor, one of the 7 great giant squid sea monsters appeared. Butta and the 2 men in the cabin all shouted out, "It's the Kraken!" Then the deck suddenly shifted beneath their feet, causing Butta to stagger. The Kraken lashed out with a tentacle and sent the boat flying. A chunk of the bow was flung off, smashing against the surface of a large metal block and shattering. Butta was thrown down with it. At that moment, the workers in the surrounding areas began to notice the uninvited guest from the sea. They loudly warned each other, "It's the Kraken." It surfaced earlier than expected, Clark Miller thought. The pirates he'd captured were pleading, begging, "Please let us go, we're sorry, we'll fight too." But Clark just told them to shut up. "Tough luck, you picked the wrong crowd to haggle with." The other workers, also scared, told each other, "This is bad, we're stuck here because of the pirates, how do we get out now?" Clark Miller looked ahead, his eyes focused on a young man in the distance who was standing up by himself. The youth crouched slightly, feet planted in a stance, gripping his long blade. an intense aura radiated from him. A strange light flashed in his eyes, as if possessed by a demon. A few workers who saw him shivered, wondering what's wrong with Buddha and what on earth he's doing standing there. Clark Miller murmured in surprise, "Buddha, there's something different about him." The young Buddha now was nothing like the gentle Buddha of usual. He slowly raised his face, declaring war on the Kraken and on all the monsters that stole his loved ones and countless innocent people. Rage was consuming him inside and out as he vowed he would kill the queen. And anything that stood in his way must die, so he wouldn't let this Kraken slow him down. "By righteousness' name, I'll hack you to bits, you old sea geezer." The Kraken began to roar, hurling a tentacle forward, attacking Buddha. He immediately leapt up as well. The floating containers around him served both to hide him and to let him close in on the monster. Until he reached the right distance, he inhaled deeply and exhaled. He sprang into the air. The container the Kraken had tossed up, then propelled himself onto one of the monster's tentacles. He tumbled continuously, slid down, then leapt again to close the gap with the Kraken. As a tentacle was about to lash out in front of him, Buddha quickly sliced it off with his sword. He jumped high, shouting a spirited battle cry, then plunged down, driving his blade straight into the sea creature's torso. The engine on his blade was activated, pumping gas into the Kraken's body, making it screech. The flesh inflated with the gas and then exploded, while the monster howled in pain. Buddha used one of its tentacles as a springboard and flipped several times, soared into the air, then drove his blade hard into the creature's crown once more. Gas immediately pumped out again. Now the mutated squid's head had been pierced through. One of its eyeballs dropped out completely. The sight left Clark and his teammates watching utterly stunned. But Buddha hadn't stopped there. He screamed as he kept hacking at the beast, determined to chop it into sushi. Everyone watching, from the Workers' Guild to the old men on the junk island, gaped in admiration. Clark understood that Buddha was furious. The kid was chopping at the massive chunk of flesh so hard that blue blood splattered all over his face and body. Buddha went berserk, shouting curses, "Die, die, die." Clark observed his state and commented. The more he hacked, the louder his curses became. As he was engrossed in cutting, he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the air. Before he could react, a Kraken tentacle smacked him hard. He yelped and landed harshly on the steel surface. The heavy fall opened a wound on his head, making him dizzy as he coughed once. Then the Kraken counterattacked. It slammed down where Buddha lay. The container split to pieces, and he plunged into the water. Blood oozed from the wound, and the watery environment slowed Buddha's reactions. Meanwhile, the monster had a reserve tentacle that shot up from beneath the surface and flung him into the air. Buddha was slammed down onto a steel block and fell limp like a broken doll. He struggled to get up, his eyes burning with rage fixed on the creature. "You bastard!" Suddenly he froze and looked up. Buddha saw the monster using its limbs to scoop up metal blocks and lift them. All of its tentacles encircled the group of people. Clark shouted for everyone to fall back. Just then the Kraken dropped all the metal blocks down onto the tiny people below. Luckily, Buddha managed to dodge in time, but many people were crushed like paste while fleeing. Not only that, the Kraken also grabbed several people, hoisted them into then squeezed them to death with its trunk as easily as crushing a bug. Buddha raised his blade again, but now he realized his gas canister seemed empty. He panicked, wondering about the fuel. Then, allowing no one a moment to breathe, the Kraken flung Buddha away again. He tumbled backward. He forced himself up and glared at it. The squid was using a tentacle to squeeze two people to death and was about to lash one at Buddha. But before it could, Kana hurled herself forward with her blade and sliced the tentacle off, breaking the siege for her staggered little brother, who was raising his sword to defend himself behind her. She stepped in front of him and said, "Sorry, I'm late." Buddha looked a bit surprised and called out Kana. Gungta Park and Brun arrived with her. Gungta reached toward Buddha and asked, "Are you okay, Buddha?" Buddha stiffly replied, "I'm fine." Gongtia Park just smirked at him. He grabbed Buddha's hand and pulled him up, then encouraged him sincerely, "You don't have to force yourself, brother, we'll fight together." Brun, standing beside him, added, "Sure, we're with you. Because we're a team, the tough-hearted workers of the Alliance, Kana, Bota, Brun, Gongtia Park, Sanya, and Sea Monkey are all assembled." Buddha seemed to regain his calm and confidence. He pulled out his empty gas canister and swapped in a fresh one. Then, ready for action, he told himself, "Come on then. Dick siblings, heroes, take your stance." Kana signaled everyone forward. All 6 warriors charged at once with heroic flair and fierce fighting spirit, ready to gut the titan. The sea monster. Kana gripped her blade, standing before the giant sea monster, fighting while directing the left flank. Brun heard the order and said, "Leave it to me." Then, quickly moving to the left flank, he focused his power into a punch ready to be thrown. Brun punched hard at the monster. Compared to the creature's strength, the blow was nothing. But it was enough to buy his teammates time. Kana and Buddha quickly moved beneath the monster. The Black Hats kept firing continuously. Kana seized the opportunity and raised her blade high. Then she swung it down forcefully. A tentacle of the monster was cut cleanly in two. Buddha found an opening and slipped past the beast swiftly. Both Gongtia and Sanya also began to charge, their eyes fierce. They wanted to finish the monster off immediately. They shouted, "Ha ha!" A dazzling combination. In moments many tentacles were severed, but the monster's power seemed too terrifying and the recent strikes barely dented it. Gongtia began to worry, damn it, they keep attacking Blun, not scared at all but getting angrier. Chop chop. Seeing the grim situation, Boda thought to himself that merely chopping tentacles wouldn't do, we need to aim for its body. Not far from Kana and Buddha, the monster was still desperately manipulating its mass of tentacles. The creature's form was grotesque. It moved closer to the tentacles it controlled and quickly seized some shipping containers, preparing to hurl them at the team. "It's coming," they cried in alarm. A tentacle that was about to strike Boda was suddenly pierced by arrows, and blue blood began to spurt out. Boda was astonished, not knowing where the arrows had come from. "Who fired those?" he asked. Behind them, the New York team had quickly arrived to support. Modern cannons continuously fired arrows at the commanding monster while someone ordered, "Pull, New York's here to back you up." Each arrow pierced through the monster's tentacles as they kept firing. All the arrows were attached to ropes with the aim of restraining the creature's feet. Clark Miller kept ordering, "Don't let it move." The ropes were quickly secured, hooked onto metal bars, then hooked onto another line. They fought in succession under orders and together pulled the ropes to prevent the sea monster from escaping. They encouraged each other loudly. Pill, sea monster began to be stretched. Each fixed tentacle could no longer move. Its whole body seemed to be constricted. It roared in fury. Clark Miller wore a smug look, smirking as he said, "We cleared the way for you, Byasin. Show us what you've got." Kana was quite surprised by Miller's appearance. Bullets continued to batter the monster. The arrival of something next stunned Bota and Brun. Both froze and looked to the right. A train began to approach. Another squad arrived to support Byasin. "Akruma," they shouted, "Akruma, over here." The fighters on the boat fired with all their might. Everyone's face was very serious as they fired continuously. The monster's blue blood splattered everywhere, but those bullets still seemed unable to pierce the creature's thick hide. It curled up and then stretched out with a lunge. Seeing their weapons useless, the Akruma team panicked. They hadn't expected its power to be so terrifying. One of them couldn't believe it and blurted, "What?" The sea monster concentrated power into an arm that was already huge and became even larger. In an instant, it fired jets of water toward the ships. With a single strike, all the boats, weapons, and people were devastated. A ship was split in two. Those aboard were severely injured, their fate unclear. Witnessing that, the others screamed in panic. The ship's been cut in half. Gungta sensed the danger and shouted a warning. "Watch out for that water beam." No sooner had Gungta finished speaking than the monster redirected the water beam toward the ropes that were binding it. The water hit with terrifying force. Spray exploded everywhere. Those hiding behind containers to ambush were hit by the blast. The containers flipped, and the soldiers struggled to keep their balance, falling one by one. The rope that had been holding it snapped clean in two. Tara and Uka stood up, its ropes broken. All their combined attacks now seemed pointless. Before they could even process it, the water streams moved straight toward the soldiers. Those razor-like jets cut through metal as if it were paper. The fate of those soldiers was grim. Their bodies seemed to be sliced in two. Wherever the water went, its destructive power was overwhelmingly devastating. Boda moved nimbly and was lucky enough to escape the water's claws. He quickly regained his balance and ran toward Brune, shouting, "Brune." Hearing the call, Brune immediately turned to look. Seeing Boda running over, he seemed to have decided what to do next. Brune gathered his energy to maximum capacity. Then he slammed his fist down on the ground, making the earth tremble violently. Brune's strike gave Buddha the momentum to catapult away. Brune's eyes shone with fierce hope as he shouted encouragement, "Go, Boda." Buddha rutted himself in a charging stance. He gritted his teeth, eyes bloodshot with hatred for the sea monster before him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword forward. The blade pierced the monster's neck, and it writhed in pain everywhere. Water jets also fired out from its severed arm in the same direction. Buddha began to fall, the water jet just a few millimeters from him. He quickly rolled and kicked hard at the monster. Ducking the attack and launching another in one move, he sprang up and raised his sword high. Buddha's eyes were resolute, determined to finish the monster. He declared loudly, "I'll cut you in two." Then slash, the cutting sound rang out. One of the monster's arms was cleanly dealt with by Buddha. Then its entire body was sliced cleanly in half by Boda. Inside, its organs still twitched. Even severed, its heart continued to beat. Spotting the weak points, Sunya and Gungta quickly pointed their aim there. Boda focused and zeroed in on his target. Sunya shouted, "Aim for its heart." Buddha lunged, ready to finish the monster. He charged like a whirlwind. Buddha's keen blade struck precisely at the sea monster's heart, hitting the weak spot. Blue blood gushed out continuously. Buddha kept pressing the sword down with all his strength. He was shocked why wasn't the monster dead yet. It began to thrash, making it hard for Buddha to keep his balance, but his hands still clung to the sword. The pain made the creature even more uncontrollable. It flailed its gigantic tentacles, smashing everything nearby. Even the spots where the soldiers stood were pelted with thrown shipping containers. Water sprayed everywhere, extremely dangerous. Some people lost their footing and fell into the water. The unlucky ones were crushed by the containers. Containers kept bearing down on the soldiers. They panicked and shouted, "What the?" Loud explosions rang out, many people died, and ships and weapons were severely damaged. Brune and Kana, both worried, shouted, "Bota." Clark Miller's face drained of color. He was no longer arrogant, but visibly worried. Bota remained stubborn, refusing to let go of the sword. The sword was driven deep into the monster's heart. Bota poured all his strength into a fierce thrust. The monster's roar echoed. Hearing its cry fueled Bota's inner power. He yelled, "Die, I'll finish you off." A convulsive explosion sounded as blue blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone stood open-mouthed in astonishment. No one could take their eyes off the scene. The monster let out one final bellow, then gradually fell silent. It slowly collapsed. The enormous body slumped, making the water churn. Water splashed up at those clutching the containers. Water sprayed even the people standing on the boats. Bota had defeated it. His gaze was icy but unshaken. Bota had won over the monster. He stood atop its carcass, having slain it, but his cold eyes showed no fear as he gently wiped the blood from his face and noticed. Everyone was cheering in celebration. Sonya and Gongtia watched proudly. Sonya called his name and Gongtia smiled, thinking, "That kid." The other soldiers couldn't contain their emotions. They shouted in admiration, "He killed the Kraken." Everyone there was stunned. No one expected Bota to perform such a miracle. They couldn't believe he killed the Grun. While the leader of another crew was still in shock, his team began plotting to recruit Bota. "Boss, how do we snatch him?" Everyone present cheered in joy that he had killed the Kraken, repeatedly chanting his name, "Bota, Bota." They moved closer to where Bota stood. Then they celebrated together. Bota was surprised at how much people admired him. A faint smile unconsciously crossed his face. Brune smiled proudly and praised Bota, grunting, "That kid's not bad, huh?" Right beside him stood Kana. Kana had always worn an expressionless face, but today, seeing Bota's growth, she smiled. Brune stared in surprise, thinking to himself, Kana is smiling. The black-hooded one also noticed the oddity and asked the captain, "Did you see her smile?" Kana, incredulous, asked back, "Did I?" He went on, telling Kana that she dropped everything to save him. How could she not be proud? Brune looked at Kana mockingly, then burst out laughing and teased, "You smiling? The end of the world, huh? Unbelievable." Kana's expression shifted. She shot Brune a glance. "Is that so? Funny, isn't it?" A strange aura radiated from her, leaving Brune speechless and unwilling to say more. The black-hooded man was delighted Kana had changed. He said, "Kana, you've changed a lot. I like it." Clark Miller and Tara stood above, quietly watching Bota. Tara looked a bit admiring and said, "Not bad, huh?" Clark kept his gaze fixed on Bota. His initial contempt seemed to shift. "Has better than I imagined," he said. Clark Miller's pervy desire began to stir. His face lit up as he asked Tara, "Should I test him a little?" His eyes full of expectation, he added, "Who do you think would be stronger?" Tara looked at him calmly, not appearing frightened. The competitive urge from Clark was all too familiar. She said, "I know you really want to fight him, but hold back, Clark. Right now we're on the same front line." Below, everyone was still happily celebrating the monster's death. Taza, seeing the scene, added that thanks to him the mood was changing. The soldiers' faces were full of faith and hope. They believed we could win. After all, we have 3 powerful people like that. They kept celebrating, chanting, "We'll win." The initial fear seemed to vanish, replaced by a festive atmosphere. They encouraged one another nonstop. "We'll wipe out the sea monsters." One of them replied, "That's right." Someone joked, "I bet I can kill more than you." The other shot back, "Dream on." Everyone roared, "Victory is ours." Just as they celebrated, a meteor glowing with red light fell into the water not far from them. They turned in astonishment, wondering what it was. Kana sensed something was wrong and dashed forward. Red light spread everywhere. Uka looked at it and asked, "What is that?" Tara and Clark nearby were also baffled. Sonya and Bota were equally surprised, not knowing what it was. In that direction, a strange creature was gradually emerging. It whispered, "That one then." A blue light radiated from it as the creature shouted, "Kill them all, humanity." Bota was stunned. He clenched his teeth, his face tense. The creature grinned slyly. What would it do to them next? All prows turned toward the creature. It was the queen. High above, someone was secretly observing the queen through a small telescope. A general announced, "The queen has just declared war on us." Everyone discussed strategy over the map. "It's quite close. Less than a day and we'll be there according to the Queen's Nest coordinates," the glowing dot. Mao was puzzled. Why would she deliberately reveal herself to us? Kana and Clark Miller stood in the room laying out the upcoming plan. Clark declared, "This is the plan." Clark Miller quickly clarified, "Your mission is to escort." Facing the setting sun, Clark continued, "First, we'll begin the mission at dawn to engage the sea beasts in the afternoon when they're at their weakest." On the chart, the ships Byeosun, Manhattan, and Sao were marked. Clark went on to the second part of the plan. There will be 3 large bomb-laden ships, Byeosun, Manhattan, and Sao. Surrounding those 3 vessels will be many smaller ships arranged in an arc. Clark added that the rest of the fleet will escort these 3 ships until we reach the Queen's Nest. In Clark's imagination, the Queen's Nest would be destroyed and blown to pieces under the plan he proposed. Clark stated the objective. "The goal is to bomb and annihilate the nest and the Queen inside." Clark clarified the route. "The ships will move at maximum speed straight to the nest." He showed no hesitation or concern for the soldiers' safety, sternly ordering that the escorting ships must not stop or turn back. One man, furious at the plan, protested, "Even if our comrades fall into the sea, you mean we won't even be allowed to turn back and rescue them?" Clark's face remained icy, not the slightest flicker of emotion. He said to keep moving no matter what. A soldier sighed and muttered that it was a cruel plan. Clark resolutely continued, "Risking lives to protect the Byeosun, Manhattan, and Sao Paulo, no matter what, so long as we reach the nest, we will win." He threatened everyone below, "All humanity will be wiped out if you fail to protect those 3 capital ships." Hearing Clark Miller's words, everyone fell silent. An oppressive hush descended. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the front, drawing everyone's attention. The voice declared loudly, to everyone's surprise, "Akroma will take the front line." Next came the captain of the Benin Association, who announced that Benin would also stand shoulder to shoulder on the front line. Everyone was astonished at their bravery. The Akroma captain said solemnly that every Akroma warrior was ready to give their lives. Their homeland had apparently been destroyed. They were truly pitiable. The captain continued, "We have nowhere left to return to. What could be more terrifying than that?" All Akroma fighters were ready to sacrifice without fear. The captain went on to express his wish. "We have only one request of the survivors. Remember our sacrifice." His eyes starting to glisten as he added, "Please let the Akroma wanderers live like ordinary humans." Moved by his words, Clark vowed, "New York will remember," etched in stone. Kana quickly answered that Byeosun swore the same oath. Mao also loudly declared that Oasis Port would carry out the promise. The captain bowed his head in respectful thanks to everyone. He had no further wishes and was ready to go to battle. "That is all we ask," he said. By nightfall, the ships began to set sail. They rutted their weapons, but spirits were not eager. There was a lingering sadness. Sonia loaded around while grumbling, "This plan is cruel. I can't believe we're doing this." She added under her breath for a touch of humor. The soldiers complained to each other, "I don't get why you all follow Clark. None of you ever complained before. He treats us like pawns, didn't he?" Tara snorted and said, "We all know Clark can be ruthless." She turned to the others and asked, "Do you really think being merciful will help us kill the sea beasts?" She said seriously, "If you lose comrades because of some soft-hearted captain who can't bring himself to strike, you'll understand why Clark deserves to be leader. New York still stands because of Clark's decisiveness." She frowned in defense of him. "His methods may be harsh, but he's always right. Clark is a brilliant leader." Sonia sneered at those words, mocking, and thinking he's also an idiot who doesn't know how to pick his words. Clark once belittled Sonia's skills, saying they're like crap, which made Sonia furious. She shouted, "What did you say?" His remarks made Sonia hard to like. Uka pondered for a moment and somewhat agreed. "Yeah, the guy can be a real idiot sometimes." Seeing Uka betray the captain, Tara growled his name. Sonia curled her lip and said, "Tara, Uku, stay alive, okay?" Sonia then took Tara's hand herself and added, "And never show your face to me again." Tara's eyes clouded with confusion. She made a small sound, but she still held Sonia's hand. Sonia looked at the shy Tara and smiled. Tara hesitated, then spoke awkwardly. Outside, the crane was working at full capacity. It was slowly hauling the robot onto the ship. They watched the robot being lifted aboard. The black-hooded man asked Dr. Foyd if he was ready. The doctor replied immediately, "I've been waiting for this moment for a long time." The black-hooded man added, "We're only here to observe, not to write it, you know." Old Foyd continued, "I've studied sea beasts my whole life. Not a day goes by that I don't think about them." His eyes were full of expectation. He said, "I can't believe there's a day I'll actually see their nest like this." He was so excited he couldn't hold back, shouting, "This is truly the best day of my life." In room B3, someone was still focused on installing Brune's arm. Also present was Lord Sting, in charge of repairing Brune's equipment. When he finished, he took off his glasses and said, "Brune, okay, try moving around." Brune was quite pleased that the glove's weight had become much lighter. He said with delight, Amazing, it's been designed much lighter. Lord Exton looked at Brune and warned, using full power could tear your shoulder, be careful. Brune seemed unconcerned by the warning, he scoffed. Then he quickly started the engine and yelled at full throttle. Continuous punches were thrown with formidable force. Brune stared intently at the glove. Despite Lord Uxton's continued admonitions, told you to be careful, Brun's face was full of excitement. He said, this is my last chance to slaughter sea beasts, at least I have to prepare a bit. Cut to the kitchen, where a pot of fragrant soup was boiling vigorously. Mal looked at the cook and asked, I assume those not fighting will return to the island, right? The old man gently called Mao's name, smiling kindly, then said, this may be the last time I see the workers, so at least I want to cook for them myself. If I hesitate, I'll regret it. Mao sighed, then, feeling regretful, seemed to remember something. With determination, Mao declared, I'll regret it if I don't confess my feelings to Kana. The cook was startled by that and cried, what? He tried to stop Mao, saying, no, you'll regret it. For God's sake, things will go wrong. Hearing this, Mao, heartbroken, burst into tears and asked why. Kana was standing on the ship's balcony, staring into the distance. Suddenly, a mother bird brought worms back for her chicks. Their nest was right on the deck above. Kana followed the mother bird with her eyes. Then, moved with pity, she said, you two are being pulled into this war. Without knowing anything at all. She had been waiting for this day for a long time, since that fateful year. At 14, she lost all her relatives, caused by those sea beasts. She always thought her life had turned to smoke, and those damn creatures still stubbornly existed. That made her so bitter she became numb, unwilling to talk to anyone and indifferent to life or death. All she did was kill sea beasts. She even contemplated death without regret. But she realized something seemed to be changing. She no longer felt only hate. From some moment on, she truly wanted to live. Even Kana herself wasn't sure when or why the light inside her began to shine. But she now hungered for life more than ever, perhaps ever since Lutta stopped crying all night after Kana held her. Or since those two children stayed up nights to care for her. She had risked her life to save those two kids, taking the brunt of attacks and stray bullets for them. Even though in the end, she was the one who got rescued. Suddenly, Buddha stepped up, cutting through Kana's drifting thoughts. He wore a sleek black wetsuit like a diver, holding a yellow jacket, and called, Kana. Kana looked at Boda and thought it was all thanks to him. It was Boda. Boda draped the yellow jacket over Kana and asked if she was cold. Dawn was still a little way off, so why not rest for a bit? Kana quietly replied, I don't want to let myself relax and sleep. Hearing that, Buddha quickly said, then I'll stay up with you. We'll keep vigil until morning then. Elsewhere, Clark Miller was training with his familiar weapon. Each swing was razor sharp. He sliced a dummy clean in two, which pleased him greatly. A knock suddenly sounded at Brune's door. It was Sonia coming to see him. Sonia looked at him with a confident expression. Then she smiled broadly and said, I choose you. Which left Brune utterly puzzled about what part of the story she was on, so he just made a dumbfounded face. He blushed a little hearing Sonia, since it sounded somewhat like a confession. Back with Boda and Kana, the sun was gradually breaking through the clouds. Dawn was rising over the open sea. Boda asked casually, we'll get to see this beautiful view again tomorrow, right? Kana, standing beside him, answered without hesitation, yes, we'll rescue little Lita and return to our beloved home. The sunrise made every scene blaze with light, the colors of faith and hope. Buddha turned around, looked straight into Kana's eyes and said, thank you. He also pleaded, please survive no matter what happens. Boda's words surprised Kana immensely. Her pupils dilated. Was this a proposal? No, this was a vow to fight. Young birds will eventually leave the nest and fly on their own wings, and will fly far, far away. Kana looked at Boda and said, don't do anything dangerous. Promise me you'll survive, her voice showing a little worry for him. She raised her voice, you must promise. But before Boda could reply, the whistle blew and the captain's announcement rang out. They will begin the final battle. Good luck to everyone. The laborers and the civilians of the associations, take your positions. With the spirit, ready to fight, their target is the sea beast nest ahead. And the great battle officially begins. It opens with the scene of the dark seabed, with shipwrecks floating, those battered vessels that met their end in this terrifying place. Dr. Foyd pressed his face against the glass and said, over there is the death ship, or you could call it the graveyard of ships, and the scene that once appeared in my dreams. He asked the captain to slow down because he couldn't see clearly, but the captain snapped, we're not out sightseeing, understood. They passed the wrecks and sailed straight toward a glowing pink area. Beneath the ship were eggs and strange, disgusting structures. The ship flew straight into the center of this radiant pink zone. In the middle was something like the anus of a whale, as the captain had stated. Dr. Foyd beside him, full of indignation, said, you bastard, how can you spout such base words while gazing at something this wondrous? The ship fired the routing device. Then from the hull, a device was launched into the water. It went straight into the nest at the center. It embedded into the nest surface and emitted a beeping signal. Back to the flagship of the Busan Association. A sailor reported to the black-bearded bearded captain that we have an exact fix on the nest, sir. The captain nodded. They did it. And announced the destination was 12,000 m away. Everyone increased speed by 5 knots. The fleet rode the waves straight toward the coordinates shown on the locator. Under the sun's light, the seamen looked up at the sky and begged for more sunshine. Please, more sun, just a bit more. They turned back to Dr. Fudd. The captain asked him if he thought they could win. What if we launched torpedoes at that thing now? But Dr. Foyd asserted firmly that even if a volcano erupted, it probably wouldn't budge that thing. Nothing can wreck it. The captain decided to return to base because he didn't want to linger in this dangerous bomb field, despite Dr. Foyd's obvious reluctance. Suddenly from behind, a sea monster lunged to attack. It bit into the ship's stern, causing the vessel to list. Then it crashed into a wrecked hull. Right below, the captain fired repeatedly, hitting the sea monster at such close range so it couldn't dodge and was shot full of holes. The creature was flung away from the ship with a howl. Only then did Dr. Fudd and the captain breathe a sigh of relief. But not for long. The pink area suddenly burst into light, like a flame burning at the heart of the ocean. Thousands upon thousands of sea monsters rose from that nest, blanketing the surface, a sight both majestic and skin-crawling. They screamed and roared, shaking a vast stretch of space. Dr. Fudd couldn't help but be astonished at what he saw. Could those beasts? How many of them could there possibly be after all? The captain noticed they were moving east, which was also the direction of our main force. The Byasan Association fleet and the other associations kept on course straight for the nest, only 10,000 m from the destination. When they were 9,000 m from the nest, on the radar, signals appeared from many unidentified objects moving ahead. Nothing else, those were the ferocious sea monsters. They gathered into a colossal swarm, obeying the nestmaster's command to advance, each one bearing teeth sharp as blades, pale milky eyes and huge bodies in every grotesque color imaginable. They swam relentlessly toward the fleet, layer upon layer, tailing one another in a massive surge. Whether on the ocean's surface or beneath it, mutated sea monsters filled every level. Some sprouted sharp horns, others had cavernous mouths. The Queen Sea Monster sent out the transmission signal. Advance, and wipe out humanity for me. The Queen's face in the central nest was deathly pale, her eyes blood-red and terrifying. The black-bearded captain ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The number of sea monsters was beyond counting, and their ferocity and bloodthirst couldn't be measured either. The battle has begun. The fleet halted and formed an arc with Akrumah's ship in the center, while waves of sea monsters surged from the distance like endless tsunamis rolling in. Some soldiers couldn't help but feel fear at the sight. Though they raised their guns to fight, their bodies still trembled. They were completely outnumbered and outmatched. The Akrumah commander shouted out, "Brothers, we are honored to stand in ranks beside you." Hearing that, Akrumah's soldiers slowly regained composure, though sweating from what lay before them, and replied, "We're honored to stand with you in this life-or-death moment." The commander looked at them fondly. Then loudly and clearly he called, "Akrumah Legion, take their lives in exchange for our losses. The time to sound the alarm has arrived. And fight." They opened fire and rained down volleys of bullets toward the sea monsters charging forward with ferocity. That rain of fire partly thinned their numbers and slowed the sea monsters' advance. It may not hold for long, but it could halt their momentum for a moment. Every single second was precious. The tidal wave of sea monsters towered twice as high as the association's ships. The gunfire couldn't hold them back forever, and what must come comes. The sea monsters surged en masse onto the vessel. Ships and monsters became a chaotic tangle. If you didn't look closely, all you'd see was a sea of monsters. No ships, no people. The frenzied monsters slammed into the boats and thrashed, spraying white foam across the boats pitched and lurched under the onslaught of the sea monsters. The violent swell made it impossible for some to stay on their feet. The soldiers persisted, firing into the mass of sea monsters and inflicting a significant amount of damage. A few monsters thrashed and climbed onto the decks, making the ship bob like a rice cake, sometimes up, sometimes down in the surf. Some vessels had their sterns crushed by packs of sea monsters, raising the bows skyward like banana plants sprouting from the ocean. The soldiers standing inside the enclosures of metal bars kept firing at the monsters, but those steel cages could not hold under the monsters' savage assault for long. One used its claws and tore off part of the iron cage with its hands, and taking advantage charged, bit into the soldier standing right in front of it. Several ships sank deep into the ocean as the mother sea monsters embraced them once more. Comrades were attacked and torn apart before Akrumah's captain's eyes, yet he stubbornly kept his gun raised, fighting the beasts though his body bled and was wounded. Despite witnessing the comrades' tragedies, comrades dying right before his eyes. But now he had to fight to wrest life back from the sea monsters and to fulfill his mission for the world. Pinned under oil drums, after the monsters thrashed and sent the barrels crashing onto him, The captain quickly stood up and shouted for a crummo and fired at the barrels filled with flammable material, the ship's fuel essentially. Bullets struck and the fuel drums went boom, igniting. The neighboring barrels in the ship exploded. This was their sacrificial move to seize victory. They lived and died as gloriously as they could. They threw themselves into the fray and went down with those damned sea monsters. Now only 5,000 M remained to the Queen's Nest. Boda stood on the Busan Association's ship, looking ahead as waves carrying sea monsters surged toward the vessels and the brave comrades fighting out front. The thud of explosions, the rattle of gunfire, fires burning across the sea, and towering black smoke were erupting ahead. Everyone was using their very bones and blood to carve a path. So Buddha quietly thought this battle must not be lost and must succeed at any cost. The lead ships fell one after another, and the front line was completely shattered. The frenzied sea monsters swam on, pressing toward the fleets behind. Clark Miller shouted out, "Hit them!" The swarms of sea monsters surged forward and attacked the Manhattan ship, scratching and clawing at the ship's railings, with razor-sharp claws trying to climb aboard and attack everyone on deck. The soldiers began pouring fire into the climbing monsters, clinging to the ship's side. They obeyed Clark Miller's order to aim true, continuously firing to kill the sea monsters. Even with continuous volleys, they only thinned the horde slightly. One wave died and another climbed up, tailing each other like an endless stream. This place was surrounded by sea monsters, and a soldier cried out in panic, unable to contain his terror. A sea monster rammed into the corridor where the soldiers were firing, breaking that section of the walkway. Many were flung into the void and fell into the sea where the monsters waited below. They opened their grotesque maws, teeth like saws, and tore apart the falling soldiers. The purple-haired woman yelled, "It's too crowded, Kana, signal the others to move." But Kana said now is not the right moment. They needed to hold them off a little longer. Yet more and more of them kept pouring in. No matter how much they shot, it wasn't enough. On the Sao Paulo Association's side, the sea monsters had crawled up onto the corridor where people stood to fire their guns. Someone shouted that Sao Paulo was in danger, and Kana also called out now. She fired a flare into the high sky. The flare scattered in all directions with a blazing message, an agreed action signal. The ship simultaneously dumped barrels filled with a black substance, very likely oil, into the ocean, ensuring the monsters couldn't avoid getting coated. They slicked through that jet black liquid. Then from the ships, everyone used flamethrowers to ignite the black slick. The waters around the vessels became a sea of fire on the ocean surface. The sea monsters writhed in 100-degree heat and were burned to death, leaving only skeletons behind. The plan proved very effective because it was quick and annihilated large numbers of the sea monsters. Each sea monster screamed in the sea of flame, a bit melodramatic but effective. Their colors charred, then sank to the ocean floor, returning to dust and sand. Thick black smoke rose, and the acrid smell made the sea feel like it was boiling. The ships cut through the fires and the charred remains of the sea monsters to continue their voyage. They had 3,000 meters left to go, to the Queen's Nest, where the leader of these sea monsters waited, and where everything would end. An observer reported hearing the roar of a Basra. On hearing that, the captain hurriedly asked, "Right beneath Sao Paulo." The sea surface blazing. The Basra rose up, then crashed down onto Sao Paulo, shredding a huge section of the ship. Oil gushed from a pipeline and caught fire, instantly putting Sao Paulo on the scoreboard, meaning it was done for. Sao Paulo had been taken down. After its strike, the Basra pressed on toward Manhattan. Clark Miller ordered to drop 2 bomb canisters. The Basra was still too nimble for its gigantic bulk. It weaved like a street boxer and dodged most of the blasts, well, most of them. In the end, it still took 1 hit and was seriously wounded. Not long after, it resurfaced again, mouth agape. Its jaws opened, full of sharp teeth. They glowed briefly, then fired in unison like bullets, raking the Manhattan ship. Just after they dodged it, the first volley, and Clark Miller saw the gigantic maw right in front of him. He dashed to one side to avoid the terrible bite that would have eaten a large part of the ship. The smaller monsters followed the breach and surged inside. The slaughter began again. Everywhere the monsters gained the upper hand. Even if Clark Miller fought like a demon, he couldn't finish off the horde. They were slowly sinking the Manhattan, preparing to make it their next meal. They didn't stop there but kept pulling toward Busan, including the Basra itself. The flamethrowers were primed and ready to be unleashed at any moment. But this move had been read by the Basra. It opened its mouth again and blasted a deafening shot toward the gun muzzles, aiming to wipe out humanity's last weapons. If they couldn't hold Busan, it would all be over. 150 meters underwater, the Basra coiled its trunk into a spear and accelerated upward, planning to turn Busan into a graveyard. But at that moment, another gigantic maw lunged in and scored a hit on it, ripping off a chunk of its lip in the tug-of-war. Everyone was stunned. What the heck, a Gordic under the sea? After getting hooked once, the Basra was furious. Then the Gordic rammed straight into it, toward Busan. The two then fell into the water and tangled together. The Gordic charged with a blow. The Basra didn't take it lying down either. He coiled his tail and struck back. The pain multiplied. Angrily it turned back. It bit off the upper half of the Basra and tore it apart, sending its old comrade to the afterlife. It bit off the upper half of the Basra and tore it apart, sending its old comrade to the afterlife. Why would the Gordic kill the Basra? Indeed, Boda's eyes confirmed it. On the sea there stood a figure both familiar and strange. It was Lita. She'd evolved another step and had tamed the Gordic under her command. Lita stood there, looked at Kana and Boda and smiled. This is humanity's final weapon. Lita is here. You're dead meat this time. At last the queen had waited for the girl to appear. It ordered the sea monsters to kill Lita, the monsters that had been slaughtering humanity. Upon receiving the order, they abandoned everything and charged off. They lunged toward Lita. Thanks to that, the Manhattan managed to save a few lives. Lita watched the monsters surge forward. Her face showed no hint of fear. To Buddha's cry of run, she answered, no, I won't run anymore. Boda, I've been in dark caves all this time. I did that even though I missed you terribly. And lonely and scared, but I won't do that anymore, Boda. I will become brave. Buddha said that Lita herself was the queen's real target. She wanted to kill the girl, and it's true. That's why Lita came here. Now Boda's group go to the queen, leave the rest of the monsters to Lita to handle. Why? Because she didn't come alone. The Gordic leapt into the pack of little monsters. It started partying wildly. One chomp and a whole bunch were dead. It was a one-sided slaughter. Like Flo in full gear carving up the Crest squad, really. But with their numbers so huge. Countless sea monsters still surged at Lita. Was she afraid of being hit? Without that fatty thigh, didn't you lot realize where half the ocean's remaining monsters were hiding? Immediately, monsters behind Lita also began surfacing in dense numbers, pushing through and charging at the other group. A brawl erupted. Who could doubt it now? Not just Byasin and Oasis, Lita had become humanity's miracle. 300M, 200M. The captain ordered the bomb bay doors opened. Prepare to commence the bombardment. The queen below screeched in fury, calling them traitors. Meanwhile, the sea monkey and Dr. Foyd, seeing the situation was grim, were still hiding underwater and couldn't surface. Now they saw the huge tentacles churning and coiling. They pulsed and pumped into the egg. Then from it the queen emerged in full form. In the bomb bay, everyone was rapidly making final preparations. The door had been opened halfway, and of course it couldn't go that smoothly. From below the water, tentacles shot up and pierced the bay, none other than the queen's tentacles. Giant suckers jabbed and prodded everywhere. Then sticky secretions spread out like Tekka's glue. Even more like vines, white and clinging, they covered the bomb bay and stopped the door from falling. Brune shouted for everyone to stand back, he'll open it. But open what, when the queen had already risen behind them? It looked like a tree with roots spreading all around, no legs at all. Not like any sea monster they'd seen. A laborer was hurled hard into a bulkhead by the creature. Blood sprayed everywhere. It splattered all over the workers, including Boda. He looked at the beast with a face full of righteous fury. The creature was green, crowned with many horns, a wide mouth full of razor teeth, and countless tentacles around it. Boda and Kana stood before it, ready to fight this fiend to the death. Brune and the others slammed into the wall, lay aching and motionless. Kana couldn't bear to see her comrades gravely wounded by the monster. She began to counterattack. Kana leapt up, about to let out a battle cry. Her eyes blazing red, she screamed, "You plastic pig, you're dead." The monster watched the small girl charging at it with her sword. It grinned eerily, then moved the lower tentacles. To block Kana, the tentacles wrapped tightly around her body. The beast did not spare Boda either. It held him fast so he couldn't move. With a single strike, the ship was pierced and wrapped by the queen's long, thick tentacles, causing the vessel to shudder, throwing up waves and creating large, obvious ripples near the hull. The creature's tentacles were trying to destroy the ship. They punched holes here and there, a thinking monster indeed, aiming to let seawater flood in and sink the ship. Residents and workers were being attacked by the tentacles. They were desperately running forward. Kana still couldn't break free from the tangle of tentacles. Everyone on the Jersey, seeing the Byasin crew under attack, went into combat readiness. If the creature moves near their ship. Clark Miller watched the Byasin Association. Were being ravaged and surrounded by the monster's tentacles when he realized it was the queen. The entire ship had been wrapped by those tentacles both outside and in. Tentacles big and small had coiled around everything on the boat. The laborers hiding behind a wall trembled. They spoke as if they'd lost all hope. The Byasin Association, our last hope. The captain stared at the ship's controls in angry frustration and said, "We've lost control of the ship. We can't steer it anymore. Damn it, the monster has seized the whole vessel with its tentacles. Now it's dragging this Byasin down." Kana and Brune were pinned to two large rocks on the ship, with no strength left to escape. The more they struggled, the tighter its tentacles wound around them. Gongtia Park and Sonya hid to one side, waiting for the right moment to act. Gongtia Park looked at the things in front of him and asked, "What are these tentacles?" Sonya glanced at the monster and replied they were produced by that thing. Hearing that, Gongta Park glared at the creature with pure hatred and disgust. The monster facing Kana smiled with satisfaction at having seized their ship Byasin. It spoke, "The Narissa cells within me always remind me to pity humanity, even if it brings no benefit. That's why I've been watching humans all along." Kana's head was full of confusion. The name Narissa kept repeating in her mind. She didn't know what or who Narissa was. How could that name influence this freakish queen? The queen had another body, one that looked human, a little girl. That girl had witnessed the president's speech aboard the Busan. She told Kana that humanity only proves itself ugly and selfish, deceiving and slaughtering one another for their own gain. Humanity digs to the ocean's depths, threatens our nest, commits countless horrors, and ultimately destroys everything. It glared at Kana with bitter hatred and smiled maniacally. Humanity is merely a parasitic species destroying our mother planet. My pity ran out when Lita dared to come back and confront me. Kana's face went pale when she learned Lita had protected them by fighting this vicious monster. The queen had its target, it continued. You will not escape annihilation. I will absorb Lita as well. Then I will remake the world with no trace of humanity. My children will live in a pure world, the monster declared with firm, gleeful certainty about its plan. Kana glared at it and retorted fiercely. Don't be deluded, you won't get that. For the fallen workers, I will kill you no matter the cost. Hearing this, the monster flew into a rage and slammed its massive tentacle against the bulkhead and squeezed Kana as if wringing water from her clothes. It sneered in contempt. What can you do with such a frail body? All bark and no bite. It tightened its grip, causing her pain but not dimming her resolve. She answered with the faith and solidarity of warriors. It's not me, it's us. The monster, distracted while talking to Kana, didn't notice a familiar figure rushing in from behind. It was Boda, Kana's close friend. Boda took a running leap and drove his sword hard into the back of the monster's neck. The sword sank deep into the creature's body, making it roar in agony as green goo sprayed from its body with each strike, each stab sending it more pain than before. Boda showed no mercy. He yanked the sword free and delivered a clean decapitation blow. Boda clung to the queen's body and bounced back. He rescued Kana with a powerful stroke, severing one of the monster's tentacles in two. Gongtia Park, who had been hiding to one side, seized the opportunity and leapt out. He smashed the creature's head with his staff, leaving a dent. He moved in to free Brune from the tentacles. Brune broke free and lunged at the monster with blazing eyes. Brune charged straight at the creature. He gathered all his strength into his hand and landed a punch that broke its front teeth. After a barrage of assaults, the massive monster finally. Brune, not yet finished with his rage, shouted, "Take this." Just as he was about to launch another beating, the scene before him froze Brune in surprise. The monster's cells were multiplying and growing. The severed neck was knitting itself back together through the linking of its cells. In less than a few seconds, the monster had revived. Its neck was whole again as if never cut. The creature kept regenerating. The dent Gungta Park had made in its head was already filling in. It sneered at the tiny humans beneath it and said, "Try to kill me." Boda was furious to see the creature not only survive but grow stronger. The monster stood before them, declaring, "I'm an infinite entity." Sunya spat insults at the creature, calling it a fiend. The monster smiled grotesquely and pleasantly said, "This is what you brought on yourselves. Soon enough, you and your ragged ships will sink to the seafloor, feel despair, and die slow, painful deaths." Boda couldn't stand it. He yelled at it, "Shut up." With the faith of a laborer bearing responsibility for this ship, Boda declared, "It will not sink. Everyone is counting on us. They're all looking to us. We won't lose, we won't give up. We will surely win and continue living together. Leda will come back to us, back to our home, back to Biasen, so we cannot lose. We will triumph." The monster, hearing Boda, became insanely enraged. It directed its tentacles to strike the workers, who nimbly dodged, making the creature's attacks ineffective. Boda shouted to everyone, "Charge." Hearing the call, everyone surged forward, each determined to slay the monster. Boda leapt up and cleaved one of its tentacles in half. But that did not wound the monster. Its tentacles would regrow as soon as they were severed. Kana also rushed in and struck the monster with all her might. But the result was no different from Boda's. The monster simply grew a new tentacle to replace the old one. Sunya saw that and knew it wasn't the way. It was regenerating faster than they could hack it. Brune shouted, "Eradicate it at the root. That's the only way to stop it from regenerating." Having said that, he ran toward the monster with his two steel hands charged to maximum energy. Brune intended to attack it from below. The monster was not easy to subdue either. It raised the lower tentacles, and countless smaller tentacles sprouted from them. The laborers watched in astonishment. Then the creature fired those small tentacles toward them. Blood sprayed everywhere again. It splattered over everyone. Boda wondered once more which side would win this fight. Some of those tentacles pierced Boda's hand and the other laborers. Brune, standing nearby, couldn't avoid it either. He looked at the tentacles and asked Boda, "What are these things?" Gunta Park was skewered through the abdomen. He howled in pain. The monster, seeing humans in pain, laughed with glee at its attack. Boda gritted his teeth, pulled the sharp tentacles embedded in his hand free. advanced on the creature and yelled, "Die." Boda used his sword to slice those spikes in two and said, "These thorns won't stop us." Kana ignored her wounds and rushed forward, cutting through the tentacles with force. The two of them united, cut them all down, but as before, the tentacles regenerate. Kana said, "We have to sever the main trunk so they can't regrow." Brushing off the thorns stuck in him, Brune shouted to Boda and Kana, "Let me open a path." The monster sneered, "Still too slow." Then it gathered the single tentacles into a large cluster and kept battering them. If they didn't react quickly, they could be killed by this assault. Brune skillfully dodged it. He kept closing in on the monster while its tentacles thickened to block his path. Brune, determined, kept pushing forward. His iron hand severed countless tentacles. The monster sensed the danger and unleashed even more. This time, no matter how agile, Brune couldn't dodge because of the close range. Brune was pierced through the thigh by tentacles. He was in such pain he nearly collapsed, but because of his duty, Brune fought on with full vigor. He advanced toward the monster, smashing apart those deadly tentacles. He successfully cleared the way for the two teammates behind him. Kana and Boda exchanged a signal with each other. The monster, seeing the enemy right at its feet, panicked. They didn't give it long to react. Kana and Boda charged together, each attacking one side to strike the main trunk. It was almost split in two. The two gathered momentum and lunged again to finish it off. While focused on attacking that spot, they failed to notice. The monster used a giant tentacle like an arrow, hurtled and slammed Boda and Kana into the wall. Sonya and Gongtia Park cried out anxiously, "Boda, Kana." The monster's face shifted from a smug grin to one of agony. It said, "Too close." The creature's body was regenerating again. Its parts were knitting back together. Brune couldn't let this happen. He rushed in like a gust of wind. The impact rang out as Brune drove his spiked steel hand into the creature's center where Boda and Kana's cuts had missed, and the beast roared. Its muscle ridges tore apart under Brune's punch. He shouted with vigor, "Crush it to pieces." The monster howled in pain. It countered. Massive tentacles sprouted sharp barbs like terrifying, lethal weapons. It swung down at Brune's head but failed. Brune sliced hard and took that bludgeoning limb off. The ruthless monster unleashed a vicious move, directing the tentacles from the floor to stab upward. The tentacles turned into sharp spikes that pierced Brune's chest. Blood seeped from those sharp spikes. Brune endured to the point of coughing up blood. Sonya and Boda, seeing this, screamed out, calling Brune's name, hoping he would stay conscious. The group's rage ignited as they watched their comrade mauled. They furiously hacked at the spiky tentacles spearing up from the ground. The monster continued to control its tentacles, driving them up to stab at their legs to pin them down. Then it would use other, larger tentacles to deliver a really powerful from above, as if wanting to crush the workers. Boda was hurled away in agony. His head slammed hard onto the ground. The monster coiled around Brune and hoisted him up. By then he had no strength left to resist and was likely about to leave his comrades. The monster looked at Brune's condition, sneered contemptuously and said, "Humans are so weak, easily die just from a few holes in their bodies." Then it cruelly pulled the tentacles out of Brune and slammed him hard to the ground. Boda, full of hatred, glared at the monster. He forced himself up, gritted his teeth, and said, "I'll kill you." Sonya looked at Brune in pain, lying in a pool of blood on the cold floor. Her tears rolled down as she watched the one she loved leave. Choking, she asked, "Brune, have you sacrificed yourself?" The monster leaned down to mock Sonya's pain. It replied, "Yes, fight with all you have, endure all the pain, and in the end you're still just prey. Feel the patheticness of you humans, rot from your bones and die in despair." As it spoke, it closed in on Sonya. The small girl, anguished and frightened, fell. Then suddenly a tall figure strode forward at that call. The monster was stunned that someone would walk straight into the maw of death and dare to call it that. Clark Miller arrived looking like the poster boy ideal of New York's floating city. He stared at the monster with a sly grin and asked, "Are you the queen?" The creature bristled at the question, but it seemed this was the first time it had ever seen Clark Miller. Clark Miller looked at the monster with pure contempt and joked, waiting to tease it. "So how many holes do you have to get to die?" Kana, Sonya, and even Gongtia Park were surprised by his timely arrival. The monster, seeing someone reckless and unafraid of death, sneered, still yapping. Then it drove its sharp tentacles upward from the ground and shot straight toward him. Clark Miller stood calmly in place. With just a slight turn of his body, he could dodge them all. He acted like the six-star hero of New York floating city, slicing through those tentacles. Clark Miller, with no wasted motion, lunged at the monster. The monster sensed the danger and used its other, larger tentacles, intending to wrap around him, but it had underestimated the six-star hero. Clark Miller spun and cut those tentacles into pieces. He flipped with a Santo move in midair, lining up his aim at the monster's body, where Boda and Kana had left cuts behind. Clark Miller landed exactly where his sword had already struck the creature's body. It screamed in agony, but Clark Miller still hadn't finished it off. Its thousand-layered hide meant his cut hadn't gone deep enough. Standing on the monster, he tried to pull his sword free to give it another blow, and the creature switched to defense, shooting out blades like tentacles from its underside. A tentacle stabbed Clark Miller in the shoulder, blood pouring down. He gritted his teeth against the pain, holding the tentacle tight with one hand. With his other hand, he used all his strength to pull the sword out and sliced fiercely, shredding the tentacle into pieces. Then the moment arrived. Clark Miller leapt high with his sharp sword and finished off the remaining part of the monster, its body cleft in two. It howled in unending pain. The monster had nowhere left to grip and toppled to the ground. Sonya shouted joyfully, "He did it, he did it." The monster was still alive and spat curses, "You brat." Karma struck its rude mouth immediately. Clark Miller threw his sword like a sharp arrow, piercing straight into the monster's forehead. Green slime splattered everywhere. Clark Miller leapt into the air like a superhero, then dove down onto its head, driving his sword hard into the creature's skull. It writhed in pain. Clark Miller was determined to finish off this pest. He gripped the sword so it wouldn't slip, staring at the monster with fierce resolve. The monster still tried to struggle. Two of its tentacles were parallel to Clark Miller's body, and those two tentacles regrew. Sharp spikes on them stabbed into him. Clark Miller couldn't react in time and was counterattacked. Unluckily, two spikes pierced Clark Miller's chest and he cried out in pain. Clark Miller, skewered by the tentacles, fell backward. He kicked hard against the monster, using all his strength to pull the sword lodged in its brow free. Next came a gorgeous flip from him, and Clark Miller sliced the tentacles cleanly apart. The monster's head split in two as Clark Miller pulled his sword. Green slime sprayed down like rain and it bellowed again. The monster refused to lose. If it died, it would take its killer with it, so its body sprouted larger, sharper spikes. They shot straight up through Clark Miller's body. They pinned him in midair. This time Clark Miller endured excruciating pain. His tortured scream was pitiful indeed. With eyes full of hatred, the monster vowed to wipe out anything in its way and slaughter what offended it. The sword, loyal to its master Clark Miller, wouldn't let him die like that. Clark Miller used his spin skill, cutting all the spikes, pinning him and launching himself free. Like a gust of wind, he surged forward, using the long-handled sword to cleave the monster in two from top to bottom. Clark Miller shouted, declaring, "I'm the hunter here." Afterward, he collapsed from exhaustion, still impaled by spikes. Blood flowed endlessly from those wounds, yet Clark Miller forced himself up like a warrior. The monster howled in helpless rage, utterly defeated. Clark Miller looked at it with the smug grin of a victor and said, "See, I'm the winner." The ground had become a pool of this brave warrior's blood. Clark Miller's two teammates, worried for him, rushed over. Sonya and Gongtia Park, astonished and overjoyed, cried, "We've won." A green sack on the monster's belly contained a hand that looked human. Clark Miller stared at it. On closer inspection, it was a monster embryo with fully formed limbs, the baby creature glaring at him. Then Clark Miller was suddenly impaled from behind by three long tentacles. The unexpected strike left him with no time to brace. Clark Miller fell and coughed up blood. I cried out in worry, shouting his name, Clark. Clark Miller was gradually lifted high off the ground by those tentacles. He no longer had the strength to resist. The monster hoisted him as if to swallow him whole, feeding him to its unborn offspring. Though split in two, the brood mother still managed to whisper each word, "I am infinite." It used its tentacles to siphon Clark Miller's energy and blood. It did this to accelerate its regeneration. Clark Miller began to be invaded. Veins on his face turned the monster's purple color as he cried out in agonizing pain. The nutrients sucked from Clark Miller were fed directly to the embryo, for the baby monster to absorb. Clark Miller was stubborn. He wouldn't die in a way that benefited this creature. His face set in determination. He shouted, "The only thing that can kill me." Before he finished, he used his last strength to spin, gripping his sword tight. He thrust straight into the egg sac where the baby monster nested. The sword pierced the sack and drove into the unborn creature's chest. Clark Miller smiled with satisfaction and finished his interrupted line, "It's me." The creature inside the egg sac screamed in hopeless, agonized pain. Then there was a huge explosion. All the nearby eggs detonated as well. Everyone was blasted away by the shockwave. Tara and Uku scrambled to their feet and searched for Clark Miller to see if he had survived the blast. Clark Miller gripped his sword tightly, kneeling on the ground, his body covered in wounds, his face vacant. Tara rushed to him, calling his name over and over. She ran up and touched his shoulder. Clark Miller's body shattered and scattered into pieces. Only the armor remained, and the sword fell to the ground. Tara couldn't hold back her tears. In her hands now was Clark Miller's broken skeleton. He had sacrificed himself to save them all. Boda and Kana stood in stunned silence at the death of New York Floating City's six-star hero. But it wasn't over yet. Inside one of the monster's eggs, the green slime inside suddenly moved, then spurted up like a fountain. Everyone stared in shock. Before Tara and Uku, a hand pushed up out of the liquid, not wanting to keep them waiting. The monster hatched. It had been impaled by Clark Miller's blade. Its body was growing limbs and the juvenile monster was forming and developing. Bizarrely, one leg was a human foot while the other was monstrous. All the workers gaped in disbelief, from sheer astonishment. Within seconds, the monster had formed a head resembling a human's. 5 seconds later, that human shape twisted into a grotesque form, a creature with large purple eyes. Everyone was stunned by its appearance of this newly formed monster. It shifted into another look, half monster, half human, skin as white as Christmas snow, which oddly amplified its handsomeness. The monster acted tough, slicking its lips and gazing at them seductively. Its hair styled in a trendy heartthrob sweep, the monster spoke. This material gives a different feeling, truly. Feeling a chill standing before it, one of the workers asked if the brood mother had just absorbed Clark Miller. Tara faced the brood mother, voice furious. How dare you do that to Miller? The brood mother turned to her, frowned, and replied, Miller, this is the name of that material, is it? Though I have worn many identities, I cannot erase Narusa's wish trapped in my mind. That very wish shook my will. My mind was bound by Narusa. Narusa is Boda and Lita's mother. She used her heart to touch the monsters, and they were bound by her kind heart. Now the creature's eyes seemed completely different. There was no compassion left. The monster continued, but thanks to this material, Narusa's wish is no longer in me. This freedom makes me a sower of fear. The monster tilted its head to the sky, enjoying being itself. Then it grinned a sinister smile, making everyone hear it speak, break out in cold sweat and fear. The monster looked at the people before it and terrorized them. I will eat you piece by piece. This entire ocean will be drowned in a sea of blood. When it finished speaking, it was as if its organs had been activated from the ocean floor. Bubbles began to rise. Then a root-like appendage of the sea monster appeared. The water was no longer calm, and everyone started to panic a bit. Sea spray shot at them like rain. Sonya, shaken, asked what's happening. The monster sneered with hidden meaning. It's begun to boil. The seeds are about to explode. The blazing red seed at the ocean's bottom was leaking. Air holes kept appearing. Kana knew they didn't have much time left. The ship was completely encircled by the monster's tentacles, and the bomber was no exception. Kana, thinking of the seed about to explode, told everyone how to minimize casualties and damage. We have to get rid of the bomb, do everything we can to destroy that gate. The gate was blocked by the monster's long, thick tentacles to stop any intruders. The monster casually withdrew Clark Miller's sword still lodged in its body, and spoke to them challengingly. Try if you will. The monster hooked the sword to its tentacle to use as a broken hilt, ready for battle. The monster stood before them and declared that no one would pass here, except the dead. Sonya looked at Brune lying cold on the floor, her heart wrenching. She turned her pain and sorrow into resolve and anger. Sonya held back tears, grit her teeth, readied herself, and said, I'm not afraid to die. Uku and I are not weak either. Full of hatred over Clark Miller's death, the two of them stepped forward. Boda, as a worker responsible for protecting others, looked at the monster without a shred of fear and said, I'll crush you and throw that bomb into your nest. The monster stared at the spirited group and said it didn't understand humans. Keep flailing like rats, even though it's obvious what's waiting for you is death. I'll kill you as you wish. The clash bomb against Monster and Boda marked the start of this bloody battle. The life-or-death confrontation began. Boda and the monster were both very pumped up, the two sides ready to charge at each other. Then Kana darted in from behind. She spun with a stylish move. The monster, fighting both of them for the first time, was slightly surprised and distracted, unsure who to strike first. Before it could decide, Kana delivered a powerful slash from behind. After skidding and scrambling, the monster finally came to a stop. One single launch sent it flying over 50 meters. It lunged at Kana at high speed and swung a powerful strike at her. Kana used both hands to block the slash as the monster pushed the sword up against her. Sonya, worried, called her name. Kana tried to shout orders. Everyone, go destroy the gate. Receiving the order, Sonya with Uku and Gongtia Park grabbed weapons and charged forward. To the monster's astonishment, Kana cleverly used a diversion. The monster fighting Kana had to stop. It turned toward the three and lunged to block them, but Boda stood in its way, trying to stop it from achieving its goal. Before Boda could land a strike, the monster's long, graceful legs, like a beauty queen's, delivered a stunning kick to his chest. He was flung through and crashed into the wall. The monster leapt high like a pole vaulter. It gathered momentum and swung a powerful blade to stop the three from breaching the gate. The force launched them off the ground. The monster glanced at the sword in its hand, pleased with the weapon. It spun the sword like Sun Wukong, twirling his Rui Jingu Bang. All at once, it fought all three of them, and gave each of them a slash. The sea surface was now violently churning. Lita felt that something was terribly wrong. The girl in the water worried about her brother Boda. Lost in thought, Lita didn't notice a monster behind her opening its jaws to reveal sharp teeth ready to swallow her. Luckily it missed, which alerted Lita. She spun around in terror and was shocked to see there were still so many monsters. Lita tried to swim as fast as she could. She told herself she had to lure them farther away. She couldn't let them get close to the Busan ship. Swimming at top speed, she feared they'd smell something they shouldn't. Lita stopped for a moment and called the monsters over to her, then said, "Look at me." The monsters, like starving beasts, swarmed toward her. Lita sprouted wings like a little fairy and waited for them to come close. Using her secret technique, Lita flashed lights from her wings. The glare, brighter than Krat's smile, blinded the monsters and made them scream. On the Busan ship, the monster stood blocking the gate, giving the three no chance to get inside. It stood proudly, weapon in hand, looking down at the feeble people before it. It had only just started moving, and already it had them covered in wounds. The monster, not having experienced a full fight, complained boredly. Boda took a run up and leapt at the monster, shouting loudly, "Shut up!" It deftly parried one of Boda's strikes. Suddenly, a rope with a hooked end was flung up. It wrapped tightly around its sword. I'm trying to pull it to take the weapon from the monster's hand. Taking advantage, Boda swung and the monster dodged, but its sword was severed. The monster lost momentum and tumbled over. It assumed the stance of a four-legged hunting beast. Aiming precisely at Tara, it charged and then rammed hard into her, sending Tara slammed into the wall. Unaware, the monster took a swing from Uku with a maul to its flank with no visible pain. The monster calmly turned to see who had struck it, then kicked him with a snarl, twisting his face. Smashed into the door. It grew even more vicious as it unleashed its finishing move, with a concentrated straight punch to the face. Despite Uku's large frame, he couldn't withstand it and was thrown dozens of meters backward. Next came Kana's attack. She slashed downward. With no weapon, the monster blocked the blow barehanded. Two cuts appeared on its hand, and greenish goo sprayed out wildly. Kana's eyes were resolute. She rushed in, swinging her sword in rapid succession at the monster. It used every part of its body to block each slash, and wherever it was struck, green slime spurted out. Kana, without mercy, severed its right and left arms with a single slash. The monster, furious, lunged to prevent Kana from striking again and delivered a powerful upward punch to her abdomen. Like the others before her, Kana was slammed straight into the wall. Boda was the next to fight the monster. He leapt high and swung down. Boda sliced at its left shoulder, trying to force it down. The monster, barehanded, caught the sword and wouldn't let it move an inch. Though it had lost arms, it still had tentacles. The monster transformed its arm into a tentacle and wrapped it around Boda's neck so he couldn't breathe. It pulled him up in front of itself and repeated Kana's strike on Boda, sending him flying backward. Just as Uncle Gongtia Park was rushing in, Boda was flung out, causing both of them to tumble to the ground. A sneak strike from behind, a sword pierced the monster's chest. It remained eerily calm and tilted its head back to see who had done it. Sanya, full of rage, drove the sword deep into its body. The monster reacted at lightning speed, using its tentacle, and spat a mouthful of blood at her. The spray shot out for dozens of meters. Sanya painfully sat up. Her gaze on the monster was like she wanted to eat it alive. She stood and rushed toward the monster. At that moment, loud explosions rang outside the ship. The seed was entering its fruiting phase, and about to explode. Dr. Foyd brought his underwater probe close to the seed. He knew it would soon detonate and wondered how they had placed the bomb had it failed. Using his transmitter, Dr. Foyd called into it. "What happened? Answer me, Kana." Boda. While they tried to contact Kana's group, the surveillance sub had to quickly avoid another burst of scalding steam from the hydrothermal vents around the nest. The situation grew urgent as the sea monkey radio crackled. "Brune, hurry and detonate it." Brune lay motionless in his own pool of blood. All he could still hear were mixed sounds at his ears and an overwhelming drowsiness. Who's making all that noise? Brune told himself he was exhausted. The miracle was that he was still alive, though it felt more like he was barely breathing. With blood loss this severe, he probably couldn't hold on much longer. Ahead of him, Kana and Boda were still fighting desperately. The clashing of their weapons rang out continuously. Even Brune's drifting mind could register that the tremors were from everyone battling. He knew he had to help them, but his body no longer obeyed. Brune's last spark of consciousness seemed to be dissolving into the deep darkness. But a shard of memory pulled him back. "I'll become a monster-slaying laborer," he had told Sanya the night they lay together before deployment. Sanya had been propped on one elbow, pondering his words and agreeing, "That nickname suits you. In 3 seconds you'll probably just be a laborer." Brune had smiled self-satisfied and teased her. "I haven't shown you all my skills yet. If I used everything now, we wouldn't be able to fight tomorrow." Saying that, his face flushed slightly. His expression turned serious and sincere as Brune told Sanya, "If we survive tomorrow." Before he could finish, Sanya covered his mouth with her lips. Sanya's finger gently stroked his cheek, tenderly. She looked deep into his eyes and softly asked, "Are you planning to stay in bed all day?" Though Sonya's mouth still held a smile, her eyes were full of sorrow as she told Brune it was time to get up. Then Brune opened his eyes. The first thing before him was the figure of the one he loved. But cruelly, when Sonya pulled him back from death, she herself died. She slumped, felled by the very sword she loved, driven into her chest. That sight struck hard into Brune's newly restored consciousness. He stared at her, eyes wide. Tears still fell from Sonya's unclosed eyes, mixing with the red streaks on her blood-smeared face. Brune screamed in agony and cried. He couldn't tell how long the battle had raged when suddenly a heavy thud slammed into the deck. It was the sound of an iron-gloved fist hitting the ship's floor. The combatants on both sides were immediately distracted by the noise, especially Kana. Kana and Boda both stared in surprise at the one who caused the shock. Brune was still alive, propping himself up, ready to fight. His eyes flashed with fury and resolve. Seizing the chance, Boda shouted, "Do it, Brune." Brune powered up his mechanical arm. He let out a cry as he unleashed maximum energy. He focused it all into a single punch, then twisted his body. The queen beast looked at him in panic, seemingly unable to act. Brune drove his punch straight into the door that held thousands of tons of bombs, where the queen's tentacles were wrapped. The blast from that single punch punched a hole through the iron door. Then it blew the whole door frame into the water. Along with it, thousands of bombs simultaneously fell into the sea. The queen screamed no. The falling bombs sank rapidly into the ocean. The queen could do nothing to stop humanity's move. But that heroic feat exhausted the last of Brune's meager strength. Blood from his wounds kept flowing, dropping with a drip onto the deck, which was covered in tentacles. Then he simply collapsed like that. Before he lost consciousness completely, Brune recalled what he wanted to tell Sonya in his dream. His wish was to take her home to meet his family, to give her a sense of belonging. He told her, "Sonya, if we survive tomorrow, come to my hometown." Sadly, that dream of a future together shattered with the sacrifices of both Brune and Sonya. Before his final breath, Brune felt someone's hand gently stroke his hair. Sonya sat beside him in her usual prop chin pose. She smoothed Brune's hair, smiled, and said, "There, you're wonderful. You must be exhausted, rest now." Sonya looked at him with pride, the smile on her face free of any sorrow. Brune smiled too. "That's enough. I've fought with everything I had until the very end." Brune departed sitting motionless, unaware whether, as his eyes closed and his life faded, he still heard Sonya call him her laborer. Whatever the case, he surely knew. And his Sonya, lying peacefully with her eyes closed not far from him, would likely accompany him to the ancestral home of souls, for their mission on this world had now ended. The weight of thousands of tons of bombs dragged through the water, kept falling down to the ocean's deepest point. They plunged into the nest's gaping, fang-filled maw. The light from inside the nest reflected off the bombs, making them at first glance look like thousands of paper lanterns drifting in a night festival. The first bombs reached the cluster of seeds that reacted to high temperatures in the nest, and then exploded into fragments, creating a fireball of terrifying destructive power in the void. The shockwave from the blast spread to the surrounding bombs, causing them all to detonate simultaneously. The entire batch of seeds was completely incinerated in the intense flames. The chain explosions reduced the nest to utter destruction. Some tentacles were ripped and thrown into the water. The sea monkey and Dr. Foyd watched the scene from inside the sub. "Oops, they detonated the bombs. Did it work, Dr. Foyd?" But the explosions also disturbed an underwater volcanic vent. Molten lava shot up from beneath the destroyed nest. Dr. Foyd shouted in horror, "Lava!" Lava gushed from the nest. The two had to hurry away before the molten flow melted them to mush. As the doctors and the sea monkey sub frantically swam upward, Dr. Foyd broadcast up to those on the surface. "The volcano is about to erupt near the nest. Do you copy? Move away now, the volcano's about to blow. Busan Association, get out." His warning was relayed to the ships as the eruption of smoke and rock from the underwater volcanoes at the surface intensified. Captain Bangbetch urgently signaled everyone to retreat immediately. The workers at the port heard the loudspeaker order and hurriedly pulled away from the floating city's scene. They used the tentacles to climb down into the waiting lifeboats. Mao's labor crew from Oasis Port were also evacuating. Not seeing Mao's team, Mao worriedly called, "Kana, where are you?" "Kana, Boda, you might have gone off searching for them. If a teammate's beside you, don't dawdle. We need to go now, Mao." The tremor from the sea was rocking all of Busan. Boda, Kana, and even the queen had to pause their attacks on each other to steady themselves amid the shaking. The queen frowned and muttered, "This is my nest." It ground its teeth in hatred, glaring at Kana and Boda as it snarled, "I will never forgive you pests. Don't even think about running away." Boda and Kana began steadying their weapons. Boda replied, "We're not going anywhere. This is the moment we've been waiting for, monster." You and Kana glared at the queen. "Let's finish this." Kana issued a final challenge. The queen immediately roared, "You bastards," and lunged at Kana. trying to turn its transformed arm into a spike to impale her. But Boda at her side quickly blocked the blow with the flat of his blade. Kana seized the moment, slipped in, and with twin swords carved 2 deep gashes across the monster's flank. The queen clicked its tongue. Panic had made it slower and revealed many openings. In contrast, Kana and Boda coordinated more fluidly. With the queen distracted, Boda struck from behind while Kana attacked from the front, together driving a deep slash into its chest. If it couldn't regenerate, its upper half would have fallen away. The queen gasped in agony. It spun 180 degrees to strike both of them, but Kana and Boda dodged. Boda ducked to avoid the blow and used the momentum to launch behind the queen while Kana leapt, flipping around to its front. The twin blades severed a limb and sliced a clean line from its chest down to its groin. From behind, Boda also cut off the spike and slashed its thigh. The queen went berserk. It immediately regenerated the arm Kana had chopped off into another spike and drove it straight toward the upper right of her ribcage. She stifled a cry, one hand trying to hold back the arm that threatened to plunge deeper into her body. The queen snarled, "Die, you little maggots." It bellowed, not noticing that Kana holding it had given Boda the chance to rush in from behind. He swung and cut deeply across the queen's chest and slammed it to the ground. Green blood sprayed from its chest, leaving it dazed and groaning. But even as it struggled against Boda and Kana, its flesh regenerated at a rapid pace. It staggered up once more, muttering, "I am invincible," it crowed, and Boda dove down onto it again. It hit back and a spray of blood burst from the queen's mouth. Boda shouted in fury, "Invincible are you?" Images of fallen comrades flashed through his mind. The sacrifice of Sanya, who died while fighting, the pain of watching the one he loved fall before his eyes. "So what if you're invincible?" Boda growled at it. He thought of how Brune had overcome death to keep fighting until his last breath. He said, "If you're invincible, then do us a favor, don't die, survive, go on." Boda cried out and kept swinging his sword, pouring all his anger into each stroke, shouting, "Let me kill you 100, no 1,000 times." The queen screamed as green blood spurted from its mouth. As Boda swept his blade across the queen, he yelled, "Live on, readers have been wanting it dead for ages, and now you complain it's still alive. Humans really do take the long route sometimes." The queen was flung onto a ruined surface. It coughed up a mouthful of blood in agony. Strangely, the cuts on its body still bled with no sign of healing as it staggered, trying to stand. It stared in shock, wondering why it couldn't regenerate. How could it lose to these filthy humans? It muttered, utterly unable to accept being overwhelmed by 2 humans. Kana cradled her wound and stepped forward. She wanted to know the real reason the queen harmed humans. Kana asked it, "Are you so noble enough to have the right to take every other creature's life? Why do you hate humanity so much?" The queen roared, "Humans should vanish from this planet, all of them." Kana glared and said, "Can't you see?" Somehow her expression was both puzzling and completely clear at once. She asked it why it acted like a human. The queen went blank. Went in the form of a human child. It had always kept a pendant bearing the photos of Tian Ma and Narusa, and though it couldn't understand them, it kept staring at their faces on the pendant. Kana continued to press it. "You said you observed humanity, right? You disguised yourself as a human and watched them up close at some point in the past, when your world was only colorless voids. Something changed when you donned the guise of an alien species." Kana seemed to realize something. The anger in her eyes briefly softened as she, slightly dazed, told the queen, "You truly watched them." The queen appeared to still remember the first time it saw a man casually sitting on a balcony, drawing a violin bow across the strings. That image and the music it heard were imprinted deeply in its mind, bringing light to its hollow eyes and stirring within it a strange, unnamed feeling it had never known. A momentary sense that humanity's existence was somehow beautiful. But in the end, it decided to destroy humanity. It would kill every last one. Of course, that included the 2 nuisances facing it now. It screamed at Kana, "Don't run away." It began to exert force and sprout a new arm. The flesh that grew took on the shape of a spear. It swung the arm toward Kana, bellowing, "Shut up." Kana quickly refocused, bent down, and dashed aside to avoid the queen's attack. Now it seemed fully influenced by the memories Kana had provoked. It continued shouting at her, "Humans are nothing at all." As it prepared to swing again to stab Kana, it realized its arm couldn't move. It cried out in surprise, discovering Kana had driven her 2 swords through its arm and pinned it to the wreckage surface covered in tentacles. Kana shouted, signaling Boda. Boda instantly sprang in from somewhere, spinning above Kana like a rotor. From the air, he stared straight into the queen's eyes. The queen stared back, eyes locked with Boda's as they faced each other, until his blade sliced a deep line from its shoulder down to its lower abdomen. The gaze of the warrior who slays sea monsters and the Leviathan queen met for a moment before his blade carved from shoulder to navel. Boda used the blade lodged in the queen to pin it to the ground. blood from its mouth and the wounds sprayed out. It coughed and hacked as Bota's blade plunged deep into its chest. Trying to push itself up, it snarled at Bota, "How dare you?" Bota widened his eyes and gritted his teeth, saying to it, I told you I will kill you if you dare touch life." Now there is no escape left for the monster before Bota. His flames have burned everything down to bring this war to its end. He will show no mercy. The queen screamed pitifully as the blade began to cut deep into its flesh. Bota spun his blade in a sweeping circle. The queen's upper limbs fell away, green blood spraying in torrents. He continued to swing the blade, until the monster was sliced apart into countless pieces. Chunks of flesh and even its head, eyes wide in horror, were flung out amid the waterfall of blood, thudding onto the ground. The glow in its ruby-pink eyes snuffed out. Before dying, it managed to leave a warning. "Don't think this is the end, Lita, I will also." But before it could finish, its body evaporated and melted into puddles of white liquid on the ground. Kana, exhausted, clutched the wound on her chest and collapsed. Bota rushed to her side, calling out Kane. Immediately, the space around them began to shift again. Both of them realized this tremor was far stronger than before. Bota hurriedly wrapped his arms around Kana to shield her as the ground beneath them spun and convulsed. Successive steam explosions struck the Busan vessel, sending both Kana and Bota careening off the ship. They fell into the water. Debris from the wreckage also plunged down with them. Bota struggled to swim toward Kana, who had lost consciousness from the chest wound. He shouted her name, but the roar of the sea had drowned out all his voice. After securing Kana, Bota heard a gurgling from directly beneath them. Rivers of lava shot up from subterranean vents with terrifying force. He urgently fitted diving masks on both of them, then hauled Kana and swam them away from the rising black plume. Suddenly, a streak of light, like a shooting star, tore through the columns of lava, piercing the layers of black smoke billowing in the water. The beam struck Bota's face, making him squint. Gradually, the ribbons of light resolved into tendrils that formed a shield around Bota and Kana. Lita appeared before them. The girl cried out with joy, calling her brother's name Bota. Bota was both surprised and overjoyed to see his sister. He shouted Lita. There were no more words between them, as Lita's whole body began to glow. With countless thin tendrils, she supported part of the floating city of Busan that was sinking from the attacks of the underwater vents. Lita used her long, glowing tendrils to lift rows of submerged buildings from the Busan vessel. She also wrapped tendrils around Kana and Bota to shield them from each surge of lava rising from the deep seabed. The sea surface around Busan's port shattered under the pressure from beneath the water. Another massive explosion rocked the area as black smoke billowed and slammed into the colossal ship. It turned a vast, modern port into shards of ruined material. While flotillas ferrying surviving workers away from Busan had barely gotten far, they were alarmed by the horrific eruptions of the volcanoes, each black charged column carrying lightning that struck the sea in rapid, furious bursts. They shouted to each other. It exploded. The blast was so violent that those on the boats were nearly blown away. They had to duck and cover their heads to avoid dust and debris hurled into the air. The submarine volcanic eruption also drove powerful tides that slammed into the vessels. Thousands were caught amid waves frothing white like mountains. Voices from the ship compartments cried out hoarsely as waves began to pummel the boats. People and cargo were swallowed in the endless rush of water. Both people and boats were flung in different directions. The waves howled on and on, frantic. Destruction went on like that, who knew for how long? A group of Oasis port laborers, with Mao among them, had clung to a small boat and were fortunate to reunite with other workers. They all breathed hard and trembled. The terror hadn't left their faces. The laborers gathered on the only intact boat past life buoys and helped bring others alongside. They kept asking their rescued colleagues, "Is everyone okay?" Another group of surviving laborers shouted toward them, "Over here, rescue a man who seems to be a commander." Those on the remaining boat quickly signaled to save all the survivors. While helping each other cling to the boat, one laborer suddenly noticed something odd. He pointed ahead and yelled, "Look." The other laborers turned their eyes toward where he pointed. A dense veil of bone-like mist surrounded it, making it impossible to tell what they were seeing. What on earth was it? They held their breath and peered at the hazy figure slowly approaching them. Then they turned to one another and asked, "What is that?" In some scene filled with light, a bee buzzed and landed on Bota's hand. He slowly cracked his eyes open, sensing an unfamiliar space filled with the smell of fresh grass and the chirr of insects in his ears. His blurry eyes made out a familiar face opposite him, eyes closed. He and Kana were lying facing each other on a lush green meadow. He immediately sat up and called to Kana. Luckily, Kana had regained consciousness. She opened her eyes and whispered, "Bota." The chest wound the queen had inflicted on her had completely vanished, leaving only a soft patch of unblemished flesh. Bota exclaimed, "Your wound is healed." Kana rubbed her head and sat up, asking where they were. Bota answered, "Lita saved us. When he turned, he saw Gongtia and Clark Miller's teammates Tara and Uku had been washed here too. Then both Boda and Kana noticed something before them. Boda couldn't help but be stunned by what he saw. They were standing before a gigantic tree with a lush canopy. Branches were heavy with red apples. It seemed to be the apple tree from the greenhouse Lita tended with everyone in Busan, but the girl's power had driven it to monstrous growth. The trunk still bore countless thin tendrils of hers. Gongtia, Tara, and Uku also stared ahead without blinking. The remnants of the floating city Busan, buildings packed close together and the grassy courtyards inside the greenhouse, were cradled by Lita and lifted onto a new island formed by the volcanic eruption. Under the clear blue sky of a peaceful morning, the shoreline melted away under sunlight to reveal a large island, pristine and wild. Rebirth born from destruction. Its life continuing after death, a fruit that nature grants to travelers on this earth. The laborers stared in bewilderment at the scene unfolding before them. Many couldn't hold back tears of emotion. Mao let the tears run down his face and told everyone, "It's an island." Another voice confirmed, "An island over there." Time passed 3 years later. The island was now covered in a spreading green. Signs of life appeared everywhere, and on the island a small town had formed where the Busan-Akroma Alliance and the Benin clan lived. The island was named Apple Tree Island. Here the buildings weren't just steel, there were bricks and stones, and Lita's sturdy vines still clung around, keeping the island safe from fierce storms. The two strolling were Dr. Foyd and Kana. He said many things had changed since I was imprisoned. Kana replied, "Now it even looks like a proper town, doesn't it?" Most volcanoes had been quieted by the waves, but Lita was protecting the island from violent seas and winds. Docking now was the blonde merchant who brought supplies to Dr. Foyd like in the old days. Kana saw the arrival too. Another family was being reunited. What a happiness. It's just that no one knew where Boda was now. He had left 3 years earlier, wandering everywhere searching for Lita, because she was family to him. Boda would never give up. On an island under construction called Mengu, a cloaked figure walked the streets with something strapped to his back that looked like a weapon. The figure approached the purple-haired girl and called Tara, and unsurprisingly it was Boda. 3 years had passed since then. Today they met again in this distant northern region. Boda was still searching for Lita. The girl had vanished since that final battle. Boda relentlessly sought his sister, not understanding why she hadn't returned, or what she might be trying to do, until Tasa told Boda that divers here had found sea monsters, and they wouldn't attack people if left undisturbed. It seemed the two sides could communicate, and Lita was the only explanation they could think of. She advised Boda to return home, believing Lita would come back when her work was done, and besides, whether there were sea monsters or not, people would still fight. And of course, the only inhabited island in the world would attract attention. No need to spell that out. Tara urged him to return and defend his home. Then he left, watching the snowfall, not sure what to think. He couldn't stay mopping for long though. A group approached and one of them sneered, "Never seen snow before." In an instant the whole crowd closed in, ready to swarm Boda. They began pulling at him and complimenting his boat, saying it's a fine craft. They wanted to ask Boda for his boat. He had to reply, "That's a tough one, because the boat isn't mine." The blonde saw Boda reach back and immediately lunged forward. "I told you not to cause trouble." And of course he got wrecked. Only then did the lads look up at the young man's arm. There a blue star was on it. They were shit scared and blurted, "Oh my god. This marks the spear thrower who killed the queen, you know." The blonde panicked and asked, "Are you Kana of the Busan Union?" Wait, seriously, Boda had no idea what to say. At that moment, Gongtia Park stuck his head out from the boat and shouted, "He's Boda of the Busan Union, you idiots." "Oh snap, we messed with the wrong person, scatter brothers." The whole gang yelled and ran off. Boda didn't care much, now he wanted to go home. On the shore of Apple Tree Island, the kids were having fun, jumping in to swim. The water was crystal clear and beautiful. A man on the shore shouted a warning, "Hey, it's dangerous for the kids to swim here." One of the children replied, "It's just a little shallow, mister." Hey, what did you call me, Lurank uncle? Hey, what did you call me, Lurank uncle? He believed his life would get better soon. Elsewhere, Lin spent almost the whole day helping in the library, reading books. A true bookworm. Dr. Foyd wanted the girl to become his student and follow a research path. The sea monkey was tasked with supervising the doctor's strictness, so the doctor wasn't completely free. Noah studied mechanics and electronics. He was the shining star and the future of Busan. Whatever was difficult, Noah would handle it. At that time, the captain's group also received a radio call requesting permission to enter the island. It was Boda's and Gongtia's boat returning. The loudspeaker immediately broadcast the news to the whole island. Kana was teaching everyone to surf. The butler was tending the crops. The low-ranking uncle, all the townspeople, they all ran out to welcome the two Busan members home. Boda and Kana stood facing each other. He said, "You're home at last." Kana replied, "Welcome home, Boda." Noah and Ling also ran over to Gongtia Park. After 3 years, the two had grown up a lot, hadn't they? On a cliff, there stood a memorial for the final battle. Gongtia Park hung small toy hooks for Sonya's sheath of sword. He said, "Sonya, I've been traveling everywhere to help those suffering from the water disease. Anyway, I don't have anything else to do, so I'll finish what you once started. Watch over me, Sonya." That night, Boda told everyone about what he had seen and experienced. He spoke of snowstorms in the northern sea and walking across frozen seas. He told of the Evia, giant gods humanity had never seen before. Dr. Foyd listened and felt the earth was gradually changing, that it was recovering bit by bit. Under the starry sky, Kana asked Boda what he wanted to do next. Would he search for Lita again? Boda answered he would just wait here. If what the queen said about its infinite reach is true, then perhaps we will have plenty of time to return. Boda wanted to build a house, and it would be their own home. It would be near the shore so Lita could always see it. Boda and Kana laid each brick together, bit by bit building the walls for their home. Today, while working, Kana accidentally injured her finger. Boda hurriedly asked if she was okay and offered to fetch bandages. "Oh my god, Kana is bleeding," this back and forth from these fools made the plumber uncle in Gongtia Park utterly baffled. Aren't these two the strongest warriors of humanity? Sonya would understand, though. Mao also arrived from Oasis Port with fresh news. In the Himalayas, there is an underground city never explored because of sea monsters. But now divers are flocking there searching for relics. So Mao and Gongtia Park set off to explore the ruins. With fierce longing and a noble purpose, they were choosing their own fates. But he would remain here, the flower you love. The seeds of hope were blooming across the island. The giant apple tree bore so many fruits the people couldn't finish them. Kana kept learning to cook every day. She said she'd learned to make her favorite grilled fish. The chef uncle opened a shop with a pirate lady and was making a profit. Even New York had heard of him. He had many stories to tell you. You, Kana, and the whole Busan Union are waiting for you. After finishing the letter, Boda slipped it into a ceramic bottle and let it drift freely on the sea. From early morning until late dusk, he stood silently watching the letter he wanted to send his sister. "I will always be here. Are you well? If the deep ocean is too cold and dark and scary, if you ever feel too lonely, seek me out, Lita." Suddenly in the distance, where the sun was setting, a figure resembling the queen appeared, faint and fatting. Boda opened his eyes wide and watched as that figure slowly drew closer. He realized it was his beloved little sister, Lita. Boda suddenly tore across the grass and ran toward her. The girl had come ashore, her whole body still soaking wet. Boda ran as fast as he could, full of hope, and overflowing with his own happiness. The two stared at each other after so many days apart. Their eyes were on the verge of tears, but these were tears of overwhelming joy. Then Boda ran forward and hugged Lita tightly. At the same time, the nearby villagers had seen what was happening. The news spread faster than any TikTok drama. Kane, Dr. Simunki, everyone in Busan, had been waiting for this moment for a long time. They temporarily put their work aside, and all rushed straight to the sea, where the two siblings, Boda and Lita, embraced one another and cried with emotion. At this point, even the toughest, most stone-faced folks, yes, you too, couldn't help but shed it. And the story ends here, folks. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like and subscribe to support me. Thank you.